In a mysterious fan fiction, the protagonist embarks on a journey as a corpse collector, assuming the identity of a founding member of the Hangman Tarot Club, with his primary activities not centered in Ruen. Another title, Mysterious the Emperor of Songwei, in the enigmatic universe. No traveler is innocent, nor is any traveler simple. We can only wait and observe the storms that the fluttering wings of their butterflies will bring forth. Chapter 1. I do not wish to die. Li Ling felt as though he were trapped in a dream, where his form appeared grotesque, resembling a colossal avian creature. He found himself in a peculiar space, surrounded by vibrant, shifting color blocks, while incessant murmurs echoed in his ears. You are the undying king, lord of the underworld, the gate of all things Gregory. These whispers sent piercing pain through his head, akin to a searing steel needle stirring within his skull. Unable to restrain himself, he groaned, No, I am Li Ling. I am Li Ling. Captain, what is wrong? Wake up, Captain Malvin L. I Ling struggled to open his eyes, and before him stood a rugged visage, a bearded face with a prominent red nose. As the mouth of this large nose moved, a nauseating odor filled the air, causing him distress. He instinctively pushed away the intrusive nose, exclaiming, Who are you? Upon uttering those words, Li Ling was startled at their peculiarity. He should have spoken in Chinese. What was happening? Captain Malvin, I am Reed Brussels, your crew member. Do you not recognize me? The large nose gazed at Li Ling with genuine concern, prompting a moment of hesitation. Malvin is me, yet I am Li Ling. He could not help but rub his forehead, contemplating his true identity. Simultaneously, he was still a member of the Farsackling cult, an extraordinary being of the death path. Sequence 8. The cult, extraordinary beings. Alas, how have I traversed into the pages of the Lord of the Mysterious? I recall that the protagonist of this tale is the god of poverty, Klein. In this universe where knowledge is toxic, having absorbed so much as a reader, am I not doomed to fail? Why can I not recall those profound insights? Is it that a powerful figure is shielding me, or have I inherently lost that advanced knowledge? Enough of this confusion. My immediate task is to ascertain the timeline and firmly cling to the god of poverty's coattails, surviving at all costs. Resolute, Li Ling turned to the large nose again. Reed Brussels, is it? I am an extraordinary being, and we have certain days each month, occasionally experiencing irregularities. You understand, right? That was my condition just now. Reed Brussels observed the captain's sincere demeanor, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Oh, I understand that extraordinary beings can easily lose control. Captain, have you lost control? Lost control? Your entire family is out of control. How could I possibly lose control? No, dear Reed, I have not lost control. If I had, you would not be standing here, conversing with me in one piece. I merely experienced an extraordinary impact from a potion. Do you understand? Oh, right. An extraordinary being cannot possess rationality when out of control. So, Captain, you have not lost control. Please forgive me, a foolish sailor. I was passing by your cabin and heard you shouting in a language I could not comprehend. Fearing for your safety, I came to check on you. Are you all right, Captain? Yes, I am fine. Thank you, Reed. The usually cold and stern captain expressed gratitude, even calling himself dear, a stark contrast that left Reed Brussels feeling quite uncomfortable. Captain, are you truly all right? You seem to have transformed into a different person. Li Ling. How have you failed to adapt after immersing yourself in this mysterious tale for so long? Must I always wear a stern face and scold you for you to feel at ease? I had no idea, Reed, that you were a masochist. That is unnecessary, Captain. If you are well, I shall take my leave. The sea tonight is remarkably calm, although the night is dark. There are neither rain nor storms. I must admit, this ghost ship is extraordinary. Sailing without oars, how astonishing. Reed, what is the name of our vessel? My mind feels rather muddled at the moment. The ship is named the Azure Avenger. Esteemed Captain, the Azure Avenger, what? I recall that this vessel belonged to the hangman, Azure, who acquired it after participating in the first Tarot Club and subsequently eliminated the former captain. Alas, as the captain, does this not imply that my life is already on borrowed time? What is today's date? Tell me quickly. June 28th, 1349, in the early morning. Li Ling inhaled sharply. What a wretched twist of fate to be thrust into peril from the very outset. Director, What kind of chaos are you orchestrating? No, I cannot perish. I must defy fate. Where are we currently? What is our destination? Tell me everything. Reed Brussels, witnessing the captain's abrupt shift in demeanor, instinctively recalled the captain's former icy and unyielding nature. Without hesitation, he replied, "We are currently sailing in the Suanya Sea. 10 days ago, you led us to acquire this ship at Naz Island. Our destination is Biam, where there is a stronghold of the hellish general. We are to rendezvous with his associates." Hearing Reed's words, Li Ling felt a measure of calmness. As a member of the cult, having ties to the hellish general was entirely normal. Based on the information from the original text, it is likely that the hellish general is connected to the cult and the king of the five seas, Nast. However, this individual ultimately became a secret companion of the god of poverty, and the fate of his fleet remains unaddressed in the original text. Coming here, I can indeed keep these resources in mind. Alas, facing death, I still engage in daydreams. Li Ling, you are truly beyond redemption. Reed, go awaken the first mate and convey my orders. Immediately turn the ship around. Even if he does not understand, he must execute my command. Hurry! Li Ling's voice carried an undercurrent of urgency, prompting Reed Brussels to act without delay. In the original text, Azure encountered the Azure Avenger in the Suanya Sea. I can only hope that returning will allow us to evade him, but I must take this gamble. I do not wish to die. With this thought, Li Ling forsook sleep, rose, lit a candle, and began to examine the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters were modest, barely exceeding 10 square meters, sparsely furnished. Given the era's limited decor and the ship being constructed during the fourth quaternary of the Trencist Empire, the pervasive, mysterious patterns added an air of enigma to the vessel. As Li Ling's gaze followed the flickering candlelight, he finally spotted an oddly shaped glass bottle, within which bubbles occasionally swirled, frost gathered into snow, and traces of wind were discernible. This bottle represented the ticket to enter the mist, igniting a surge of excitement. In Li Ling, daylight would herald the beginning of the gathering. I must survive. Chapter 2. The Ring of Social Death. Li Ling's resolve to survive with the glass bottle grew increasingly steadfast. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully placed the bottle into the drawer, then pushed open the door and stepped onto the deck. First Mate Adrian Charles was grumbling as he adjusted the course, but upon spotting Li Ling, he instinctively fell silent. To him, the captain was a figure of cold severity, often quick to punish the crew, even those who had served the longest. Seeing the first mate and Reed Brussels standing at the bow in a state of apprehension, Li Ling couldn't help but harden his expression. "Reed, how many extraordinary individuals are aboard? Esteemed captain, including you, there are 3 extraordinary beings on the ship. The other 2 are the first mate and the bosun, though I am unaware of their extraordinary paths." Upon hearing Reed's words, Li Ling concentrated, realizing that he had no information about these 2 extraordinary individuals in his mind. He turned to Reed and commanded, "Fetch the bosun. Additionally, I want everyone to remain awake tonight and assemble on deck for vigilance. I received divine revelation in my dreams. We are about to face a tremendous calamity. This disaster will lead to the demise of everyone aboard. Inform them that if they wish to survive, they must take action." Both Reed and the first mate were taken aback by Li Ling's serious demeanor. Hadn't death already fallen? How could it grant the captain divine insight? Was death truly beginning to revive? Reed departed to summon the others, while the first mate respectfully nodded at Li Ling and inquired, "Captain, are you truly certain we are about to encounter a disaster? You know that the Reaper's path offers low-tier inspiration, and my own sailor's path is even less formidable, while the bosun is of a warrior path. Good heavens, 3 extraordinary beings aboard, all of them of the impoverished mage rank. Such a combination should not escape annihilation." The Alge team comprised extraordinary individuals from the Storm Church, possessing a well-rounded set of abilities. Otherwise, they would not have been dispatched to sea. The disparity in strength was glaring. But what about magical items? Magical items are excellent supplements to the combat capabilities of the mysterious universe. As long as we possess a powerful magical item, even if we cannot eliminate the Alge team, we can at least ensure our own safety. First mate, do you have any magical items? As you know, we are about to face a disaster and need to be aware of both our own and the enemy's readiness. Magical items are all exceedingly valuable. We, as extraordinary beings with pirate backgrounds, have nearly exhausted our finances on potion formulas and materials, leaving no surplus to purchase magical items. Captain, do you not possess a magical item? By the way, is it the negative effect of this ring that brought you this revelation? I have a magical item. But how would I know? Li Ling hurriedly searched the original owner's memories, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall what his magical ring was. Apologies. First mate, could you enlighten me on the nature of that magical item? My mind feels muddled at the moment. Haha, Captain. You must have worn that magical item for too long, leading to its negative effects impairing your memory. That very item is on your finger. It is called the Odd Ring, a rather fine magical item. After the first mate's reminder, Li Ling looked down and indeed saw the ring on his left pinky. The ring, a grayish-white material resembling silver, was essentially a silver-plated iron band. This item greatly enhanced the wearer's spirituality while also granting them remarkable focus and attention, significantly boosting their mental faculties. However, its negative effect was that every half hour, the wearer would exhibit bizarre behaviors without warning, including, but not limited to shrieking, inexplicable theatrical displays, and even performing difficult, embarrassing actions. Additionally, it occasionally allowed the wearer to foresee various strange or future scenes. Upon learning about this ring, Li Ling couldn't help but pinch his temple. This was not merely an odd ring. It was, in essence, a ring of social death. By wearing this thing, was he not destined to suffer social demise every minute? The strange bird he dreamed of, the revered name of Gregory, and the Chinese he uttered in his sleep must all have been the results of this ring's negative effects. This ring bore a striking resemblance to the abilities of a Sequence 8 machine from the Monster Path. According to the classifications of the divine churches in the mysterious world, this ring should belong to the category of a level 3 sealed item, worth several hundred gold pounds. Considering this monetary value, it was not too difficult for him to accept its presence. By the way, could the ring's side effects be avoided by removing it? Since no one was around, he decided to experiment. Turning, he approached the ship's railing. After standing before the calm, grayish sea, Li Ling looked around once more to ensure he was alone before he removed the ring. Lo and behold, the effect was immediate. His head became even more muddled, and the previous sensation of effortlessly absorbing information from the surrounding environment vanished entirely. His body felt considerably heavier. Sighing, he decided to put the ring back on. Just as he slipped the ring onto his finger, he suddenly found himself inexplicably performing an exaggerated split, accompanied by a bizarre smile on his face. His voice uncontrollably crowing into the dark night sky. Oh dear, I wish I were dead, he thought to himself, desperate to avoid being seen in such a mortifying moment. Captain Malvin, are you certain you haven't lost control? The familiar voice pierced through Li Ling's thoughts, causing his heart to bleed. Damn it, just what he feared had come to pass. Not turning around, he composed himself, patting his knee calmly. One must maintain composure in the face of social demise, striving to appear nonchalant. After all, as long as he remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment would belong to others. Seeing only Reed and the first mate witness his social downfall, he thought it wouldn't be too hard to explain. However, when he turned to find over a dozen astonished faces holding back laughter, he instinctively began to dig his toes into the ground. Ahem, everyone has arrived. I trust you are all aware of the situation. This ring allows me to foresee the future. In the scenes I envisioned, I witnessed our collective demise. Therefore, from this moment on, everyone must heed my commands. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. Give your orders. The responses were sparse, revealing the crew's habitual nonchalance, prompting him to sigh. Reed, take them to set up lookout posts in various directions on the ship. We must be prepared for any enemy appearances. Though the pirates grumbled internally at Li Ling's command, they dared not defy him due to his usual severity and coldness, begrudgingly setting off to comply. Li Ling turned to the tall man remaining at the bow. It was evident that he was the bosun. Bosun, do you possess any magical items or weapons? Chapter 3. Preparations for Battle. The first mate, Alba, a man of the southern continent with ruddy skin and chestnut curls, possessed a voice that was both deep and resonant, tinged with an unusual accent. Captain, as you know, I am but a poor pirate. Wondrous artifacts are far too costly for someone of my station to possess. Upon hearing the tall first mate's words, Li Ling sighed, realizing he should not have harbored expectations. However, he added, before I boarded your vessel, I acquired a bone flute imbued with divine power. This flute grants the ability to soar through the skies, attracts sea beasts, and elicits their affection towards the player, even instilling fear in enemies. Ah, such remarkable abilities. Let me see it, Alba replied. Without further ado, he produced a pale, slightly yellowed half-foot-long bone rod and handed it to Li Ling. The origin of this bone remained a mystery, its form rather crude. Despite being called a flute, it bore no standard tonal holes, making it impractical for traditional play, though it could still produce sound. If one were to harness spiritual energy to play it, the effects Alba mentioned could be achieved, albeit with a significant expenditure of spiritual power. Among the three extraordinary beings aboard the ship, only Li Ling, adorned with a peculiar ring, might attempt this. The other two were certainly incapable. This bone flute was a trophy of Alba's, reportedly acquired from the indigenous forces of Biome. The divine essence within it could last for approximately a month before reverting to a mundane bone rod. Li Ling examined the flute thoroughly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, though he could not recall its source. At this moment, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it. The flute was indeed a valuable asset. Subsequently, Li Ling inquired with the first officer regarding the ship's firepower. Through the first officer's explanation, Li Ling learned the captain possessed several revolvers, one military rifle, a handful of ammunition, and virtually no consumables like demon-hunting bullets, let alone artillery. The sailors wielded primarily crude iron blades, utterly inadequate against extraordinary beings. Li Ling silently prayed to the Grim Reaper, hoping for divine favor. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the Grim Reaper had long since departed. Praying for his attention would be mere self-deception. To pray instead to the ancient, long-dead deity of the Phoenix would be even more absurd. The goddess of the night seemed a fitting deity. However, he feared that a reckless prayer might attract her attention, perhaps even leading to his banishment to the ominous Night Town. In his subconscious, Night Town represented a perilous and bizarre realm, one he was determined to avoid. Meanwhile, the foolish figure he admired was likely still pondering his own unexpected journey. Sighing, he concluded that relying on others was futile, self-reliance was paramount. As long as he could evade Alb's pursuit and safely reach Biome to contact the General of Hell, with the patronage of such a formidable ally, he could rest assured for a while, even if he chose to abandon piracy upon reaching land. Leveraging his initial advantage to deceive the fledgling extraordinary Miss Justice could yield a tidy sum, allowing him to establish himself in this world. With visions of a radiant future, Li Ling felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Nevertheless, preparations remained imperative. To adequately prepare for battle, one must fully exploit their combat potential, ensuring a focused and unyielding approach once engaged. After inspecting various areas of the ship, Li Ling made an exhilarating discovery, one that sparked a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Reed Brusser gazed at the elated Li Ling with quiet skepticism, pondering why the captain found such joy in a cache of wolf fish-canned goods, a delicacy he consumed daily without such exuberance. For enthusiasts, wolf fish-canned goods could be a delightful treat, but for those who loathed it, it was akin to poison. Li Ling stood as the sole admirer of this peculiar fare aboard the vessel, and those with duties nearby would discreetly distance themselves, hastily seeking a bath in the icy sea should the aroma waft their way, finding even the frigid waters preferable to the torment of that noxious scent. With the prospect of a turnaround invigorating him, Li Ling's demeanor became increasingly tranquil. He instructed Reed to guard the wolf fish cans and summoned the first mate and the second officer to commence a war council, which Li Ling naturally led. The two were to share their insights regarding battles involving extraordinary beings at sea. The conflict among extraordinary pirates generally followed a similar pattern. The attacking party would board the enemy's vessel, unleashing their extraordinary abilities to decimate the opposing forces and claim victory. The second officer, Adrian Charles, spoke succinctly, though his words often conveyed little substance. Li Ling had hoped to glean wisdom from their past experiences, but the discussion faltered initially. Should an extraordinary squad of sailors cross their path, the threat level would be daunting. Even a mid-tier extraordinary being could render their chances of survival nearly non-existent. If that were the case, would we even be having this discussion? Li Ling interjected. Assuming a top-tier extraordinary being of level 8, accompanied by a squad of 6 to 8 level 9 extraordinary pirates, the first mate retorted, his voice tinged with trepidation. With such odds, we might as well surrender now. What kind of divine inspiration has led you to this, Captain? I am filled with dread. Assumptions, my friend. Do you not grasp the concept? Li Ling countered. They strategized to catch their adversaries off guard, pulling them into the depths to eliminate them. Once the enemy's main forces or extraordinary beings had been vanquished, they would board to seize the spoils. Li Ling cast an approving glance at Alba, formulating a plan in his mind. If they were to take the initiative, they must prevent the enemy from deploying their extraordinary abilities, disrupting their morale. By actively engaging the enemy's main forces aboard their ship, their own extraordinary beings could serve as snipers from the rear. Total annihilation of the adversaries was not necessary. Controlling and coercing them into submission would suffice to achieve their strategic objectives. Alge appeared to be a valuable ally, possessing ambition, resources, and a keen sense of timing. If the fool could win him over, so could Li Ling. After all, they were both traversers, who could claim superiority in vision. With the strategic objectives outlined, it was time to delve into tactical arrangements. Upon sharing his thoughts with his colleagues, they gasped in astonishment, lauding the captain as a tactical genius. With the major decisions settled, Li Ling felt a sense of ease, though he lamented the absence of two doe-eyed companions by his side, the first mate and the sailor. After a moment of reflection, settled down, their faith in the captain's late-night musings wavering. Yet at this moment, the captain exuded an air of confidence reminiscent of the illustrious Roselle the Great, leaving them both intrigued and perplexed. As the captain radiated assurance, they too found comfort in following his lead, for the monotony of life aboard had been stifling. Thus, their spirits were notably lifted. Chapter 4: The inevitable has arrived. Li Ling instructed the crew to take turns resting, yet the lookout must remain vigilant, ready to respond swiftly at the first sign of danger. Tactical arrangements for encountering enemies had long been established by the first mate and the bosun. Weapons and equipment were properly positioned, and strategic supplies were fully stocked, with each crew member's duties clearly defined. Observing the orderly operations aboard the ship, Li Ling finally allowed himself a moment to gaze at the ghostly vessel beneath the night sky. This ship was approximately 21 to 22 meters long, bearing the outdated design of a three-masted vessel. Due to its automated navigation, it did not require the masts to be raised, except when acceleration was necessary, at which point the sails would unfurl. Because Li Ling had ordered the ship to return at full speed, the sails were currently billowing in full. With the bosun and first mate having gone to rest, Li Ling's demeanor remained calm, though a lingering sense of unease resided within him. In the mysterious realm, locating a feeble pirate ship was remarkably easy. The Alge team, in pursuit of the ghost ship Azure Avenger, had undoubtedly made thorough preparations. This overwhelming sense of fate unsettled Li Ling. As time passed, his anxiety grew more pronounced, giving rise to an inexplicable agitation. This irritation soon enveloped his entire being, causing the veins in his limbs and head to throb, while whispers lingered in his ears. Gravedigger, Lord of the Underworld. Unable to restrain himself, Li Ling pressed his fingers to his temples, slowing his breath and entering a state of meditation, envisioning an ethereal light vessel in his mind. After a period of reflection, his spirit gradually calmed. Why was Grigali's murmuring incessantly echoing in my mind? Could my crossing be intertwined with this ancient deity of resurrection? Yet, she had long since perished. How could she still exert influence over me? Moreover, I am not adorned with the peculiar ring at this moment. Does this imply that Grigali's ability to affect me stems from my own issues? In this enigmatic world, every oddity has its reason. Currently, I am too weak. Overthinking is but a futile endeavor that drains my spirit. If I wish to survive here, I must proceed with caution. Perhaps I should inspect the state of our combat readiness once more. It is preferable to engage in seemingly redundant preparations than to flounder in helpless rage during battle. As time elapsed, the storm at sea intensified, compelling Li Ling to issue an urgent order to anchor. The first mate and bosun reassembled at the helm, with Li Ling assigning the bosun to steer the ship and sending the first mate to the lookout tower. The remaining crew adhered strictly to their posts, refraining from wandering about. As the waves surged, Li Ling pondered whether the tempest might be a mere act of performance by some unseen actor. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the concept of acting, a sophisticated and deeply concealed knowledge within the mysterious realm. From fragments of the original owner's memories, Li Ling surmised that neither the original owner nor the two extraordinary colleagues were aware of this technique. The original owner had only recently ascended to Sequence 8, following 3 years of consuming a Sequence 9 potion. The pathway of the Grim Reaper, in lower sequences, was decidedly inferior. The enhancements to physical prowess from Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 were minimal. Correspondingly, the extraordinary abilities were rather lackluster. Sequence 9 merely allowed one to exhibit a semblance of a corpse, fooling undead beings, while Sequence 8 merely conferred the ability to perceive the weaknesses of such creatures. In contrast, the warrior pathway sequences 9 and 8 significantly improved physical capabilities and greatly enhanced combat skills. The hunter pathway sequence 9 bolstered physical attributes and trap-setting skills, while sequence 8 showcased a provocative ability that could render opponents infuriated and irrational. Truly, comparison breeds envy. This transmigration felt devoid of autonomy. Not only was my name beyond my control, but my extraordinary pathway was also predetermined, in stark contrast to my preference for a straightforward, brawling aesthetic. Deep down, I harbored a subtle yearning for the rogue pathway, to indulge in the thrill of becoming an assassin. Alas, all of this remains beyond my reach. Cursed be this transmigration. While his thoughts wandered, Li Ling speculated about the whereabouts of Alge's team. On the Sonia Sea, aboard the wave-breaker, Alge, clad in a lightning-patterned priest's robe, stood at the bow. Now at Sequence 8, he was unfazed by the ship's tumultuous swaying. Having endured various societal hardships throughout his life, he watched as his close friend, Kalingas, fled the oppressive church, swiftly making a name for himself at sea. Now, he had ascended to the ranks of the 7 great pirate generals, leaving Alge far behind. Naturally competitive, Alge harbored feelings of envy and resentment towards his childhood friend, nearly driving him to madness. At last, he had discovered an opportunity to rapidly gain strength while escaping the church's oversight, and this pursuit represented a significant chance for power enhancement. The Azure Avenger, a ghost ship sought by the Moss Penance Society in their quest for the Trence's treasure, had just been unearthed when it was intercepted by the spirit cult. The extraordinary members of the Moss Penance Society had perished, and the ghost ship fell into the hands of the Freysac branch of the spirit cult. If he could seize the ghost ship, it would be a monumental achievement, greatly facilitating his promotion to Sequence 7 and accruing merits. Being a ghost ship, its capabilities far surpassed those of a wooden sailing vessel. "Captain, our target has appeared." Alge turned to glance approvingly at his crew member, then waved his hand decisively, commanding full speed ahead. The crew's hearts quaked at the shout. The captain's revelation had indeed come to fruition. Many pirates silently prayed, "Great Grim Reaper, if you have returned, please protect your faithful." Li Ling gazed at the indistinct outline of a ship where sea met sky, exhaling deeply. The inevitable had arrived. A palpable atmosphere of urgency and tension enveloped the ghost ship, with the first mate commanding the sailors to prepare their gear. The bosun began directing the crew's movements, interspersing his instructions with occasional words of reassurance, primarily to calm his own nerves. Once arrangements were complete, the bosun and first mate approached Li Ling, who was now regarded as a favorite of the divine. "Captain, give your orders. We shall follow your lead. Let us proceed as planned, my friends, and remain at ease. Victory is assured in this battle." Upon hearing Li Ling's words, the first mate and bosun exhaled in relief, their eyes gradually reflecting trust and reliance. At that moment, Li Ling no longer focused on the crew's perceptions. He simply released a slow breath. Chapter 5. The extraordinary battle of biochemical forces. The primary objective of Team Arge in this assault was to seize the ghost ship. Artillery strikes would damage the vessel, diminishing its value and hindering Arge's accumulation of merit. Therefore, Li Ling deduced that they would refrain from initiating cannon fire against their own. Furthermore, the sailors, perhaps due to the effects of potions, exhibited a combat style that was brutishly direct, essentially reckless. Coupled with the fact that their entire team consisted of extraordinary individuals, their overall combat strength could easily overpower the pirates aboard the ghost ship. Once engaged, these ruffians would inevitably resort to their customary combat tactics, as their intellect did not lend itself to cunning schemes. Thus, Li Ling's initial strategy comprised 2 phases. The first was to allow the enemy's extraordinary sailors to enter the water and assault the ghost ship. Sailors of Sequence 9 possess limited destructive capability, and the ghost ship would not capsize from leaks in the short term. Moreover, it had a slow self-repair function. The second phase involved permitting the enemy to divide their forces. Once they split, the combat strength aboard their ship would decline, rendering it imperative for Li Ling and his companions to first neutralize the remaining threats aboard the enemy vessel. The leader and the strongest combatant would undoubtedly be Arge, and Li Ling intended to secure him at the earliest opportunity. Once the leader was subdued, the resistance of the remaining extraordinary individuals would wane, affording room for negotiation. This approach wielded tremendous lethality against low to mid-tier extraordinary beings. Fortunately, Li Ling was a reaper, a path that allowed lower-tier extraordinary individuals to be immune to foul odors. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure the acrid stench. As the enemy ship drew closer, tension filled the air. Li Ling's heart raced. Yet he understood the necessity of remaining steadfast in this dire moment. Alba monitored the distance to the enemy vessel, reporting every 50 meters once within a 200-meter range. While the first mate prepared for sniping, everyone else maintained their positions, prohibited from approaching the ship's railing. Should an enemy board, they would concentrate their fire to eliminate the intruders. Understood? Understood. The enemy ship is within 200 meters. As the bosun's words faded, Li Ling observed several individuals from the opposing vessel leap into the water, vanishing in an instant. At 150 meters, with all his might, he hurled 10 cans. Their trajectories cutting through the pale sky. The cans of wolf fish had been pre-opened to ensure their contents scattered upon impact with the enemy ship. The cans crashed down, their juices spilling forth, mingling the red and white of the wolf fish as they tumbled out. The pungent aroma wafting from the wave breaker was akin to a witch's poisonous mist, caught unawares by the sudden assault of the wolf fish cans. Arj and his 4 teammates stood at the bow, overwhelmed by the unexpected foulness. They had not anticipated such a breach of combat decorum. Their focus shifted from cursing their adversaries to battling the nausea induced by the stench. Tears and mucus flowed as gastric juices surged forth. The potent smell rendered it nearly impossible to concentrate on the enemy's offensive maneuvers. On board the ghost ship, First Mate Adrian Charles was fully prepared. With a peculiar ring adorning his finger, he resembled a finely tuned killing machine. His military rifle was ready. Upon witnessing the grotesque expressions of the enemy's extraordinary individuals, unable to contain their retching, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and Arj's peripheral vision caught sight of 3 teammates falling lifelessly to the ground. Realization dawned upon him regarding the enemy's tactics. Suppressing his revulsion, he activated his illusion scales, preparing to leap overboard to evade the sniper. Yet, as he climbed to the ship's edge, several shots rang out, and he fell backward. The military rifle packed a formidable punch. Though it did not penetrate Arj's shoulder, it shattered his illusion scale defense. The bullet's impact caused agonizing pain, extinguishing his will to flee into the sea. Upon landing on the wave breaker, Li Ling and Alba immediately split up. Li Ling rushed towards Arj, who was struggling to crawl while clutching his shoulder, while Alba darted toward the various cabins to check for any remaining enemies hiding within. Before activating his bone flute, he had smeared Li Ling's odor-repellent concoction in his nostrils and stuffed them with paper, rendering him largely immune to the overwhelming scent of the wolf fish cans. Dressed in a lightning-patterned robe with blue hair, Arj appeared somewhat disheveled. Li Ling, holding a revolver, refrained from approaching recklessly and instead fired at Arj's limbs. After all, with his illusion scale, Arj was not in immediate danger of death, and given his meticulous nature, Li Ling opted for a cautious approach. Arj's cries of pain were mixed with retching as he struggled against the overwhelming stench of the wolf fish cans. Once Li Ling's revolver was emptied of 6 bullets, he swiftly switched to another revolver, pointing it directly at Arj despite his agonized protests. "Who are you? You must know our identity. Are you not afraid of the Storm Church's revenge? Huh? Even in the face of death, you still threaten me. It is precisely because I know you are affiliated with the Storm Church that I am inclined to spare your life. Otherwise, I would have blown your head off by now. Urge your teammates to surrender, and then we can negotiate the next steps. Are you truly not going to kill us? Not for the time being, but should you attempt any tricks, do not blame us for the consequences." Arj, gazing at the pale figure before him, noted the youthful exuberance on the face of someone who appeared far too lively for their age. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, exacerbated by the pain in his chest. Once he regained his composure, he struggled to rise, leaning against the ship's railing. Though the bullets had not penetrated him, the agony was nearly enough to render him unconscious. The potent odor of the wolf fish cans further aggravated his injuries. "Cough. I feel unwell. Please, save me, or I will cough up my lungs. I beg you." A metallic square bottle fell beside him. Arj reached for it, twisting off the cap and bringing it to his nostrils. A complex aroma of mint, tobacco, and disinfectant filled his senses. Thanks to the scent from this metal bottle, he could finally escape the stench of the wolf fish cans. "Thank you." Alba emerged from the cabin, clutching a young man. Upon seeing Arj, the young man exclaimed, "Captain Arj, are you all right? How did we lose?" What on earth happened? Coughing and retching, Arj wore a bewildered expression. He had never encountered such a battle. Yet the reality was undeniable. They had been defeated in a flash. Several of his teammates lay dead, and he had been captured by the enemy. This experience would shatter his ambitions and aspirations, leaving him to reckon with the ruin of his life. In this moment, Arj felt a profound sense of despair. Li Ling had no time to concern himself with the political officer. He addressed the young man. Go speak to your teammates and urge them to surrender. Otherwise, I will kill both of you and watch as you drown in the sea. Sailors of Sequence 9 could hold their breath for a maximum of 10 minutes in the water. Beyond that, survival was unlikely. Li Ling felt confident, unperturbed by the prospect of these individuals stubbornly resisting. The young man, named Oliver Brown, was a reader. Lacking combat prowess, he was merely a support figure within the team, and he dared not make decisions for his comrades. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Arj. Captain Arj, what should I do? Chapter 6. Alj's imaginings. Alj remained deeply ensnared in the throes of existential despair, prompting Li Ling to take decisive action and shoot him in the leg. With a pale visage and a forehead beaded with sweat, Alj gazed at Ruen and, with great difficulty, nodded in acquiescence. With Alj's tacit agreement, Ruen Brown felt liberated from any lingering apprehensions. He boldly approached the ship's railing and shouted, "Crew of the Wavebreaker, stand down. We are defeated. They demand our surrender, or they will execute me and the captain." After repeating his plea over a dozen times to ensure the sailors at sea could hear him, Ruen finally fell silent. Meanwhile, the three sailors, who were extraordinary beings, could hardly accept such a disheartening outcome. They emerged from the water, pointing at Ruen and hurling curses in his direction. Ruen, too intimidated to retort, could only stifle his breath and crouch beside the ship's edge, tears occasionally streaming down his face. As he faced one of the most humiliating moments of his life, the followers of the tyrant were predominantly characterized by their machismo. In their worldview, they would rather perish in battle than submit. Yet, today as circumstances placed them in a precarious position, to live or to die, Li Ling could not afford to wait for them to reconcile their mental turmoil. He fired another shot beside Alj and urged him to surrender, lest they all meet a grim fate. Alj attempted to rise, but quickly realized that his left fibula had likely been shattered by the bullet. In his desperate bid for survival, he was compelled to bow his head. Gritting through the pain, Alj managed to stand on one leg and, trembling, addressed his submerged crew. "My comrades, our defeat is not your fault. It is entirely my responsibility, and I shall bear the consequences." His words swiftly assuaged the three sailors' distress, convincing them that surrender did not signify fear of the enemy, but rather a desire not to betray their captain's efforts. First Mate Adrian Charles remained vigilant with his firearm drawn, while Reed Brousseau from the ghost ship oversaw the capture of the three surrendering sailors. Once the situation stabilized, Li Ling glanced at his watch, noting that the entire skirmish had lasted less than 10 minutes. This brief interval marked a pinnacle in his second life. An extraordinary accomplishment indeed. Overwhelmed with elation, Li Ling could not suppress a hearty laugh, which prompted the pirates aboard the ghost ship to join in his merriment. The next order of business was to clean up the aftermath. Li Ling and Alba took it upon themselves to bind Ruen and Alj and confine them separately. Placing his hands over his eyes, Li Ling's pupils shifted to a grayish-white and then became colorless, as if he had entered a realm of spirits and the dead. This extraordinary ability, known as the Eye of Death, allowed him to inspect the three unfortunate souls who had perished. As a gravedigger among extraordinary beings, he could view the dead from a higher perspective, easily perceiving two spirits and their vulnerabilities. However, he was puzzled as to why there were only two spirits. One individual appeared to be alive despite having sustained a gunshot wound to the chest. Furrowing his brow, Li Ling deduced that this dying individual still held potential value, setting him aside while he extinguished the other two spirits. After dispelling the two spirits, Li Ling felt an ethereal cracking sound emanating from within him. It was the sign that his magical elixirs were beginning to digest, a promising indication. He instructed the first mate to segregate the three surrendering sailors for individual interrogation. The primary goal was to ascertain their identities and the formulas for their magical potions. Comparing their accounts would likely yield the correct recipe. In the mysterious world of magical potion recipes, such knowledge was highly valuable and could be leveraged to cultivate his own influence in the future. Aboard the Wavebreaker, Ruen was momentarily disregarded as Li Ling prioritized interrogating Alj. "Do enlighten me. How did you locate us?" he inquired. Alj replied, We have an informant within your spiritual sect. When you received word of the ghost ship, we were already informed of your intended destination and even acquired a piece of the ghost ship's hull. With this information, divination of your whereabouts was a mere trifle. And who is this informant? Li Ling pressed. I know not. I merely received intelligence from my superiors before we set sail. Your superior, Bishop Jorge of the Biam Title Church? How do you know? Alja's face contorted with fear as Li Ling reveled in his triumph. Not only do I know your superior is Jorge, but I am also aware that you secretly obtained the formula for the Voyager's potion. You are merely a batch of ghost shark blood away from completing the recipe for a Sequence 7 potion. How could you possibly know this? Alj was taken aback. For the matter of the Voyager's potion formula was his most closely guarded secret. Was it possible that Li Ling was a mid-sequence power among the spectators, having hypnotized him beforehand? Yet, if Li Ling were truly of mid-sequence strength, he would not have needed to resort to a surprise tactic with Canwolf Fish. Or perhaps he possessed some extraordinary object related to the spectators. When had he been hypnotized? Alj was utterly confounded, now viewing Li Ling as a formidable figure. His demeanor noticeably subdued. You have gone to great lengths to capture me. I assume you have a purpose in mind. What can I do for you? Ah, how fortuitous that you have come forth. I am indeed interested in you and the resources you possess. I wish to establish a long-term collaboration. Would you be amenable to that? What audacity! Was it the spiritual sect with grand ambitions? Or was this pale middle-aged man simply ambitious? How could he be so confident that I would yield to him? To what extent did he understand me? Had he secretly hypnotized me? Regardless of whether he stood alone or was backed by the sect, it mattered little to me. The church was merely a sanctuary facilitating my growth. Once I have my own channels and resources to thrive, I could venture anywhere in this vast world. Joining the spiritual sect would be of no consequence. Of course, I would be willing, provided you can find utility in me. It would be my honor to serve you in the spiritual sect. Excellent. You are indeed commendable. What do you mean? Despite the pale man's evident delight, he wisely refrained from further inquiries. Alj forced a smile, only to be struck by a fit of violent coughing that exacerbated his injuries. Since you are willing to cooperate, express your sincerity first. I will have a crew member come to record your potion formula. If you attempt any tricks, you know the consequences. I will comply. You need not worry. Li Ling opened the door and summoned the bosun to assist Alj in documenting the potion formula. Subsequently, he turned to interrogate Olwen, posing similar questions regarding the reader's potion formula. The pirates, having complete faith in their captain, naturally complied with Li Ling's directives without question. Upon returning to the captain's quarters, Li Ling seized the opportunity to memorize the formulas for the spectator, sailor, and reader potions, then retrieved the peculiar glass vial. Awaiting the commencement of the tarot meeting. Chapter 7. The Abundant Tarot Gathering, Part 1. Following the eruption of deep crimson light, Li Ling found himself enveloped in a space of gray mist, where, unsurprisingly, two bewildered figures also resided. After a moment of stunned silence, Klein scrutinized the two newcomers and realized that their presence in this foggy realm was a direct consequence of his own actions. This thought was prompted by a question from Li Ling, as maintaining an air of calm in the gray mist was not conducive to crafting an impressive persona. With the fool as a role model present, he naturally sought to emulate him. Of course, you may depart at any moment, should you so desire. With the promise of a mysterious entity now granted, Audrey regained a measure of her composure. Her vivacious nature surged forth, prompting her to inquire, how does one become extraordinary? As Li Ling observed Klein's enigmatic demeanor, a hint of amusement flickered within him, though he could not help but feel some sympathy for young Klein. For fate had already been sealed, and no one could escape it. All present, including himself, remained in the dark about the destinies that awaited them. Perhaps we might consider this a periodic gathering, a venue for exchanging information. Alternatively, if there are matters you find inconvenient to address, we could undertake those on your behalf. If that pleases you, esteemed sir? Klein, upon hearing Li Ling's suggestion, felt a surge of delight and seized the opportunity to introduce himself with the code name, the Fool. Audrey, recognizing the Fool as one of the principal tarot cards, chose the Justice card as her code name, while Li Ling naturally opted for the Death card. You hail from Ruen, do you not? You may choose to join a righteous church like the Church of the Night. Although extraordinary individuals are seldom revealed in the mundane world, they undeniably exist. Both Mr. Fool and I stand as tangible examples. After delivering this statement, Li Ling offered a sincere apology to Klein, humbly expressing, Mr. Fool, Please forgive my presumption in placing myself alongside you. The gentleman of death was indeed seasoned in his dealings. However, Klein mused that he was not yet an extraordinary being. This thought brought him a sense of satisfaction in his pretense of superiority. Li Ling conversed in Hermes, a language native to the Frozak people, which encompassed ancient Frozak, giant. In Hermes, he was not proficient in Ruen, though Mr. Fool was. Hence, they employed the Fool card's simultaneous interpretation device during their inaugural tarot gathering. Ah, Mr. Death, your observations are astute. Audrey, be cautious. The extraordinary world is far more complex than you might imagine. You must mature swiftly. Audrey wished to puff out her cheeks defiantly but reconsidered, deeming it ungraceful, and instead nodded, replying, Mr. Death, you are indeed perceptive. I possess greater knowledge regarding extraordinary individuals, such as the Night Watchers, the Avenged, and the Mechanical Hearts. These are organizations of extraordinary beings within the Church. However, I do not wish to be bound by the Church's constraints. Who can become extraordinary without paying a price? Becoming extraordinary is not as effortless as you may envision. Extraordinary beings frequently endure the bizarre whispers of potion-induced delirium and the temptations of malevolent entities. Should an extraordinary individual lose control, they may become something inhuman, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Do you still wish to pursue this extraordinary path? Li Ling's words served as a cautionary note for Audrey, warning her of the darker aspects of the extraordinary realm, where strangeness and madness reigned supreme. In the original narrative, had it not been for the tarot gathering and the influence of the Fool, Audrey's journey toward becoming extraordinary might not have been so smooth. Though Li Ling had been in this world for less than a day, he had already immersed himself in the Master of Mysteries, gaining a profound understanding of the cruelty and oddity of the extraordinary world. He felt a deep sorrow for the Night Watcher's fate and a greater understanding of the Avenger alliance that would arise in the future. After hearing Li Ling's words, both Audrey and Klein fell into deep contemplation. Audrey, after much reflection, remained resolute in her belief in becoming extraordinary, having never encountered a rogue extraordinary being. All those she had met were perfectly normal. She perceived Mr. Death's warnings as mere sensationalism, dismissing them as the naivete of an immature girl. Thank you for your warning, but I still desire to become extraordinary. I am prepared to take responsibility for my choices. Li Ling and Klein detected a hint of stubbornness in Justice's words, reminiscent of a determined young girl, which brought them both quiet amusement. In addition to official organizations, one could also partake in gatherings of wild, extraordinary individuals, acquiring potion formulas and materials. Successfully concocting potions according to these formulas would enable one to consume them and ascend to become extraordinary. Li Ling's remarks invigorated Klein and Audrey, though Klein, mindful of his persona, refrained from questioning. Audrey, disregarding decorum, eagerly inquired, where can we find gatherings of extraordinary individuals? What preparations are typically required for participation? Klein, hearing Justice's question, silently commended her for being the perfect foil, eager to assist Mr. Fool. There are numerous extraordinary gatherings, and the participants are quite diverse. The foremost concern before attending such an assembly is to protect oneself and refrain from disclosing personal information. For instance, we are currently engaged in a gathering of extraordinary individuals, participating under our code names in the presence of Mr. Fool. Here, we exchange knowledge, and fortuitously, I possess several formulas for Sequence 9 potions. Wow, how splendid! The extraordinary world is truly unfolding before me. Audrey, you are on the brink of becoming extraordinary. Unable to contain her excitement, Audrey clenched her small fists in encouragement and turned to Klein, humbly asking, Mr. Fool, may we conduct our transaction in your presence? This is precisely what I require. I would be delighted to witness it. Thank you, Mr. Fool. We are grateful for your kindness. As the two members extolled his virtues, Klein felt a surge of satisfaction swell within him. Mr. Death, might I inquire what potion formulas you possess and the costs associated with them? Truly, the financially savvy Justice is quite astute, Klein thought to himself, relishing the role of facilitator, free to indulge. Before we proceed with choices, I must clarify that once a path to the extraordinary has been chosen, it is essentially irreversible. Therefore, one must tread carefully when selecting this path. In the extraordinary realm, there exist 22 distinct paths, each with its own capabilities, which can be broadly categorized. This knowledge may be imparted to you free of charge. Wow, there are 22 extraordinary paths. Mr. Death, you are remarkably erudite. Audrey, you must study diligently. striving to attain the respect Mr. Death commands through your knowledge. Upon hearing of the 22 paths, Klein suddenly realized that the assembly hall he had orchestrated contained precisely 22 chairs. Was this a sign from fate? Chapter 8. The Bountiful Tarot Gathering, Part 2. I categorized the 22 extraordinary pathways into 3 principal categories: the evil pathways, the pathways of the just divine, and the orderly pathways. The evil pathways, which are predominantly followed by those who venerate malevolent deities or entities, shall not be elaborated upon here. Should the need arise, I may delve into them later. The just divine pathways will also remain briefly mentioned, as my primary focus lies on the orderly pathways. Li Ling's discourse exhilarated Klein and Audrey, providing them with a clear and comprehensive understanding of the extraordinary world. From my perspective, the orderly pathways are characterized by their practitioners, who largely adhere to principles of order and refrain from harming ordinary individuals. Their existence is primarily rooted in the opposition to madness and the pursuit of a better life. Naturally, some pathways are difficult to categorize due to the presence of malevolent entities at higher tiers. For instance, the Mortian Ascetics and the Dawn of Elements organizations both belong to the Seeker pathway. However, the presence of an evil entity within this pathway renders its practitioners exceedingly dangerous. Mr. Death, you are indeed erudite. I wish to learn more about the orderly pathways you mentioned, Audrey inquired. In response to the patron's request, Li Ling was eager to oblige. Many of the orderly pathways are controlled by official organizations. For example, the Arbiter pathway, overseen by the Ruen and Finnaboat royalties, as well as a few branches of the Lawyer pathway, the Hunter pathway, managed by the Indisoran family and the Fursak royalty, and pathways previously governed by angelic families, such as the Apprentice pathway overseen by the Abraham family. The Undertaker pathway is controlled by the Spirit cult, while the Psychical Alchemy Society manages the Observer pathway. The School of Life governs the Monster pathway and certain apothecary pathways. Additionally, there are safer pathways without malevolent presences, such as the Diviner pathway under the auspices of the Mystic Society and the Apothecary pathway controlled by the Bloodline. Thank you, Mr. Death, for your enlightening insights. What formulas do you possess? I currently have the formula for the Sailor pathway, which is governed by the Storm Church. The Observer is managed by the Psychical Alchemy Society. The Reader pathway is under the jurisdiction of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, in addition to my own Undertaker pathway. After careful consideration, Li Ling refrained from mentioning the Diviner pathway, as the gathering was primarily aimed at promoting the Observer pathway to Miss Justice. Bringing it up might please her, but it would jeopardize the stability of the tarot gathering. Audrey, upon hearing this, wavered slightly, while Klein was similarly affected. He cast a glance at Audrey, hoping she would once again take on the role of the supportive interlocutor. Mr. Death, could you elaborate further? You may set your own fee, Audrey proposed. Oh, the affluent patron is indeed generous, Li Ling thought with delight. Thus, each pathway's ability introduction would incur a fee of £200, with subsequent formulas priced at £200 each. Other than the Undertaker pathway, the remaining pathways would require you to seek out their respective formulas independently, as I currently possess none. However, I will keep an eye out, and you may also join relevant extraordinary organizations to accumulate merit and obtain formulas and extraordinary materials. What a bargain! I desire them all. However, Mr. Death has cautioned that one must select their extraordinary pathways with utmost care. Indeed, I understand. We can consider the subsequent formulas later. Now, please enlighten me about the extraordinary abilities of these 4 pathways, Audrey urged. Upon hearing Miss Justice's response, Klein could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Such wealth allowed her to spend £1,000 without a second thought. In contrast, he found himself fretting over mere pennies, realizing that without comparison, there could be no true appreciation of his plight. Amidst his musings, he began to envy Mr. Death for his swift acquisition of wealth. £1,000 was something he could scarcely envision earning in the foreseeable future. The Undertaker pathway primarily governs necromantic abilities. Initially, this pathway enhances one's physical prowess and gradually imparts the capability to command the undead and spectral beings in combat. However, the cost is an inevitable taint of the cold, harsh attributes of the undead upon one's body and spirit. The Sailor pathway bestows remarkable balance and survival skills upon water, with an increase in strength that enables the manipulation of tempestuous winds and storms in battle. The price for such power is a volatile temper that may lead to impulsive actions and the risk of losing one's rationality. The reader pathway grants exceptional learning and reading abilities, potentially leading to the mastery of further extraordinary capabilities through extensive knowledge. However, the cost is a tendency towards bibliomania, resulting in an ostentatious display of both knowledge and collections. The observer pathway provides outstanding observational skills, enabling one to intimidate or even manipulate others. The downside is an involuntary revelation of the desire to observe and control others, alongside the risk of being engulfed by the negative emotions of those they perceive. After Mr. Death's extensive exposition, both Klein and Audrey felt exhilarated by the potency of these extraordinary abilities, each yearning to possess them. However, they also discerned the inherent advantages and disadvantages of each pathway. Weighing her options, Audrey ultimately resolved to choose the observer formula. After all, both the sailor and reader pathways belonged to the just divine, while the undertaker sounded formidable but did not align with her vibrant personality. The observer pathway's ability to manipulate others seemed particularly enticing. She envisioned controlling Annie to prevent her incessant chatter. "Oh dear, Audrey, you mustn't be so wicked," Klein interjected. "Well, a little experimentation wouldn't hurt," she retorted. "Mr. Death, I have decided to choose the observer pathway. How shall I remit your fee? And how will you provide me with the potion formula?" "I can disclose the potion formula here. However, I am uncertain of your memory capacity. As for the fee, you may accumulate it until I require it, with Mr. Fool as our witness." Audrey praised Mr. Death's integrity, while Klein marveled at his lavishness. £1,000 seemed trivial to him. "And you want me to witness this? But the enigmatic figure you refer to as Mr. Fool is merely an ordinary person." "Thank you for your trust, and thanks to Mr. Fool for his witness. My memory is quite good. Please share the details," Audrey urged. Li Ling nodded and began to articulate the potion formula for the observer. A pair of adult manhao fish eyes, 35 milliliters of blood from a blackhorn sheepfish, and 5 drops of colchicine essence. Once Li Ling concluded his recitation, Audrey repeated it 3 times, after which Klein, unable to maintain his focus any longer, suggested they conclude the gathering. Li Ling promptly proposed regular meetings, and after a moment of contemplation, Klein settled on a schedule of every Monday at 3 p.m., thus bringing the gathering to a close. Upon returning to reality, Li Ling discovered that the peculiar glass vial had, as expected, shattered and vanished, leaving behind a hexagonal snowflake mark that subsequently disappeared. He understood that this was a sign of the mist marking him. The tarot gathering had proven immensely fruitful for all involved. They had acquired a wealth of extraordinary knowledge, while he himself had obtained a substantial sum of gold pounds. Indeed, the purchasing power of 1,000 gold pounds was formidable. When compared to the prices prior to his crossing, 1 gold pound equated to approximately 850 renminbi, translating to a staggering 850,000 RMB for 1,000 pounds. Such profit was extraordinary. But knowledge is priceless. Chapter 9. The spoils within the villa of the Hall family in the Queens of Beckland. As the deep crimson light faded, Audrey discovered that the copper mirror before her lay shattered into fragments. She had no time to dwell on the mirror, nor did she notice a phantom mark on her hand gradually fading until it vanished. After much effort, she finally found paper and pen, and with fervent strokes, she recorded the formula from her earlier memories. Only at that moment did Audrey realize the Tarot Society was indeed a tangible reality, and she was on the verge of becoming an extraordinary being. However, she had yet to acquire the extraordinary materials needed for the formula. "I recall that the family treasury contains some materials. I must hurry to check. If it proves insufficient, I shall seek an opportunity to attend a genuine gathering of extraordinary beings to procure what I need." With that resolve, she was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Audrey quickly concealed the recently penned formula within a book. Her devoted maid, Annie, noticed the flush on her mistress's face and could not help but feel suspicious. "Dear Miss Hall, why is your face so flushed?" "And nothing. I just performed a bit of the ancient elven dance. You know how popular it has become in social circles lately," Audrey explained, attempting to assuage Annie's concerns. Annie, reassured by Audrey's explanation, replied, "Indeed, practicing dance requires rest as well. As Emperor Russell has said, people must blend leisure with work to lead a better life." "All right, Annie. I understand. Please leave me. I need to rest a little longer." "Very well, I shall take my leave. But, what happened to this mirror?" she inquired, pointing to the broken glass. Audrey shrugged with a hint of sorrow. "You know, Susie sometimes exhibits symptoms of excessive excitement." "I see. I shall ensure she does not enter your room freely in the future. Come, Susie, let us step outside. As Annie forcibly led Susie, their large dog, out. The reluctance in Susie's eyes was evident. Audrey murmured softly, I am sorry, Susie. To preserve the secrets of the Tarot Society, this is a necessary sacrifice. As for the formula provided by Mr. Death, it had been meticulously memorized, yet he refrained from writing it down for fear of being discovered. The allure of becoming extraordinary captivated him, yet he was at a loss regarding where to obtain the extraordinary materials, and he harbored many questions regarding his own demise. For now, however, he resolved to take one step at a time, as his understanding of this world remained woefully inadequate. After reviewing the knowledge of the extraordinary realm imparted by Mr. Death, he succumbed to a deep slumber due to excessive spiritual exhaustion. Li Ling pondered for some time before summoning Reed Bruce to inquire whether anyone had entered the captain's quarters. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ling ultimately chose to let the matter rest. This world was inherently bizarre and chaotic, and for him, traversing here was the greatest enigma. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to dwell on such trivialities. There would inevitably come a moment when fate would reveal the price of its gifts. By the way, Reed, we have acquired some potion formulas. Are you interested in becoming extraordinary? Upon hearing this, Reed Bruce's bushy beard seemed to quiver with life. Really, Captain? I could become extraordinary, but I fear I may not withstand the power of the potions, especially at my age. I'm more worried about losing control. Reed appeared to be just over 40, an age at which the average lifespan in this era was notably short. Having lived as a pirate on the seas for over a decade, he had witnessed many extraordinary beings, as well as the terrifying consequences of those who lost control. Since he was reluctant to try the potion, Li Ling did not press him further. After Reed departed, Li Ling found himself with some leisure time and approached the mirror to assess his appearance. The reflection revealed a tall figure with chestnut hair, chiseled features, and a short beard adorning his lips and chin. However, his complexion was pallid, giving him the semblance of a charismatic gentleman. Perhaps due to the potion, his gray eyes appeared strikingly cold. Li Ling recalled Azek Aegis's gaze, which had been particularly gentle. Could it be that his elevated status allowed him to counteract the potion's effects on his body? After gazing into the mirror for an extended period, he finally resolved, addressing his reflection softly, from now on, you shall be Marvin. Welcome to the mysterious world, Mr. Constantine. Upon opening the captain's quarters, First Mate Adrian approached to report on their recent acquisitions. Marvin leaned back in his chair, offering no immediate response. Clearing his throat, Adrian began. We have obtained 2 extraordinary traits of sailors, along with potion formulas. 1 for the reader, 1 for the observer, and 3 for sailors of sequences 9 to 7. As well as 2 magical items and cash totaling £326, 12 shillings, and 5 pence. According to Azure's account, the 2 magical items were named the 2-013 Bloodstained Shackles and the 3-0119 Jester's Pendulum. The Jester's Pendulum was clearly a magical item crafted from the extraordinary trait of the Diviner in Sequence 8, whereas the Bloodstained Shackles' origin remained unclear. What abilities did the Bloodstained Shackles possess, and what were their negative effects? The 2-013 Bloodstained Shackles were 50 centimeters long blood-colored bandages with a lifelike quality. When utilized, they could bind a target or wrap around the user's body part at their discretion. The binding duration depended on the target's sequence level. An ordinary person could be restrained for 1 to 2 hours, while mid-sequence extraordinary beings might only last a few seconds, during which time they were unable to employ their extraordinary abilities. If wrapped around a finger, the shackles would cause corrosive, sharp nails to sprout. Capable of slicing through steel, these nails were the bane of abilities like illusory scales. Additionally, they enhanced the user's charm and toxin resistance. But the downside was a fear of sunlight and a gradual accumulation of negative emotions leading to a darkened psyche. Most critically, they required a blood intake of 200 milliliters every 6 hours. Any creature's blood would suffice. Otherwise, they would siphon an equivalent amount from the binder or wearer. The sealing condition was to place them in a dark, lightless metal container filled with blood. What a remarkable piece of cloth. This world is truly insane. It reminded him somewhat of the abilities of the vampire in the Apothecary's Path of Sequence 7, and a bit like the binding rope from the world of cultivation. If only there were cultivators here. The 3-0119 Jester's Pendulum could enhance the user's spirituality and mastery of various divination methods, while also granting them combat intuition. The negative aspect was that, with prolonged use, The wearer would develop an impulsive urge to prey to unknown entities and might occasionally perform strange actions unconsciously. The sealing condition was to remove it every other day and leave it off for half a day before re-wearing it to avoid the compulsion to prey to the unknown. Chapter 10. A reckless undertaking. The recent gains were quite commendable. First Officer Adrian hastily arrived to report, primarily eager to negotiate the distribution of the spoils with the captain. As captain, Malvin held the authority to determine the allocation of the loot, and he had already devised a plan for distribution. This time, the distribution scheme allowed the first officer and the bosun to choose either a recipe from the Sailor's Route Sequence 8 or a cash sum of 400 pounds, or an extraordinary characteristic of a sailor. Ordinary pirates could opt for 200 pounds in cash or any recipe from Sequence 9, while those aspiring to become extraordinary sailors could purchase an extraordinary characteristic. After sharing the distribution principles with the first officer, Malvin instructed him to announce the details. Once the pirates had deliberated, the first officer would be responsible for tallying the decisions and bringing them back to Malvin for approval and distribution of rewards. Once the first officer departed, Malvin found himself alone in the captain's quarters, where a pitch-black metallic bottle and a yellow crystal pendulum rested on the table. He intended to experiment with these two items, both of which were sealed with the insignia of the Church of the True God. The bloodstained shackles bore severe negative effects, so Malvin decided against testing it in the captain's quarters. He would wait to have Alge and his crew try it instead. He reached for the jester's pendulum, a silver-plated yellow crystal artifact. The moment he held it, his inspiration surged significantly. Having never engaged in divination before, he felt an irresistible urge to experience this newfound ability. After all, having witnessed the character Little C's impressive divination skills in the original story, he felt compelled to try his hand at it during this unexpected journey. What should he inquire about? He pondered for a moment before deciding to first divine his own origins. Although it was unlikely to yield any significant results, there was always a chance for the unexpected. Thus, Malvin adopted Little C's dream divination method. He inscribed the divination statement on a piece of paper, the origins of Li Ling, suspended the pendulum above the words, and after silently reciting it 7 times, he relaxed against the chair's back and closed his eyes to meditate. However, after a prolonged period of closing his eyes, he found himself unable to enter a dream, and his inspiration remained unchanged. With a wry smile, he rose and wrote down the origins of Malvin Constantine. After meditating for a while, he successfully entered a dream. In this dream, he witnessed the original owner's growth from childhood to the moment he joined the spirit sect and became extraordinary, with no signs of his own crossing over evident in any of the scenes. After a long pause, he opened his eyes with a sigh, shook his hair, and sought another divination target. He recalled the bloodstained shackles' origins. Following the steps, Malvin entered a dream and witnessed an extraordinary battle occurring aboard a ship. On one side was a bloodied individual from the southern continent, and on the other were several extraordinary beings clad in robes adorned with lightning patterns. It was evident that this was a punitive squad hunting down the followers of the primitive moon. Soon, the southern continent individual was slain by the punitive squad, and his characteristics fused with the bandages on his body, creating the sealing object known as the bloodstained shackles. The followers of the primitive moon were predominantly malevolent, which explained why the bloodstained shackles could provoke the user's darker impulses. If this sealing object could be contained, it would surely prove useful, but as a lower-tier extraordinary being, he was unable to seal it. Mr. Azek could, but he had no connection with him, making it impossible to seek his assistance. Even Mr. Fool was unaware that his university professor happened to be a high-tier figure on the path of death. Malvin hoped Mr. Fool would quickly find favor with Azek, allowing him to benefit from it, such as acquiring potion recipes. Speaking of potion recipes, Malvin knew he must hasten his search if he could not keep pace with Mr. Fool's advancement on the extraordinary path. He would eventually become nothing more than a mere bystander, shouting 666 from the sidelines. After reflecting for a moment, he sought yet another divination target, ultimately setting his sights on the intricate patterns densely covering the walls of the captain's quarters. Attempting to divine the origins of this ghostly ship, the ghostly Avenger was akin to a Sequence 7 navigator, yet it also possessed certain abilities of the Rose Bishop. He was curious about how one crafted a ghost ship. If he could uncover the process through divination, he might replicate it and produce ghost ships in bulk. Resolute, Malvin prepared himself and once again closed his eyes to meditate. Before long, he entered a dream once more. He found himself gazing upon a 20-meter-long, three-masted wooden sailing ship, where individuals were arranging an altar on the foredeck. The altar shimmered with brilliance, tendrils of shadow constantly emerging and dissipating above it. At the center of the altar stood 5 or 6 robust men of varying hair colors, each with a massive, radiant octopus affixed to their faces. The octopus's tentacles tightly enveloped the men's heads, their beaks gnawing at the flesh of their skulls, causing blood to spill upon the altar. Aware of their impending doom, the men screamed and struggled, but the strength of the giant octopuses rendered their efforts futile. As time passed, their struggles weakened further, and the giant octopuses, apparently sated, gradually ceased their writhing. The onlookers around the altar remained motionless. A figure clad in a deep black, priestly robe stood at the altar's forefront, chanting in Hermes, Lord of creation, sovereign behind the veil of shadows, the fallen nature of all living beings, we offer these sacrifices to please you. Your devout followers beseech you to bestow your divine power and reshape this wooden ship, that it may guide the lambs across the endless seas, proclaiming your glory. As the sorcerer recited these words, a vast shadow rose from the altar, slowly enveloping the deck and ultimately the entire ship. From within the shadows, piercing wails echoed. And once the cry subsided, the wooden ship was transformed into a pitch-black vessel, its walls adorned with shifting patterns. The men who had been at the altar vanished without a trace, and the blood once pooled there had also disappeared. Initially, blood would occasionally surface among the patterns on the ship's walls, but as time elapsed, the crimson hue gradually faded away, leaving no remnant of its former eerie sanguinity. Once the ritual concluded, the towering black-robed sorcerer praised his lord once more and began inspecting the ghost ship beneath him. An individual approached, inquiring, Honorable Saint Stifer, we thank you for your assistance and praise the might of our Lord. Our ghost ship still lacks a name. May we request you to bestow one upon it? Stifer pondered for a moment before responding, How about the ghostly Avenger? Upon hearing this, the individual laughed heartily. Then it shall be named the Ghostly Avenger. With this vessel, we shall better vanquish the tyrant's followers, and may the might of our Lord soon spread across the land and sea. Stifer nodded in agreement, but suddenly, he looked towards Malvin's direction and exclaimed sharply, Who goes there? As soon as Stifer's words fell, Malvin felt an overwhelming weight settle upon him, and his spiritual essence surged with alarm. It felt as though another self within him was growing, poised to split from his body. His head throbbed painfully, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot and on the verge of bursting from their sockets, while his trachea spasmed, rendering his breath increasingly labored. At that moment, a clear bird call rang out in his mind, restoring his breathing to a steady rhythm. The other self within him withered and vanished. His spirit regained tranquility, and his body felt light once more. The black-robed sorcerer Stifer seemed to murmur to himself, Constantine? As soon as Stifer uttered Constantine, Malvin was jolted from the dream. His breathing, once again rapid, was now fueled by the exhilaration of narrowly escaping peril that had been dangerously close. Had it not been for that bird call, he could hardly fathom the outcome. Did Constantine refer to him, or was it a reference to the ancestor of the Constantine family? At my current age, being in my 30s, I certainly cannot be acquainted with the high-ranking figures from over 1,000 years ago. So, whom could he possibly be referring to? Upon reflection, it seems that the figure in the black robe, Stifer, must be alluding to the ancestors of the original protagonist's family. This implies that the Constantine family must have once enjoyed considerable prestige. At the very least, they belong to a lineage of celestial beings. Otherwise, they would not be so readily recognized. Yet, one must wonder how they have fallen to such a dismal state. According to the memories of the original protagonist, the Constantine family has endured great misfortune, with scant records of formidable beings among their ranks. In the generations preceding the original protagonist, there were nearly no extraordinary individuals, and it was only due to the unbearable circumstances in Vassic that the original protagonist chose to join the spiritual cult. Perhaps there lies a chance for unexpected discoveries. If one could uncover the family treasure, one might soar to great heights. With his plans firmly in place, Malvin adjusted his appearance, picked up the obsidian metal vial, and chuckled softly. It is time to pay a visit to the commissioner. Chapter 11. Painting a picture for Algie, Marvin ascended to the deck, where he discovered the ghost ship's sails and helm were unattended. Strangely, the phantom vessel maintained a steady course amidst the turbulent seas, presenting an eerie spectacle. He beckoned to the first mate, Alba, who promptly approached and inquired, Captain, Are you going to see that fellow from the church? Yes, let us proceed, Marvin replied. Alba produced a bone flute from his person and, with a spirited blow, summoned a fierce gust of wind that propelled them towards the wave-breaker. Upon reaching the ship, they found the previously scattered wolf fish had been completely cleared away, and the crew aboard were pirates from the ghost ship. While the phantom vessel could navigate without human intervention, the wave-breaker remained merely a conventional wooden sailing ship. Algie was imprisoned here, and following Marvin's orders after the battle. The other crew members had been transferred to the ghost ship. Algie and a dying comrade remained confined aboard the wave-breaker. The first mate, Adrian, sat in the captain's cabin, overseeing Algie's detention. Upon noticing Marvin's arrival, he nodded in acknowledgement before exiting the room. Algie's complexion had improved significantly. During his confinement, he had not endured further mistreatment, and he increasingly recognized the rising probability of his survival. Thus, when he saw Marvin enter, a humble smile graced his face. "Greetings, Captain." Marvin remained silent, his expression somber as he uncorked a metallic vial and drew forth a crimson cloth strip. Had one not known it was a level 2 sealed object, its sinister nature would have gone unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Marvin felt the blood-red shackles in his grasp respond with an uncanny familiarity as he infused it with his essence. The crimson cloth wrapped around his fingers, which rapidly elongated into blood-red spikes. The spikes bore mysterious patterns and the luster characteristic of metal. With a casual flick, he severed the corner of a wooden table. How razor-sharp! Algie's fear surged to its zenith. He understood the magnitude of this sealed object. Cold sweat streamed down his back, yet he dared not disturb the young man before him, fearing a momentary displeasure could result in dire consequences. After testing the steel claw, Marvin raised his hand and unleashed the abyssal shackles upon Algie. Instantly, dark bindings enveloped him, capable of both restraining and eroding flesh, thus controlling and inflicting harm upon enemies. However, the abyssal shackles demanded considerable essence, allowing Marvin, with his Sequence 8 power, to wield it only once. The steel claw, in contrast, was reusable, and when paired with the Joker's pendulum, the abyssal shackles could be employed 2 additional times, not to mention the steel claw's versatility. Earlier that morning, as Algie prepared with 2 sealed objects, he had not anticipated Marvin's squad to engage in such a biochemically extraordinary battle. Before he could make a move, First Mate Adrian had struck him down from afar, and Marvin, upon boarding, had unleashed a torrent of bullets, leaving him utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he was compelled to surrender. Now, his life rested in the hands of his adversary. Despite suffering from the abyssal shackles damage, he feared to plead for mercy, worried that it might provoke a lethal response from his captor. Marvin extended his hand toward Algie, and the blood-red strip shot from his palm, aiming directly for Algie's head. As it approached, the crimson binding ensnared his head like a monstrous octopus ensnaring its prey. Algie, now gripped by terror, could no longer maintain his fade of bravado and exclaimed, "Captain, you promised to spare my life. Why do you not honor your word? Is your integrity so trifling?" At this moment, a mere thought could have drained Algie's blood, the life of a Sequence 8 extraordinary at Marvin's whim, and he reveled in the power he wielded. "Haha, I thought you would hold out longer. I was merely jesting." Algie, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, had indeed been terrified, fearing for his life before the formidable man before him. "Algie Wilson, do you desire power? Do you wish for swift ascension? Do you seek to instill fear in all?" I certainly do. Who wouldn't he want that in this world? But rapid advancement may not be so simple. You know, it took me 3 years to consume the Sequence 9 potion, and I have yet to complete a year with the Sequence 8. To ingest the Sequence 7 potion, I must wait several more years. Haha, you are a fool. You have been deceived by the Storm Church. Do you know how long I have been an extraordinary being? For how long? You are of similar age to me. It must be several years. You are mistaken. I have only been extraordinary for a few months, and I am already at Sequence 8. Do you wonder why I have not lost control? Marvin's purpose today was to win over Algie, thus employing persuasive rhetoric to sway him. Only a few months? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? What benefit would I gain from lying to you? If you do not trust me, you surely recall Chillingers, who became extraordinary around the same time as you. He is now a Sequence 6 wind wielder. And what of you? Marvin's words silenced Algie. Indeed, Chillingers had also attained extraordinary status at the same time. Yet he had fled from the church's oppression and swiftly risen in power. Now he was a formidable pirate general, with a bounty of 10,000 pounds in the kingdom of Ruen alone. His rapid advancement, coupled with Marvin's claim of achieving sequence 8 in merely a few months, suggested that both Chillingers and Marvin possessed a method for swiftly harnessing the potion's power, allowing for rapid ascension while avoiding loss of control. This knowledge was invaluable, and Algie yearned for it. If what you say is true, you and your organization must possess a method that enables rapid advancement. Indeed, you are not entirely lacking in wit. We have indeed uncovered a method for swiftly digesting potions. Once mastered, rapid ascension is within reach. Within my organization, there is a genius who fully digested the sequence 9 potion in just a month. I, being somewhat less astute, took just over 2 months. Digesting the potion? Is it not extracting? Algie, who had already accumulated vague ideas in his mind, found clarity upon hearing Marvin's words. A thrill surged within him. This method was extraordinary, and he had finally found an opportunity to grow stronger. That is why I said you were played by the Storm Church. The upper echelons and core members have long mastered this method, yet they are unwilling to share it with you lower-tier extraordinary beings. Watching you teeter on the brink of losing control without revealing this method, you should understand why. Algie, upon hearing this, felt a surge of resentment and bitterness for the oppression and disdain he had suffered within the church. Had it not been for his unyielding spirit and fear of being hunted, he might have fled like Chillingers. Now, his heart brimmed with indignation and fury. Soon overwhelmed by the desire for strength, he refused to be treated as a pawn any longer. He must seize this opportunity to gain power and control his fate. What must I do to learn this secret? Marvin, pleased with Algie's eagerness, thought to himself that he indeed had a promising candidate. My organization and I hold you in high regard. We hope to enlist your talents, and in return, we can provide you with potion formulas and even potion materials. Once you accumulate sufficient merit, I can recommend you to the divine council I lead. What do you think of my generous offer? Chapter 12. Subjugation of Alge. Alge found himself at a loss for words. This was a privilege reserved for the celestial beings of the church, the archbishops, and the pope, high-ranking figures of the faith. What merit did a low-tier extraordinary like him possess to deserve such an honor? Did he truly deserve this? Was your organization the spiritual sect or the Restoration Society? Was your master the Grim Reaper, who had indeed returned? As Alge pondered this, an unparalleled shock surged within him. If this news were to reach the Storm Church, what kind of reward would he receive? Yet, he admonished himself, wake up, Alge. Even if there were merits, they belong to others. How could such a mixed blood like you be granted such recognition? Do not speculate further. You are not yet worthy to know my organization, nor the name of my master. When the time is ripe, I shall reveal it to you. But now, you must provide me with your answer. A faint smile appeared on Marvin's face as he fixed his gaze on Alge. Should Alge utter a single refusal, he would unhesitatingly allow the blood-red shackles to drain him. Marvin was unaware that Alge was currently grappling with a crisis of faith. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, believing that someone who thrived on the favor of the powerful would soon come to terms with it. Can you not decide yet? My patience is limited. 3-2. I agree. I will comply with your requests. You need not worry. Oh, you have acquiesced. Very well. However, the great Emperor Roselle once said that a person's thoughts cannot be discerned through their head alone. Thus, you must do something to demonstrate your determination. You understand this, do you not? I understand, but I am currently injured, and we are at sea. How do you expect me to prove it? I am well aware of your situation, which is why I have prepared everything for you. Come, let us proceed to the next room. With a wave of his hand, Marvin dispelled the abyssal shackles he had previously cast and severed the ropes binding Alge. Once Alge rose, he led the way to the adjacent chamber. Upon entering, Alge beheld a gravely injured comrade lying on the bed, someone he had only met during this mission. At that moment, Alge could not fail to understand what was being asked of him. He cursed inwardly, deeming the other a devil, yet he found himself with no alternative. Thus, he stepped forward without hesitation. The wounded comrade, noticing Alge's approach, did not see Marvin following behind. A look of surprise crossed his face. Captain Alge, you are free. His words were abruptly cut short as he beheld Alge, who, though limping, had his right hand shimmering with illusory scales, causing his arm to swell instantaneously. Alge, what are you, crack? The wounded team member's throat was crushed by Alge's grip, extinguishing his young life in an instant. Excellent. Marvin stepped forward to stand beside Alge, activating the eye of the undead to perceive a wretched specter slowly taking form before him. Do you know? When a person is slain by those they trust or hold dear, The overwhelming bitterness and hatred they feel can easily lead to their transformation into a vengeful spirit or malevolent specter. Should these spirits not be eradicated promptly, they will only grow stronger and inflict harm upon others. My Sequence 8 title is Gravedigger, and my extraordinary ability allows me to effortlessly uncover the weaknesses of vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. By assuming the role associated with this sequence, I can swiftly digest elixirs. As soon as Marvin finished speaking, he conjured an abyssal shackle to bind the specter, then pierced it with his iron claw, causing the ethereal form to dissipate. See, I can feel the elixir being digested. Once I have fully digested it, I will experience a unique sensation akin to a firework exploding in my mind, a truly exquisite feeling. The method you mentioned for rapid digestion of elixirs is called role-playing? Astute. Role-playing is the technique by which extraordinary individuals can quickly assimilate elixirs. The essence lies in the individual formulating their own role-playing rules based on their circumstances and strictly adhering to them for rapid digestion. After listening to Marvin's explanation, Alge closed his eyes and contemplated for a long while, finally exhaling deeply. Thank you. Very well, our transaction is complete. Next, we must establish a means of communication to facilitate the exchange of messages in the future. Additionally, I will endeavor to procure the blood of the ghost shark for you. Once you have accumulated sufficient merits, I can provide it to you free of charge, or if you are impatient, I may sell it to you at a low price. Marvin's approach exemplified a classic carrot-and-stick strategy. He had already devised a plan to have Alge complete his initiation by utilizing the dying comrade. With the initiation complete and the benefits of role-playing now bestowed upon Alge, Marvin, well-versed in human nature, understood that to secure Alge's lasting loyalty, he must offer further enticing prospects. As long as you remain loyal to me and my master, I can assure you that within 2 to 3 years, you will ascend to demigod status. Demigod? Even a seasoned individual like Alge felt his face flush with excitement. A demigod, a being that is part human and part divine, holds a position of immense power in any organization. He could not help but be swayed. Understanding human psychology, Alge was not swayed by Marvin's offer of ghost shark blood. A primary material of Sequence 7 is not particularly rare among certain clandestine organizations. However, the promise of becoming a demigod within 2 to 3 years was undeniably alluring. Seeing Alge's astonished and excited demeanor, Marvin felt a surge of satisfaction within. The thrill of manipulating human emotions was intoxicating. Oh, and let me impart one last piece of information. The reason I was able to anticipate your attack is that I received divine revelation from my master prior to your arrival. In that revelation, the steps, timing, and location of your assault were laid out clearly, which enabled us to counter your attack with ease. Ah, the storm above. Which deity does the organization behind this man worship? Is he omniscient? Alge's complexion paled rapidly as he finally grasped the insidious horror and strangeness surrounding him. Why would such a hidden entity take notice of a mere low-tier extraordinary like him? What he did not realize was that the master Marvin referred to was, at that moment, not even a novice of Sequence 9, nor did he comprehend that all of this was orchestrated by Marvin. Had he understood, he might never have harbored thoughts of opposing Marvin again. He was already firmly ensnared. Soon after, Marvin and Alge discussed clandestine locations and methods for communication, as well as their respective code names. Once everything was settled, Marvin gathered all the captives and announced the commutation of their death sentences, although all their possessions would be confiscated. Upon hearing this, the punished individuals felt a wave of relief wash over them, only to be met with the grim reality of their newfound poverty, having lost even the church's sealed artifacts to the pirates. Alge, fully aware of his situation, chose to remain in the ship's hold, nursing his injuries and ignoring the curses of his colleagues, embracing a sense of resignation to the storm's fury. He was now singularly focused on obtaining resources from Marvin to facilitate his advancement, having relinquished any illusions regarding the Storm Church. Thus, he remained indifferent to the dissatisfaction and slander of his fellow church members. He had erred, but his transgressions were not worthy of death. The church would likely only cast him aside for a few years. They would not demand his life. With that, the matter concluded. Marvin watched as his sailors observed the punished squad leave, disheartened, aboard the Wavestrider. The ghostly Avenger resumed its journey towards Biome, now significantly bolstered in strength. Although the number of extraordinary individuals remained 3, they now possessed 3 magical artifacts and an additional 3 reserve extraordinary members. Chapter 13. Setting sail, Alba, wielding a great sword, shouted and leapt forward towards Malvin, who held a dagger. Malvin cleverly evaded the warrior's assault with a swift roll to the side, then thrust his sword towards Alba's upper body. The warrior defended with his great sword, blocking the attack, then spun around to sweep Malvin with a powerful horizontal strike. Malvin narrowly escaped the range of the warrior's colossal sword and raised his hand, calling out, "Stop, let us take a break." Upon hearing this, Alba said nothing more, casually discarding his sword onto the deck before collapsing onto it. "Captain, how much longer until we reach Biome? We've passed islands like Pasu and Dinos, yet you haven't allowed us to disembark. The crew is suffocating here." Malvin paid no heed to the first mate's complaints. The deck was nearly devoid of sailors. The ghost ship sailed on, as steady as ever, fostering an air of lethargy among the pirates. Initially, they gathered on deck to observe the training of the three extraordinary individuals and even participated. However, as boredom set in, they clustered together to engage in card games, which Malvin overlooked, as long as they posed no threat to his command. Throughout the journey, they had scarcely engaged in piracy, primarily due to Malvin's fear of attracting the attention of the naval authorities, who would seek to eradicate their small band of pirates. Perhaps they were fortunate, or perhaps the ghost ship was simply too swift, as no pirate vessel attempted to plunder them. After sailing peacefully for 5 or 6 days, Malvin could not help but reflect on his good fortune. His training with the first mate and the crew had yielded remarkable results, enhancing his physical prowess to a new height. Alba relished the experience, and the first mate felt remarkably comfortable at sea during these days. From snippets of their conversation, Malvin discerned that they had unconsciously fully absorbed the potion. He remained undecided about revealing the potion's nature to them, feeling the need for further observation. Looking at the sea chart, he noted that their ship had entered the waters of the Rosted Archipelago. As long as they could locate the private harbor of the Hell General, this journey would be nearly complete. Calculating the time, he recalled that the next tarot meeting would convene tomorrow afternoon. He wondered if Miss Justice had managed to concoct the potion to become extraordinary. Would his premature sharing of the potion's formula hinder the dreaming hound from embarking on the extraordinary path? If his actions had indeed caused this, he would have to devise a way to persuade Miss Justice. Otherwise, he would owe an apology to General K, for she was the designated heroine chosen by the curly-tailed baboon, and he had no desire to face their wrathful tirades. "Captain, we have arrived," the first mate, Adrian, announced with a gravelly voice that resonated throughout the vessel, igniting a frenzy among the pirates. They rushed from the cabins, eager to catch a glimpse of the splendor of the generous city. Unfortunately, twilight had fallen, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky, casting the city in shadow, with only sporadic lights hinting at its vibrancy and bustle. The first mate steered the ship towards the northeastern tip of Blue Mountain Island, the main isle of the Rosted Archipelago, as per the navigational chart. The safety of the Hell General's private harbor was assured, and they planned to dock there for the night. The Maple Leaf dock was under the Hell General's control, and as the ghostly Avenger arrived at the dock, the crimson moon was already at its zenith. In the coolness of the scarlet night breeze, Malvin, accompanied by the first mate and the boatswain, descended from the deck, where they were greeted by a sturdy middle-aged woman who warmly welcomed them. "Good evening, handsome Captain Malvin. I am Tina Wolf, the deputy agent of Maple Leaf Dock and the liaison appointed by the Hell General." Tina Wolf, not quite reaching 6 feet, had a dark complexion and a strong visage. "Good evening, Ms. Wolf. This is my first mate, Adrian, and the boatswain, Alba." After nodding to the first mate and the boatswain, Tina turned to lead the three of them to their lodging. "Chasing treasures, I see. Undead creatures seem to be the haunt of grave robbers. I wonder which tier they belong to. Likely a high-ranking entity, which explains why there aren't many extraordinary individuals stationed here. They must have all gone treasure hunting with the Hell General. The treasure of the undead? What tier of power does that entail?" Malvin inquired. Tina Wolf smiled. "If an experienced extraordinary individual like yourself is unaware, then I certainly cannot claim to know. Matters concerning the powerful will be revealed to us in due course. And vice versa, wouldn't you agree?" Malvin chose not to engage with her impudence, acknowledging his own rank of only Tier 8, while she was backed by the Tier 5 Hell General. "I apologize, Ms. Wolf, for my indiscretion. Now that official matters are settled, might I ask if you are interested in discussing more personal affairs?" Upon hearing this, Tina Wolf's interest piqued. "Oh, what personal matters? I find myself confined to this private dock, unable to venture out. Have you brought any novelties from the outside world?" she inquired, casting flirtatious glances at Malvin, which made him feel somewhat nauseous. The first mate and bosun, however, appeared enthralled, leaving Malvin in disbelief at their lack of discernment. Noticing Malvin's lack of response to her flirtation, Tina chuckled and said, "By novelties, I naturally refer to potion formulas or extraordinary materials. If you happen to possess any remarkable items, that would be even better, as these are highly sought after here." With a wink that rendered the first mate and Alba dazed, the two began whispering to each other about who might stay behind that night, leaving Malvin utterly exasperated. "I possess potion formulas for sailors ranging from Tier 9 to Tier 7. I presume you may find them useful? Additionally, I have formulas for spectators and readers. Would you be interested? We are also in need of extraordinary materials. By the way, I would like to procure some supplies for my sailors. Do you have any channels?" Upon hearing this, Tina Wolf smiled brightly. "My intuition serves me well. You indeed possess the formulas I seek. I am a Tier 8 Fury of the People and am in urgent need of the Navigator's Potion formula. Name your price." Chapter 14. The initial roll £1,000? That seems rather steep. Could you possibly lower the price? Additionally, I require your audience's and reader's formula. Do you have a way to procure the clown's formula? You've come to the right person regarding the clown's formula. I am quite familiar with this avenue. I can procure it, and even the sequence 7 magician's formula can be obtained, though it will require some time. Really? How long will it take? You know that the extraordinary individuals in this line are quite rare. If you can assist me, I assure you the price will be fair. Approximately 1 to 2 weeks. We will be here for a while. I believe you can wait. Wait, of course. That's splendid. Is there anything else you require? I will gather it all for our transaction. What a delightful surprise to strike a deal right after landing. I was just lamenting my lack of funds. And now this issue is resolved. I need 30 grams of fish scales from the manfish, 15 grams of the blood of the fishman, 9 grams of frenzied seaweed powder, 1 portion of the fury potion, along with the fighter's formula and potion. These are urgently needed. I wonder how much you can provide. Are you planning to cultivate a batch of extraordinary sailors? Yes, I have 3 portions of the sailor's extraordinary traits, perfectly suited for nurturing my subordinates. This way, we can enhance our self-defense capabilities at sea. I can gather the auxiliary materials for the sailor's potion, but the rest I cannot assist with. After hearing Tina Wolf's words, the disappointment on Adrian and Alba's faces was palpable, yet they could do nothing but hope for luck in the city. After bidding farewell to Tina Wolf, Malvin and the others convened to decide that they would stay aboard the ship to promote 3 sailors that night. Starting tomorrow, the first officer and the bosun would take turns guarding the 3 newly promoted extraordinary individuals on the ghost ship, while the other pirates could relax in the city. Before long, Tina Wolf returned with a middle-aged man. Through introductions, they learned that this man was Tina's husband, Richard Miller, a diviner. It became clear why Tina was so delighted to hear that Malvin could obtain the clown's and magician's formulas. The total cost for the 3 auxiliary materials was £135. After confirming the authenticity of the formulas with Mr. Miller, they totaled £250, with both parties agreeing on a combined price of £500 for the clown's and magician's formulas. Thus, both parties left satisfied, except for Adrian and Alba, who felt bitter about the opportunity they had missed. That night, aboard the ship Azure Avenger, 3 extraordinary individuals were born, and the pirates celebrated with a grand festivity, drinking themselves into a stupor. Malvin, however, refrained from joining, instead lying on the soft bed and contemplating the digestion of the potion. After battling with Alge's team, he had extinguished 3 spirits, indicating that the potion's digestion was minimal, suggesting he was on the right path regarding his role, though the method still needed refinement. The original host had relied on time to endure at sequence 9, thus, to ensure stability, he needed to embody sequence 9 this time, striving for perfection. According to Mr. Fool's theory regarding the castle's guards, the roles of the gravedigger and mortician can be summarized as to kill and to bury. Since this path is primarily associated with the undead, it is bound to be cold and ruthless. Hence, to portray it accurately, he must become a merciless executioner of spirits. The most convenient roles for this portrayal would be as a cemetery guard or a morgue worker, and these would be his primary job search targets. The Maple Leaf Ferry is located 5 to 6 kilometers from the main city, necessitating a carriage ride to enter. The following morning, Malvin and the first officer, Adrian, shared a carriage into the city. The bustling day in Byam was filled with activity, with native people in robes and brown jackets bustling about. Malvin and Adrian each held a tayatwa, savoring the sweet and sour fruit as they walked. Their destination was Old John's restaurant on Fragrant Leaf Street, chosen based on the fervent recommendation from the gluttonous German Spiro. Naturally, upon arriving in Byam, Malvin had to pay a visit. After sampling 2 flavors of grilled scad paired with Zara beer, the two parted ways, satisfied and full. Malvin intended to seek a position as a morgue worker or a cemetery night watchman, while Adrian opted to wander on his own. They agreed to reconvene at the Arrowfish Tavern that evening, a recognized gathering place for adventurers in Byam, where extraordinary individuals would likely congregate, offering them a chance for luck. The primary objective for the day was to attempt a roll, so Malvin carried the clown's pendulum with him. In the absence of a clear lead, he had a sudden inspiration to use a mystical navigation method. He closed his eyes and meditated, reciting the divination phrase, "The room where someone recently died." Upon opening his eyes, he saw the pendulum pointing east. After 3 divinations, he arrived at a desolate shanty town. The area was eerily quiet. As he approached within 5 meters of a room, he was immediately hit by a pungent odor. Malvin's heart leapt with joy. The scent indicated he was in the right place. He glanced around, noticing no one nearby, and without hesitation, he stepped forward to push open the door. Buzz, buzz. A swarm of flies erupted from the room as Malvin waved them away with his hand and cautiously stepped inside. The corpse within had begun to swell and decompose, covered in maggots. The room was sparsely furnished, with few items of furniture and clothing, suggesting the deceased had lived in dire straits. There were no obvious signs of injury, likely succumbing to illness. Without delay, Malvin retrieved a dark metal bottle from his waist, swiftly extracting the blood-red shackles, and bound the wandering spirit with abyssal chains. Sighing as he extinguished it with his steel claws, Malvin contemplated setting the place ablaze, but feared attracting the attention of authorities. Thus, he patiently gathered the body and found a quiet spot to lay the poor soul to rest. This experience significantly enhanced his potion's digestion, affirming that he was on the right path. From his reflections over the past few days, Malvin distilled his role-playing principles. A gravedigger should offer the dead dual rest, both physical and spiritual. After completing his task, the sun had begun to set, prompting Malvin to hasten towards Black Pearl Street, where a Storm Church hospital awaited. Upon arrival, he expressed his desire to volunteer, and the hospital nurse welcomed him warmly. However, upon learning of his intention to work as a morgue attendant, her demeanor shifted, displaying clear disdain. Malvin remained unfazed. He was solely focused on his role and disinterested in petty disputes with ordinary folk. After completing the necessary forms, he followed an attendant to the morgue, where the attendant offered a brief introduction before departing. Malvin, however, was already smiling at the sight before him. Wow, there are 5 or 6 corpses here. This is a jackpot. Chapter 15. The extraordinary gathering of Byam. Malvin did not hesitate. He directly extinguished the undead. In the process, he felt a fleeting sense of tranquility within his spiritual and astral forms. He gained a new understanding of his role, while the gravedigger brings rest to others. He also finds solace for himself. We are all drawn toward the underworld, for it is the ultimate destination. The path of the night leads to sequence 6, the Soul Reaper, where the correct role involves guiding souls to their peaceful dissolution. This portrayal aligned with his current role, prompting him to ponder whether these 2 paths held some esoteric connection. Since the role-playing proved effective, he decided to engage in it long-term. Yet, whether it was the exhaustion of luck or some other reason, he remained in the morgue until the red moon rose without having received a single opportunity for work. Upon exiting the morgue, he assessed his spiritual state and couldn't help but chuckle at his own anticipation for more corpses to portray. Perhaps this was the influence of the potion on his psyche. Remembering how the original owner, Klein, had steadfastly held on to his principles to avoid losing control, he finally empathized with that caution in this moment. The risks of the mysterious world were omnipresent. No wonder the General Studies course in Silver City always emphasized that one is merely playing a role. Role-playing is not infallible. Madness is eternal. And even a minor indulgence could lead to significant risks of losing control. Malvin, you must remain vigilant and remember to learn from Klein, praising the fool. After leaving the church hospital, Malvin donned the long robe he had prepared earlier and made his way to the Arrowfish Tavern. By the time he arrived, the first mate had been waiting for quite a while. Upon entering, Malvin spotted the first mate seated at the bar, casually nursing a glass of beer. "A glass of Zarla, 3 pence, the first mate said, covering the cost. Malvin took a sip, The locally brewed malt beer had a pleasing flavor. Did you glean any news? There's plenty of information, albeit mostly trivial. However, not much is useful, the first mate replied, gesturing toward the southwestern corner of the bar. Malvin noticed 3 blackboards propped up on the side of the bar, adorned with yellowing notices of various peculiarities. There were requests for bodyguards, pleas for assistance in finding missing persons, inquiries about a certain island, bounties for the heads of pirates, and claims of possessing a treasure map seeking a team. In short, matters already claimed by private detectives and security firms in the Ruen Kingdom still belong to adventurers here. Did you find any useful information for us? Most of the adventurers around here seem to be ordinary folk. I haven't spotted a single extraordinary individual. However, I did learn that the tavern capable of hosting extraordinary gatherings is not here. It's at the Cedar Leaf Tavern. Cedar Leaf Tavern? That name rings a bell. Isn't at the stronghold of the Blood General? Does it not have someone called Old Quinn? Yes, Captain, you know where it is? Oh, I've heard of it before. Let us head there tonight. Perhaps luck will be on our side. The 2 men rose and exited the Arrowfish Tavern, procuring a carriage to the Cedar Leaf Tavern. Upon arriving, Malvin halted the first mate, insisting they change their clothes before entering. Adrian felt a twinge of reluctance. He had long harbored grievances about the captain's newfound caution since that day, yet he dared not defy Malvin's orders and complied. The 2 tall figures clad in hooded robes immediately attracted attention upon entering the tavern. Adrian, indifferent to the gazes, squeezed through the crowd to the bar and whispered, "I'm looking for Old Quinn." The bartender, glancing at Adrian, noted his unfamiliarity. "What do you need him for?" "We're here for the gathering. We have some items to sell." £2, the bartender replied. Adrian produced £4, paying for the 2 of them. The bartender accepted the money and retrieved 2 masks from beneath the bar, handing them to Adrian. "Follow me." The first mate awaited Malvin's arrival, handing him a mask. Following the bartender, they ascended to a room on the 2nd floor, where the bartender knocked on the door with a specific pattern: 3 long, 2 short, and 1 brief. The door opened to reveal an elderly man with graying hair. "Attending the gathering? You have something in hand. Come in." Upon entering, Malvin observed a mix of masked and unmasked individuals. Overall, the masked attendees were in the majority, while those without masks were mostly local natives like Old Quinn. The gathering was presided over by another man, approximately 1.78 meters tall, wearing a ship captain's hat, with a gaunt face that exuded a menacing presence. A lock of black hair fell across his face, partially obscuring his emerald green eye, softening his otherwise harsh demeanor. This host was known as the Calm Scowl, a notorious figure under the Blood General. Malvin and Adrian did not recognize him, but the others did. He spoke up at an opportune moment. "Newcomers may express their needs or items for sale through the paper and pen on the table, and Old Quinn will relay them to me." Nodding in response, Malvin urged the first mate to write down their request, which was straightforward: to procure extraordinary materials and formulas for Adrian and the sailors. They intended to offer formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 sailors, while withholding Sequence 7 for now, given that this was a stronghold of the Storm Church at sea. Discretion was warranted. Additionally, he wished to observe whether this Blood General stronghold possessed any seals or extraordinary individuals capable of authenticating formulas. After the first mate completed the note, he handed it to Old Quinn nearby. The request quickly reached Scowl. The newcomers seek a heart of a swift sea lion, 50 grams of stingray spinal fluid, 15 grams of golden seaweed juice, and a gallbladder of a swift sea lion. For the fighter formula, they offer the formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 sailors, as well as the Sequence 9 audience formula. Following Scowl's announcement, the room fell silent for a moment until a figure in a striped mask spoke. "I have the stingray spinal fluid, but I do not require gold pounds. Instead, I seek a magical item with significant lethality and minimal negative effects. Of course, I will compensate for any excess with gold pounds." Malvin and the first mate felt disheartened upon hearing this request. They themselves were in need of magical items. "I have a magical item called the Cold-Blooded Blade, a short dagger. This dagger enhances the wielder's agility and inflicts wounds that cannot heal for 10 minutes, while also cursing the victim with an unknown affliction. I have yet to accurately test the duration, but I estimate it to be around a day. Beyond that, it must be isolated in a metal box far from crowds for half a day. I require a divination magical item in exchange." The speaker was Scowl, who without pause continued, "If you have what I seek, feel free to tell me. Purchasing with gold pounds is also acceptable." The striped mask figure inquired, "Do you not consider other items?" Chapter 16. The composed Skull. Upon witnessing Skull's shake of the head, Adrian refrained from uttering a word, instead directing his gaze intently at Malvin, the implication unmistakable. Malvin exhaled deeply and, in a hoarse voice, declared, "I possess an item that meets your requirements." Known as the Jester's Pendulum, its bearer will experience a significant enhancement of their spiritual essence and will effortlessly wield various methods of divination, while concurrently gaining a boost in combat intuition during battles. However, the downside is that prolonged wear may incite an urge to pray to obscure entities, occasionally resulting in peculiar behaviors. After testing, removing it for half a day after wearing it for a day will dissipate the urge to pray to these hidden beings. It is a remarkable item. Are you willing to exchange? After our trade, I will exchange with that friend in the striped mask. Do both of you agree? As soon as Malvin finished speaking, both Skull and the masked figure nodded in agreement. Malvin handed the Jester's Pendulum to the first mate, whose eyes brimmed with gratitude. The host of the gathering, after casually testing the pendulum and nodding in satisfaction, produced a dark short knife and offered it to Adrian. "How much more must I pay you? Or do you have other needs? Do you possess any formulas for combatants or extraordinary traits? If so, we could negotiate further. I regret to inform you, my friend, that I can only offer you gold pounds. Add another 400 pounds to my payment. The lethality of this cold-blooded blade is formidable, so I trust you can accept a reasonable markup. Deal." The striped masked figure was remarkably generous, producing a small metal vial and a substantial wallet filled with gold pounds. The essence of spinal fluid retains its potency for about 6 months. It should be fashioned into a potion promptly. Skull interjected once more. "Do you require the formulas for Sailor Pathway sequences 9 and 8? The audience pathway formulas are exceptionally rare. I am interested. But who can guarantee the accuracy of these formulas?" Indeed, someone raised this concern, prompting Skull to hold the Jester's Pendulum aloft. "This item can divine the outcome. Furthermore, I possess a wondrous item from a notary. Rest assured, you need not fear deception, though appraisals are not without cost." Damn, this merchant. Most extraordinary individuals present silently cursed this character, yet none dared to vocalize their sentiments. "What is the appraisal fee in gold pounds?" A masked figure inquired. "Depends on what you wish to appraise. For this pendulum, it is 20 pounds. For the notary, it is 50 pounds. By the gods, this fellow possesses a sharp business acumen. What is the total for 2 sailor formulas and the audience formula?" questioned a tall figure adorned with a fish-patterned mask. "A significant transaction. This individual must belong to an organization. Otherwise, he would not gather a group to purchase formulas. The total is 850 gold pounds. The appraisal fee is to be borne by you." The fish-masked figure shook his head in response. "What if you cover half of the appraisal fee? I wish to use the notary's wondrous item for certainty." "Agreed, but you must not sell these formulas at this gathering." The fish-masked figure nodded in acknowledgement. Malvin retrieved the formulas from his breast and handed them to the first mate, who then passed them to old Quinn. "Now, there can be no doubt, they are valid." It was clear why this fellow sought the diviner's wondrous item. The burden of the notary's item was too great for him. Subsequently, First Mate Adrian rose once more to receive 825 gold pounds from the fish-masked figure. At this moment, Malvin and Adrian became the focal point of the gathering, having managed to sell a substantial amount of gold pounds merely through the formulas without making any purchases. Coupled with the previous exchange of wondrous items, the total of 225 gold pounds was enough to capture the interest of many present. Malvin, sensing this shift in dynamics, hoarsely spoke again. "I wish to procure a powerful extraordinary weapon, regardless of its design, with the least negative effects possible. Thank you." His words brought a hush over the assembly, apart from the composed Skull. Few could produce such a powerful extraordinary weapon, prompting all eyes to turn towards him. Skull chuckled softly. "I happen to have one, but can you meet the price?" "How much?" "At least 5,000 pounds. It corresponds to the Sequence 6 Dawn Knight trait, aptly named the Sword of Dawn. This wondrous item carries considerable negative effects, so contemplate carefully whether you desire it." "I wish to learn more. Might you grant me a private audience?" After a moment's contemplation, Skull replied, "After the gathering concludes, you may remain, and we shall discuss. As you wish." The remainder of the event lacked significant surprises. Successful transactions were few and far between, a common occurrence at extraordinary gatherings. Wild, extraordinary individuals were often impoverished, expending vast resources to assemble a single material. After finally acquiring a formula or extraordinary material, they still had to contend with the potential for hidden traps, not to mention the constant threat of pursuit by official extraordinary beings. Once the gathering concluded, participants dispersed. Malvin and Adrian stayed behind, following Skull into a lavishly appointed chamber. Skull first poured himself a glass of liquor, swallowing it in one gulp, relishing the taste before leisurely regarding Malvin and Adrian. What exactly do you rely upon to believe you can transact with me? As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from Skull, attempting to intimidate Malvin and Adrian with his presence. Sequence 7 Abyssal Pathway, the Chain Killer? You discerned my extraordinary pathway. It seems your organization is indeed formidable. This is merely probing for my weaknesses. I am unafraid to tell you that I possess knowledge that would astonish you. Our captain is Lord Ludwell, who has always been protective of his subordinates and would never allow them to be bullied. Thus, we have come to the stronghold of the Blood General for trade. Are we unwelcome? And what of the Hell General? Do you believe I fear him? This individual possessed considerable intelligence, having uncovered the whereabouts of the Hell General. Both the Blood General and this fellow were devoid of humanity. A bait was necessary to ensnare him, lest we find ourselves unable to depart this place. Are you interested in information regarding General Kalingus? I can divulge his weaknesses along with details about his wondrous item. The Hurricane General Kalingus? Skull's azure eyes flickered as he stroked his chin, recalling that his wondrous item was named the Crawling Hunger, a seal crafted from the shepherd trait. If you are interested, I can provide detailed information about the souls he shepherds. Skull regarded the self-assured Malvin, then suddenly rose and circled around, swiftly seizing Malvin by the throat and delivering a powerful kick that sent Adrian sprawling aside. With a resounding crash, Adrian fell sideways, collapsing a high-backed chair. Do not move. If you do, I shall crush him. Chapter 17. The infiltration of intelligence. The incident unfolded abruptly, and Adrian found himself momentarily paralyzed, unable to react before the captain was seized by the adversary. Though his heart raced with urgency, he understood that reckless action would only exacerbate the captain's plight. Captain, are you unharmed? Rest assured, should he dare to inflict harm upon you, I would willingly descend into the depths of hell to inform the general of the underworld, seeking vengeance for us. Adrian, quick-witted, realized that mere bravado would not intimidate the foe before them, thus he too invoked the name of the general of the underworld, echoing Malvin's earlier strategy. Do not be alarmed, Adrian. Mr. Scowl has no intention of taking my life. If he sought my demise, he would have acted long before now, and would not be wasting time with idle chatter. Indeed, Malvin felt a flicker of fear when confronted. Yet it was evident that the man before him had ulterior motives for delaying the inevitable. As these thoughts swirled in Malvin's mind, Scowl interjected, "You possess a certain audacity. Do you presume I am oblivious to your intentions? It is rather surprising to find someone so astutely calculating in the service of the general of the underworld." Malvin, taken aback, pondered his own misconceptions. He believed himself to be the strategist, only to realize that he was, in fact, the fool in this scenario. Pray tell, what do you believe my intentions to be? You are acutely aware that this is the stronghold of the Blood General, yet you dare to peddle intelligence concerning the Hurricane General. Clearly, you are attempting to incite conflict between us and the Hurricane General, which would ultimately benefit your faction within the underworld, would it not? By the gods, Malvin, you are exceedingly naive, fixated solely on commerce while neglecting the inherent political implications that arise from alliances divided. What matters most is the collective interest of our factions. Act swiftly, Malvin. I did not expect you to see through my ruse. However, if you are truly disinterested, why not simply end my life? Scowl taunted as he licked his tongue across Malvin's face. There is a certain saltiness to your skin. Were you afraid just now? This act nearly repulsed Malvin to the point of nausea. He longed to seize this scoundrel and deliver a thorough beating. Yet, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to endure. You dare act independently concerning the Hurricane General? Will you not report to the Blood General for his counsel? Very well. My curiosity is piqued regarding the weaknesses of Kylanges and the information pertaining to that potent sealing artifact, so you must speak first. Upon hearing Scowl's words, Malvin felt a surge of delight. The man was indeed intrigued. His greatest fear was that Scowl might hand him over directly to the Blood General. In truth, Malvin preferred confronting Scowl, for this individual, a serial killer, was predominantly rational, while the Blood General often acted without forethought. Kylanges was a rank 6 wind affinity user, notoriously lascivious, and upon landing ashore, he would inevitably seek the company of women to satiate his desires, an Achilles heel that could prove fatal for him. The shepherd's sealing artifact, the quivering hunger, was fashioned as a glove, within which resided 5 souls. 1. The faceless one, possessing only the ability to alter appearance and physique. 2. The psychologist, capable of inducing madness in his targets, performing psychological manipulation, simulating draconic intimidation, instilling fear in individuals and groups, and creating chaos. 3. The interrogator, who could bestow upon the glove's wearer mastery over various weapons, transforming them into an expert demolition specialist, with the ability to concentrate their spirit and pierce the ethereal forms of their targets. 4. The nightmare, endowed with a singular power to silently ensnare individuals into slumber. Relying on the quivering hunger rather than the corresponding extraordinary beings, the wearer could still move their body whilst ensnared in the nightmare. 5. The light priest, capable of generating a halo-like effect, purifying undead and tainted beings within a specified radius. Additionally, they could enhance their own and their allies' voices, summoning a divine light slightly less potent than the solar flare. The quivering hunger possessed a lifelike characteristic, requiring the consumption of a human's flesh and soul every other day, lest it turn against the wearer. After absorbing the entirety of Malvin's intelligence, Scowl fell into contemplation. He felt a stirring of desire. The quivering hunger was immensely powerful, and possessing it would elevate him to a status rivaling that of a rank 5. Yet, he recognized his own inadequacy in confronting Kylanges. Even with the captain's assistance, success was not guaranteed. Such intelligence further underscored the Hurricane General's formidable strength. An ordinary rank 5 would stand no chance against him. Your information is of no use to us. Just because it bears no significance for you does not imply it would be disregarded by a Desire Apostle. Are you aware that a Desire Apostle can manipulate human emotions? Should Kylanges venture into a locale such as the Red Theater, ambushed by a Desire Apostle, it could easily lead to his demise. Does this not intrigue you? A Desire Apostle? Where would one find such a being? You must be deceiving me. The Undying King's second-in-command, Gilshius, is a Desire Apostle. You could collaborate with him. In that scenario, the quivering hunger would belong to him, and you could acquire the Hurricane General's traits, or even the Demon's formula, if you so desire. Thus, you would obtain the formula, Gilshius would gain a powerful, arcane item and a rank 6 trait. Is this not a mutually beneficial outcome? Upon hearing Malvin's proposition, Scowl felt a stirring within him. Years of fruitless searching for a formula had left him despondent, and now, a mere rank 8 individual had ignited a flicker of hope. Your idea is intriguing. However, Kylange's whereabouts are shrouded in secrecy. A powerhouse like the Butcher Gilshius would never deign to collaborate with me. Such an arrangement would be exceedingly challenging to execute. To be candid, I am quite disappointed in you. You show little concern for your own advancement. There are no free lunches in this world. Thus, no one can assist you. To be frank, my connections could uncover Kylange's whereabouts. Would you be interested? You truly can ascertain Kylange's location? Scowl's excitement was palpable. The vastness of the sea was teeming with countless pirates, not to mention formidable factions like the Four Kings. Just considering the 7 notorious pirate generals, each possessed a multitude of powerful subordinates. Warfare among factions of similar strength would inevitably lead to substantial casualties and widespread repercussions. Should one faction orchestrate a trap to ensnare a leader, success would be uncomplicated. After all, pirate generals are still human and can be easily hunted. Thus, pirate generals, for their own safety, would never reveal their movements to outsiders. The audacity of this mere rank 8 to claim he could track a pirate general was utterly astonishing. Who was this individual truly? At this moment, Malvin felt a twinge of apprehension, for his confidence in deceiving Scowl stemmed from Alges. The deputy commissioner had maintained ties with Kylanges, and should Scowl take the bait, he would inevitably have to rely on Alges' network. Alges harbored a resolute desire to eliminate his childhood friend Kylanges, and upon learning of an impending hunt, would undoubtedly offer his assistance. According to the original timeline, Kylanges should have already established contact with the Dusk Hermetic Society, and he was likely engaged in preparations to assassinate Duke Negan in Beakland. As he pondered the Dusk Hermetic Society, Malvin instinctively sensed a foreboding warning, urging him to refrain from delving further into the secrets of that clandestine organization. As Malvin contemplated this, he turned his gaze back to the composed Scowl, only to realize that the man before him was far from calm. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and the excessive secretion of adrenaline manifested in a flurry of hyperactive symptoms. If you can ascertain Kylange's whereabouts, I might consider persuading the captain to intervene, surrounding and hunting down Kylange's with overwhelming force. We could easily formalize a contract. Once notarized, we would have no reason to fear betrayal. Scowl mulled over the proposition, finding it feasible. While Malvin's earlier suggestion had stirred his interest, it lacked practicality. Gilshius would not comply with his wishes, as they were not on the same tier. However, there was no issue in requesting the captain's assistance. The only unfortunate aspect was that his own concoction remained ineffective. Nevertheless, having rendered significant service, he was certain that the reward would be considerable. At that time, I would have the captain approach Gilshias for a trade, a request he would likely not refuse. With these thoughts in mind, Skoll began to contemplate the feasibility of hunting the Chillingers. Even if the hunt proved unsuccessful, the losses would not be devastating, for their captain was quite formidable. Resolute in his decision, Skoll hesitated no longer. After releasing Malvin, he promptly procured paper and pen to draft a contract. Malvin exchanged a glance with the first mate, who instinctively positioned himself in front of Malvin. Malvin, turning slightly, retrieved a jet-black metal vial from his pocket. Noticing Skoll engrossed in drafting the contract, he swiftly extracted the crimson shackles from the vial. Once the blood-red shackles were secured around his wrist, Malvin felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Having learned a valuable lesson this time, he vowed to ensure that his life-saving provisions were thoroughly prepared before embarking on any future escapades. Chapter 18. The Sword of Dawn. Not long after, Scowl ceased writing and handed a prepared contract to Marvin. Marvin, however, declined to accept the document and leisurely remarked, "Let us momentarily set aside the matter of the contract and first discuss the compensation for the intelligence provided earlier. I apologize for my earlier impetuosity that may have caused you distress. Should this hunt prove successful, I am willing to bestow upon you the Sword of Dawn as remuneration. Have you already received the intelligence, and now you wish to obtain my information for free?" Scowl suddenly noticed that Marvin's right hand, bound with a red ribbon, had elongated by over 10 centimeters, with metallic sheen glinting from the tips of his nails. It was a veritable iron claw, and beside him, his first mate wielded a revolver. "Ah, so you intend to resort to force?" Scowl questioned. "Are you not afraid that with a mere command, I could have you both unable to leave this establishment?" The implications of exiting a room versus leaving a bar were not lost on him. On a subconscious level, he sensed impending danger. Marvin laughed heartily. "You may hold the highest rank here, but the majority of others are but ordinary folk. Both of us are confident we could subdue you within a minute. At that point, who shall live and who shall perish is uncertain." "Very well, I concede. Your intelligence is indeed valuable, yet the Sword of Dawn holds even greater worth. If you could offer me an additional 2,000 pounds, we might conclude this transaction. If this Sword of Dawn is as powerful as you claim, why would you not keep it for yourself instead of selling it?" "The reason I do not retain it is that this artifact's sealing properties somewhat overlap with my own extraordinary abilities, and they are not entirely amicable. Hence my desire to be rid of it." Scowl's words bore significance, prompting Marvin to inquire, "What do you mean by not entirely amicable?" "This great sword significantly enhances the user's agility and strength, allows the wielder to see through illusions, and emanates a purging aura. It can even shape various weapons from the Dawn's light, and possesses innate purification properties, its most formidable form being that of a colossal sword. This blade possesses a life of its own, ceaselessly whispering to its bearer and unpredictably unleashing dawn storms. Such storms inflict substantial damage upon souls, malevolent spirits, and aberrant beings." "Ah, I see now. This creature's path to the abyss is indeed an unclean one, and the Blood Sovereign would be ill-suited to wield this great sword. My own path of the Grim Reaper should not be classified as unclean. However, I find that my elevated rank renders me incapable of wielding this sword. The combat prowess of the Grim Reaper's path relies predominantly on necromantic entities, and should I unsheath this sword on the battlefield, I would inadvertently decimate a significant portion of my own undead forces." The mental imagery was strikingly vivid. In such a scenario, I could simply pass it to Adrian or Alba, or if all else fails, sell it to other members of the Tarot Society. This great sword would be particularly suited for the Little Sun. The whispers it emits are mere inconsequential ramblings, lacking the gravitas of higher entities' murmurs. The sword's sealing mechanism requires it to be placed in a brightly lit environment or alongside artifacts of the solar path to maintain its tranquility. The dawn storms would subside. Curse it, how prophetic. This truly suits the little sun. However, as it stands, this artifact is far too troublesome. Items of the solar path are quite valuable, and acquiring them at sea is no simple feat. Is any rank within the solar path applicable? Indeed, the higher the rank, the more effective the sealing. Conversely, the lower the rank, the less effective it becomes. Upon hearing this, Marvin felt a twinge of conflict. A rank 6 artifact for merely 2,000 pounds was indeed a bargain. Yet the sealing method was somewhat cumbersome, and his current finances were rather constrained. I can offer you no more than 1,000 pounds. Otherwise, you may simply pay me for 1,000 pounds, and we can further negotiate the intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Sir Kalingas. After weighing Marvin's response for a moment, Scowl ultimately nodded. After all, the hunt for Kalingas promised greater rewards. It is settled. Marvin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Acquiring a rank 6 artifact for a mere 1,000 pounds was a remarkable deal. Scowl rose and approached the door, calling for Old Quinn, whom he whispered instructions to. Shortly thereafter, Old Quinn arrived with a long wooden box, which he handed to Scowl. Scowl opened the box and introduced it to Marvin. Behold, the Sword of Dawn. Its whispers have just been sealed the day before yesterday. Thus, you need not worry about its incessant murmurs, though the dawn storms are unavoidable. They should not pose a significant threat to you. Within the wooden box lay a long sword, its surface gleaming silver-white, resembling an ancient knight's sword. The hilt bore intricate designs, and the overall weight was quite manageable, measuring approximately 95 centimeters in length. Upon grasping it, he felt an unusual retreat of the sword's inherent spirit. This was curious. Why would this living knight's sword exhibit fear? Could it be that my spiritual rank is so elevated that it intimidates the Sword of Dawn? Yet, why did the blood shackles not evoke a similar response? Marvin did not dwell on this for long. He produced 1,000 pounds from his pocket, the earnings of the day, and handed them to Scowl before placing the knightly sword back in the wooden box and passing it to Adrian. Now that our transaction is complete, we must formalize the contract. The agreement stipulated that Marvin would provide the recent whereabouts of Kalingas, aiding the Blood Sovereign's party and hunting him down. Should they succeed, Marvin would receive a fee of 5,000 pounds. If they failed, he would still be compensated with 1,000 pounds. This meant that for providing Kalingas' whereabouts, Marvin stood to gain a maximum of 5,000 pounds and a minimum of 1,000 pounds, with no other compensation. Should they succeed, the Blood Sovereign's party would reap rewards many times greater than their investment of 5,000 pounds. Marvin's envy was futile. He was in no position to bargain with such a powerful entity as the Blood Sovereign, nor did he possess the capability to hunt Kalingas. Moreover, he had already profited 4,000 pounds from the intelligence regarding Kalingas. What more could he desire? Thus, he readily signed his name. After exiting the Fragrant Leaf Tavern, Adrian felt disoriented, struggling to comprehend his captain's actions. In one night, through sheer verbal prowess, they had acquired a rank 6 artifact, a decision that could determine the fate of a pirate general. He was overwhelmed with excitement, rambling nonsensically, and followed Marvin in a daze, their shadows stretching longer under the crimson moonlight. As the carriage sped along, Marvin felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Since leaving the tavern, he had sensed they were being followed. Unfortunately, the first mate remained in a drunken stupor, lost in his own world. So Marvin had no choice but to summon a carriage. Upon boarding, he first delivered a sharp slap to the first mate and seized the wooden box, extracting the great sword. Initially bewildered, Adrian eventually grasped the seriousness of Marvin's demeanor and inquired, "Captain, are we in trouble?" Chapter 19. The hunt. Before Malvin could finish his words, a piercing neigh of a horse echoed through the air. The carriage began to tilt forward, and the coachman suddenly let out a shriek, which was abruptly cut short. With a resounding crash, the carriage shattered, and Malvin leaped out, gripping his great sword, executing a graceful roll as he landed firmly on the expansive road. Adrian swiftly followed, glancing around to see that both the coachman and the horses were pierced by crossbow bolts, glinting ominously in the crimson moonlight. Run! Under the moon's glow, the two fled rapidly, shadows trailing behind them, intertwining as they dashed, accompanied by a series of long whistles that echoed back and forth. Malvin's heart raced with urgency. These assailants were clearly adept at using whistles for communication, suggesting they were no ordinary thieves, but rather part of a coordinated group. Perhaps it was poetic justice that he had just urged Skull to hunt the Chillingers. only to find himself hunted in return. How ironic. The cycle of retribution was unyielding. He cursed under his breath, chiding himself for such self-deprecation, and resolved to escape first. Focusing on their flight, Malvin tightened his grip on the Dawn sword, which significantly enhanced his strength and agility, making his movements feel remarkably light. Coupled with the peculiar ring that heightened his focus, he found his understanding of the environment and geography deepening. Oddly enough, this strange ring had previously caused him social embarrassment the moment he donned it. Having braced himself for another such incident in the carriage, he was pleasantly surprised by the absence of any such misfortune, prompting a mix of relief and bemusement at the ring's true nature. Adrian, panting heavily behind Malvin, felt as though his chest was ablaze, wondering where the captain intended to lead them. "Captain, where are we fleeing to? These pursuers have been hunting us since we left the Scented Leaf Tavern, which means they are certainly not official extraordinary beings. If we head towards the territory of the official extraordinary, they will likely retreat." Good idea. Upon realizing that Malvin and Adrian were heading towards the Storm Church, the pursuers finally grasped Malvin's intentions. With a longer whistle piercing the night, the speed of the assailants began to wane. "Stop, let us take a break, first mate," Adrian gasped, too exhausted to articulate more. Nodding numbly, he collapsed onto the ground, mirroring Malvin's earlier fall. "I'm utterly spent. Thank goodness you had the clarity to run towards the Storm Church, scaring off those pursuers. It's the ring that grants me such insight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of it. Let us move quickly. The deaths of the coachman and the horses will surely alert the official extraordinary beings." Adrian nodded in agreement, rising to follow Malvin. "Captain, your stamina is impressive. I could hardly keep up with you. Did you go to the Red Theater this afternoon? I didn't see you there. Bah, you reek of cheap cologne. I caught a whiff of it the moment I arrived at the Adventurer's Tavern tonight. You didn't wear any when we parted at noon. Besides, your footsteps were unsteady. It was quite obvious. Hey, Captain, you know it's been ages since we docked. One must unwind when ashore. But why didn't you go? The girls there are quite lovely, with warm hospitality and ample charms. Cough, cough. We're in the midst of fleeing for our lives, and you are getting carried away." Adrian shot Malvin a knowing look, for when men gather, aside from drinking, women are often the sole topic. As Malvin was about to retort, he suddenly lunged forward and stumbled, landing unceremoniously, the Dawn sword flying from his grasp. Adrian, startled, initially thought his captain had been attacked, but soon realized it was more likely a negative effect of the strange ring. Just as he intended to assist Malvin, a loud explosion erupted nearby. A deep red fireball detonated where Malvin had just stood, and without hesitation, covered in mud, he rolled and retrieved the Dawn sword. "Run! What are you waiting for?" Unfortunately, Adrian did not hear the warning. With a soft thud, a shimmering crossbow bolt struck him in the head. Malvin dared not linger, sprinting away, drenched in cold sweat, fearing he was doomed. The sounds of pursuit echoed behind him, and despite his frantic escape, his mind raced, calculating the angle from which the bolts were fired, gradually pinpointing the archer's location. After careful consideration, he adjusted his trajectory, inching closer to the marksman. To successfully evade capture, he needed to eliminate this shooter, not only for revenge for his first mate, but also because the threat of long-range attacks was far too terrifying. The hidden archer, puzzled as to why the fleeing figure was drawing closer, chuckled upon realizing Malvin's intent to turn the hunt back upon him. This ambush had been their trap from the very beginning, designed to ensnare these two in an intricate web of despair. Since Malvin sought to hunt him, the archer resolved to act as bait, leading him directly into the trap. As Malvin noticed the archer retreating, he abandoned the chase, understanding the unpredictability of the mysterious world. Swiftly, he turned and dashed towards Adrian's fallen body. Upon reaching it, he slowed his pace and cautiously approached, discovering someone rifling through Adrian's belongings, holding a bluish, jellyfish-like object. Malvin recognized it as a manifestation of Adrian's essence. Glancing around to ensure no one lay in ambush, he raised his hand and unleashed a blood-red binding spell. Not waiting for the thief to react before the Dawn sword coalesced into a massive blade, cleaving downwards. Blood sprayed forth as he wasted no time in recovering Adrian's essence and belongings, then rummaged through the remains, finding only a few charms and scattered notes. With little time to spare, he stuffed the items into his bag, only to realize that the thief's spirit had already dissipated, as had Adrian's. He chuckled softly to himself, realizing his earlier strike had purged both their essences. Apologizing quietly to Adrian, he prepared to leave when suddenly, a rushing sound approached. Malvin leapt into action, sprinting away, but this time escape seemed impossible as several figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, he noted that they were all armed with blades, one notably striking with fiery red hair. "I thought you were more capable, merely relying on tricks. Be wise and relinquish your possessions, or you shall suffer greatly." Chapter 20. The eerie form. The speaker was the red-haired individual whom Malvin had noticed. Although his words were quite ordinary, they ignited an impulse within Malvin to confront him violently. An arsonist, or perhaps a provocateur wielding the arsonist's remarkable artifacts. "Ah, you seem to know quite a bit. You must be a pirate as well. Pirates ought to share their spoils. For instance, I find your equipment and pound of gold quite fitting for myself. Thus you should bestow them upon me, including your peculiar traits." Enough is enough. I cannot endure this any longer. Malvin brandished his great sword and charged at the red-haired pirate, who, upon seeing Malvin's advance, became exhilarated. His fellow pirates echoed his enthusiasm as they rushed forward. Yet the red-haired pirate remained stationary, which was a slight disappointment. As the two sides prepared to clash, Malvin's sword gleamed, emanating a gentle yellow light that expanded like a dawn storm. If the dawn storm were to be unleashed unconsciously by the sword of dawn, its effective range would be limited to a mere 4 or 5 meters around the wielder, mostly inflicting damage upon undead or unclean creatures. However, if consciously released, the range would be contingent upon the wielder's spirit, capable of harming other beings as well. The greater the wielder's spirit, the broader and more intense the dawn storm would be. With Malvin's Sequence 8 status and the enhancement from the bizarre ring, his spirit was roughly on par with a Sequence 7 extraordinary being, which was considerably potent against ordinary individuals nearby. Consequently, after a wave of the dawn storm, only the red-haired extraordinary figure who failed to leap away remained standing. Who would have thought your sword was so formidable? I find myself even more intrigued to possess it now. At this moment, Malvin's spirit was reduced to a third. If he were to unleash the abyssal shackles, he would be unable to utilize the dawn storm again, and he held no desire to continue the fray. "What is your name?" "I do not wish to slay an unnamed brigand." "Haha, knowing my name would do you no good. I shall refrain from telling you. Let us battle. The victor claims all." With that, the pirate charged at Malvin, who ignored the assault and turned to flee. The red-haired extraordinary had not anticipated Malvin's retreat, and in a fit of rage, he cursed, "You scoundrel, don't run. No one escapes from me. See Wolf Johnson." Malvin felt a twinge of irritation. Hadn't he just claimed he wouldn't divulge his name? He was tempted to halt and deliver a proper beating, merely to inquire if it hurt. This time, Malvin chose to head towards the Fragrant Leaf Tavern. Running towards the Sea Wave Cathedral would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, at the Fragrant Leaf Tavern, there were likely allies of the Blood General. Perhaps they could come to his aid. With another gust of wind, Malvin leapt to evade an incoming arrow. His physical exhaustion was bearable, yet his mental fatigue was rendering him drowsy. "Hold on, Malvin, you cannot perish." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He had been struck by an arrow. What to do? Should he fight back or succumb to the ambush? He needed to keep running, but then a voice boomed, "Die?" Grinding his teeth, Malvin resolved to make a stand. He swung his great sword at the approaching red-haired extraordinary, but before it could connect, a crossbow bolt struck with a clang, deflecting his sword. The force of the bolt sent Malvin's right hand veering to the side, and the red-haired pirate leapt forward to deliver a punch. With no time to think, Malvin raised his left arm to block the incoming fist, channeling his spirit into the blood-red shackles. His iron claws were sharp, and he thrust them fiercely to the left. A crunching sound followed, accompanied by the sickening squelch of steel-piercing flesh. The agonizing pain in his left arm indicated that his bone had likely fractured, and warm blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. The red-haired extraordinary was caught off guard as his skull was pierced by Malvin's blood-red shackles. He had never expected Malvin to possess a second sealed artifact. His heavy corpse fell upon Malvin, momentarily disorienting him. But the pain in his arm brought him back to reality. The great sword remained close by, and the archer was still nearby. Malvin knew he could not move. Any motion would lead to his demise. He had to endure until the opponent checked on his condition, and then his opportunity would arise. He could only unleash one more abyssal shackles. If he could ensnare the foe, he could turn the tide. Having made up his mind, Malvin felt a surge of calm. The metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, starkly illustrating the proximity of death. "Captain Johnson, how are you faring?" A distant shout tightened Malvin's chest. Yet he remained still. The voice emerged from the shadows, and as it faded, a gaunt figure stepped forth from the darkness, his single eye gleaming in the crimson night. Captain Johnson. The newcomer, realizing his call was in vain, drew back his bow and released an arrow. Thwack! The arrow struck true, penetrating Johnson's back. Yet, Johnson remained silent, prompting the newcomer to confirm his captain's demise. He then readied his bow once more, this time aiming at Malvin, who lay beneath Johnson's body. Thwack! The arrow struck Malvin's thigh, the sharpness of the bolt making him feel as though his femur had been cleaved. But he could not move. To do so would mean death. Remaining still offered him a slender chance at survival. He must endure. Thwack! Another arrow struck his calf. Malvin gritted his teeth and remained motionless, fervently hoping the assailant would soon join Johnson in death. Otherwise, he would be unable to hold out much longer. Perhaps Malvin's silent prayers were answered, for the assailant, after 2 shots, seemed unfazed, surely indicating mutual destruction was imminent. At that moment, relief washed over Malvin. He felt lighter. Even his gait quickened. As the footsteps grew louder, he hastily closed his eyes, his breathing becoming increasingly shallow. Suddenly, he felt a weight lift from his body. He then heard the assailant laughing. Captain Johnson, you truly are dead. The Red Skull pirate crew will now be under my command. Very well. I shall govern the Red Skull with care and lead our crew to greater heights. By the way, I shall keep this fire glint ring for you. And as for this great sword. Upon hearing the assailant speak to the corpse, Malvin's eyes snapped open, realizing the foe was turned away from him. In that instant, he channeled all his remaining spirit into the blood-red shackles and unleashed them towards the individual wielding the great sword, binding him. In that moment of shock, Malvin exerted himself to sit up and plunged his iron-clawed hand into the assailant's back. Through the words of the one-eyed pirate, Malvin had deduced that the attackers were indeed from the Red Skull pirate crew. The one-eyed man was the crew's first mate, One-Eyed Anderson, who possessed night vision. Likely a Sequence 9 assassin. The red-haired individual must be the crew's captain, Seawolf Johnson, whose brash demeanor suggested he was a hunter. Now bereft of spirit and utterly exhausted, Malvin knew he could not succumb to slumber. If caught by an official extraordinary being, death would be his only fate. Thus, survival was paramount. He struggled to rise, but the arrows in his legs rendered him powerless. Resigned, he grasped for the great sword, knowing that its might could restore his strength and agility, granting him the ability to stand once more. Fortunately, he still possessed strength in his upper body, allowing him to grasp the massive sword wielded by the one-eyed man. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him. At that moment, he was able to rise. Yet the agony from his wounds rendered him nearly despondent, while the relentless throbbing in his exhausted mind made him yearn to succumb to slumber. Perseverance. I must endure, he reminded himself, and the spoils of victory must not be forgotten. Thus, Malvin laboriously collected a pink and a light blue essence from the 2 lifeless corpses before donning a fiery red bracelet upon his left wrist. As for the coins adorning their bodies, he could not afford to concern himself with them. With a mighty swing of the sword, he severed the 2 arrows lodged in his leg and began retracing his steps. However, after just a few strides, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. How Navi! The voice was chilling and devoid of warmth, a sudden utterance that cast an eerie and desolate aura over the scene. The previously unconscious Malvin abruptly opened his eyes, revealing pitch-black irises, a crooked smile gracing his lips, and an unsettling coldness etched upon his face. With a swift motion, he stooped to retrieve the Sword of Dawn, effortlessly vanquishing the 2 vengeful spirits with a single sweep. The fiery red bracelet on his left hand ignited with flames, which he deftly brushed against the wound on his leg before transferring it to his right hand to apply to his left arm. Consequently, the wounds upon Malvin's body sealed, ceasing to bleed. Now, with his obsidian eyes, Malvin surveyed his surroundings, selecting a nearby settlement to leap towards. In no time, he found himself within a long-abandoned estate. He stepped cautiously into a room and chose a spot to sit. Observing his surroundings, Malvin emitted a sharp, piercing cry reminiscent of a bird, and a vibrant wall of spiritual energy erupted behind him. Upon awakening, Malvin was astounded by the sight before him. What had transpired? Overwhelmed by shock, he struggled to maintain his balance. His body ached all over, yet his spiritual energy had recovered significantly. The wounds on his body had been tended to, and gazing at the darkened scars and the fiery bracelet on his wrist, he felt a sense of confusion. How did I arrive here? Who saved me? Is anyone present? As daylight broke outside, Memories of the previous night flooded his mind, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He could not remain here any longer. He must depart immediately. Retrieving healing salves, he carefully treated the darkened wounds and fashioned a bandage from a torn sleeve of his linen shirt, letting out a breath of relief. Once everything was in order, he cast a glance around the room and reflected on the events of the previous night, sighing deeply. At that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or joy. Chapter 21. The cautious young lady Audrey on a Monday morning at the Thorn Security Company, Klein. Faced with the disheartening reality of audience potion formulas that did not meet his expectations, exorbitant material costs, and the influence of his fellow villager Roselle's diary, carefully deliberated and ultimately opted to become a diviner within the Nightwatch system. Captain Dunn expressed his support for Klein's decision, instructing him to directly seek out Old Neil. Upon arriving at the underground alchemy chamber, Klein greeted Old Neil, who commenced preparations for the diviner's potion. As everything was set, Klein's cautious nature resurfaced, prompting him to inquire whether any preparatory measures were necessary before consuming the potion. Once assured that no preparations were needed, Klein consumed the diviner's potion and subsequently followed Old Neil to learn meditation and clairvoyance. In a state of clairvoyance, Klein discerned a pair of eerie eyes behind Old Neil. In the luxurious villa of the Hall family in B-Clan's Queen District, Audrey experienced a week of inner turmoil. After acquiring the audience potion formula, she eagerly rushed to her family's treasury for a thorough search. Upon inspection, she discovered a sufficient stock of extraordinary materials, enough to concoct at least 2 potions. While the abundance of materials should have been a boon for the eager Audrey, especially since she wouldn't need to purchase additional supplies, her previous encounter with Mr. Death at the tarot meeting left her without guidance on how to brew the potion. As a novice in the mysterious world, Audrey lacked the knowledge or experience in this domain, leaving her in a quandary. Mr. Death had advised that extraordinary individuals must act with caution and avoid recklessness, causing Audrey to waver on whether to brew the potion herself, fearing that a misstep could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Torn between the admonitions of Mr. Death and her fervent desire to become extraordinary, she grappled with her decision for several days. By the time Monday arrived, with another tarot meeting looming that afternoon, her yearning to transcend the ordinary overwhelmed her rationality. Thus, she found herself in a well-equipped chemistry laboratory, her personal sanctuary. Based on the potion formula, Audrey devised several sequences for adding the materials. Ultimately, guided by the common understanding that the potion should be liquid, she first poured pure water into the reaction vessel. Gradually, she added colchicum essence and the blood of a horned blackfish, observing with patience as the liquids amalgamated and began to bubble. Satisfied that no issues arose, her confidence surged as she continued to incorporate powdered cowtooth peony and fairy petals, finally adding the eyeball of an adult Manhattan. The bubbling intensified before settling into a thick, silvery white liquid. At this moment, Audrey felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety, finding herself once more at an impasse, uncertain whether to drink the potion immediately. After much deliberation, she noticed her golden retriever, Susie, quietly observing her from the corner of the laboratory. Susie's stillness resonated with the essence of an audience, unnoticed by all, allowing her to silently observe the unfolding events. In a moment of inspiration, Audrey considered letting Susie try the audience potion first. Mr. Death had warned that those who tread the path of the audience might subconsciously observe others and be easily swayed by negative emotions. If both she and Susie were to become audiences, they could heal one another. Was she truly contemplating relying on a dog for assistance? Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to make a choice. Should Susie be the first to test the audience potion? Gazing at the silvery potion and then at Susie, whose innocent eyes gazed back at her, Audrey finally resolved her uncertainty. She beckoned Susie over, saying, "Come here, Susie. Let me show you this precious potion." The golden retriever bounded to her side, fixating on the reaction vessel in her hand, mesmerized by the liquid's allure. "It seems you are eager to become extraordinary, Susie. Very well, I shall indulge you." Setting down the vessel, Audrey watched as Susie eagerly licked the silvery liquid. A combination of trepidation and exhilaration surged within Audrey as she muttered to herself, "Do not worry, Audrey. Your formula and materials are flawless, and Susie will be fine. You are fulfilling Susie's wish and conducting an experiment. You're a good owner and a cautious person. Fear not." As Susie consumed the potion, Audrey's anxiety peaked. In that moment, she sought solace from the divine, silently invoking the name of the goddess while tracing the gesture of the red moon. O night goddess, more exalted than the starry skies, more eternal than time itself, your devoted follower implores you to watch over Susie, shielding her from calamity and mysterious upheaval. In truth, Audrey soon lost track of her words, merely seeking to alleviate the guilt and tension swirling in her heart. Should Susie succumb to chaos due to her experiment, Audrey feared she would suffer for a long time and could never forgive herself. Yet the deed was done, and all she could do was hope for divine protection over her beloved dog. At that moment, she was too anxious to ponder whether seeking the goddess's favor for Susie might be sacrilegious. Time seemed to crawl by as Susie remained eerily quiet after consuming the potion, too quiet, in fact. Unable to contain herself, Audrey called out, "Susie, are you all right?" The golden retriever stood still, seemingly oblivious to her owner's voice. Susie's expression mirrored that of a pondering human, as if contemplating, "Wait, Audrey, have you succeeded? Susie, are you okay? How does the potion feel?" The golden retriever turned to Audrey, the confusion in her eyes gradually dissipating. She wagged her tail, opened her mouth, and finally let out a bark. Seeing her beloved pet unscathed brought immense relief to Audrey. If Susie was fine, it indicated that her potion was also safe. Let us observe for a while, half an hour. If Susie shows no signs of distress, I shall consume the potion myself. Yes, that's the plan. With renewed determination, the golden-haired maiden encouraged herself, proclaiming, "Well done, Audrey." Every moment of the half-hour passed in a silent exchange between the golden-haired girl and her golden retriever. At long last, when the countdown concluded, Audrey beamed with joy and affectionately ruffled Susie's fur. "Thank you, Susie. Now, it is time for the extraordinary Audrey to make her debut. Please watch closely." Susie seemed to understand her words, barking in response. The golden retriever settled down nearby, silently observing as her owner prepared the potion once more. With newfound experience, Audrey found the process of brewing the potion quite effortless. Before long, another cup of silvery potion materialized before her. Though it was her second encounter with the potion, Audrey was still awestruck. Without hesitation, she lifted the potion and drank it in one gulp. Moments later, as golden light flickered in her eyes, she smiled at Susie, saying, "Dear extraordinary Susie, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." Chapter 22. The second tarot gathering. After a lengthy period of rest, Malvin finally awakened from a deep slumber. Thanks to his extraordinary nature, he was able to rise and walk despite sustaining severe injuries. Although his wounds were not yet healed, they did not significantly impede his mobility. As long as he refrained from engaging in intense combat, he would be fine. Alba and the crew were startled to see their captain, marred with scars. Malvin reassured them, stating that he had vanquished the enemy. Only then did the crew calm down, and after instructing Alba to usher them out of the captain's quarters, he sought out Tina Wolf. Wolf described the physical characteristics of the two pirates he had slain. After a moment's contemplation, Tina informed Malvin that they were likely the Captain C. Wolf and the first mate One Eye of the Red Skull pirate crew. Once Tina departed, Malvin summoned Alba and promoted him to the position of first mate, temporarily setting aside the role of bosun. By the time he had finished resting, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After a belated lunch, Malvin began to assess his recent acquisitions. Setting aside the characteristics of Sea Wolf and One Eye, he focused on the fiery red bracelet. Upon donning the bracelet, Malvin felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical sensitivity. He sensed that with focused intent, he could unleash fireballs upon any target within a 30-meter radius. He was thoroughly pleased with this marvelous artifact, naming it the Arsonist's Bracelet. With this item, he could become a versatile combatant, adept in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. However, the bracelet demanded a high level of spiritual energy. At his current rank of Sequence 8, he could only conjure 2 to 3 fireballs. In contrast, with the peculiar ring he had acquired, his increased spiritual energy allowed him to unleash 6 fireballs. If he used the Arsonist's Bracelet against foes, the Sword of Dawn would merely serve as a melee weapon, and large-scale dawn storms would be out of the question. Moreover, they found no potion recipes on the pirates, which left Malvin somewhat disappointed. Once everything was organized, he summoned First Mate Alba and instructed him to take a few crew members to inquire about last night's events in the city of Byam. Additionally, they should visit various ports to gather information regarding the Red Skull pirate crew. If there were no rumors of Sea Wolf and One Eye's demise circulating within the city, it would indicate that the official extraordinary individuals had yet to trace the situation back to him. Given that both the captain and first mate of the Red Skull pirate crew were dead, the remaining crew were merely lackeys. Malvin aimed to locate their ship before news of their leader's death spread and seize it for himself. Obeying his orders without hesitation, Alba set off swiftly with his crew. Malvin then called upon Reed Bruce and 2 other crew members, who were ordinary sailors aboard the ghost ship. Following the recent ambush, Malvin recognized his own weaknesses. Since he could not advance in the short term, he resolved to enhance the abilities of his subordinates. "Captain, you summoned us for something?" Reed asked. "Indeed, Reed. You are aware that I and the first mate were hunted last night. The first mate's demise has profoundly affected me. Thus, I have decided that all my crew must embark on the path of the extraordinary. I need you to prepare yourselves, as I will soon provide you with potions once the formulas are complete. If any of you are unwilling to become extraordinary or have other intentions, please inform me clearly. I will not force you. However, you cannot remain aboard the ship if you choose not to pursue this path." Upon hearing this, Reed and the others were taken aback. It was a falsehood to say they were not envious of the extraordinary. They simply feared losing control. Now that they saw the captain's unwavering determination, they had no choice but to comply. "We are willing to become extraordinary. However, we are concerned about the potential for losing control and harming others. You need not worry about that. I have ways to ensure you maintain control, but it requires absolute loyalty to me. Can you commit to this?" "Yes. We will remain loyal to you, Captain, and we shall never betray you." With a wave of his hand, Malvin dismissed Reed and the others. He did not intend to reveal the true nature of the transformation to his crew. Instead, he would share methods for them to safely absorb the potions. For Reed Bruce, he would administer the sailor's potion, allowing him to continuously assimilate its effects while at sea. As for the other 2, he pondered whether to offer them the assassin's potion. The risks associated with the Sequence 9 and 8 potions were manageable, but Sequence 7 posed significant challenges. As this path often brought calamity, he needed to be cautious. Ultimately, he decided against providing the assassin's potion, opting instead to craft a wondrous item from that trait and offer only the hunter's and sailor's potions to his crew. Additionally, he considered cultivating a few auxiliary extraordinary individuals, as having an entire crew of brutes would not be conducive to enhancing overall combat effectiveness. It was imperative to include a diviner among the auxiliary extraordinary individuals. This path was immensely valuable. He would also need an apothecary or healer, while the roles of generalist and apprentice would be reserved for long-term planning. After organizing his thoughts, Malvin noted that it was nearly time for the tarot gathering. He summoned Reed once more and requested solitude for the next hour, free from disturbances. The deep crimson light erupted, startling him back to consciousness. Before him sat a hazy figure in the center. Miss Justice, gracefully lifting her skirt, greeted him with poise. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Death," Malvin replied. As he and Klein returned the courtesy to Miss Justice and took their seats, Klein took the initiative to assess his 2 members through spiritual sight, first examining their etheric forms and auras, followed by their mental and astral bodies. From Malvin's astral and mental forms, Klein discerned a remarkable unity of color and sensation within his member. Upon closer inspection, he noted a stark contrast between the pale and obsidian hues within the depths of Mr. Death's etheric form. These colors likely embodied the powers of decay and silence. Mr. Death was indeed an extraordinary individual, perhaps even more powerful than Old Neil, standing at Sequence 8 or higher. In contrast, Miss Justice exhibited a clear distinction in the colors and sensations of her astral and mental bodies, yet with a slight tendency toward fusion. Oh, it seemed Miss Justice had also ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary, much like myself. "Thank you, Mr. Fool and Mr. Death. I have become extraordinary, and I seek guidance on what I should be mindful of in this new realm." Upon hearing Miss Justice's inquiry, Malvin glanced at Klein. Today was a significant day for the malevolent deity Fool, and he needed to cooperate fully. "First and foremost, I must congratulate you, fortunate lady, on your continued composure. You have not succumbed to chaos, which surely indicates your mastery of meditation." "Yes, Mr. Death. I had already learned meditation prior to my transformation into the extraordinary. After consuming the potion, I felt little discomfort, which indeed marks my fortune." After finishing her statement, Audrey inwardly added, "The real fortunate one is Susie." Not only did she remain composed, but she also became the audience's hound. Ugh, what a ridiculous term. Audrey chided herself for coining such odd names. As Mr. Fool remained silent, Malvin seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, allowing Mr. Fool to bask in his moment. From now on, you must constantly remind yourself to maintain the perspective of an observer. Surely you have witnessed performances. An audience is merely that, an observer. Do not aspire to become an actor. Your role is to observe and continuously uncover the meaning and symbolism of the audience's potion, gradually mastering its power. Only then can you avoid losing control. A gentle tapping on the table drew the attention of both members, as Miss Justice sat up straight, attentively listening to Mr. Fool's teachings. Malvin silently mused, "Beware, the malevolent deity is about to showcase his flair." Chapter 23. One must maintain respect towards the malevolent deities. It is not about mastery, but assimilation, not about excavation, but embodiment. The names of potions are not merely symbolic. They are also images and keys to assimilation. At this moment, Audrey gazed at Mr. Fool, her face a tapestry of confusion. For as a novice entering the extraordinary realm, she could hardly grasp the essence of embodiment. Even Malvin, despite his experience, struggled to adeptly utilize the method of embodiment to assimilate potions. In the enigmatic world, as in any domain, knowledge is often easier to acquire than to apply. Possessing knowledge without practice is akin to mere theoretical musings. Only through direct embodiment and the gradual experience of potion assimilation can one truly comprehend the essence of this method. Thus, despite Mr. Fool's ostentatious demeanor, he was, in truth, a neophyte regarding the method of embodiment, much like Malvin. Both were merely conveyors of knowledge, with no one being significantly superior to the other, leaving only Audrey in a state of bewilderment. Malvin observed Mr. Fool's conclusion with a composed demeanor, awaiting feedback, while Audrey's dazed reaction fell short of Mr. Fool's expectations. However, Malvin too had a persona to uphold. He could not assist Mr. Fool in maintaining his pretense. "I deeply apologize, Miss Justice." Justice Audrey was further perplexed. "Why is Mr. Death apologizing to me?" Mr. Fool Klein, equally bewildered, pondered this unexpected turn of events. Shouldn't the typical narrative involve a mysterious strongman, Mr. Fool, elucidating the embodiment method for potion assimilation, thus earning the astonishment and trust of his companions? Why was Mr. Death deviating from the script? Was it possible that Mr. Fool had erred, leading to his exposure? Mr. Death's righteous condemnation of Mr. Fool's theatricality felt like a Klitsch D plot twist. Klein's heart raced with anxiety, fearing social demise. If that were the case, he would have to consider recruiting a new group of members. It was unfortunate, for he had grown fond of Mr. Death's extensive knowledge of the occult. As he watched Mr. Death turn to him, it seemed he had something to say, and Klein silently hoped it would not be a revelation of his own secrets. "Please forgive me for concealing my knowledge of the embodiment method. As you know, this method is a highly secretive aspect of the extraordinary world. Every organization maintains strict confidentiality. Only core members are permitted to learn it, which is why I concealed it from Miss Justice. Beautiful miss, I once again implore your forgiveness." At last, Audrey emerged from her stupor, exclaiming, "Wow, Mr. Fool is truly magnificent, so charming." Wait, how could I use charming to describe the great Mr. Fool? Audrey, do not desecrate his honor. Oh, Mr. Death, please do not say that. My understanding of the extraordinary world is so limited, it is only natural that you would not share everything with me. I am sincerely grateful to Mr. Fool for imparting such invaluable knowledge. Klein exhaled in relief. His previous worries dissipated. Now he felt immense gratitude, realizing that Roselle, this fellow countryman, was indeed reliable. Otherwise, he would have faced social ruin today. It turned out that the embodiment method was exceedingly sophisticated, which explained why the Night Watch team remained unaware of it. If he were to disclose this method to them, would it not invite the Church's suspicion? Better to thoroughly grasp the embodiment method before discussing it further. Yes, Mr. Fool's persona must not falter, Klein steeled himself. How remarkable it was to discover that the extraordinary world had evolved into this state. The embodiment method, once a common arcane knowledge among human extraordinary beings, had become so obscure. How far back did Mr. Fool mean by earlier times? Could it be that Mr. Fool was a resurrected ancient deity? Had he been in slumber, only to awaken and draw Mr. Death and me into this realm? I wish I could inquire about which ancient deity Mr. Fool might be. Oh dear, Audrey, suppress your curiosity. Mr. Death has warned that in the extraordinary world, excessive curiosity can easily provoke the hostility of malevolent entities. Remember this. Once again, thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey expressed her gratitude devoutly. I appreciate your leniency. However, Miss Justice, you must also remember, the embodiment method is not infallible. Always bear in mind the principle of you are merely embodying. Upon hearing this, Klein felt immensely fortunate. The randomly recruited member possessed such profound knowledge of the occult. A veritable treasure indeed. Yes, I must remember, the embodiment method is not infallible. I am merely embodying. Although Audrey was still somewhat naive, she understood that the emphasis placed on this knowledge by both extraordinary beings was of utmost significance, and thus, she felt profoundly grateful. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Fool and Mr. Death. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to both of you. Is there anything I can do to show my appreciation? Miss Justice, do not thank me. This is chiefly Mr. Fool's blessing. I merely provide some supplementary insight on what he teaches. It is hardly anything. He, Mr. Death, referred to me with the appellation of a true deity. How astute of him. Mr. Death indeed referred to Mr. Fool as he, confirming his awareness of Mr. Fool's status prior to his resurrection, and thus he reminded me to be mindful of my demeanor towards Mr. Fool. Mr. Death is not only erudite, but also kind-hearted. I cannot help but wonder what he is like in reality. I find myself somewhat intrigued. No, I must not let my thoughts wander. To do so in Mr. Fool's presence would be a disservice to him. Audrey, correct your attitude. Klein had long since returned to normalcy, yet Miss Justice and Mr. Death's increasingly obedient and devout behaviors before him filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Internally, he silently commended Mr. Death. This member was invaluable. Klein felt a slight unease after his previous thoughts, for the information contained within his fellow countryman's diary was vast. However, diaries are not easily compiled, and the information gathered in a short time is exceedingly limited. He found himself compelled to maintain the facade of a mysterious strongman before Mr. Death, whose knowledge of the occult was exceptionally rich, and it was undeniably exhausting. The diary of Emperor Roselle was indeed remarkable. Justice Audrey was once again astonished by Mr. Fool's topic of discussion. Her audience-like state was perpetually disrupted, primarily due to her youth. Her lively disposition was one factor, while her naivety was another. Malvin glanced at the astonished Audrey, then at the relaxed figure of Mr. Fool, unsure of how to convey his own feelings, yet the show must go on. It is said that the diary of Emperor Roselle, his journal, employed a miraculous script. Some believe it to be a set of arcane symbols, while others argue it is a form of pictographic writing. Yet, to this day, no one has deciphered its precise meaning. Mr. Fool, do you recognize this script? Malvin intentionally emphasized the word script, yet Mr. Fool merely maintained his enigmatic strongman persona, seemingly unaware of the underlying implications. He likely has yet to consider the possibility of a fellow traveler sharing his arrival in this world, and the simplicity of the Chinese script remains a rarity. Yes, it is his diary. It conceals numerous secrets, and I must seek answers within it. Very well, Mr. Fool. I shall be diligent in my collection. Mr. Death, you need not concern yourself with this. Your knowledge is so profound. The majority of what I know comes from you. Anything I do not know, I am sure you are equally unaware of. It is truly exhausting. After a moment of internal conflict, Klein ultimately chose to relinquish his struggle. The malevolent deity, Mr. Fool, whimsically mused, if it comes to that, I shall simply recruit another batch of members. After all, this is my domain. Chapter 24. The extraordinary world is mad, Mr. Fool. We are utterly unfamiliar with these characters. How should I present them to you? Should I mail them or relay them verbally? Audrey inquired with piety. Mr. Fool pondered for a moment before responding softly. Perhaps, Miss Justice, we could conduct an experiment. Please proceed. Audrey complied with Mr. Fool's request. As she focused, lines of poetry materialized upon the parchment before her. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? My goddess, this is truly miraculous, Miss Justice exclaimed, overwhelmed by a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Mr. Fool, can you read my thoughts? No, I am merely a facilitator, simplifying the process through which you articulate your words, transmuting them into a form of imprint. If you do not wish to express them, no trace will manifest. I see. So, if we merely remember the shapes of those symbols or cryptic texts, we can present them directly at will? Audrey sighed in relief, her curiosity ignited. Observing their amusement, Malvin interjected, what a splendid method. The power of Mr. Fool is indeed remarkable. Miss Justice, do not underestimate your memory. The audience potion can enhance it. Indeed. Praises to Mr. Fool. I shall endeavor to collect as many of Emperor Rosel's journals as possible to present to you, Audrey declared, her enthusiasm evident. Seeing Miss Justice so engaged, Klein felt a surge of satisfaction. I am one who favors equitable exchanges. Today, the role of professor requires the repayment of 2 pages from Rosel's journals. Should you acquire more journals in the future, feel free to make further requests. Klein silently hoped that their requests would not be overly complex, lest they be forced to part ways permanently. Thank you for your grace and generosity, Malvin said earnestly. Audrey echoed, praise to Mr. Fool. At this, Klein's heart stirred as he recalled his previous encounter with the Hidden Order, which the Reaper had described as an organization whose malevolence was difficult to define. Perhaps we could share our experiences or observations. Such information may be invaluable to others even if it serves no purpose to ourselves, he suggested. I shall begin. One of the 7 pirate generals, the Hell Admiral, has ventured into the depths of the Sunya Sea in search of the undying treasure. Ah, the owner of the Black Tulip. And what might the undying treasure entail? Miss Justice pondered. Her curiosity piqued. Klein maintained his composure, aware that he lacked knowledge of these matters. To avoid revealing his ignorance before the 2 members, he chose silence as the safest option. Indeed, the undying treasure is likely a remnant of a high-sequence powerhouse. As Ludwig is already a sequence 5, he must pursue the relics of those of higher sequences, which may retain high-sequence formulas and characteristics. Wow, high-sequence formulas. Does that mean it is akin to the legendary demigods? And what are these characteristics? Audrey's inquiries garnered nods of approval from the Fool, illustrating her talent for eliciting responses. Malvin's words astonished both the Fool and Audrey, for they touched upon profound esoteric knowledge. Mr. Reaper, do angels possess great wings and halos, akin to church depictions? Ah, this little girl is quite the curious one. Klein mused. It must be stated that members of the Tarot Society exhibit a duality of bravery and timidity. Audrey is a quintessential example of the latter. Her sequence 7 status emboldened her to venture alone into the subconscious sea where the dragon angerweed concealed itself. Had she not been dissuaded by the Tarot Society, she might have already succumbed on the path of the extraordinary. Goodness, what is feared often comes to pass. You have not seen angels. Where would I have encountered them? True, I have seen them, but only in religious propaganda from before my crossing into this mystical world. How would I know what angels truly look like? Well, we shall discover that in due time, Mr. Fool stated, his authority rendering any further questioning moot. Let us return to the topic of extraordinary characteristics. To elaborate, I must disclose a piece of secret knowledge. Mr. Fool, may I share? Klein thought to himself, of course you should. Acquiring secret knowledge is quite the indulgence. You may decide for yourself. Secret knowledge. Mr. Reaper, what is the cost of this? Audrey, aware of the rarity of such opportunities, recalled her upbringing's lesson that nothing in life is free. Thus she remained vigilant regarding any monetary solutions. I require some blood from a ghost shark. Do you possess the means to procure it? Having previously searched her family's treasury for the audience potion, Audrey distinctly remembered a sizable vial of ghost shark blood at home. Ghost shark blood, you say? No problem. How much do you need? She replied cheerfully. I know you have it. Otherwise, I would not ask. For now, let us hold off until the shipping address is confirmed. Approximately 100 milliliters should suffice, Klein mused. Through their dialogue, Klein speculated that the Reaper was preparing extraordinary materials for ascension. Did the Undertaker pathway necessitate ghost shark blood? Was it a primary or auxiliary material? I shall inquire with Fry or Miss Daly. They are both extraordinary beings of the Undertaker pathway. By the way, has the Reaper already acquired the formulas for ascension? Why hasn't he sought to purchase them here? Now, let us return to extraordinary characteristics. In the realm of the extraordinary, 2 laws prevail: the indestructibility of extraordinary characteristics and the law of conservation. This implies that extraordinary characteristics do not vanish. They merely transfer from one entity to another. Oh, I think I understand, yet I am still somewhat perplexed. Could you elucidate further, Mr. Reaper? Very well. Allow me to provide an imperfect example. No matter. This is the norm on the path of the extraordinary. The Reaper spoke of maritime conditions, revealing that he also had a first mate, indicating that he was a captain, traversing the seas in pursuit of various treasures, an adventurer, a bounty hunter. Mr. Reaper, how impressive. I envy your freedom to roam the world at will, Audrey remarked. Once you have become a powerhouse within the extraordinary realm, I too wish to explore the vastness of the world, much like you. The Reaper's nonchalance regarding the loss of companions raised questions as to whether he had grown accustomed to such tragedies or if he was influenced by the potion. He had previously mentioned that those on the Undertaker pathway inevitably become indifferent and withdrawn. What might be the impact on extraordinary beings of the diviner pathway? One could only hope they did not become as emotionally frigid as those of the Undertaker pathway, losing interest in all things. Malvin, unaware of the thoughts of the fool and Audrey regarding him, gestured to Klein, manifesting a jellyfish-like entity enveloped in azure waters. This represents the Sequence 9 Sailor characteristic. It contains the primary materials of the Sequence 9 Sailor. Thus, I can utilize this characteristic along with auxiliary materials to concoct another sailor potion or commission a craftsman to create a wondrous item. Upon hearing this, Klein and Audrey instinctively grasped a brutally harsh truth. Potions crafted from extraordinary characteristics were akin to blood dumplings. They felt a wave of nausea, yet could not deny the reality. The extraordinary world was both mad and merciless. Malvin continued unabated, intent on ensuring that Klein and Audrey comprehended the world's truths sooner rather than later. Extraordinary traits, when crafted into magical artifacts, inherently bestow certain remarkable abilities of their respective paths, albeit accompanied by some adverse effects. Take, for instance, the Jester's Pendulum. This magical item is fashioned from the traits of the Jester, a Sequence 8 characteristic of the diviner path. Its bearer will experience a significant enhancement in spiritual sensitivity and will be able to employ various divination methods. Furthermore, in combat, the holder will possess an instinctual battle intuition. However, the downside is that prolonged use may incite an impulse to prey to obscure entities, occasionally resulting in peculiar behaviors. As Klein gazed upon the yellow crystal pendulum manifested by Mr. Death, a chill ran down his spine. Would he too become a similar magical artifact upon his demise? The name Jester's Pendulum is indeed rather simplistic and blunt. From Mr. Death's account, the Jester's extraordinary ability is precisely that of battle intuition, which is quite practical. I had anticipated that the diviner path would lean towards charlatanry, but to my surprise, Sequence 8 has shifted towards combat. I wonder what abilities Sequence 7 might hold. My curiosity is piqued. Mr. Death undoubtedly possesses knowledge regarding this path, yet I find myself unable to inquire due to my persona, which frustrates me. Meanwhile, Audrey is wholly absorbed in the lecture. This knowledge is truly invaluable. Although the extraordinary realm is harsh and chaotic, I am fortunate to have benevolent figures like Mr. Death and Mr. Fool to guide and educate me. I ponder whether all magical items crafted by Mr. Death carry negative effects. Can these effects be mitigated? And what of the craftsmen? Are they ordinary artisans or extraordinary ones? Little did curious Audrey know that she had garnered Mr. Fool's approval. Her emerald eyes brimmed with curiosity and yearning for esoteric knowledge. This experience is simply delightful. Nay, it is utterly novel. The negative effects of magical items are inescapable and difficult to manage. As for the craftsmen, they are assuredly extraordinary artisans, belonging to the Sequence 6 of the cognizant path, where craftsmen are regarded as key protected assets within any organization. The cognizant path is the official pathway of the Steam Church. I eagerly anticipate the abilities associated with their path. Perhaps next time, I shall encourage Mr. Death to elucidate the extraordinary paths of the true God Church. Onward with your studies, Audrey. One day, you shall be as erudite and knowledgeable as Mr. Death himself. Chapter 25. The Fool's Simple Inquiry and Significant Intelligence. Having concluded the discourse on the hidden knowledge of extraordinary traits, Mr. Fool proceeded to share the incident regarding the lost Antigonus notes from the secret society. Upon hearing this, Malvin recalled the dangers concealed within those notes and felt compelled to caution Klein. According to the records within my organization, the Antigonus family notes were likely a trap, specifically designed to ensnare extraordinary individuals via the diviner's pathway. A trap. He could discern this was a trap. What organization does Mr. Death belong to? And how can he possess such profound esoteric knowledge? Moreover, he often alludes to the diviner's pathway. Could this be mere coincidence or a deliberate act? As an extraordinary diviner above the fog, it is difficult for him to believe this is unintentional. Is Mr. Death attempting to alert me? If so, who is he truly? How did he manage to draw me into the fog so swiftly? Should I inquire? And if so, how? Such perplexities. Audrey's curiosity was piqued once more. A trap? What sort of trap? Could Mr. Death elaborate? If there is a cost, I believe I am capable of bearing it. I apologize, beautiful lady. but I have merely glimpsed the fragmented notes, which recount how the leader of the secret society lost control due to this manuscript. Lost control. Since the secret society is an extraordinary organization of diviners, its leader must undoubtedly be of high rank among them. To lose control due to a mere manuscript indicates the peril it harbors. Furthermore, Klein's predecessor met his demise because of this very text. How bizarre. Upon reflecting on this, Klein swiftly inscribed a protective sigil in his mind to sever ties with the Antigonist notes, vowing never to touch that malevolent manuscript. Malvin cast a sidelong glance at Klein, observing that Mr. Fool remained steadfast, uncertain if he had received Klein's warning. Nevertheless, a few words more would not harm. Additionally, the Antigonist family was once an angelic lineage within the diviner's pathway before being annihilated by the Church of the Night. Klein now comprehended why the extraordinary beings of the secret society pursued the Antigonist notes, and why, following their disappearance, they had turned their attention toward him. Connecting this with Mr. Death's mention of the hellish archangel's pursuit of the undead's treasures, it became evident that the leader of the secret society lost control due to the clues regarding high-ranking extraordinary traits inscribed within the Antigonist notes. Otherwise, the secret society would not have placed such significance on this manuscript, nor would its extraordinary members have relentlessly pursued it. Klein couldn't help but marvel at the value of the connections formed above the fog. He had just mentioned that others' affairs could be beneficial to himself. As soon as he brought up the events unfolding around him, the dreaded Mr. Death clarified the matter's origins for him. Klein was unaware of why the Church of the Night had eradicated the Antigonist family, but he understood there must be considerable secrecy involved. He pondered whether Mr. Death was aware of this, regretting that he could not directly inquire. If the Church of the Night had vanquished the Antigonist family, did that imply that all extraordinary beings within the diviner's pathway were inherently malevolent? A commendation for you, Miss Justice. The fool Klein beamed with delight. Feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit, he was gratified by the alignment of their thoughts and feelings. While extraordinary beings of the diviner's pathway cannot be deemed evil, the characteristics of this pathway are indeed quite treacherous and cunning. Yes, cunning. This is the description I have encountered in my organization's texts. The records detail some abilities possessed by lower-ranked diviners, revealing their inherently devious nature. What a significant discovery. After 2 tarot meetings, an inkling arose within him. Mr. Death might indeed be the benefactor propelling him towards greatness, while Miss Justice seemed to be his fortunate star. Klein, is something amiss with you? Could it be that your diviner status has rendered you so superstitious? Mr. Death, could you share more? Is the price still £200? The wealthy woman was as astute as ever, and Malvin nodded in agreement. The Sequence 9 diviner possesses no extraordinary combat capabilities but boasts heightened spirituality, allowing for the mastery of various divination methods. Sequence 8, the Fool, enhances the physical prowess of the diviner, particularly agility, granting them combat intuition and absolute control over their bodies, alongside the ability to transform paper into blades. Sequence 7, the Magician, serves as a watershed moment for diviners among the mid to lower ranks, acquiring essential abilities such as the paper figure substitute and fire jumping, in addition to various spellcraft. Sequence 6, the Faceless, wields the extraordinary power of transformation, capable of becoming anyone. Sequence 5, the Master of Secrets, allows the diviner to transform living beings, including extraordinary individuals, into their familiars, which become tools for the diviner. Oh, the diviners are so peculiar, yet so enviable, Audrey exclaimed in astonishment, igniting a sense of pride within Klein. The diviner's pathway is indeed formidable, and he felt an unshakable confidence in his future. Furthermore, the Church of the Night's emphasis on the Antigonist notes sparked an inkling of hope for Klein's own accomplishments. Miss Justice need not envy the diviners. The audience pathway is equally powerful. This pathway, said to stem from dragons, is also referred to as the Dragon Pathway, with rumors suggesting that high-ranking audience members may inherit draconic abilities. Dragons? Audrey, perhaps one day you shall transform into a dragon. But will I still be myself then? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Death. Your insights bolster my confidence. Shall we continue to accumulate the £200 today? Indeed, let it accumulate. And I shall inform you when it is needed. By the way, beautiful lady, do you have anything to share with us? Feeling the gaze of both Mr. Fool and Mr. Death upon her, Audrey became somewhat flustered. She instinctively began, "Yesterday, my etiquette instructor taught me how to faint, how to do so gracefully and politely." a practical skill for evading awkward situations and unpleasant individuals during social gatherings. Please, gentlemen, do not mind me. I was merely nervous and organizing my thoughts. Chuckling lightly, she continued, what I truly wish to convey is this. Since the defeat at the Bay of Byron, the king, prime minister, and all the noble gentlemen have felt immense pressure, harboring a fervent desire for change. Each time an election occurs, with party transitions, a complete overhaul ensues from top to bottom, resulting in chaos and inefficiency, which not only led to our defeat in war, but also caused great inconvenience for the populace. Such advanced systems can only address immediate issues. Therefore, I do not have much hope for them. Klein, intrigued, interjected, this is a straightforward issue. Then, without waiting for Audrey's response, Mr. Fool proceeded to elucidate the civil service examination system and the improved party election concepts. These ideas are revolutionary for this era, leaving Audrey momentarily speechless in astonishment. After some time, she finally processed Mr. Fool's proposals, and in doing so, Miss Justice recognized the disparity between herself, Mr. Fool, and Mr. Death, filled with renewed vigor. Thus, this tarot meeting once again proved to be a gathering rich in rewards, with both Audrey and Klein feeling it was well worth their while. Chapter 26, Nautical Log. Malvin nodded. With the demise of the small pirate leader and the decimation of its core forces, the scattered remnants would hardly resist. Let us proceed to inspect that pirate ship. The Red Skull pirate vessel was not significantly larger than Malvin's ghost ship, the only advantage being its armament of several cannons. Malvin instructed Alba to detach the cannons for installation on the ghost ship and subsequently deal with the pirate vessel. As for the pirates aboard, they would be interrogated. Those guilty of heinous crimes would be bound and sent to claim their bounty, while others could choose to join their ranks. Alba nodded in acquiescence, then produced a bone flute to summon a tempest, lifting both himself and Malvin onto the Red Skull pirate ship. Under Alba's guidance, Malvin made his way directly to the captain's quarters of the Sea Wolf. The captain's chamber was more spacious and lavishly furnished than Malvin's own. Malvin felt a pang of indignation, promptly ordering that all the furnishings be transferred to his captain's quarters. As for the extraordinary formulas he sought, Alba had already gathered them, neatly piled upon the desk. Malvin perused the materials and discovered the Sea Wolf's hunter sequence formulas, numbered 9 and 8. Alongside a collection of extraordinary components, the gallbladder of a honey badger, the tongue of a long-toothed woodpecker, the bile of a fishman blood, and the scales of a merfolk. Satisfied with these materials, Malvin noted that he could save a considerable sum that would have otherwise gone toward procuring sailors' potion ingredients. He contemplated inquiring with Lady Tina Wolf about the auxiliary materials for hunters. If not, he would seek out Old Quinn, as their connections were broader. The absence of the assassin's formula raised suspicions regarding the peculiarities of the one-eyed man's potion, but for the moment, Malvin chose to set that aside. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a map crafted from fur, its geographical notations archaic and indecipherable, and decided to postpone any further examination. Furthermore, the pursuit of the Blood Lord's hunt for Kylingers depended on Algy's intelligence gathering regarding Kylinger's whereabouts. Thus, locating Algy became his immediate priority. Previously at sea, Malvin had arranged with Algy to communicate via advertisements in the Sunya Daily. Algy would publish the hours of his divination booth, prompting Malvin to rendezvous. Conversely, if Algy advertised the departure times and routes of the White Rose merchant ship, he would come to meet Malvin. Malvin tasked Alba with dispatching a crew member to procure copies of the Sunya Daily from the city for the past 2 days, after which he began examining the Sea Wolf's voyage log. The voyage log was a crucial document, chronicling significant events aboard the ship, and could also be considered the captain's personal diary. Through the entries of the Sea Wolf, Malvin unearthed key information. January 23, 1348. The weather is clear but the temperature is low. The crew, frozen, is reluctant to venture onto the deck. The first mate and I stood on the deck, idly conversing. Just as we could endure no longer, we spotted an iceberg drifting in the sea. Initially curious, as icebergs are uncommon in the southern Sunya Sea, I summoned the crew to retrieve the massive chunk of ice, only to discover a mutilated corpse within. From this body, we recovered a treasure map, imprinted on the hide of some beast, though the map is incomplete. At this point, Malvin recalled the fur map he had seen earlier, realizing its origin was indeed from the sea. The map lacked both beginning and end, leaving its purpose unclear, so he set it aside and continued reading. Based on the remnants found on the corpse and its attire, the individual did not appear to be a pirate, and the cause of death remained a mystery. From the deceased, he discovered a blue ice characteristic. As I was already an extraordinary first mate, he was not yet one, yet he had long admired my prowess. Thus, despite the risks, the first mate consumed this characteristic without knowing its origins. Fortunately, he did not succumb to madness. After ingesting the characteristic, he acquired several formidable abilities, such as night vision and practical assassination skills. We all rejoiced in the first mate's fortuitous fortune and our enhanced capabilities. Upon reading this, Malvin could not suppress a smile, pondering the audacity of the one-eyed man. If he were to learn that further advancement would transform him into a woman, would he regret his daring? And what of his crew? Upon discovering that the first mate would become a woman, would they not be more pleased? The mere thought evoked laughter, though alas. With the one-eyed man deceased, and most of his crew perished, the humor was now lost. After a brief chuckle, Malvin refocused on the log, where the remaining entries detailed how the captain fortuitously acquired the hunter's formula and subsequently gathered materials to attain extraordinary status. With the Sequence 8 formula purchased from Olavi's extraordinary gathering, Malvin pondered deeply, deciding to take Alba and 3 other sailors once more to Byam City. Olive Tree Boulevard, Payne's divination booth. Upon reuniting with Algie, Malvin noted that the former political commissar appeared well, suggesting a decent recovery. "Greetings, Captain Malvin. I see you are somewhat incapacitated. What troubles you?" Algie, upon hearing this, felt an urge to berate Malvin, as the disastrous attempt to seize the ghost ship had severely diminished his standing within the church. With any hopes of advancement extinguished, Algie had placed all his aspirations on Malvin, never forgetting the promises of ascension to demigod status within 2 to 3 years. Had he been unaware of the acting method, he would have dismissed such promises as mere illusions, yet after experiencing it himself, Algie's conviction solidified. The purpose of this meeting was twofold. First, to inform Malvin that the acting method was effective, and he wished to join Malvin's organization as an outer member, while seeking to acquire the blood of the ghost shark at a favorable price. Second, he aimed to provide Malvin with intelligence regarding the previous night's bloodbath, thus accumulating merit. Malvin listened intently to Algie's insights on the acting method, keen to deepen his understanding, as he himself had only recently begun to explore this craft. Following his explanation, Algie continued, "Regarding last night's bloodshed, the enforcers within the city have confirmed that one party was indeed affiliated with the Red Skull pirate crew, while the other remains unverified. The Red Skull crew has been utterly obliterated, their 2 leaders gruesomely dismembered, with most crew members dead or missing. It remains unclear which faction was responsible, but their methods were adept and swift, reminiscent of a larger organization." After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "The incident with the Red Skull pirates was orchestrated by me. You? No wonder the execution was so clean. The enforcers have been unable to uncover any clues, speculating whether the pirate general was involved." "Wait, you mentioned the enforcers found no leads? Don't they have diviners among them as auxiliary extraordinary beings?" "Indeed, they possess such abilities, yet therein lies the anomaly. The other side yielded no information whatsoever. Confounded, I am merely Sequence 8 and have not engaged in any counter-divination. How could they fail to divine anything?" "Adrian also perished at the scene. Did they not recognize him?" "Ah, Adrian had been in Fusac previously, only setting sail with me to reclaim the Azure Avenger. He had yet to make a name for himself at sea, so naturally, he went unrecognized by those enforcers, who likely mistook him for a mere pirate of the Red Skull crew. Could something extraordinary have transpired during my unconsciousness? But being in a stupor, I have no means to verify. Alas, such is life. Indeed, I require your assistance with a matter of great importance. One of my subordinates perished last night. I shall provide you with his likeness, and I need you to retrieve his ashes and deliver them to my first mate, Alba, at Maple Leaf Dock. Of course, Captain, regarding the matter of the ghost shark's blood." "Ah, what a coincidence, for I was just about to broach that topic. Are you inclined to eliminate Kylingers?" Alger was taken aback by the statement. "Pardon me, what did you say? I must have misheard." Chapter 27. The physician Malvin regarded Alge with a grave demeanor. "You have not misheard. There are those who intend to hunt Xilingus. Do you harbor any interest or motivation in this endeavor? Hunting a pirate general is no trifling matter. Are you certain of your capabilities?" Alge inquired, seeking to gauge the extent of the organization backing Malvin. It was evident to Malvin that this hunt would primarily be led by the Blood General, and he would prepare accordingly. Should fortune favor him, he could reap substantial rewards. Or at the very least, a sum of 5,000 pounds. Naturally, the Blood General was no easy adversary, and careful planning was paramount. Hence, enlisting Alge was a necessary step in his preparations. Do not fret over the strength of our hunting party. I shall persuade a pirate general to join us, allowing us to confront Xilingus indirectly. In return, you will receive the Sequence 6 formula and 100 milliliters of Ghost Shark's blood. What say you? Which pirate general? The Hell General, the Blood General, or perhaps the Twilight General? The complexities of Captain Malvin's background were daunting. The Church had no records of him, rendering him an enigma. Why must I be involved in such an operation? I am merely a lowly subordinate. Even if I were acquainted with Xilingus, I cannot approach him now. What purpose would my involvement serve? At this juncture, are you still withholding the truth from me? Where did you acquire your Sequence 7 potion formula? Do not claim it was purchased at an extraordinary gathering. The man was quite formidable, possessing knowledge of Alge's connections to Xilingus, which was unsettling. Well, I do have ties to Xilingus. We have met previously, and during that encounter, I obtained the formula from him. However, he has been rather busy of late and will not meet with me. Upon hearing this, Malvin deduced that Xilingus must be preparing to assassinate Duke Negan. I know he has caught the attention of a significant figure, who informed him that completing a task would yield a reward on par with that of a demigod. Is that not correct? You are aware of this? Are you a devil? Haha, this is not my doing. It is merely the guidance of my lord. You must decide whether to submit to my lord's will or to defy it. Alge's expression shifted, and faced with the omniscient presence of Malvin, he felt a sense of resignation wash over him, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. I submit. I shall heed your commands, hoping only for my lord's favor. Malvin nodded with a smile. Indeed, it appears your path has widened. At that moment, Alge was more concerned with earning Malvin's trust and securing tangible benefits than analyzing the nuances of his words. Could you provide me with the Ghost Shark's blood in advance? My potion's digestion is progressing well. I believe I shall complete it within a week or two, enabling me to serve my lord better upon my ascension. Not an issue. Provide me with an address, and in a week's time, I shall have someone from the organization send it to you. Devout service to my lord will not leave his followers wanting. Thank you immensely. I will strive to ascertain Xilingus's whereabouts promptly, and at that time. I shall publish an advertisement. Such complications are unnecessary. Directly deliver the intelligence to Maple Leaf Dock. My men will be stationed there in the near future. Alge nodded softly, understood. I will expedite the acquisition of intelligence. With their business concluded, Malvin rose to depart, and Alge respectfully escorted him to the door. Upon exiting, Malvin summoned the waiting Alba and others, and they strolled along Olive Tree Avenue, bathed in the crimson glow of the moon. A sudden thought struck Malvin. He had followed Adrian for so long and scarcely recalled much about him. It seemed he was indeed a cold-hearted individual. Do not say that, Captain. Our time together has simply been too brief. Although the first mate had consumed sailor's potions, his timid nature remained unchanged, often becoming the subject of Malvin's teasing, which he rarely took to heart. He would occasionally express his longing for home, for that cold and desolate little town where everything was familiar. He spoke of saving enough money to marry a sturdy woman and have numerous children, so that he would no longer feel lonely. As Alba recounted these memories, a weariness glimmered in his eyes. It was surprising to see such a tall and robust man exhibit moments of melancholy, which in turn affected the mood of the other three companions, some even with tears welling in their eyes. Malvin's words resonated with the crew. Indeed, Captain, you speak the truth. We shall always remember First Mate Adrian. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Dock, the crimson moon had passed its zenith, and everyone retired for the night, while Malvin began contemplating his role until he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, after an early breakfast, Malvin instructed Alba to contact Miss Tina Wolf, requesting her assistance in disposing of the Red Skull pirate ship. He then left Maple Leaf Dock and made his way to the Church Hospital on Black Pearl Street, where he had previously arranged to volunteer as a corpse bearer. This was crucial to his performance and could not be overlooked. The Church Hospital was relatively quiet that day, resulting in a lack of business for the corpse bearers. With time on his hands, Malvin began to wander the halls of the hospital. As he approached a particular room, he sensed a familiar chill, a sign of the messenger from the spirit realm passing through reality. Without a flicker of change in his expression, he discreetly observed the surrounding figures. Finding nothing amiss, he eventually found a secluded corner to sit quietly. After nearly half an hour, The door opened, revealing a young woman of modest height and ample build, with a pleasantly round face. Malvin noticed she wore a doctor's coat and, after inquiring with a nurse, learned that the plump physician was named Fran Gallagher, a Finnepot resident who had been here for a year. Finnepot, a nation under the parish of the Earth Mother. Given her age and role as a physician, she was likely playing a part. The path of the cultivator leads to sequence 8 as a physician, suggesting that the messenger might not belong to her, but rather she was merely receiving messages on their behalf. Since she was not of a high sequence, he deemed her manageable. Moreover, being in a church hospital, no one would dare act overtly. Instead of idling, he decided to engage her in conversation. "Good day, Dr. Gallagher. I require your assistance in treating some wounds." The young physician, previously engrossed in her writing, looked up at the middle-aged man with gray eyes and chestnut hair. He wore a locally common round-neck shirt, but his fair complexion and tall stature made it easy to surmise his origins. "Please, have a seat. May I ask your name?" "I am Winston Brown." "You may call me Winston." Dr. Gallagher nodded. "Mr. Brown, please describe your condition." "Oh, it is quite simple. I accidentally knocked over an oil lamp 2 nights ago, resulting in burns to my arm and leg." Once Malvin revealed his injuries, the doctor leaned forward to assist him in removing the bandages. As the dark wounds were exposed to the air, she waved her hand gently and took a cautious sniff before speaking softly. "Your wounds have been well tended. The ointment used is appropriate, and they are healing nicely. There is little more I can do for you." "Is that so, Dr. Gallagher?" "Surely, you can do more." Initially, she did not grasp the implication of his words and was about to retort when a flicker of realization crossed her features. Who are you?" "I am merely a corpse bearer. Today, however, there are no bodies to transport, so I sought a physician's aid for my injuries." At that moment, Fran Gallagher realized she had revealed too much. Tension gripped her body, and she found herself clutching a small box, her potential weapon. "Do not be alarmed. I come in search of medical assistance. Please, help me tend to my wounds. I have heard that physicians can expedite the healing of wounds. Therefore, could you possibly fulfill your responsibilities?" Chapter 28. Fran Gallagher, the round-faced doctor, Fran, did not let Marvin's casual remarks disrupt her anxious demeanor. She spoke firmly. "If you harbor any ill intentions towards me, I advise you to depart at once. My mentor is a remarkably powerful, extraordinary being." "Remarkably powerful? What rank? Demigod or angel? What are you talking about?" "I don't quite understand, but my teacher is incredibly formidable. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could plant you in the ground and make you bear fruit." The plump girl was evidently a novice in the extraordinary realm. Her rank 8 abilities were negligible. However, the trump card in her possession held considerable prowess. Her mentor was at least rank 5 and possessed a spirit realm messenger. This enigmatic figure was likely a druid, possibly a high-ranking or core member of the Earth Mother Church, as cultivators typically do not excel in forging connections with spirit realm beings. One could not afford to offend the apprentice of such a powerful individual. Thus, he flashed a broad smile and said, "Dr. Fran, please do not misunderstand. I merely seek your assistance for my injuries. You truly came to me for treatment? But how did you know I was extraordinary?" "Oh, that's a matter of fate. Today, I found myself with some leisure time and was wandering around the hospital. When I passed your room, I sensed the presence of a messenger, which piqued my interest in you. I then learned you had been practicing as a doctor here for a year, and I immediately surmised you might be playing a role. Since I was injured, I hoped you might use your extraordinary abilities. Of course, if you are unwilling, I would not press you. You know about role-playing? Well, why else would I come to be a corpse bearer?" "You are a corpse bearer?" "Yes, I just arrived here to play the part and haven't started yet. I'm curious about how your role is progressing." Upon hearing this, Fran's face lit up with excitement. "I have almost completed digesting my potion. My teacher's letter mentioned he would gather materials for me. Once I finish digesting, I can take the potion to advance." "Ah, how fortunate you are. I wish I could encounter such a mentor." Fran composed herself and replied softly, "All right." With that, she placed Marvin's arm on the table, extending her hands above it. A green aura surged forth between her hands. The glow felt soothing, like being caressed by warm water, with a slight itch indicating the growth of new tissue at the wound. She treated his arm, then his leg, and the entire procedure took no longer than 15 minutes. "Today's treatment is complete. A follow-up tomorrow will ensure your full recovery. Additionally, I will prescribe some ointments to remove dead skin and restore your complexion. You truly are a responsible and dedicated individual." "Thank you, Dr. Gallagher." Fran's smile broadened. "No need for gratitude. Today's consultation is on the house, but you must treat me to lunch." How does that sound? It would be my pleasure. I happen to know a delightful restaurant, Old John's on Spice Leaf Street. Have you heard of it? I haven't. Spice Leaf Street is in the east, while the church hospital is in the west. My daily activities are confined to the hospital vicinity, so I've never ventured that way. Oh, you must try it. Their grilled fish is renowned, and they serve a delicious sweet and sour dish called taitihua. We can savor it on the way. Upon hearing about the food, Fran's eyes gleamed with delight. All right, I will follow your lead. During the midday break, Marvin and Fran took a carriage to Spice Leaf Street. Along the way, Fran devoured 2 taitihua dishes. Upon reaching Old John's, the restaurant was bustling as usual. After a brief wait, they were seated, and Fran ordered 2 flavors of grilled fish. Relishing the taste as she ate, Marvin couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. This girl was quite the foodie, and prolonged association might jeopardize his wallet. As customary, there was a midday break after lunch. With nowhere else to go, Marvin found himself in the morgue, waiting until work resumed. In the afternoon, he dispatched 2 undead. The day's role-playing had not gone exceptionally well, but such things require patience and time to hone. After work, he dined with Fran again, this time splitting the bill, which secretly delighted Marvin. After dinner, they ventured together to the Arrowfish Tavern. Initially reluctant, Marvin acquiesced when Fran insisted, citing her year-long caution of being discovered as an extraordinary being. With his companionship, she yearned to explore, desiring to forge connections with influential figures. Marvin could not refuse and accompanied Fran to the tavern. Inside, the lively atmosphere intrigued Fran, and she curiously glanced around. Upon learning that the bulletin board featured various quests and adventure tasks, she hurried to investigate. Watching the lively girl, Marvin unexpectedly felt a paternal instinct, as if he were accompanying his daughter on an outing. Winston, there's an intriguing quest here. Come and see. Fran's voice, though soft, pierced through the surrounding noise, drawing curious glances toward Marvin, eliciting an awkward sensation. He joined her at the bulletin board, examining the quest. Strange occurrences on Teeny Island have resulted in livestock casualties. Adventurers or detectives are sought to uncover the truth. The commission for this task is £30. Should the situation escalate and lead to further casualties, the island will not be held responsible but may adjust the commission accordingly. Contact hat-wearing Tan Tilson. Shall we accept this quest and embark on an adventure together? Marvin pondered briefly and nodded, as he had no plans for the weekend and could use a change of scenery with Fran. Thus, he tore off the quest notice and approached the bar, inquiring, "Who is hat-wearing Tan Tilson?" The bartender looked up at Marvin and Fran, grinning. "You two are quite fortunate. This notice was just posted, and you've taken it down already." Tan. "Ah, that fellow has had one too many drinks." Following the bartender's directions, Marvin and Fran approached a disheveled figure slumped in the corner, contemplating how to rouse him. Fran, however, snapped her fingers, sending a handful of green energy into Tan's mouth. He sputtered and bolted upright, racing towards the restroom. "Don't worry, it's merely a concoction to sober him up and induce vomiting. Now that you're awake, tell us about this quest." Tan, upon examining the notice, regarded it with a cold glint in his eyes. Teeny Island lies northwest of Byam. There is a ferry from Blue Mountain Island, running 3 times a day, taking about an hour and a half. Once you arrive, seek out a man named Donald. He is the island's constable. He will provide you with all the details. Additionally, hand this to him. He will confirm that I sent you adventurers. After the matter is resolved, he will pay you the commission. Tan placed the notice on the table and removed a large golden ring from his finger. Emblazoned with a hat design, he pressed the ring onto the notice, leaving a distinct imprint, sufficient to serve as proof. With their business concluded, they lingered in the tavern for another hour, primarily discussing the island's circumstances. Fran's vivid imagination concocted a grand tale of heroes battling evil, while Marvin played the supportive role, merely seeking to entertain her. On the 4th day, the weekend arrived, and they had arranged to meet for the early ferry at the dock. The Saturday morning was overcast, with a brisk sea breeze. Finally, 5 minutes before departure, they awaited Fran, who arrived a bit late. After a brief sprint, they boarded the early ferry, standing on the deck as it sailed towards the dark horizon. Chapter 29. Anomaly on Teeny Island. Teeny Island is an unremarkable little isle within the Byam archipelago. Its sole economic resource is the taitihua fruit tree, with several large plantations dotting its landscape. Each summer, the island attracts numerous outsiders, primarily for the purpose of harvesting taitihua fruits, which are then processed in local workshops before being distributed to nearby islands for sale. Thus, When Malvin and his companion arrived on the island, they found no one to greet them. The plump girl, Fran, paid little heed, as her primary intention was leisure. The two strolled freely along a main avenue on Teeny Island. After inquiring, they learned that the town's center, where the local constabulary was situated, was easily located. The town consists of only two main avenues forming a crossroad. Upon reaching the constabulary, they discovered the doors securely locked. With no other option, the pair retreated to a nearby tavern for respite. Inside the tavern, a number of inebriated patrons engaged in conversation, predominantly in their native dialect, rendering even the bartender unable to comprehend Malvin's Fusac language. Consequently, he abandoned his attempt to inquire about Constable Donald. The tavern also offered Taiatihua for sale. Malvin purchased one for Fran and ordered a pint of South Welsh beer for himself. As he chuckled, preparing to jest about Fran's misfortune, a sudden loud crash startled them. Someone had been flung against the constabulary's door. The commotion prompted Malvin and Fran to rise and peer outside. What lay before them resembled a scene of slaughter. Anguished screams filled the air, cries of monster echoed. The ground was awash with blood and severed limbs, leaving the drunken patrons in a state of shock. Malvin, equally alarmed, instinctively drew his dawn blade, positioning it protectively before Fran. This subconscious act warmed Fran's heart. Although Malvin remained oblivious to her feelings, his focus fixed on the chaos outside as he assessed the sword in his grasp. Since acquiring the weapon, its lively essence seemed to have altered. It neither unleashed the storm of dawn capriciously nor often exhibited its whispers. More frequently, it displayed a clear subservience to Malvin, eliciting from him a sense of triumph. Thus, he had brought the sword along as his weapon of choice. Empowered by the presence of the dawn blade, Malvin felt emboldened. He presented Fran with a crimson restraint, explaining it was a sealing artifact capable of binding foes and temporarily transforming her hands into claws of steel. The downside, however, was the accumulation of negative emotions leading to psychological darkness and the necessity to consume 200 milliliters of fresh blood every 6 hours. When it was dawned, it would draw a bit of her blood for recognition, but he reassured her, "Do not worry." Fran Galag nodded in gratitude and swiftly donned the crimson restraint. Once he had ensured Fran was equipped, Malvin then adorned himself with an arsonist's ring, refraining from wearing it in front of Fran to avoid embarrassment. After several attempts, he had finally discerned the ring's adverse effects. The wearer's every action would provoke nearby creatures to attack, and casting fireballs could inadvertently burn the wearer. With a probability of approximately 1 in 10, he conveyed the ring's drawbacks to Fran, while inwardly reflecting on the severity of the negative effects associated with these artifacts. Thankfully, the Dawn Blade redeemed him. Otherwise, he might have felt compelled to beseech the goddess of night, questioning whether she had bestowed upon him a curse of misfortune. Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced, as he lacked the courage to approach the goddess directly. He seemed to harbor a profound fear of her. The noise outside escalated. Yet the monsters did not assault the tavern. After an indeterminate period, the tumult gradually subsided, prompting Malvin to draw his sword and lead Fran from the tavern. Upon exiting, Fran casually closed the tavern door behind them. The harrowing scene before them stirred a sense of unease within Malvin, while Fran remained relatively unfazed. Having witnessed bloodshed during her year-long service at a church hospital, she had grown accustomed to the realities of life and death, viewing the plight of the living and the dead with a certain detachment. As Malvin cautiously donned the peculiar ring, he awkwardly tumbled into the blood-soaked ground. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, yet a smile crept onto his face. As is well known, magical artifacts often carry adverse effects. In this case, the ring's influence compelled the wearer to exhibit bizarre movements and expressions. Fran Galag had no intention of mocking him. She merely expressed a mild acknowledgement. Noting Fran's calm demeanor, Malvin felt a sense of relief, unaware that she was suppressing an urge to attack him. Once the vicinity fell silent of any living presence, a circle of dawn light emanated from his sword, followed by an explosion of brilliance that purified the numerous vengeful spirits that had perished there. After the release, Malvin pinched the bridge of his nose. The dawn storm proved overly strenuous for him at sequence 8, yet he was grateful for the strange ring. "You can have the crimson restraint draw some fresh blood, ensuring we have enough when the time comes," he suggested, aware that the heat of the day would hasten the decay of corpses, compounded by the purification of many souls. He felt the digesting of his magical potion accelerate within him. Initially, he had assumed the role of both the gravedigger and the corpse collector. deducing that aiding the deceased in their burial was the correct course of action. Coupled with the title of Soul Guide, he established a new guiding principle for his role, to grant the dead their peace. Having meticulously collected the ashes, Malvin placed them into a porcelain urn, along with a pound of currency, and entrusted it to the tavern keeper, instructing him to find a suitable place for the burial of these souls. With their task complete, the two departed the tavern, only to encounter a divergence in their path. Given the grim events outside the tavern, it was evident that the monsters on this island would not be easily vanquished. Malvin wished to leave, while Fran was enthusiastically eager to confront the creatures. Faced with the naivety of the girl, Malvin contemplated imparting wisdom, yet hesitated, recognizing that their acquaintance was still fresh, and he held no significant claim over her. He refrained from chastising her, fearing that doing so might create animosity, which would be counterproductive to his intentions of connecting with the formidable individuals she might be associated with. After weighing his options, he secured Fran's promise to follow his lead during their endeavors. The two continued deeper into the island, tracing the bloodstains. They traversed for an unknown duration, encountering a seemingly unending trail of corpses. Malvin, wary of wasting his energy on collecting and cremating the bodies, simply dispatched the numerous vengeful spirits they encountered. Fran Gallag felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, uncertain of her emotions, yet she remained filled with confidence regarding their expedition. Her assurance was not solely rooted in Malvin's potent sword, but also in the protective artifact her mentor had prepared for her, a golem of earth that could withstand a demigod's lethal strike. As they pressed onward, they noticed the blood-stained path diverging. Malvin and Fran hesitated, caught in indecision. At that moment, vivid images flooded Malvin's mind, visions of themselves. They pressed forward only to confront a malevolent spirit, engaging in a fierce battle, culminating in Fran's demise while Malvin sustained grave injuries. Now, Malvin found himself in a quandary. What course of action should he take? Chapter 30. The Reckless Voyeur. After much deliberation, Malvin finally confided in the chubby girl about his foresight of the future. Fran contemplated the fork in the road before her and eventually spoke. Since the path ahead is fraught with peril, let us take the winding road instead. Do see if you can foresee what lies on this turn. Malvin, feeling a surge of frustration, attempted to glimpse the future, but to no avail. Upon seeing Malvin shake his head, Fran pondered for a moment and earnestly continued. Winston, I understand the weight of pressure you bear, yet I am eager to embark on this adventure. Moreover, my teacher has provided me with a life-saving artifact, the small box you have seen. As she spoke, Fran handed the small box to Malvin, who opened it to reveal a finger-sized clay golem. Examining it, he inquired, how does one utilize this? Simply call upon Frank in Hermes or Elvish, and the golem shall protect us from harm, she replied. Frankly, at the mention of Frank, Malvin's thoughts immediately turned to the infamous Mushroom Lord. This was troublesome. A rank 6 entity was hardly a force to be trifled with. However, he recalled that in the original story, Frank Lee had no messenger. How could it possibly be him? My mentor is Frank Gallagher, a venerable elder of my family and my mentor in the mystic arts. Are you familiar with that anomaly? Fran, aware of Frank Lee's notorious reputation, nodded. Indeed, I know of him. He is quite creative, though regrettably of low rank. If he were to ascend to a higher echelon, he might well keep the pontiff of the Mother Goddess Church awake at night. While Fran had heard tales of Frank Lee from her mentors, she did not know the Mushroom Lord personally. In her view, such an anomaly should remain confined, never to see the light of day. Malvin's sardonic remarks about the Mother Goddess Church displeased her greatly. After casting him a fierce glare, she admonished, though we are friends now, you must not disparage the Mother Goddess Church and the Holy See in my presence. I apologize, my friend. Please forgive my impetuousness. I beseech you to overlook my waywardness. He retorted, you jest. I am but a rank 8, hardly worthy of your penance. However, you must personally go to the Mother Goddess's chapel and sincerely repent. Do you understand? Yes, I shall indeed go, and I hope you will accompany me to oversee my contrition. Friend Gallagher smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. A true gentleman must honor his promises. I trust you, Winston. After their agreement, they finally embarked on the winding path, with Malvin leading the way, now holding the golem in his hands. As they traversed the path, the bodies and bloodstains grew sparse, and the darkness deepened, compelling Malvin to pause and ignite a stick as a makeshift torch. He handed the golem to Fran and continued onward. As they journeyed, the number of Tiatia fruit trees increased, suggesting they had reached the heart of the orchard. The silence enveloped them, But the grove grew denser and more foreboding, leading them to realize they had lost their way. What should we do? Surely we cannot spend the night amidst these trees, Malvin pondered aloud. After a moment's thought, he swung his sword and felled a circle of fruit trees, igniting them with a fireball to create a beacon. This plan is rather lacking, he mused, hoping it would attract attention. Fren appreciated Malvin's idea. Winston, your thinking is commendable. Shortly thereafter, they noticed figures approaching to extinguish the flames. Indeed, the priorities of capitalists differed vastly from those of ordinary folk. When Malvin and Fran aided in quelling the fire, they conversed with the firefighters, discovering many were indigenous. Yet their leader spoke giant tongue fluently. Through their dialogue, Malvin gleaned the whereabouts of Sheriff Donald. The sheriff was currently at the estate of Lord Stan, the island's largest fruit grower. Malvin requested the leader to escort them to the sheriff for further information. By the time they met Sheriff Donald, night had fully descended. The estate was vast, with guards numbering in the hundreds. Sheriff Donald, a tall native with brown skin and a prominent reddish-brown nose, bore the deep creases of age upon his face. Greetings, my children. I appreciate your arduous journey, though I did not anticipate such dire circumstances on the island. Please, share the details of the situation with us, and spare us any pleasantries, Malvin interjected. Donald, taken aback by the pale-faced man's directness, scratched his graying hair and murmured, "It all began last week when I discovered a murder on the island. The scene was chaotic, and the perpetrator's methods were exceedingly brutal. I merely advised the populace to remain vigilant, yet soon, the livestock began to fall victim to attacks, their fates equally gruesome. Were there any witnesses to these murders?" Malvin inquired. None. Whenever a murder occurs, there are no survivors. Fear gripped the islanders, prompting Donald to seek assistance from his old friend, Mr. Tilson, who had posted a commission. I never imagined the situation would deteriorate so rapidly, he lamented, wiping his eyes. I have lived on this island my entire life and have never witnessed such horror. I am terrified and dare not venture outside, nor can I bear to see the bodies of the slain. I am a coward. Do not be too hard on yourself, Sheriff. We arrived only this morning and witnessed a massacre outside the tavern. What can you tell us about that creature? Malvin pressed. Donald regarded the well-proportioned Fran and rubbed his eyes again, glancing at the pitch-black night devoid of a crimson moon. The perpetrator of the morning's incident in the town center was Onya Stan, Lord Stan's daughter, and a remarkable individual. Upon learning of the murder, she took it upon herself to seek out the culprit. She is responsible for a significant portion of the recent killings. I cannot fathom what has transpired. By the gods, what is happening? Malvin pondered. From the sheriff's account, it was clear that Onya Stan had likely succumbed to madness, as it was unfathomable for a normally extraordinary individual to descend into such chaos. Do you know what extraordinary abilities Onya possesses, Sheriff? I do not. Only that she is skilled in divination and occasionally displays pyromancy. Divination and pyromancy suggest the potential for enchanted artifacts. However, the information is too scant to draw conclusions. Might we visit Onya's residence? Malvin requested. Donald considered for a moment, then rose. I shall inquire with Lord Stan to see if he consents. Fran, having limited knowledge of extraordinary abilities, was uncertain why Malvin wished to visit the female extraordinary's abode. Yet she understood Winston had his reasons and chose to remain silent. After navigating several checkpoints, they arrived at a two-story building nestled within the depths of the estate. This is where Onya resides and conducts her research. Please refrain from disturbing anything inside. Upon entering, they were met with a plethora of books, revealing Onya's evident passion for reading. As they ventured deeper, they discovered a laboratory table cluttered with an array of materials and instruments. An extraordinary individual, one who harbors a profound love for literature and research, likely falls into the categories of a seeker, a reader, or a generalist. According to the sheriff, she possesses the ability to manipulate fire, suggesting she may be a reader or a seeker. The Seeker of Sequence 7 is a sorcerer who can harness the powers of deities or hidden entities through various ritualistic magics to control fire, while a reader must attain at least Sequence 6, the scholar, to master such abilities. Upon thorough investigation, particularly of research notes, one would certainly uncover her relevant capabilities. As anticipated, Flan discovered a notebook containing the chronicles of Onya Stan's journey to becoming an extraordinary being, including her insights on resisting the hidden sage. The final page of the notebook bore her last words, upon learning of the monstrous killings and the slaughter of livestock on the island. I felt a profound sense of responsibility and duty. Thus, I have prepared myself. equipping a series of charms and various herbs and potions to pursue the trail of the murderer. Before my departure, I conducted divinations and various calculations. Realizing my abilities may be insufficient, however, I could not await the organization's assistance. Despite the unsatisfactory results of the divination, I cannot allow the murderer to continue their rampage against those I hold dear. Fortunately, I have summoned the emissary of my mentor to inform her of my circumstances and the potential outcomes I might face, hoping she will not blame me for my impetuosity. The notebook concluded here, leaving Malvin filled with admiration for Anya. Yet he could not help but think her actions were foolish. Charging into danger without the means to prevail not only proved futile, but also buried any hope for future redemption. Next, it was Malvin and Flan's turn to grapple with the question of their own path forward. Chapter 31. The Astrologer. After deliberating, Marvin and Fran concluded that their presence here was of little significance. Given that tiny island was too close to Byam, and its small size meant there was no independent church of the true gods, they decided it would be wiser to depart and report to the Storm Church in Byam. With their decision made, both felt a considerable sense of relief. That night, they stayed at the estate of the owner, and perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day's spiritual exertions, Marvin fell into a deep sleep. Time slipped away until he became aware he was dreaming. In his dream, he still took the form of a bird-like creature, surrounded by a constant stream of fragmented murmurs. "You are the undying king, the lord of the underworld, the gate of all things, Gregali." The whispers pierced his mind like relentless needles, and though he wished to cry out, no sound emerged. He sensed his features becoming more pronounced, his mouth curling into an odd shape, and the fine hairs on his body gradually transforming into grayish-white feathers. Suddenly, a cool sensation enveloped him, and he felt his body and mind gradually relax, the murmurs fading into a whisper. "Fran, is that you?" "It's me, Winston. Are you feeling any better?" The soft voice of the chubby girl was barely audible, revealing her own exhaustion. "Thank you, Fran. You're welcome. You should sleep a little longer. Dawn is approaching." He obeyed her suggestion, sinking back into a peaceful slumber. When Marvin finally opened his eyes again, sunlight streamed into the room, casting dappled patterns on the bed and floor. One patch of light illuminated Fran's round face as she slept, making her complexion appear even more radiant, with the delicate capillaries beneath her skin clearly visible. Her closed eyelids, adorned with long lashes, resembled the tips of trees, naturally serene. Her gentle breathing caused her petite head to sway slightly, and her mouth curved as if she were lost in a sweet dream, even the golden fuzz on her skin appearing to be in deep slumber. About an hour passed before the chubby girl stirred, her lashes fluttering as she opened her bright green eyes. Seeing Marvin still lost in sleep, she exhaled softly. Last night had been exhausting, and she could not recall when she had fallen asleep here. Fortunately, he had not awakened yet, allowing her to escape the embarrassment of having shared a bed. With that thought, she quietly rose and tiptoed away. Once she confirmed Fran had left, Marvin opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. A moment later, Fran knocked on the door. "Is Winston awake? It's time to get up." "I'm here, that's good." Marvin delayed a minute before opening the door to find Fran standing outside, looking refreshed. "Good morning, Fran. What is good about it? It's almost noon. We need to hurry and leave. May the Mother Goddess bless us. Let us hope no further troubles arise." "All right, I'm ready to go. Let us set off." However, as they stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered Sheriff Donald approaching them. "My children, I was just about to seek you out. Let us head to Lord Stan's place. Onya's teacher has arrived and wishes to meet you." Marvin felt a tremor of unease at the mention of the powerful figure associated with the seer. He exchanged a glance with Fran, who swiftly retrieved a pitch-black metal vial from her possession and donned the blood-red shackles. Marvin slipped on the peculiar ring, which this time did not compel him into strange actions, but merely pulled the corners of his mouth downwards. With a slight tug, he managed to restore his expression to normal. He secured the Sword of Dawn at his waist, and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to wear the Firestarter ring as well. Following Donald, they arrived at Lord Stan's courtyard, entering the hall to find an elder standing at its center. Clad in a wizard's robe, with white hair and beard, he appeared quite aged. Yet, one should not underestimate any extraordinary being based solely on age. Marvin was cautious and intentionally walked ahead of Fran as they entered the hall. "Mr. Mars, I have brought them here," Donald announced. "These two are Onya's teachers." After the introduction, he departed. Marvin and Fran nodded respectfully towards the elder and in unison greeted, "Good day, Mr. Mars." "Greetings. Seeing you both so young brings back fond memories of my student Onya. She was of impeccable character, steadfast in adhering to the seer's code, never harming an innocent soul. It is tragic that she sacrificed herself to save others. Being of impeccable character is futile if one loses control and endangers many more lives. In her hometown, there is a saying, bow once and release 8 farts. Doing good is not as effective as doing evil abundantly. We also hold her actions in high regard, yet she chose to confront evil even in the face of insurmountable odds. Such a choice is not one a wise person would make. I believe it is prudent to be honest before you. It is a matter of respect. You speak wisely. Young one, I too do not endorse Onya's actions, yet she has made her choice, and we are left to fulfill her unfinished wishes. Surely, you would not refuse a teacher's request? If you intend to coerce, it would be more forthright to say so rather than feign sincerity. After exchanging glances with Fran, Marvin bowed his head. We are willing to assist you, but we possess no information regarding the enemy. Should we not gather sufficient intelligence before planning their eradication? Uncertain of the elder's true nature, Marvin opted for caution, intending to delay while assessing the situation. After hearing Marvin's words, the white-haired elder Mars made no immediate response, but casually gestured towards the white wall. Words and images composed of starlight materialized on the pristine surface. A mysterious projection. Truly impressive. It is my conjecture that the malevolent entity appearing on the island is an uncontrollable extraordinary being, driven by an instinctual urge to kill. From my investigations over the past 2 days, it seems this creature has left the waters surrounding this island, leaving only my former student Onya as the remaining source of evil. As for Onya, you should be aware that she was a Sequence 7 wizard in life. Due to her loss of control, her power is difficult to ascertain, but it is unlikely to exceed Sequence 5. We must be thoroughly prepared before attempting to eliminate her. As Mr. Mars elaborated, the documents and images on the wall shifted seamlessly. The images depicted a creature resembling a seal, while Onya's photograph revealed her to be a true native beauty. However, in comparison to Fran, her beauty seemed somewhat lacking, and given her loss of control, even her looks became irrelevant. After losing control, Onya has taken refuge on the easternmost peak of Tia Mountain. We shall surround her there at noon. Before we proceed, I need to understand the nature of the magical items in your possession. Mr. Mars, forgive my candor, but this mission to capture her is not our obligation. We reserve the right to abstain from the operation if we feel the circumstances are unmanageable. As her teacher, it is your duty to eliminate the dangers and traumas caused by your student. You are quite right, young one. However, I previously requested your assistance, and you agreed. Hence, I inquired about your equipment. We did agree to assist you, but we know nothing about you. Therefore, please provide us with your relevant information so that we may assess the safety of our involvement. Very well, I was remiss. I am a seasoned astrologer. Lacking powerful magical items, most of my equipment is auxiliary. However, I do possess a sufficient stock of scrolls, adequate to confront the uncontrollable Onya. Yet, we must remain fully prepared, so I request that you reveal the nature of your equipment. Chapter 32. Pre-war preparations upon witnessing the old man's cooperation. Malvin proceeded to elucidate the pertinent details regarding the Dawn Sword, the Fire Ring, and the Strange Ring. However, he refrained from disclosing the Dawn Sword's ultimate ability, the Dawnstorm. Likewise, he chose not to reveal the existence of Fran's Earth Golem. As for their respective sequence levels, the old man's Eye of Secrets could easily discern them. To his astonishment, the old man remarked on the unexpectedly low sequence levels, yet noted the abundance of magical items, which was far more than he had when he was at a lower sequence. I too have acquired them at the cost of my life. Who wishes to risk their life unless absolutely necessary? Mr. Mars inquired about the mysterious organization to which Malvin belonged, whether it was the Moss Cultivation Society or the Elemental Dawn. Malvin's inquiry stemmed from a desire to gauge the strength of his background. If he was indeed part of the Moss Cultivation Society, it was likely a faction of diminished influence, as it contained angels within its ranks. The fact that at his advanced age he had not ascended indicated a lack of support from above. Conversely, if he belonged to the Elemental Dawn, he might be a significant member, given that their leader was merely at Sequence 3. And the absence of angelic backing made it understandable for the old man to remain unadvanced. I am surprised by your extensive knowledge of the Elemental Dawn and the Moss Cultivation Society, the old man replied. I belong to the Moss Cultivation Society. My lack of advancement is primarily due to my advanced age and an unwillingness to take risks. Thus, I have devoted my energy to nurturing Onya, only to find her so impulsive. Oh, was it my youth that blinded me to this reality? Until now, I had not fully understood my teacher's intentions. Thank you for illuminating me. A look of guilt crossed Fran's face, as she suddenly grasped the depth of her former teacher's care and guidance. I apologize, dear lady. It is I who failed to manage my emotions. I thought that by this age I would have gained a nonchalance toward life and death, but I have clearly overestimated myself. Malvin's words interrupted their emotional moment, and Mars shook his head as if to dismiss his melancholic thoughts. This is the spatial layout where Onya is hiding. We will lay an ambush at the entrance, with myself as the primary attacker. Upon hearing the mention of danger, Malvin immediately recoiled. Since we cannot guarantee her demise, perhaps we should report her to the Storm Church in Biome and summon the Punisher for a siege. The stout young woman wore a disgruntled expression, her mind filled with visions of Malvin's retreat in the face of adversity. She understood Malvin's cautious and timid nature, yet his inclination to withdraw after promising Mr. Mars assistance was utterly humiliating. At that moment, any lingering fondness she held for him evaporated, leaving only a sense of disappointment in his lack of gentlemanly resolve. Observing her expression, Malvin surmised her thoughts. But, young lady, you have yet to experience the peculiarities and dangers of the extraordinary world, nor do you comprehend the treachery of the human heart. This old man is a stranger to us. How could we expect immediate camaraderie and heartfelt openness? Despite Fran's reproach, Malvin remained composed. Fran, you have accompanied me on this perilous venture. I am responsible for your safety. If unforeseen circumstances lead us into danger, how shall I explain it to your teacher? Have you considered how distressed and regretful your teacher would be if we were to meet misfortune? Upon reflection, Fran recognized her hasty impatience. Indeed, I still have my beloved teacher and family who would grieve my misfortune. I have only just understood my teacher's kindness, and I cannot forget so quickly. I must mature. I understand, but we have already committed to Mr. Mars, she continued. Do not let my concerns lead to discord between you. Please, let me finish. The old man was quite adept at defusing the tension. While they bickered, he took on the role of the peacemaker. Mars retrieved a multitude of scrolls from his robe. These are the scrolls I have accumulated, containing a variety of abilities. Most are offensive scrolls, fireballs, water arrows, earth shields, and so forth. However, I lack control-type abilities, so your blood chains will be invaluable for temporarily restraining her. I will need your assistance in controlling her actions and enhancing our damage against her. Upon hearing this, Malvin's caution began to wane. With so many scrolls at their disposal, their odds of success appeared to improve. Very well, he conceded. Mr. Mars, do you possess any scrolls that can enhance spirituality? Ideally, I require magical items. I am not particular. My Sequence 8 spirituality is rather low, and the fire ring consumes too much of it. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an urge to deliver a sound thrashing to the Grey Keeper. Was it the negative effect of the magical items, or was he truly deserving of a good beating? I have a lucky pocket watch. While wearing it, one experiences heightened luck, spirituality, and intuition, alongside a counter-divination effect. However, it also incurs minor misfortunes from time to time, such as slipping or stumbling over a pebble. As long as one is agile, no injury will befall them. Furthermore, the magnitude of misfortune is proportional to the extent of one's luck. In other words, the luckier one becomes, the more severe the misfortunes they face. Another magical item from the monstrous pathway. First the strange ring, now this lucky pocket watch. Clearly, Malvin had a peculiar affinity for the monstrous pathway. From the description, it seemed akin to a Sequence 7 lucky individual. Yet its negative effects resembled those of a calamity priest. Regardless, it was certainly superior to the deathly ring. Oh, this is precisely what I need. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. This pocket watch is one of the rewards I prepared for you. Since you require it, I will give it to you in advance. Malvin stepped forward and accepted the ancient pocket watch from the old man. Its intricate patterns and vintage design exuded an air of understated luxury and elegance. Upon opening it, he confirmed it was in working order and couldn't help but smile. An excellent magical item. After securing the watch at his waist, he raised a hand to brush back his hair, only to swat away a green-headed fly with a resounding smack. The effects were immediate. Yet before he could fully relish his good fortune, he felt an unwelcome pebble lodged in his shoe, painfully jabbing at his toe. Damn it. I said these magical items from the monstrous pathway are unreliable. They are truly vexing. Subsequently, Mars distributed numerous scrolls to both of them, elaborating on the purpose of each scroll in detail. With his guidance, Malvin easily organized the scrolls into different pockets. Fran listened intently to Mars' explanations, frequently posing questions about optimal usage and casting techniques. Once all preparations were complete, after enjoying a hearty meal at the Stan family estate, Malvin and his companions bid farewell to the sorrowful Stan family and set forth on their journey to Mount Tia. Chapter 33. The First Battle. Tia Mountain, though modest in height at just over 100 meters, stretches long and winding. The lair of the uncontrollable Onya lies deep within the range, flourishing with summer's verdant growth, making traversal through this terrain quite arduous. At noon, the island's sun blazes fiercely, and the oppressive heat causes beads of sweat to stream down. The corpse collector, accustomed to the cold but not the heat, could not help but lament the loss of autonomy in this journey. The elderly Mars moved with remarkable agility, showing little sign of age or fatigue, which led Malvin to suspect that this ancient figure possessed some extraordinary items that enhanced his physical prowess. Unable to contain his curiosity, Malvin inquired of the old Mars, "Why must we confront Onya at noon?" The extraordinary beings of the Seer class at level 5 derive their powers increasingly from external forces, namely star energy. At noon, the celestial bodies of the star realm stray far from the Earth, rendering star energy at its weakest. I had prepared ample scrolls beforehand, thus amplifying the disparity in strength between our adversaries and ourselves. The plump girl, Falon, nodded vigorously in understanding, indicating that she had learned something valuable. Malvin silently agreed, acknowledging that it was indeed the path's extraordinary individuals who comprehended its secrets best. After approximately an hour and a half of navigating through a landscape of wild shrubs and diverse flora, they finally emerged from the thicket. Both Malvin and Falon were breathless from exertion, and even the old Mars displayed a hint of weariness. As their destination came into view, the seasoned Mars promptly retrieved a scroll from the concealed pocket of his robe and intoned in Hermes' tongue, "Restoration." A vivid green aura enveloped the three of them, swiftly alleviating their fatigue and invigorating their spirits. They took a brief respite of 10 minutes to organize their magical items and scrolls. "Let us clarify our roles. I shall lead the charge, while you both should position yourselves to ambush from the cave's flank. Additionally, you are responsible for dealing with the lesser foes." These lesser foes were the aberrant creatures that had transformed into monstrosities upon gazing directly at the uncontrollable Onya. These beings, once human, had been warped into monsters due to their direct confrontation with Onya. While their lethality surpassed that of ordinary individuals, they posed little threat to Malvin and Falon, who were equipped with magical artifacts. However, they shared a vulnerability. Their low rank rendered their spiritual energy feeble. Should they find themselves encircled by these creatures, submission would be inevitable, necessitating a swift and decisive onslaught to conclude the battle. 10 minutes elapsed quickly. Malvin grasped the Sword of Dawn, wore a lucky pocket watch at his waist, and donned an unusual ring. These two magical items amplified his spiritual energy twofold, rendering him adequately prepared. Yet, he refrained from extravagantly expending his energy on a large-scale AoE skill like the Dawnstorm. The Firestarter ring, while not particularly potent in slaying monsters, was slow in effect, as its flames did not intimidate the relentless creatures. Consequently, Malvin chose not to wear it, for its activation would provoke a widespread distraction, necessitating precise timing. Falon, upon witnessing Malvin's peculiar behavior as he adorned the strange ring, grew wary and instinctively reached out to steady him when he appeared to falter. To her surprise, a peculiar mountain breeze swept through, fortuitously righting Malvin's stance. Just as he felt a surge of relief, a droplet of bird droppings plummeted onto his head. "Curse it! These monstrous artifacts are truly treacherous." Falon observed Malvin's predicament in silence, her lips pursed with a barely concealed smile, the corners of her mouth curling upward. "Go ahead. Laugh if you wish. This is not my fault. I refuse to shoulder the blame for these magical items." Falon had heard Malvin mention taking the blame before, and she understood his intent. Meanwhile, the old Mars, intrigued by their exchange, refocused his attention on the shadowy cave ahead. The cave entrance, partially obscured by dense vegetation, concealed much of its interior from view. The trio set off towards the cave, which lay on the mountain's shaded side, and as they approached, a chill swept over them. Mars nodded to Malvin and Falon and proceeded to unfurl a scroll. Falling Inferno. Upon uttering the incantation in Hermes' tongue, a fireball, as massive as a mountain, plummeted from the sky, crashing into the cave's entrance. The explosive force shattered the cave's rocky facade and ignited the surrounding foliage, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the air, causing Tia Mountain to tremble. The resounding blast reverberated within a kilometer radius, startling the forest's creatures into a chaotic stampede. Fortunately, the beasts fled down the mountain, sparing Malvin and Fulon from immediate danger. As the uproar within the cave subsided, a piercing, elongated howl echoed from the depths. "Oh!" The old Mars stiffened, fully aware of the impending threat. Malvin and Fulon, feeling a surge of tension, prepared themselves. Though their concern for the old Mars's battle lingered, the howl ceased, and a violent gust erupted from the cave, hurling stones like cannonballs into the air. Mars unleashed another scroll, Tempest. This time, the wind served not to confront the oncoming storm but to elevate him into the sky, allowing the projectiles to fly past harmlessly. When the barrage of rocks abated, a throng of creatures emerged from the cave, led by a woman covered in eyes. Her tattered robe, saturated with blood, hung heavily upon her form, and from its hem extended numerous slick tendrils, each adorned with an array of unblinking eyeballs, fluttering incessantly. A mere glance at this abomination could induce severe dizziness and headaches in ordinary folks or lower-tier extraordinary beings. For the more powerful, prolonged exposure would lead to a tremor of the spirit, ultimately resulting in madness. These creatures were none other than the uncontrollable Onya and her apostles, each bearing the taint of her extraordinary abilities. Mars, having prepared for this encounter, donned a pair of specialized glasses. Through their lens, Onya appeared as a mere fiery silhouette. He swiftly gestured, unleashing a barrage of scrolls towards his former disciple and her surrounding minions. Fireballs, lightning spheres, water arrows, and earth blasts, a relentless onslaught of Hermes incantations. Onya howled in agony, her apostles being torn apart in the chaotic assault. Meanwhile, Malvin and Fulon faced their own adversaries, an unending wave of eyeless creatures surging towards Onya's lair. They needed to intercept these foes before they could reach Mars's battlefield. Malvin wielded the Sword of Dawn with precision, while Fulon unleashed her steel claws to cleave through the throngs of limbs and bodies. As the horde thickened, the strain on Malvin and Fulon intensified. The monsters, scattered across the island, converged upon Tia Mountain from unpredictable angles. Compelling the duo to adhere to their prearranged strategy, one would wield the Sword of Dawn to eliminate foes at targeted points, while the other donned the Firestarter ring to draw the attention of the monstrous tide. This method proved inefficient and posed challenges for Mars as well. His continuous scrolls inflicted minimal damage on Onya, whose form continued to swell, absorbing the attacks with her outer layers of flesh, lacking the capability for a decisive strike. It became evident that Mars alone could not conclude this battle. As Malvin and Fulon valiantly fought against the relentless onslaught, he was compelled to divert Onya's attention away from them. If Malvin and Fulon could clear the lesser threats, the trio could then concentrate their firepower on Onya, as they had previously strategized. As time passed, Malvin and friends seamlessly collaborated to vanquish an increasing multitude of monsters, which took a considerable toll on their stamina. The relentless cycle of slaughter gradually ensnared Malvin in a peculiar state. His spiritual essence surged dramatically, while his visage began to contort, his mouth becoming increasingly pointed and distorted. Just as Malvin found himself ensnared in this unsettling predicament, a sudden gentle call roused him from his trance. "Winston, are you all right? What caused you to unleash the Dawnstorm so unexpectedly?" Upon regaining his senses, Malvin's eyes widened in shock as he surveyed the gruesome battlefield before him, devoid of any lingering souls, all obliterated by his prior strike. At that moment, his spiritual essence thrived. The synergy between his spiritual and stellar forms grew ever more profound, a testament to the rapid assimilation of the magical elixir within him. Malvin gazed gratefully at Fran. "Thank you, Fran. The acceleration of the elixir's digestion within me led to the unintended release of that Dawnstorm. However, this battle has allowed you to completely metabolize the remaining potion in your system. Well done, Fran. I am truly pleased for you." Both Fran and Malvin reveled in the exhilaration of their elixir's consumption, while old Mars found himself at a critical juncture. Ignoring the recent respite of the two young warriors, he called out urgently, "Mr. Winston and Miss Fran, come quickly to assist." Chapter 34. Annihilation Battle. The burgeoning excitement of Malvin and Fran was abruptly extinguished by the presence of old Mars. After a moment of awkward silence exchanged between them, Malvin retrieved a scroll once more. The efficiency of the recovery scroll was remarkably high, revitalizing both of them within a mere 3 minutes. However, the drawbacks of such hastily crafted scrolls were also glaringly evident. Nevertheless, this was not a valid excuse to delay their participation in the team battle. So the duo quickly gathered themselves and set off towards the battlefield of Old Mars. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the battlefield, Malvin and Fran surveyed the scene, involuntarily gasping in horror. Before them, Onya had transformed into a grotesque mass, towering at 2.5 meters high, her form grotesquely encrusted with copious amounts of flesh and blood. This accumulation obscured the multitude of eyes that dotted her body, yet with time, new eyes continued to sprout from the clinging mass. In that moment, Malvin's frustration was beyond mere words, leading him to display an international gesture of disdain towards Old Mars, exclaiming an expletive in Chinese. While none but Malvin understood his words, both Old Mars and Fran grasped the sentiments behind his expression and actions. Old Mars sighed ruefully, then summoned a brilliant starry aura, a hallmark of the astrologer's core abilities, channeling the power of the stars to strike at their foe. This act of harnessing stellar energy was immensely taxing on his own spirit, and the area affected by the starry strikes did not discriminate between friend and foe. Hence, without a powerful healer nearby, astrologers rarely employed such a strategy that could harm themselves as well. Fran withdrew a scroll from her pouch, and as the incantation of Hermes resonated, a veil of ink-like mist enveloped the eyes of both Malvin and Fran. This mist did not hinder their vision, but concealed all extraordinary phenomena before them. They could no longer see the myriad eyes and slippery tentacles of Onya. Instead, they beheld only the floating figure of Old Mars and the monstrous form of Onya. Starry confinement, Old Mars intoned in the ancient tongue of the elves, a whisper reminiscent of a youthful maiden, yet it bore the weight of utter destruction and power. Invisible starlight cascaded downward, striking the earth. Old Mars cried out in agony amidst the onslaught, while Onya's grotesque mass continuously disintegrated and reformed, her intense pain driving her into a frenzied rage. Her tentacles grew ever thicker, ensnaring the source of her suffering, Old Mars. Bound by the exertion of channeling stellar energy, Old Mars found himself unable to evade the grasp of Onya's tentacles. The immense force of her binding caused significant strain on his bones, leading to grievous internal injuries. Thanks to the ink mist's effect, Malvin and Fran could not witness the assault on Old Mars, but only heard his muffled groans of pain, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Fran extended her crimson shackles towards the massive flesh mound, unleashing abyssal chains, while Malvin raised a great sword, the golden light of dawn coalescing into a colossal blade. As the great sword took form, he exhaled sharply, slash. The great sword descended, and the sizzling sounds of contact filled the air as it met the flesh mound. Though the damage accumulated, it did not cleave the target in two. Still, the force of the strike landed upon Onya's true form, just as Old Mars intended to catch his breath and encourage the two young warriors to persevere. He looked up to find Onya had abandoned him, directing her slippery tentacles towards them. Quick, evade! Malvin and Fran, exhausted from their previous strike, were caught off guard as the colossal flesh mound turned its attention toward them. Although they could not see the tentacles, they instinctively knew that danger was imminent as the boss had locked onto them. They promptly separated and fled, with Old Mars's warning echoing behind them. In his flight, Malvin could not help but curse the old man. Fran, wearing a ring of arson, attracted Onya's focus, and thus the monstrous mass pursued her. This terrified Fran, draining the color from her face. Winston, help. Fool. Run towards Old Mars. Let him shield you. Old Mars, engulfed in guilt for his overconfidence that had led to the young one's peril, suddenly redirected his frustrations towards Malvin upon hearing his words. In her moment of indecision, Fran took Malvin's advice to heart and dashed towards Old Mars. Old Mars, grumbling internally, had to muster his spirits once more to cast starry confinement again. Fran ran with surprising speed, while Old Mars seized the opportunity to ensnare both himself and Onya within the stellar energy once more. The relentless barrage of starry strikes combined with Malvin's great sword inflicted tremendous damage upon Onya, whose howls of fury grew more frantic, stirring the very elements of the island into chaos. The skies darkened, obscuring the sun, while fierce winds howled and waves crashed violently. After exchanging a knowing glance, Malvin and Fran retreated to a safe distance, preparing to unleash their abyssal chains and the colossal blade once more. However, the effect of the abyssal chains was immediately dispelled by Onya's roar, while Malvin's great sword, though formed, was paralyzed by her fearsome cry, unable to descend. Yet he could not falter. Retreating would spell doom for the two young souls. With no alternatives left, he released fireballs and water arrows from the scroll in a bid to divert Onya's attention, preventing her from attacking Malvin and Fran. Meanwhile, they sought refuge to recover their strength, but both began to feel a sense of trepidation. "Mr. Mars, perhaps we should withdraw for now. Continuing like this will cost us dearly, even if we prevail," Malvin suggested, disheartened. Old Mars felt dejected. Retreat was not an option. Onya had been thoroughly enraged, and backing down would only invite disaster upon the inhabitants of the island. In his current state, he could not guarantee the safety of all three. No retreat. Onya is in a state of fury. If we flee, she will pursue us, causing untold casualties among the innocents. Besides, I am not in the best shape to ensure your safe escape. Malvin, vexed, lamented, "Had I known, I would have steered clear of this mess. You, old man, lack any self-awareness, thrusting me into this desperate struggle. Fran, discard your earth golem. We must fight with all we have. If we do not slay this monster, none of us will escape." Without uttering a word, Fran retrieved the earth golem from her box and hurled it into the air, calling out Frank. In an instant, the earth golem grew, reaching a size comparable to the monstrous Onya. Its body, a muddy hue, bore robust limbs and a rudimentary visage, resembling a child's crude drawing. Its features barely discernible. The golem charged directly at Onya, clashing with her like a meteor colliding with the earth, triggering a cascade of reactions. Old Mars, no longer holding back, produced a golden talisman from his inner pocket. "Spear of Darkness," he intoned in Hermes' tongue. And a golden spear of unparalleled sharpness pierced through the golem and into Onya's flesh, the sizzling sound resonating through the air. Accompanying this was Onya's piercing scream. Malvin raised his great sword once more, the dawn blade taking form for the third time, and he swung it down with all his might. The air was filled with her anguished cries, while old Mars cast starry confinement for the third time. The relentless damage continued to rain down upon Onya, who melted away like butter under a hot knife, ultimately regaining her humanoid form. The series of assaults restored much of her sentience, yet her large eyes blazed with hatred and madness. The sage in pursuit of knowledge, the numbers of a mysterious world, the eyes that peer into fate. Your devout followers are willing to offer themselves as a sacrifice, beseeching your favor, imploring you to bestow your power to punish these blasphemers. The surrounding air appeared to be ensnared, forming an immense space. This space was encircled by a multitude of eyes, devoid of eyelashes, hollow and indifferent, fixated upon the three blasphemers. Fraulein and the elder Mars were the first to falter, blood seeping from the corners of their eyes and mouths. The already exhausted elder Mars, under the hidden might of the sage, succumbed to a profound mental desolation. Malvin felt his mind inundated with an inexhaustible torrent of knowledge. His brain swelled, veins protruding, and his eyes bulged as if on the brink of bursting. Suddenly, a sharp bird call shattered the confinement of the space, and the myriad eyes vanished without a trace, leaving Malvin in a state of utter exhaustion as he collapsed, unconscious. Chapter 35. Aftermath. When Malvin regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness, the haunting memories of the eerie space filled with eyes still fresh in his mind. Fortunately, he was alive, and it seemed that the situation had been resolved. The mortician had enhanced night vision. He rose and retrieved a scroll from his inner pocket, invoking the words of Hermetic language. As the incantation concluded, a small fireball floated into existence, casting a dim light. With the feeble glow, Malvin cautiously approached Fran and the late old Mars. Fran still breathed, but her continued unconsciousness indicated that her injuries were more severe than his. However, her steady breathing suggested she might recover, and he would devise a way to awaken her later. Old Mars, on the other hand, had succumbed to death. Malvin noticed a transparent, diamond-shaped eyeball upon him, and he perceived the lost spirit of old Mars wandering aimlessly. Regrettably, he was not a medium and could not discern the elder's unfulfilled desires. Despite the lingering resentment he harbored for the old man, it felt inconsequential at that moment. "In the name of the underworld, I grant you rest." With those words, Malvin thrust his sword, extinguishing old Mars's spirit, and collected the transparent eyeball. As the specter dissipated, Malvin felt a rejuvenation of his spiritual essence. He could distinctly sense that 2/3 of the potion within him had been digested. This was a remarkable advancement. He realized that the secret to digesting magical potions lay in associating with entities of a higher sequence. For instance, granting rest to old Mars's spirit, Klein embodying a demigod, and Audrey hypnotizing a demigod had all accelerated their own potion digestion by connecting with beings of greater rank. This insight would certainly be shared at the tarot meeting. "Fran, how are you?" Malvin attempted to rouse the plump girl repeatedly, but despite her stable breathing, she remained unresponsive, causing him to panic. He feared that if Fran remained unconscious, it would attract the wrath of her formidable mentor. The immediate course of action was to clear the scene. As such, significant casualties would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Storm Church. He removed the arson ring and blood-red shackles from Fran's wrist, relieved that the side effects of the shackles had yet to manifest due to the time. He stowed the bloodied bindings into a small, dark metal vial. The arson ring and the peculiar ring were placed into a wooden box, and he secured the Sword of Dawn at his waist. Meanwhile, the earth golem summoned by Fran had vanished, presumably consumed by the bizarre space, and he chose to disregard it for now. Malvin approached the battleground where the mutated creature had been thwarted, now a sea of blood and flesh. Nature had begun its work of decomposition, and a multitude of insects swarmed the area, yet no wild beasts had come to scavenge. Left unchecked, it could take an eternity to decompose completely. He produced a burial scroll, and upon its release, the earth trembled, swallowing the corpses into a deep pit. He then employed another earth-covering scroll to fill the pit and fashioned a cross from branches as a marker for those who might come to mourn their loved ones. After tending to these matters, Malvin returned to old Mars's corpse to search through his belongings. He discovered more than a dozen scrolls, several talismans, a pair of spectacles, a hide, a notebook, and a harmonica among various items. These possessions, belonging to a Sequence 5 astrologer, could not be of poor quality. He would set them aside for later examination. As for Onya, only a pile of clothing remained, having offered herself as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity, leaving no traits behind. He would need to search further to ascertain whether she had possessed any extraordinary items. Fortune favored the diligent from the sight of her demise. He unearthed a dagger. This dagger, resplendent in golden hue, radiated warmth in his grip. Upon attempting to imbue it with his essence, he discovered it could summon the fire of the sun. A miraculous artifact of the sun? It would serve perfectly to seal the whispers of the Sword of Dawn. Although the sword scarcely dared to whisper in his presence, it would require proper sealing for future handlers. Old Mars's remains were reduced to ashes, and he wrapped them in the elder's robe, carrying 2 pouches on his person as he hoisted the plump Fran onto his back. A scroll of the howling winds erupted in a burst of blue light, lifting both Malvin and Fran toward the Stan Manor in the island's center. Upon arriving at the manor's entrance, Malvin and Fran's return was relayed through the guards. Shortly, an elderly man with deep brown skin appeared at the door, accompanied by Sheriff Donald. "I am deeply sorry for the death of Mr. Mars during our confrontation with Onya, and my companion is now in a state of unconsciousness," Malvin stated, causing old Stan to tremble. Had it not been for the support of a servant beside him, he might have collapsed, his lips quivering as he grappled with the harsh reality. Cradling his daughter's ashes, old Stan wept bitterly, his sobs echoing in the air. Another servant stepped forward to take old Mars's ashes, standing silently beside him. Donald then guided Malvin, still carrying Fran, to the sheriff's office, deeming it inappropriate for them to remain at the Stan residence. Once at the sheriff's office, after laying Fran on a bench, Donald procured some dark bread and beer for Malvin to stave off hunger. After their meal, Malvin recounted the events of the battle to Donald, also informing him of Onya's self-sacrifice to the malevolent deity. Upon hearing Malvin's account, Donald was filled with gratitude, deeply appreciative of Malvin for alleviating such a significant threat. He reached into his pocket, retrieving 100 pounds as a token of gratitude. "My child, this is all I can offer. I hope it suffices. Please accept my sincere thanks on behalf of this young lady. The Lord of the Sea will surely bless you and your companions." What did the Lord of the Sea signify? Was this not the domain of the Storm Church? Why not express faith in the Lord of Storms or the demigods of the Storm Church? These questions remained unvoiced, lingering only in Malvin's mind. Since his arrival in this world, he had long recognized the incompleteness of his memories, which had led him to adopt a habit of setting aside matters he did not understand, trusting that his essence would eventually comprehend them. As night deepened, following Donald's departure, Malvin secured the doors and windows, then approached Fran, meticulously checking on her condition before attempting to awaken her once more, to no avail. He settled onto a low stool beside her, carefully resting his head beside hers as he succumbed to sleep. When he was roused by the clamor of the tavern next door, dawn had already broken. Glancing at his lucky pocket watch, he noted it was past 9 o'clock. He touched Fran's forehead and checked her breathing. Though her vital signs were normal, she remained unresponsive, and he chose not to dwell on it. After washing up, he ventured to the neighboring tavern to purchase some food for a meal, then summoned a drunkard to inform Donald that they were leaving. With Fran secured upon his back, he made his way to the dock. Chapter 36. Summoning Ask's father upon returning to Biome, it was already past noon. With the little chubby girl on his back, he suddenly found himself at a loss, uncertain of where to go. He sought out Tina Wolf to inform her of Fran's condition, inquiring if she could locate a powerful individual to awaken Fran. First Officer Alba stated that he had not seen any advertisements for a divination booth in the Sunia Daily while he had been at Maple Dock these past few days. Marvin pondered for a moment, realizing he had been somewhat dazed. Alge was a member of the Storm Church and was not well versed in the extraordinary ability to awaken spirits. Those skilled in such matters typically belonged to the Undertaker or Observer pathways. The only observer he knew was Miss Justice, who was merely at Sequence 9, and thus not particularly useful. As for the Undertaker pathway, aside from the Hell Duke, the only name that came to mind was Ask's father. No, Ask himself. However, he had no prior connection with Ask, and approaching him recklessly might provoke hostility. Perhaps he could offer a reward in exchange for Ask's assistance, considering that this esteemed figure was known to be quite amiable towards novices. Returning to his room, Marvin first checked on Fran, then took out paper and pen to compose a letter. Dear Mr. Ask, I hope this letter finds you well. Many years ago, our paths crossed, but since then, I have had no news of you. I suspect you may have succumbed to another round of slumber. It has been so long that I wonder if you have awakened. And if so, where you find yourself. As your former friend, I take the liberty of writing to you in my time of need. To be frank, I am in a dire situation, with no one else to turn to. Your friend, Marvin, to summon the messenger. He needed to employ a language capable of unlocking the mysteries, and after careful consideration, he chose the tongue of giants. I, in my name, summon the spirits that wander in the void, the beings of the upper realm, the exclusive messenger of Ask Eggs. As soon as the words left his lips, an icy chill enveloped the room, causing goosebumps to rise on his arms. It was as if a fountain had opened within the chamber, showering forth white bones, which swiftly assembled into a colossal skeletal monster. The creature's eyes blazed with dark flames, towering high enough to reach the second floor if fully extended. Yet, rather than threateningly looming over him, the skeletal being bowed its head, exuding an air of servility. How curious. This creature bears an uncanny resemblance to the Sword of Dawn. I recall its haughty demeanor upon first encountering the fool, only to yield once the fool transformed into an eldritch deity. Yet here it was, groveling before me. Realizing this was a clear indication of his status as a pawn of some great power, Marvin felt a chill run through him. It was evident that he had attracted the attention of a figure from the pathway of death, which prized hierarchy above all. Moreover, he often dreamt of the Phoenix progenitor. Gregory. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the Phoenix progenitor? No, how absurd. The Phoenix progenitor had perished beyond resurrection. He must not frighten himself. After a moment of mental fortitude, Marvin calmed himself significantly. He took the letter from his desk and handed it to the skeletal messenger. Deliver this to your master. He should have awakened by now. Go. After accepting the letter, the skeletal messenger did not depart immediately. It bowed its head in acknowledgement before dissipating like a spring's water. Watching the messenger leave, Marvin felt a sense of unease. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he decided to examine the spoils he had received from old Mars. The scrolls and charms were largely mundane, mostly auxiliary scrolls and offensive charms, many originating from the Sun Pathway. The presence of these Sun Pathway charms and the Sun Dagger from Onya indicated that Mars had connections with a formidable figure from the Sun Pathway. It was likely that this figure hailed from the Eternal Radiance Church, suggesting that old Mars was either an Intisian or had resided there for an extended period, as it would be improbable for him to forge such ties otherwise. Upon scrutinizing the fur carefully, Marvin discerned some clues. This pelt appeared to be part of a set with the treasure map he had previously acquired from the Red Skull pirate ship, the Sea Wolf. The glasses seemed to be a magical artifact when he placed them on his nose and infused them with essence. He found himself unable to see anything but could vaguely sense some living beings around him. Remarkably, he had acquired a pair of thermal imaging goggles. While of little use to him, he could inquire with Fran upon her awakening if she desired them. Regrettably, it seemed that her disciple had lost control before her, leading them both to their doom. Truly, fate is often unkind. This notebook primarily chronicled Mars's journey along the extraordinary path, including various formulas for each of his sequences, as it was intended for his disciple. Should these formulas be successfully sold, they would fetch a handsome sum. Alas, the path of the hidden sage was fraught with pitfalls. Otherwise, its practitioners might fare better. He contemplated selling the formulas rather than cultivating his own underlings. Continuing to peruse the notes, Marvin discovered a wealth of esoteric knowledge, along with various magical rituals and corresponding hidden entities that Mars had confirmed as safe. Beyond the potion formulas, the value of this esoteric knowledge was considerable. As he continued to sift through the pages, Marvin finally stumbled upon something even more significant: records concerning critical sealed artifacts of the True God Church. Among them were over a dozen sealed items, most notably the pen of Alasahad and the legendary sealed artifact of the Limont family, Glory of the Divine. The pen of Alasahad, rumored to originate from the Third Era, was crafted by a Sequence 1 author of the Observer Pathway and later incorporated into the Night Church. It was once the progeny of the ancient god, the nightmare god Alasahad, and was said to possess the power to influence the figures of an entire city, manipulating their destinies in ways that rendered escape nearly impossible. Due to its overwhelming potential for chaos, it had been secretly sealed away by the Night Church. The Limont family's legendary artifact, Glory of the Divine, resembled a solar emblem and contained a drop of true divine blood. This artifact was lost during the Oathbreaker War, carried by one of the Limont ancestors, and its whereabouts have since remained a mystery. Upon reading these records, Marvin's mind raced with the identification numbers associated with these two artifacts: 008 for the pen of Alasahad and 3-0782 for the mutated solar emblem. Both were under the control of the Night Church, while the latter was currently held by Klein's team of Night Watchers. The original storyline surged to the forefront of Marvin's consciousness, akin to a faucet being turned on. Filled with excitement at the prospect of these revelations, Marvin realized he must share this information with Mr. Fool. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that Mr. Fool be prepared. Chapter 37. The astonishing intelligence of Ask Malvin was so engrossed in perusing old Mars's notes that he failed to notice the sudden appearance of a middle-aged man with a medium build, bronze skin, and a small mole on his right ear. The man stared at Malvin for quite a while before he pinched his forehead and cleared his throat gently. This cough startled Malvin, who then saw the middle-aged man break into an earnest smile. "Ah, Mr. Ask, you are awake." Ask gazed at Malvin, hesitatingly inquiring, "Constantine, have you been reborn again?" "Reborn again? What is this nonsense? Shouldn't you call me Malvin?" "Greetings, Mr. Ask. As your friend, I am genuinely delighted to see you safe and sound." Malvin's words were mere fabrications, primarily intended to persuade Ask into offering assistance. "Thank you, Constantine, my friend. However, you must be cautious, for your current rank is too low. You should be wary of the extraordinary beings from the various righteous deities' churches. Once they discover you, it will lead to an unrelenting pursuit." Malvin gasped in shock, pondering how he had inadvertently offended all the righteous churches upon his arrival in this world. How could he possibly navigate through such treacherous waters? "What? Why is that?" "I apologize, my friend. I cannot recall, but upon seeing you, some vague memories surfaced in my mind. Well, it seems we are indeed brothers in misfortune, both suffering from memory loss. For instance, old Mars's notes recorded the information about Feather Pin 008, which triggered his recollection of In's Zangwir's intention to steal the demigod ashes of the Tinjin Night Watch team for his ascension. Comparing the two men's responses upon waking revealed their differences. While Malvin also suffered from amnesia, he seemed to possess a higher rank, yet his abilities needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. This was quite vexing. Malvin grimaced, mulling over the situation before murmuring, "There must be a distinction." "Yes, rebirth." Ask immediately inquired about my rebirth rather than when I awakened from slumber. "Rebirth? Could it be that I have been continuously reborn in this enigmatic world? And every time I am reborn, my memories are wiped clean. When did I actually cross over into this realm?" "Mr. Ask, do you not recall anything more about my past, even just a fragment?" "I regret to inform you, my friend, that I cannot remember a single thing." Observing Ask's pained expression from the strain of searching his memories, Malvin sighed in resignation. Never mind, Ask. Let us discuss other matters. Why has my perception of Ask shifted so dramatically in just a few minutes? Why do I instinctively feel that my standing with Ask is equal? Yet, the man before me is a bona fide angel. Whilst I am merely a novice at Sequence 8, how did I suddenly become so presumptuous? Remain humble, Malvin. Do not test the tolerance of the powerful, not even slightly. This time, I have summoned you to aid a friend of mine who has been in a comatose state. Could you please examine her condition? Of course, my friend. And please, do not be overly formal. Simply call me Ask. Very well, Ask. Malvin led Ask to where Fran lay, recounting in detail their encounter with the hidden sage's assault. Ask knelt before Fran, his eyes transforming into an abyss of darkness, devoid of any whites. As the dark void scanned the area, Ask's eyes returned to normal. Rubbing his forehead, he spoke softly. The situation is somewhat complicated. Do not worry, my friend. She is not in any life-threatening danger. She simply suffered an overload of data from the hidden sage, leading to spiritual damage. Her brain's shutdown and unconsciousness are natural protective responses to excessive data influx. She will awaken soon. However, the hidden sage's attack has left her with after effects, making her future ascension to higher sequences exceedingly challenging, with a significantly heightened risk of losing control. Upon hearing this, Malvin felt a sharp pang in his heart. The lively and adorable Fran's ascension path was thus shattered. How cruel. Is there no remedy? The remedy lies in having a demigod or a higher being from the night path bless her during her ascension. This will stabilize her spirit, allowing for a smooth ascension. Are you suggesting that she will need the blessings of high-ranking figures from the night path when ascending to sequence 6, 5, or even 4 to withstand the impact of the potions and successfully level up? Indeed, her spirit is too frail compared to the high-ranking beings like the hidden sage. Realizing there was still hope, Malvin pondered the fact that the Night Church was pursuing him, making it impossible for him to seek their assistance. However, Fran's mentor should be able to persuade a saint from the Night Church to intervene. Thank you, Ask. By the way, I imagine you are still unfamiliar with your current situation. I can provide you with some information, although I do not recall much myself. Thank you, my friend. Your life experiences are quite rich, and you have many offspring. Specifics will depend on your own exploration. As for why your soul is incomplete, I do not know. Ask remained silent for a while before quietly stating, "No wonder I have been dreaming. Each dream varies significantly. Thank you, my friend. I am quite satisfied. From now on, remember to keep in touch with me. Whether I am asleep or awake, feel free to write to me. Of course, I shall also write to you. Your messenger." If I recall correctly, is called Labrador. Messenger? Labrador? What? Is my messenger an angelic dog? Ask, are you mistaken? Labrador is such a peculiar name. Indeed, it is strange, but that name was bestowed upon him by you. Chapter 38. The third tarot gathering. Malvin's concerns were but fleeting. He soon returned to his routine. Not out of carelessness, but due to a profound numbness that had taken hold of him. When it rains, it pours, he mused, embracing the present moment as the most vital aspect of existence. Aski, I require the subsequent potion formula. Could you provide it? The profound individual effortlessly dismissed the secrets of the mystical realm with a casual remark. Very well, I await your good news. By the way, my friend has yet to awaken. Can you rouse her? Indeed. Aski leaned closer, whispering softly into Fran's ear, Miss Fran Gallagher, awaken, awaken now. The scene was almost comedic. It resembled a father gently coaxing his slumbering daughter to rise for breakfast. Yet, the authority of the enigmatic figure was undeniable. After a few gentle calls, the chubby girl finally stirred, murmuring, who calls me? I am so tired. Miss Fran Gallagher, rise quickly. Aski's voice was devoid of warmth, imposing an undeniable pressure upon her spirit. Upon receiving his command, she summoned every ounce of energy to force her eyes open. Before her lay a kind, bronze-skinned middle-aged man. His voice familiar. Sir, who are you? Thank you, my friend. You're welcome. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. No sooner had he spoken than the man who had just been kneeling beside Fran vanished without a trace. Fran, how do you feel? Any other discomfort? Winston. Who was that man? Oh, he is a friend of mine. He was the one who woke you. You must be quite fatigued after your awakening. Are you hungry? If so, I have pastries, or I can fetch something else for you. No need for trouble. I shall suffice with pastries. How did things fare on Teeny Island? Did we emerge victorious? Malvin first handed Fran some pastries, then seated himself beside her, softly recounting the conclusion of events on Teeny Island. Upon learning that old Mars had succumbed to his injuries and the overwhelming knowledge imparted by the malevolent deity, Fran's eyes brimmed with tears. Mr. Mars was so unfortunate. I miss my teacher dearly. This girl possesses a strong capacity for emotional resonance. If only your teacher knew of your perilous venture that nearly cost you your life. You could send a letter to your teacher, informing him of your current state. He would surely hasten to see you upon receiving your message. After hearing Malvin's words, Fran wiped her tears and softly replied, "Yes, I will write to him." The little girl's sorrow was swift to arrive and equally quick to dissipate. After a brief conversation with Malvin, she consumed her fill and fell into a deep slumber once more. The severity of her injuries weighed heavily on Malvin's heart. He wished to spare her any additional psychological burdens and thus refrained from disclosing the full truth. Whenever she inquired about her weakened state of mind, he attributed it to the need for recuperation from her injuries. For the next 2 days, Fran spent more time asleep than awake. When she was conscious, she wrote a letter to her teacher, which Malvin assisted her in sending via messenger. Beyond ensuring her nourishment, he remained by her side, steadfast. By Monday afternoon, after lulling the chubby girl back to sleep, Malvin occupied a room next door, awaiting the emergence of the deep crimson hour at 3 o'clock. High above the mist, Klein, endowed with clairvoyance, scrutinized the two members present. The integration of dark and pale hues within Mr. Death's spirit deepened, and the symbols coalescing upon his chair back appeared altered, resembling a phoenix rather than the anticipated feathered serpent. Mr. Death himself had claimed to be an extraordinary being traversing the path of the corpse collector. Yet the emblem upon his chair suggested a unique essence. Its peculiarities remained to be observed. The symbol upon Justice's chair back represented a dragon, affirming Mr. Death's assertion that the audience path was also known as the dragon path. Thus, one might deduce that the corpse collector's path was once the phoenix path before transforming into the feathered serpent path. What do the phoenix, feathered serpent, and dragon symbolize here? Audrey and Malvin, oblivious to Mr. Fool's contemplations on the mythological forms of extraordinary paths, adhered to the customary protocol. Audrey rose first to greet Mr. Fool. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Death." "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." Mr. Death appeared somewhat disheartened. The cause of his melancholy was yet to be ascertained. Perhaps it was prudent to inquire later. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, I have collected a page from Roselle's diary." Audrey's melodious voice warmed Klein's heart, as Miss Justice was undeniably a pillar of strength within the Tarot Assembly. Not only did she display unwavering respect and loyalty towards Mr. Fool, but her efficiency and wealth significantly bolstered their collective cohesion. Splendid. Upon overhearing Audrey and Klein's conversation, Malvin paused, realizing he had neglected the matter of the Emperor's diary amidst his preoccupations with Fran. "I apologize, Mr. Fool. I have been preoccupied with personal matters and have had no time to gather information on Roselle's diary." "Not to worry. Your contributions have provided us with invaluable insights. Feel free to proceed at your own pace." It seemed Klein was quite content, having acquired a wealth of useful knowledge and information from Malvin, allowing him the autonomy to decide whether to share the Emperor's diary. To ensure a prosperous development within the tarot gathering, Malvin was determined to furnish Mr. Fool with the Emperor's diary. Even in its absence, he could fabricate a narrative. The page provided by Audrey chiefly detailed the Emperor's ascent to general knowledge, aided by the steamed church, as he endeavored to enact the role of a legal authority. The information was scant, allowing Klein to peruse it swiftly. Then came the time for casual discourse. Audrey initiated a query regarding the role of legal authority, pledging to offer compensation based on the significance of the response. Her gaze flickered between Mr. Fool and Malvin, seeking the insights of the formidable Mr. Fool as she embarked on her extraordinary journey. Simultaneously, she acknowledged Mr. Death's stature as a powerhouse, hoping to extract differing views from him as well. Klein turned his attention to Malvin. Aware of his own novice status, yet harboring some insights regarding the role of legal authority, he hesitated, uncertain whether his understanding aligned with Mr. Death's, thus preferring to hear Mr. Death's perspective first. Should Mr. Death remain silent or lack insights to share, he would contemplate his own words carefully, wary of inciting Mr. Death's suspicions. Malvin discerned the glances directed at him by Audrey and Klein. He recognized this as a prime opportunity to establish Mr. Fool's authority, thus opting for silence. After a brief pause, Klein noted Mr. Death's silence and cautiously articulated his perspective on the castle's guardians. As soon as he concluded, Audrey interjected with praise. What a profound insight. Thank you for your sharing. This answer is of utmost importance. What recompense should I offer you? Chapter 39. Malvin's warning. Additional entries from Roselle's diary, as well as detailed intelligence regarding the Antigones family and the Mysterium Society. Klein initially sought to unearth more information regarding the oracles. However, during the previous tarot session, Mr. Death had already divulged considerable knowledge about the oracles, sharing the names and abilities of those ranked 5 and below. Upon hearing this, Malvin promptly grasped the unspoken implications of Mr. Fool's words and cleared his throat, stating, I can share further knowledge. Very well. Mr. Death, your erudition commands my utmost respect. I truly wish to encounter you in reality and seek your counsel directly. At this moment, Miss Justice has transformed into an ardent admirer of Mr. Death. How quaint. You leave me, the fool, in quite a predicament. There's no need for such humility. My sharing of knowledge aims to expedite your progress so that you may soon become a formidable high-ranking individual upon whom we will all rely for psychological healing. Mr. Death, your words instill a sense of pressure within me. I am uncertain if I can attain such heights, yet I shall strive earnestly. Persevere. For under the guidance of Mr. Fool, we shall undoubtedly evolve into significant figures within this extraordinary realm. We must have unwavering faith in Mr. Fool. Indeed, I understand. Praise be to Mr. Fool. What? Why am I being brought into this again? I am still uncertain if I can reach the end of this journey. Very well. I must maintain my facade. Steady now, Klein. The Antigones family boasts a long and illustrious history as an angelic lineage, tracing its origins back to the distant Dark Ages, descending from the ancient deity Phrygia. Following the catastrophic events of the Third Epoch, the Second Blasphemy Tablet emerged, prompting the Antigones family to relocate to the Hinachus Mountains in the northern continent. During the Fourth Epoch's War of the Four Emperors, the Antigones family pledged allegiance to the Blood Emperor Tutor. However, with the conclusion of the War of the Four Emperors, the Antigones family was obliterated by the Church of the Night, leading to a scarcity of Antigones descendants in the present day. Audrey, having heard about the Blasphemy Tablet, eagerly interjected, You mentioned the Second Blasphemy Tablet. What of the first? Indeed, there are 2 Blasphemy Tablets. It is said that both tablets document 22 paths to divinity, though their emergence and focal points differ. What are the differences? Audrey, embodying her curious persona, prompted Klein to glance at Mr. Death while offering his silent admiration to Miss Justice, as today proved to be a day of remarkable revelations. Apologies, fair lady, but I am unaware of the specifics. However, those who have encountered the Blasphemy Tablets often belong to prominent families or once prominent lineages, such as the Abraham family. Their ancestors were renowned as the foremost individuals beneath the true gods, yet today, the members of the Abraham family have scattered, concealing their identities for fear of being captured by rival factions, becoming synonymous with extraordinary traits and wealth. Sigh, the extraordinary world is indeed merciless. Once one steps into this realm, one must continually grow stronger, lest they eventually become prey to other extraordinary beings. Keep striving, Audrey. When you are sufficiently powerful, you will be able to protect your family and lineage. Klein lamented internally, recognizing that the law of the jungle, where the weak perish, reigns supreme everywhere. As for the Mysterium Society, this organization traces its origins back to the Sharada family, which can be traced to the late Third Epoch. Coinciding with the emergence of the Second Blasphemy Tablet, the Sharada ancestor was among the few who witnessed the tablet, and after perishing in the War of the Four Emperors, young Sharatu assumed the mantle of family leadership and subsequently established the Mysterium Society. In pursuit of further knowledge, young Sharatu lost control after acquiring the notes from the Antigones family. Lost control? What rank was this young Sharatu? He must have been a high-ranking extraordinary being, yet he succumbed to chaos. Upon hearing Miss Justice's inquiry, Klein felt a chill of trepidation. These Antigones notes were indeed perilous. Well, it is said that young Sharadu had already attained the rank of a second-level angel when he lost control. Even so, he remains an immortal monstrosity. Thus, it is advisable to refrain from mentioning his name in reality. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Death. Excellent information, Mr. Death. To receive your affirmation is a privilege. Indeed, Mr. Death continues to show unwavering respect for Mr. Fool. Audrey, you must remember never to disrespect Mr. Fool. Klein felt a wave of relief. With Mr. Death present at the tarot meeting, His mysterious persona as a powerful individual was becoming increasingly solidified. I have a second question. What are the subsequent ranks in the audience pathway? Audrey eagerly inquired, her ambition evident. Klein remained silent, adhering to his character. The audience rank 8 is the mind reader, rank 7 is the psychologist, rank 6 is the hypnotist, and rank 5 is the dreamwalker. I am uncertain about the higher ranks. Thank you, Mr. Death. Do you know the general abilities associated with these ranks? Ah, that counts as 2 answers. Each answer is 200 pounds. Is that acceptable? Of course. Who wouldn't love golden pounds? Malvin nodded in agreement, explaining that the rank 8 mind reader can perceive an individual's psychological state by observing their external behaviors, and can even delve into the target's ethereal form. The rank 7 psychologist possesses practical extraordinary abilities capable of instilling fear in individuals or groups, a power referred to as dragon's might, along with the ability to implant psychological suggestions. The rank 6 hypnotist represents a qualitative leap within the audience pathway, enabling the extraordinary individual to easily manipulate others. Their physical attributes are significantly enhanced, adorned with dragon scales for increased defense, and they possess the formidable power of psychological invisibility, capable of forcibly hypnotizing opponents to induce errors or even compel them to commit suicide. The rank 5 dreamwalker can enter the dreams of others at will, guiding and suggesting to the target, extracting secrets from their innermost thoughts, and even altering their dreams to their disadvantage. Such bizarre and formidable abilities render the extraordinary beings of the audience pathway truly fearsome. Klein mused as he listened in awe. Wow, that is truly impressive. I find it fascinating. Mr. Death, will the golden pounds continue to accumulate? And when shall I receive the blood of the ghost shark? Yes, they will accumulate. As for the ghost shark's blood, I will provide you with an address shortly. You can send it there. Malvin's address for Audrey was naturally the stronghold of Alge in Plitz Harbor, and he would simply notify him to collect it when the time came. Audrey nodded and continued her inquiries. Gentlemen, if an animal consumes a rank 9 potion, will it face any consequences? Upon hearing Audrey's question, Klein found himself perplexed by the focus of her inquiry. Consequently, he employed his spiritual vision to observe Miss Justice's ethereal form, discovering that it exhibited signs of confusion, leading him to suspect she might have engaged in a similar act, prompting her inquiry. After hearing the question, Malvin chuckled softly, then cast a peculiar glance at Klein, murmuring quietly, "The dog of fanciful thoughts has returned. Mr. Fool has a companion." Klein, unable to overhear his words, nonetheless sensed something amiss from Mr. Death's enigmatic expression. However, he was reluctant to probe further, intent on maintaining his persona. Most animals that consume potions cannot withstand the initial onslaught of the magic. Yet, if they endure, they become genuine extraordinary beings, aligned with the traits of their respective pathways. Should it be the audience potion, they would then be able to aid and grow alongside you. Miss Justice, not I, nor am I, nor have I. Although Audrey vehemently denies any wrongdoing, the reality of the situation remains undeniable. Thus, both the Fool and Mr. Death observe Audrey with a bemused expression, subjecting Miss Justice to a series of uncomfortable moments. Very well, I did indeed take such actions. My intention was solely to ensure the safety of the potion as preparation. Hence, I had Susie consume it first. Only after confirming that there were no adverse effects did I partake in the potion myself. Indeed, Miss Justice, your caution is commendable, yet it carries its own risks. Should Susie lose control, you would find yourself confronting an uncontrollable monster alone, with unpredictable consequences. In the future, please ensure thorough consideration before taking action, understood? Yes, I shall remember this. Thank you, Mr. Death. With Audrey's situation resolved and the Fool having no further comments, an awkward silence ensued. Allow me to share an adventure I experienced this week. Audrey and the Fool Klein widened their eyes, eager to hear Mr. Death's tale. Malvin recounted his experiences on Teeny Island alongside Fran. Significant moments were vividly illustrated with the Fool's assistance for the two to witness. Ultimately, he emphasized with gravity, the hidden sage is an exceedingly malevolent entity, wielding formidable influence over the extraordinary individuals who tread the path of the seeker. Once ensnared by its seductive allure, losing control is the least of the consequences one might face. Chapter 40. The title of the Fool upon hearing Mr. Death's words. Klein naturally recalled the moment he first opened his spiritual sight and glimpsed the pair of eyes concealed behind old Neil. Those eyes bore a striking resemblance to the uncontrolled seeker of secrets mentioned by Mr. Death. Could it be that old Neil had been ensnared by the hidden sage? Indeed, I must keep a vigilant watch on old Neil. His potential loss would not only deprive me of my enlightening mentor, but also constitute a significant blow to the Night Watcher team of Tenjin. After Marvin concluded his remarks, he felt they lacked sufficient warning, so he continued, "The allure of the hidden sage is inescapable for low-tier extraordinary beings, often going unnoticed. If any extraordinary individuals around you exhibit signs of being seekers of secrets, it is imperative to observe and supervise them constantly. Should they display any peculiar behavior, immediate action must be taken, otherwise it will lead to a disastrous outcome for both them and ourselves. I shall remain vigilant, Mr. Death. Indeed, there are severe aftereffects. She might find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to higher tiers in the future unless she receives blessings from a higher tier. Could the blessing from the Fool be sufficient? Why must I be dragged into this again? It seems misfortune has befallen me unbidden. Do not worry, Miss Justice. Your Fool is as much a novice in the extraordinary world as you are. With Mr. Death's profound knowledge, he undoubtedly has the capacity to resolve this issue. However, for a Sequence 7 like Fran, the situation poses no major threat. Yet, upon reaching Sequence 6, the blessing from the half-god of night will be essential. The Fool's paper angel abilities are insufficient. Perhaps if we could locate the night card, we could explore some possibilities. Well, we shall discuss it further when we find the night card. Thank you, Miss Justice. I am uncertain if your suggestion is applicable to my friend's situation, but I shall seek out relevant information. If it proves viable, I hope the Fool can forgive my impudence and greed. Mr. Death has indeed acted wisely, relinquishing the initiative of this matter into my hands. Very well, we shall delay for now. Let us revisit this matter in due time. I appreciate your understanding and benevolence. Praise be to the Fool. Klein waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Mr. Death still had more to say. Mr. Death truly possesses remarkable insight. I find myself at a loss for words to commend him. The Fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating agreement. I am grateful for your mercy. Praise be to the Fool. This time, Klein refrained from interjecting impulsively or making unnecessary movements. Observing that the two members had lost their desire to continue speaking, he initiated, I require your cooperation on a matter. The recently admonished Audrey displayed a cautious expression, softly inquiring, How may we assist, Mr. Fool? Marvin immediately recognized that the Fool was about to announce his title and responded promptly, Certainly, please instruct us. Is Mr. Death determined to follow the Fool to secure his assistance, hence his swift agreement? Audrey analyzed instinctively as she slipped into a spectator's mindset. We shall adhere to your will. Meanwhile, Marvin was learning in secret. As a Sequence 8, he could see spirits with the naked eye and discern the weaknesses of various spiritual entities. But he was otherwise quite unremarkable, lacking the ability to craft the wall of spirituality. Previously, he had merely stored magical items separately, and fortunately, no incidents had occurred during the past half-month. Next came the customary idle chatter. Audrey mentioned that she had disseminated the national examination suggestions provided by the Fool through her channels and received favorable feedback from the upper echelons of the kingdom. Ideally, a relevant resolution would materialize within 6 months. Seeing Miss Justice so invested in this matter, Klein felt that his efforts as a keyboard political scientist were indeed yielding results. Should this initiative be implemented, it would allow Benson to prepare in advance, potentially altering his fate and elevating his status through a single examination. As the gathering drew to a close, Marvin, after weighing his options, proactively offered to manifest 2 documents for the Fool's review. He also manifested the contact details for the stronghold in Algepritz Harbor to hand over to Audrey. Klein saw no objection. Soon, he received the 2 pages of information. He refrained from reading them immediately, choosing instead to see the 2 members off before beginning his perusal. These 2 pages contained information regarding the feather pen, Al-Sahad's pen, and the legendary relic of the Limont family, the sun emblem. From the feather pen, he sensed the terrifying power of high-tier spectators and marveled at the strength of the Church of Night for having sealed such a formidable item. The legendary relic of the Limont family intrigued him even further. Within the emblem was sealed a drop of divine blood, an extraordinarily rare item that he yearned to possess for thorough study. Upon completing his notes, he could not help but exclaim how erudite Mr. Death was. What an ancient and powerful organization must it be to have such members, accumulating so many hidden documents. And despite Mr. Death's relatively low tier, he was still qualified to study such extensive materials. Was he a core member of a grand organization or merely a favored child of fate? In the luxurious villa of the Hall family, located in the Bakeland Queens district, Audrey returned to her senses and promptly noted down the mailing address provided by Mr. Death, intending to send the blood of the ghost shark. However, considering Mr. Death's vast knowledge and his lack of wariness towards the Fool, could it be concluded that in Mr. Death's eyes, the Fool is a trustworthy and orderly presence, posing no threat? Moreover, Mr. Death had emphasized the malevolent existence of the hidden sage at the tarot meeting. Yet the Fool had not reacted with alarm, which could further imply that the Fool is fundamentally different from such malevolent beings. After careful consideration, Audrey chose to follow the Fool's instructions, reciting his title and placing her faith in his might and mercy. With newfound determination, Audrey skillfully entered the spectator's state and began her routine performance. As she walked to the side of the garden, she spotted a golden retriever quietly observing her, mirroring her own state. In that moment, she found it hard to maintain her spectator's demeanor. "Oh, Susie, we truly must help each other and progress together from now on." Chapter 41. The demigod Frank. Next, it was time to contact Azure. Firstly, to inquire about any developments regarding the whereabouts of Chillingers, and secondly, to inform him that the blood of the ghost shark had been dispatched, urging him to be attentive to its arrival. Furthermore, it was essential to address the matter of praying to Mr. Fool. Since it was Klein's first attempt at designing a title, he set the ritual's requirements rather high. For instance, he prepared 4 staple foods and crafted a fragrant perfume using ingredients like bergamot and moonflower to please him. This endeavor served a dual purpose: to shape the image of the Fool and to maintain an air of sophistication. Although these two objectives were nearly identical, for the members of the Tarot Society who believed in his greatness, this was the standard of a true power. Failing to adhere would certainly raise eyebrows. From this, it was evident that Klein had a deep understanding of human nature, particularly the tendency to seek validation through ostentation, and he harbored a significant penchant for it. One might wonder why a science student like him was so enamored with pretense. Could it be that his normally reserved demeanor led to a profound desire for external affirmation? Conversely, why did I not possess such a strong inclination for showing off? After all, I was a physician in my previous life, also a science-based profession. Perhaps my daily interactions with patients and their families made me less susceptible to such vanity, while Klein, having previously worked as a programmer with little social engagement, craved it more. Yes, that must be it. Regardless, I decided not to delve into the psyche of a dark god. Since the task was set before me, I would proceed. While the staple foods could be overlooked, 3 candles were indispensable, and I would substitute the perfume with Fran's lady's fragrance. Once everything was prepared, Malvin fervently prayed in Hermes' tongue. "Fool of a bygone era, you are the enigmatic sovereign above the mists. You are the king of fortune, clad in yellow and black. I beseech your aid. I implore your favor. I pray for a pleasant dream. Bergamot, herb of the sun, please imbue my incantation with your strength." After Malvin concluded his prayer, he set the matter aside, no longer pondering Mr. Fool's potential reaction. At number 2 Tingen Narcissus Street, Klein had just finished organizing the documents and was about to double-check for any errors when a cacophony of frenzied murmurs invaded his ears. Listening closely, he discerned it was a man's voice. He murmured, "Mr. Death?" His courage was commendable. He prayed after leaving the Tarot Society, indicating a profound respect for my status. Truly a commendable subordinate. Alas, I am unworthy. I am merely a sequence 9. Yet, the feeling of being esteemed is quite pleasant. An hour later, Fran awoke from her slumber. Her complexion significantly improved, and her mental fatigue had dissipated considerably. Malvin did not hesitate. He swiftly penned the formula and exchanged it for £1,500. The Red Skull pirate ship had sold for £1,500, with an agency fee of £200, leaving him with a final sum of £1,300. Consequently, he now possessed nearly £4,300 in cash, several magical or sealed items, for characteristics, numerous formulas, and 4 extraordinary subordinates, solidifying his status as a minor power. Of course, the extraordinary traits obtained during the adventure on Teeny Island and the Sun Path Dagger required further discussion with Fran before distribution. He still preferred to acquire the Sun Path Dagger, while he had no intention of retaining the astrologer's trait. Old Mars had been subjected to the knowledge imparted by the hidden sage before his death, and it was likely that such a trait would carry a significant mental residue. Even if crafted into a magical item, it would merely be at the level of a sealed object. As noon approached, Malvin exited Maple Leaf Ferry and headed straight for Old John's restaurant on Fragrant Leaf Street. The chubby girl had expressed her desire for grilled fish for lunch that morning, so he ordered 2 portions before hastily making his way to the Azure Wind Inn. Upon returning to the Azure Wind Inn, he was about to push open the door when he sensed a powerful aura lingering within the room. He felt a jolt of caution and knocked carefully. Before he could finish his thought, the door swung open with a crash, revealing Fran with a joyful expression on her face. "Winston, come in quickly. My teacher has arrived." Malvin followed Fran into the room and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s seated on the sofa. He had a dense beard and a full head of black hair. The man appeared quite prosperous, and upon seeing Malvin, his face broke into a gentle smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gallagher. I am Winston Brown, a friend of Fran's." "Hello, Mr. Brown. Please have a seat." Malvin turned and found a chair opposite Frank Gallagher, maintaining an upright posture, fully aware that the man before him could very well be a demigod. "Indeed, your decisions are thorough. I believe Fran will also adhere to your choices." After speaking, Malvin glanced at the chubby girl, who was also looking at him, her eyes conveying a myriad of unspoken meanings that he could not decipher. "Since you are in agreement, we will depart swiftly. Mr. Brown, would you mind if we had a moment alone?" "That was precisely my intention. Moreover, prior to this, I have something to discuss with Fran." Frank Gallagher exchanged a glance with his niece, nodding for him to proceed. Malvin produced the astrologer's trait, the Sun Path Dagger, and 5 formulas for the seer that he had recorded in his notes during their adventure on Teeny Island. "These are our spoils from the expedition. Oh, and there's also a 100-pound commission. We should allocate the loot first." Frank Gallagher picked up the seer's formula for examination, then took a moment to ponder the astrologer's trait before placing it down. He hardly glanced at the Sun Path Dagger before setting it aside. Understanding his intentions, Malvin took the initiative to speak. "We can each transcribe a copy of the formula. I would like to retain the Sun Path Dagger, while the astrologer's trait can be yours, and the 100 pounds in cash will also be mine." Frank Gallagher was taken aback by Malvin's generosity. The typical market value for a Sequence 5 trait lies between 800 and 10,000 pounds, while the Sun Path Dagger is worth only 2,000 to 3,000 pounds at most, creating a significant disparity. "Mr. Brown, you are too kind. The value of these 2 items is far too disparate for me to accept. How about I compensate you with an additional 5,000 Luninkins?" Chapter 42. The pursuit order passed down through millennia. After listening to her uncle's words, the plump girl, Fran, felt considerably more at ease. Although she did not grasp the intricacies of the astrologer's traits or the price disparity of the Sun Path Dagger, her uncle's assertion suggested that, following an adjustment in pricing, a fair distribution was likely achieved between both parties. "Mr. Gallagher, your proposal is commendable, but I have yet to finish my thought. My rank is rather low, and I lack the essential tools for self-preservation. Therefore, I wish to exchange for an earth golem or a similar artifact." Upon hearing Malvin's words, Frank Gallagher's smile faded. "To think you would make such a sharp request? 5,000 pounds in exchange for one of my crafted earth golems? Uncle, let us not forget that Winston saved my life." "Surely, my life is worth at least an earth golem," Fran retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation, which left the rotund Frank rather helpless. He chuckled heartily, playfully poking his niece before whispering, "Very well, I shall gift you an earth golem." With that, Frank produced a small box from his person and tossed it to Malvin, the incantation being one he crafted, usable in either Hermetic or Elvish tongues. Malvin quickly opened the box upon receiving it. Within lay a golem identical to the one Fran had previously possessed. His face beamed with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Gallagher." "Thank you, Fran." Frank remained silent, while Fran waved her small white hand dismissively. She picked up the roasted fish brought by Malvin and seated herself at a nearby table. "Now, I shall have my lunch. You two may converse in private." Once in the adjacent room, Malvin respectfully invited Frank to take a seat before standing attentively to the side. "Should I address you as Mr. Constantine or Malvin?" Malvin let out a wry smile. "You are already aware of my identity. I apologize for concealing my name. It was not my intention to deceive Fran, but I have my reasons. I understand your predicament. As a senior figure within the church, our first task upon ascending is to learn and comprehend certain core secrets under the guidance of higher authorities. Among these secrets lies an order for your capture, or rather, one targeting the Vasic Constantine family. Damn, Azek was indeed correct. The true God Church is indeed pursuing me. Mr. Gallagher, I assure you I harbor no ill intentions towards Fran. My primary motive for approaching her was her remarkable skills as a healer. As you are aware, I possess a ghost ship with a crew. We are a collective in dire need of a physician. I did not anticipate that she would have a high-ranking uncle. This was my error. Considering I previously saved Fran's life, I implore you to forgive my transgressions. Seeking mercy from others was a humbling experience. Yet the value of life outweighed pride. Moreover, it was not shameful for a lower-ranked individual to bow to a higher one. Indeed, Fran's spirit bears severe repercussions. Her essence cannot support her advancement to higher ranks. Our organization's high-ranking members have stated that unless she receives a blessing from a high-ranking figure of the Night Path before using the potion, she will not withstand its impact. And loss of control is an inevitable outcome. Frank Gallagher, upon arriving, conducted an examination of his niece. Although the cultivator path generally allows one to achieve considerable proficiency at the demigod level regarding spirit matters, he could not discern Fran's condition. Upon learning that Fran had been revived by Malvin's friend, he immediately abandoned thoughts of pursuing Malvin. This grave robber and the organization behind him were no trifles. And the spirit cult was indeed a secretive organization linked to angels. The individual Malvin summoned to aid his niece was likely an angel. How simple could someone be if they could easily call upon an angel for assistance? Furthermore, the order for pursuit that had endured for nearly a millennium within the church only underscored the formidable nature of this family. If they were so easily dealt with, the church would not have persisted in their pursuit for so long. To act rashly could provoke the angel behind Malvin, leading to dire consequences, which was one of the reasons he approached Malvin with patience. Indeed, a blessing from a high-ranking member of the Night Church is imperative. This presents a challenge. I wonder if a first-level sealed item from the Night Path would suffice. If not, I must swallow my pride and seek negotiations with the higher-ups of the Night Church. Quite the conundrum. Mr. Gallagher, a powerful member of my organization, indicated that ascending from rank 7 poses little issue. However, from rank 6 onward, a saint of the Night Path must bestow their blessing. Frank, stout and bearded, stroked his thick mustache, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seems we share a common interest. Should a need arise in the future, we can deepen our connection. I shall provide you with my messenger's details, enabling you to write to either me or Fran. Yes, I was contemplating the same, albeit uncertain on how to broach the subject. Your willingness to share is most appreciated. My messenger is a spirit of the previous generation, a friendly creature at my beck and call, uniquely belonging to Frank Gallagher. You should comprehend the specifics of communication, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Additionally, my messenger enjoys music. Upon summoning him, you must sing a song, or he will be reluctant to deliver your message. Sing a song? Is this messenger a servant or a lord? Malvin mused, duly noting the peculiar requirement. As Frank Gallagher prepared to rise, he suddenly felt a chill in the air. Expanding his spiritual vision, he beheld a menacing, enormous dog head materializing within the room. The dog head almost filled the entire space. How immense must its body be? Frank Gallagher swallowed hard, astonished. A demigod-level spirit? The colossal dog head left Malvin nearly paralyzed with fear at its sight. Yet, recalling Azek's description of his messenger as an angelic dog, he surmised that this creature had not yet attained angelic status. The dog regarded Malvin for a moment, then seemed eager to lower its head to lick him, but its size made that impossible. It whimpered softly before barking at Malvin, subsequently producing a letter from its mouth and vanishing into thin air with a shake of its head. Was that the messenger? Malvin asked, gazing at the letter in his hand. Without hesitation, he opened it. After perusing its contents for a moment, he nodded at Frank, confirming, indeed, it is my messenger. A spirit of rank 8 possessing a demigod-level messenger is truly remarkable. Indeed, it is likely a legacy passed down through generations, with each descendant forging contracts with those spirit beings. Certainly, Malvin refrained from further comment. The letter was undoubtedly from Azek, a testament to the efficiency of that powerful angel. It contained the formula for rank 7 and a description of the characteristics of a spirit medium. No further words were necessary. Azek was indeed reliable. Chapter 43. The Memories of Az Constantine. I did not anticipate writing to you so soon. After parting from you, a multitude of memories flashed through my mind, leading me to a place called Rest Town in Vasek. There, I recalled certain events from approximately a millennium ago, when you and your family were vanquished by the War God Church. After your demise at the hands of the church's Grand Patriarch, you were interred in the public cemetery of Rest Town, and thus, the Constantine family became the stuff of legend within that locale. Following a century of tranquility, Rest Town became the subject of frequent ghostly tales, with reports of malevolent spirits tormenting its inhabitants. Despite the War God Church's attempts to suppress these occurrences with their higher-ups, their efforts yielded little success and eventually came to naught. However, as I exited the boundaries of Rest Town, I stumbled upon a sinister organization known as the White Skull Gang, engaged in nefarious deeds. I intervened and dealt with them, acquiring from their leader the formula and properties for the Sequence 7 elixir, which I have promptly sent to you. When I summoned your messenger, I noticed it bore grave injuries and could only dispatch a semi-divine being to deliver my missive. I wish you a swift recovery of your strength. Your friend, as Cursed, Frank just informed me that the Mother God Church has a bounty that has persisted for a millennium. Meanwhile, Ask reveals that a millennium ago, the Grand Patriarch of the War God Church killed me. Goodness, must it be this shocking? My current sequence is insufficient to contend with General Hurricane. I must urgently advance to Sequence 7. Coupled with Frank's Earth Magic puppet strength, I should be able to subdue the half-destroyed Kalingus. Yet, how can I ensure that Kalingus escapes unscathed from the encirclement of the Blood General? Malvin pondered for a long while, but found no feasible solution. Ultimately, it appeared to be an unrealistic notion. Perhaps it would be more prudent to summon Ask to frighten off the Blood General and his cohort, or to concoct false intelligence to deceive them, allowing Ask to hunt Kalingus? If that were the case, it might be simpler for Ask to procure a miraculous item devoid of a face for me. Malvin was truly conflicted, while Frank gazed at him in confusion. This peer of his harbored too many secrets. It was only with the assistance of the church's upper echelons that he had obtained a messenger at the semi-divine level. His own messenger was merely an ordinary spirit being, and in comparison to the semi-divine canine messenger he had just witnessed, the disparity was somewhat disheartening. Upon hearing Frank's words, Malvin suddenly remembered that a semi-divine being was seated beside him. He hastily tucked away the letter and respectfully stated, "My apologies, Mr. Gallagher. I just received a message from a powerful member of the organization and momentarily lost focus. I beg your pardon for my negligence." Had this occurred during their initial meeting, Frank might have taken offense, but now he lacked the standing to be angry. In the realm of the extraordinary, strength dictated all. Malvin himself, along with his enigmatic background, warranted an equal measure of respect from Frank, a semi-divine being. "Not at all, it is fine. I must take my leave now. Farewell. The next time we meet, we may very well be enemies in a life-or-death struggle." Such words sent a chill down Malvin's spine. "Thank you for your tolerance and generosity. I shall remember it well." After Frank Gallagher exited the room, he knocked on the door of the adjacent chamber. The door opened, and Fulan emerged, offering Malvin a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with a mist that suggested countless unspoken words. Malvin said nothing further, merely waved goodbye before turning to leave the Azure Breeze Inn. In the afternoon, his volunteer work officially commenced. Malvin attended to the remains of an individual who had succumbed to excessive blood loss during a brawl, helping to restore the visage of the deceased and extinguishing the vengeful spirits lingering around the corpse. As night fell, Malvin returned to the Fragrant Tree Leaf Bar, this time opting for a low profile. His purchases were solely auxiliary materials for potions. He had no intention of acquiring miraculous items or selling formulas, lest he attract unwanted attention. The masked old Quinn said nothing, simply allowing him entry into the room. There were few attendees at the gathering that evening, and the masked figures were also sparse. Skoll remained composed, his expression blank as he presided over the event, reciting the usual protocol for submitting requests. Prepared, Malvin produced a note from his bag and handed it to old Quinn. Skoll took the note and announced, "This new friend seeks to procure 10 grams of vengeful spirit powder, 5 milliliters of colchicum essence, 15 grams of pale peony pollen, 20 grams of blood from a panther, 10 grams of the root crystal of a carnivorous flower, 15 grams of royal jelly from a giant ironback ant, and 200 milliliters of pure water." Malvin sought 2 sets of auxiliary materials for potions, not expecting to gather everything in one go. He would collect them gradually. After Skoll concluded, a masked figure adorned with floral patterns spoke up. "I have colchicum essence and root crystal from the carnivorous flower. Colchicum for 20 pounds, carnivorous flower for 15 pounds. Pure water requires repeated distillation. No one would bring that for trade." A deal was struck. Malvin rose to trade for the 2 items, and upon settling the exchange, he returned to his seat without further comment. He lacked the patience to procure pure water, so he simply noted it on his request form. The gathering concluded without him acquiring any additional materials. Following Skoll's instructions, Malvin departed the meeting. As he walked through the night streets of Byam, illuminated by lamplight, he surveyed the spice-laden city, his emotions swirling like the tide. Perhaps it was time for a change in vocation. The efficiency of hospital volunteering was abysmally low. Tomorrow, he would try his hand at being a gravekeeper. It might prove swifter. Suddenly, Malvin sat upright, recalling that he had forgotten a critical matter when bidding farewell to Falon. This was far too important to overlook. How could he have forgotten? Surely, it must be the influence of the lucky pocket watch that had rendered his fortune so favorable these past few days, while also attracting misfortune. The fact that he had only procured 2 auxiliary materials at the gathering was evidence enough. Oh, how could I be so foolish? I should not have accepted Ask's properties. Otherwise, I would not have forgotten such a vital task. He had entirely neglected to settle the hotel bill, an act that would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in Falon's eyes. Curse it. Tomorrow, he would remove the lucky pocket watch. What a calamity. Chapter 44. The Gravekeeper Kachi. As the sun rose the following day, Malvin did not exhibit the appearance of refreshment one might expect. The previous night had been fraught with turmoil as he wrestled with concerns regarding his reputation, ultimately succumbing to slumber only to be visited by the fool, who simply stated, "I know." Witnessing the audacious display of the fool before him, Malvin was seized with a desire to deliver a thrashing. However, he could not afford to shatter the illusion of respect he held for this character. Reluctantly, he bowed his head and offered his veneration to the fool. After partaking in breakfast, he ventured out alone, intending to find a cemetery in the city where he could assume a role. This endeavor, while potentially lengthy, required him to ensure the affairs aboard his vessel were in order before his departure. Malvin, for the time being, resolved to keep the secrets of his impersonation from his crew, informing Alba instead that he would be attending to matters in the city and would not be setting sail anytime soon. He instructed Alba to manage the crew diligently, preventing any unruly behavior, and suggested they fish in the nearby waters, both to sustain themselves and to sell their catch to Miss Tina at Maple Dock. This arrangement would not only assist the sailors in their unknowing role, but also keep them occupied and out of trouble. Having clarified his instructions, Malvin set forth. Prior to his departure, he had taken the initiative to inquire with Miss Tina, learning that the largest cemetery in Byam lay to the southwest of the city outskirts. The caretaking of the cemetery was typically relegated to the lower-class locals, who earned little and were often regarded as bringers of misfortune. To perform his role discreetly, Malvin opted for a local disguise, concealing his lucky pocket watch at his waist. He carried the Sword of Dawn and the Sun Dagger, both sealed within a wooden box. The blood-red shackles and the peculiar ring were entrusted to Alba, as the shackles could be safely stored in a pitch-black metal bottle, while the ring could be troublesome if worn. Malvin advised Alba against donning either item without permission to avoid unnecessary complications. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to take the arsonist's ring with him, sealed within the Sword of Dawn's box, as it would not exhibit any noticeable adverse effects if kept isolated from living beings. The Earth Golem was likewise kept close at hand. Before reaching his destination, Malvin alighted from the carriage and traversed a bustling street, followed by a narrow alleyway that was difficult for carriages to navigate. After half an hour of walking, he finally arrived at Byam's second independent cemetery. The morning light revealed a verdant array of plants throughout the cemetery, yet the lack of maintenance had rendered the shrubs a chaotic tangle, with wild grasses competing for resources in a struggle for survival. Strolling through the cemetery, Malvin took in the sights before directing his steps towards a wooden cabin on the left side of the entrance. He knocked a few times, but received no response. Pushing the door open, he discovered a disheveled interior. A low bed occupied the center of the cabin, upon which an elderly man with dark, weathered skin lay sleeping. The floor was littered with tattered clothing and bottles, exuding the pungent odor of cheap alcohol. Malvin retrieved a handful of copper pennies from his pocket and tossed them one by one at the old man's face, rousing him from his slumber. The elderly man, gray-haired with brown eyes, initially intended to chastise the rude intruder, but upon realizing the objects hitting him were merely pennies, he quickly sat up, disregarding the coins that had fallen onto him. "I shall offer you £1, and in return, you will assist me. Should you perform well, I may grant you an additional £1. Otherwise, I shall deal with you myself." Malvin's voice was rough and aged. imbued with a chilling intensity that instilled fear in the gravekeeper. I am willing. I am entirely willing. It is just that life here is harsh, and I fear you may not find it to your liking. Such concerns are not yours to entertain. Your sole duty is to help me conceal my presence during this period. Yes, of course. How shall I address you? Call me Winston. And you? Yes, Master Winston. I am Kachi. I have no family. My wife and children are gone. I survive alone. Having revealed this, Kachi suddenly realized he should not remain seated in the presence of such a powerful figure. He hastily stood, noting the disorder within the cabin. He contemplated tidying up, but hesitated, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable individual. Observing Kachi's anxious demeanor, Malvin seemed to comprehend the situation. I have procured my own food. Everything here is normal. Indeed, I was mistaken. When others inquire, respond appropriately and maintain the status quo to avoid suspicion. Yes, Malvin had noticed Kachi's discomfort and the fear that seemed to have him on the verge of panic. Hence his earlier stern remarks were intended to allow Kachi to manage the disarray. Well done. By the way, what is the matter with your foot? Kachi, now sweating profusely from his exertions, neglected to wipe his brow as he replied, Thank you for your praise, my foot. It is nothing. Just a moment longer, and I shall have everything in order. Malvin observed that Kachi's left foot appeared somewhat twisted, but chose not to pry further, as he had no interest in the man's past. His primary concern remained his own impersonation. Seating himself on a nearby stool, Malvin picked up the cemetery's register from the table. As he perused its contents, he noted Kachi's surprisingly adept handwriting, albeit in a script he could not decipher. The register typically consisted of details concerning when bodies were delivered, their information, and the inscriptions on the gravestones. Byam, being the largest archipelago in the Suanya Sea, was a melting pot of various influences. While the official language was Ruen, the common tongues spoken were primarily Ruen and Fursak, with many capable of conversing in a few phrases of Intis. Kachi's proficiency in Ruen writing and fluency in Fursak underscored his educational background, making his current station seem incongruous with his capabilities. Malvin resolved to refrain from meddling in Kachi's affairs, so he set the register aside after a brief examination. Seeking to occupy his time, he soon realized that he had nothing of substance to engage in. Kachi stood nervously nearby, silent and with his head bowed, occasionally stealing glances at Malvin. Observing Kachi's demeanor, Malvin admonished, Have you completed the tasks I assigned? If not, hurry and attend to them instead of standing idly. If he could satisfy this powerful individual, Kachi believed there might yet be a chance for him to redeem his grievances. Persevere, Kachi. The day will come when your injustices are avenged. Chapter 45. The tale of Koki's suffering. The days in the cemetery were exceedingly monotonous. Despite the vast expanse of land, there was hardly anyone to converse with. Marvin, confined within the walls of the house, found himself yearning for some form of engagement. After much contemplation, he resolved to craft a chess set. Instead of the traditional Chuhan boundary, he would use the borders of Fuzak and Ruen as a substitute. The pieces, rook, knight, bishop, cannon, in general, were simple to create, and the rules were equally easy to explain. Upon observing the chessboard and pieces on the table, Koki tentatively inquired, Did an adult carve this? It's rather impressive. Marvin, a skilled surgeon, waved his hand dismissively. The days here are dreary. We can pass the time by playing chess. After elucidating the rules of the game, Marvin paused to allow Koki some time to absorb the information before asking, Do you understand the rules? Yes, I comprehend them, though I find them somewhat peculiar. What seems odd? Sir, this chess set. I feel as though I have heard of it before. At Koki's words, an ominous sensation surged within Marvin. Have you encountered a similar game in Intis? Indeed, sir. I have heard that such a game is popular among the upper echelons of Intis, albeit with different nomenclature. You troublesome Huang Tao, truly a hindrance to others. Well, there are indeed some differences between Intis and us Fuzak people, merely a matter of terminology. By the way, how do you know this game is favored among the Intis nobility? Sir, I once owned a plantation in this city, engaging with merchants from various lands and thriving in trade. Alas, I was later betrayed, and my plantation was seized. My wife and son subsequently fell ill and died, leaving me utterly alone. Koki's voice trembled as tears streamed down his face. After a brief silence, he continued, I have always dreamt of avenging them, yet I find myself powerless, drowning my sorrows in drink. However, upon meeting you, I recognized your strength. I seek no riches. All I desire is your assistance in avenging my family. I am willing to serve you as a devoted servant, never to betray you." Listening to Koki's heartfelt plea, Marvin felt exasperated, rubbing his forehead in dismay. "You should not have spoken so rashly." "Understood, sir. I grasp your intent. I will demonstrate my worth. Should I satisfy you, I may consider aiding you, even granting you the chance for revenge." Overjoyed by this promise, Koki knelt beside Marvin, embracing his leg fervently. Marvin, taken aback, wondered, "What is the meaning of this?" Koki bowed his head and pressed his lips to Marvin's shoe, exclaiming, "Lord Winston, please accept me as your devoted servant. I shall remain loyal to you, never to betray. Let us not rush into declarations of loyalty. I have yet to accept you. Prove your worth first." As Koki stood, tears streaming down his face, he wiped them with his sleeve and fell silent, standing by the side. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the wooden cabin. Just as Marvin contemplated breaking the stillness, a voice called from outside. "Koki, you wretched drunkard, have you risen? Come quickly." Koki nodded at Marvin before exiting the cabin. Soon, the sound of conversation reached Marvin's ears. The two conversed in Ruen, a language he could not comprehend, so he remained inside, allowing Koki to manage the encounter. When the visitor departed, Marvin stepped outside to find Koki tending to a decaying corpse teeming with maggots, while flies buzzed incessantly. Upon glancing at the body, Marvin noticed no spirit accompanying it, likely lost or exterminated. He moved to assist, but Koki quickly protested, "Sir, there's no need for your help. I can manage this." In the midst of his task, Koki inhaled the putrid air, causing him to stagger, his throat quivering as he retched. This work requires the skill of breath control. One must never inhale while working, lest one suffers this fate. Ignoring Koki, Marvin seized the body bag from his hands, lifting it with one arm. "Where is the burial site?" Marvin, without further words, strode towards the northwest corner. Shortly, he encountered several prepared graves and, without hesitation, attempted to place the corpse within one. "Wait, sir. These bodies must be cremated before burial. They cannot be interred directly." Marvin's face flushed with embarrassment. "Why did you not mention this earlier? I shall be more mindful next time." "Yes, indeed." Following Koki's instructions, Marvin placed the body bag upon a wooden pyre, and Koki immediately set it ablaze. Once the cremation was complete, Koki hurriedly gathered the ashes into a metal container. These wanderers had not earned the privilege of individual graves. Their ashes would be interred collectively after the fire. With a hint of nostalgia, Koki remarked, "My wife and son were also laid to rest together. At least they were not buried among strangers." He carefully seated himself across from Marvin. "Sir, you seem unperturbed by the stench of death. Might you be an extraordinary being?" Marvin, still focused on arranging the flags, replied, "Oh, you are aware of extraordinary beings? Your knowledge is quite extensive." Koki's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "My enemy is an extraordinary being. He violated my wife before my son and me. In that moment, I wished to perish on the spot. Yet I could not. I still had my son and wife." Marvin inwardly lamented his inquiry. Koki's plight was indeed tragic. His wife could not have been much younger. Surely, his adversary harbored no peculiar inclinations. How repulsive. At this, Koki shuddered, his tears now unheeded, and he abruptly rose, exiting the wooden cabin. Soon, silence enveloped the space. Marvin rubbed his forehead, exhaling a sigh as he arranged the chessboard, intending to engage in a solitary game. Is this fellow capable of adjusting so swiftly? "This is the wooden sign I crafted. I shall hang it at the entrance. The message conveys that I am temporarily away, and the cemetery work is to be managed by outsiders. Communication should be in Fusac, when is not permitted." Impressed by Koki's foresight, Marvin nodded in acknowledgement. After Koki received Marvin's consent, he bowed and departed. By noon, the cemetery remained tranquil. Marvin partook of some black bread procured by Koki and took a brief respite on the low couch. Upon awakening, he found himself still devoid of purpose, resorting once more to chess for amusement. As night enveloped the world, Marvin felt invigorated, clutching his lucky pocket watch, and with anticipation, he murmured, "May this night present an opportunity for action." Chapter 46. The Tomb Raider. As the crimson moon hung high in the sky, a refreshing sea breeze gently caressed the air. Marvin sat in the heart of the cemetery, his eyes closed in meditation. The tranquil moonlit night helped soothe his restless spirit, while the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs added a touch of liveliness to the summer evening. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Marvin slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a deep sigh, had he known that solitude would be so tedious, he would not have sent Koki away. In this vast cemetery, devoid of even a ghost, he felt utterly vexed. As a modern soul, one of his greatest fears was loneliness. Previously, aboard the ghost ship, he was surrounded by boisterous crew members, whose raucousness filled the air. Later, meeting the lively little girl, Fran, kept him constantly engaged, but in this cemetery, the stillness was unsettling. Logically, one would assume that the extraordinary beings traversing the graveyard, influenced by potions, would find the silence unbearable. Why was he so uniquely affected? After pondering this conundrum for 3 days and nights, he resolved to simply retire for the night. Although Koki had tidied the house, his efforts lacked thoroughness. The stains and water marks, while not detrimental to rest, were irksome. Resigned, he found a few seemingly clean garments among Koki's belongings to use as makeshift bedding. And the hard wooden floor turned out to be his only pleasant surprise. Soft beds were detrimental to the back, especially for middle-aged men. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. In this enigmatic world, what problem couldn't be resolved with a single potion? Even if he faced 10 adversaries at night, he felt confident that he could prevail, and if one potion failed, he could simply take another. Yet, the path he walked was not one that empowered men. Rather, he sensed it would render him increasingly aloof. After much wandering of his thoughts, Marwen finally succumbed to sleep. However, in the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by intermittent sounds. Grasping the dawn sword, he donned his various artifacts with care and cautiously exited the small wooden cabin. Straining to listen, he discerned that the sounds emanated from the northwestern corner of the cemetery, where the graves were of ancient origin. Could there be hidden treasures from a secretive family buried there? He held his breath, moving stealthily towards the source of the noise under the radiant moonlight. In the stillness of the night, even the slightest sound could travel far, and Marwen tread carefully, fearful of alerting any intruders. As he drew closer, he discovered 2 tomb raiders vigorously wielding shovels, fully engrossed in their task. Marwen refrained from making a hasty move. The pair were extraordinary beings, and he was keen to learn their motives for raiding the tomb under the cover of darkness. He suspected their intentions were far from simple. For the public cemetery primarily housed commoners, with the occasional vagrant or homeless woman and child among its ranks. Nobles and wealthy individuals typically rested in family tombs. What manner of common grave would warrant the attention of 2 extraordinary raiders? Boredom led the midnight marauders to engage in idle chatter. Sod, do you think what that silver tongue said is credible? Why would he prefer to pay us rather than let his men handle it? If we find it, it will be quite a feat, and I'm sure the captain will reward us handsomely. Indeed, I've heard that several factions are involved in this treasure hunt, including 3 or 4 pirate generals. That silver tongue is likely acting independently, behind the back of Rear Admiral Hurricane. The lanky pirate, Rendell, produced 2 cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one and offering the other to his stout companion, Sod. They inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke with a sense of pleasure. Unfortunately, our black whale pirates lack renown. We rely on the protection of several pirate generals to survive, which is why we cannot refuse the likes of Silver Tongue. I wish I could swallow a high-tier potion. If I survive, I could become a formidable force, traversing the 7 seas. Nonsense, Rendell. Stop daydreaming. High-tier potions? You aren't even a sequence 8. At that moment, the tall and lanky Rendell regarded his stout companion with a mix of pride and ambition, yet reality remained unyielding. He aspired to soar higher, yet lacked the wings to do so. Speaking of high-tier potions, he vaguely recalled the vicinity housing high-tier extraordinary relics awaiting their rightful owners. Unfortunately, the specifics eluded him. It seemed they were beyond his grasp. From the conversation of the 2 tomb raiders, Marwen gathered that a multitude of pirates were banding together for a treasure hunt, and uncovering the identity of the grave's owner was undoubtedly a crucial component, which warranted the presence of 2 extraordinary beings for the heist. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, Marwen resolved to act. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a fireball directly at Sod, who was busy digging, while he leaped high into the air, wielding the dawn sword to strike down Rendell. The 2 extraordinary raiders, caught unawares by the sudden assault, reacted sluggishly, their reflexes delayed by at least 2 or 3 seconds. In extraordinary combat, those fleeting seconds could prove fatal. Rendell was cleaved in 2 by the might of Marwen's dawn sword. Sod, struck by the fireball, wasted no time on lamentations. He leaped from the grave pit, wholly indifferent to his companion's fate, and fled. Marwen could not allow him to escape. He conjured another fireball with the flame ring. This time, fortune favored him. The fireball struck Sod squarely in the back of the head, causing the stout pirate to wail in agony. The explosion of flames singed not only his hair, but also damaged his eyes. Marwen showed little concern for the enemy's plight. He merely sought to play his part. These lowly pirates possessed scant information, and from their dialogue, he had gleaned nearly all that was pertinent, rendering the necessity of leaving any alive moot. He leaped closer, intending to hurl the sun dagger, but his foot slipped. Though he managed to throw the dagger, it merely grazed Sada's left leg. Damn it, this cursed lucky watch was a hindrance, failing him at a critical moment and prolonging the stout pirate's suffering. Steadying himself, Marwen swung his sword, severing the burning head from Sada's body. Ignoring the still smoldering head, he bent down to search the stout pirate's belongings. There was little of value, approximately 55 pounds and 3 shillings, along with some notes detailing potion recipes, specifically for a Sequence 8 sailor. Alas, he already possessed that recipe, rendering it worthless. In frustration, Marwen dispatched the spirit of the stout pirate. In this cryptic world, he pondered whether pounds affixed with adhesive tape would be rejected. If so, the thought was disheartening. While he had not found the intended recipe, a familiar essence caught his attention: the blue, ice-like properties of an assassin's trait. With a scheme in mind, Marwen reached to retrieve Rendell's corpse from the grave. A loud thud startled him, igniting a sense of unease and prompting him to consider an escape. However, a familiar voice called out, "Lord Winston, please do not kill me. I am Koki." Chapter 47. The complete for map. How is it that Coke, who was ostensibly frightened away, still lingers in the cemetery? After alerting Malvin with his voice, Coke remained stationary. Upon hearing Malvin's inquiry, he promptly interjected, "Lord Winston instructed me to procure some ordinary provisions to ensure your concealment here. I have brought you a pound of black bread, 2 Teotawans, and a can of South Welsh beer. As you know, I possess no connections in this city and nowhere else to go. To spare you any distress, I took refuge in a bunker not far from the cemetery, a place once used by my late wife for storing provisions. When I heard a noise, I cautiously approached the cemetery to investigate what had transpired." Malvin gripped his sword tightly and whispered, "Come help me deal with these 2 corpses." Coke complied, hastening to Malvin's side. However, an unexpected surge of irreverence towards Lord Winston arose within him. Startled, he quickly suppressed this impulse and silently bent down, disregarding the gruesome blood splatter, to neatly arrange the corpse of the slender pirate. The body of the stout pirate had now exuded an extraordinary quality, clear as a blue jellyfish. After Malvin collected it, he instructed Coke to move it next to the slender pirate. Malvin then directed Coke to gather some firewood to stack around the 2 corpses, and he ignited the pyre with his fire ring. Coke watched in astonishment as the flames consumed the remains. Once the burning was complete, Malvin pointed out that Coke should continue excavating the grave. Coke toiled for nearly an hour before finally uncovering the coffin. Malvin descended into the pit with a lantern to inspect its interior. Inside the coffin lay only a few pale bones, devoid of any other contents. Malvin scrutinized the scene for some time, but discerned no significant clues. As he straightened up to catch his breath, Coke seized the lantern and leapt into the coffin, tossing out the bones without concern for the mess, scrubbing the walls of the coffin clean. To Malvin's surprise, Coke's clumsy method proved effective. "My lord, look. There are inscriptions on the interior of the coffin." Malvin immediately leaned down to examine the coffin once more. In the dim light, he discerned an epic written in Hermetic script, which conveyed the following: Tyrion Solomon, a viscount of the kingdom, received royal orders late in the War of the 4 Emperors to transfer a shipment of treasures by sea. Initially, Tyrion's efforts progressed smoothly until the Church of the 6 Gods became aware and dispatched their extraordinary agents to attack his fleet. Among the treasures Tyrion transported was a giant's key. However, the Church's formidable strength overwhelmed him, and he ultimately sank with his ship into the depths of the sea. His descendants, intent on fulfilling their mission, changed their names and survived in Byam City, planning to reclaim their family's sunken treasure when their power had grown. Unfortunately, their lineage fell into decline, and they became impoverished, leaving behind a plea to their descendants to record their family's history within the coffin. Malvin found this narrative somewhat credible, particularly since he was well acquainted with the giant's key, which belonged to the giant king's court. He recalled that, in the original tale, the key was first obtained from an iceberg and later passed to the fool. A thread of intrigue lay concealed within this story, though he could not quite grasp its entirety. It seemed imperative to level up quickly, otherwise he would remain incapable of deciphering the clues left by the powerful. After studying the inscriptions twice more, Malvin felt a twinge of disappointment. The information was largely unhelpful. The critical location of the hidden treasure was not mentioned, nor was the site of the giant's key's shipwreck disclosed, a clear deviation from the expected narrative. Standing in the grave pit, he pondered for a long while without finding any leads. Finally, in a moment of determination, he raised his sword and struck fiercely at the coffin of Solomon's descendant. The power granted by the warrior rank 6 was formidable, and with just 2 strikes, he shattered the coffin into splinters. Wooden shards fell like rain, and when the tumult subsided, Malvin bent down to explore beneath the remnants of the coffin. As he sifted through the debris, his fingers grazed a solid object beneath the soil. Hope surged within him. After careful exploration, he confirmed that a marble box lay buried below. Gently, he unearthed the stone box and placed it on the ground beside the grave pit. He gestured to Coke, signaling him to open it. Without hesitation, Coke obeyed the command and pried open the lid. The moment the stone box was unsealed, a plume of black mist erupted forth, coalescing into a skull. Coke, terrified, collapsed to the ground, while Malvin, poised for action, unleashed a burst of solar fire from his sun dagger. The solar flames, renowned for their potency against undead beings, swiftly consumed the apparition like boiling water melting snow. Although Coke was still gasping for breath, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes as he witnessed the malevolent spirit being vanquished by the radiant flames. Malvin, though relieved, reflected on the tragic fate of Solomon's descendants, whose family had fallen into despair. Consequently, the malevolent spirit contained within the stone box had grown weak over the years, allowing it to be dispatched with a single strike from his sun dagger. Coke had been fortunate. This night had unveiled the secrets of Solomon's lineage to him, prompting Malvin to grant him an opportunity for growth. Inside the box, he discovered several firm maps bearing imprints. Upon closer examination, he realized that some portions of these maps were familiar to him, having encountered them on 2 prior occasions. Yet, the maps contained within this box were evidently more comprehensive than the earlier versions he had obtained. After scrutinizing the maps further, Malvin couldn't suppress a frustrated sigh. The previous maps had been a trap, clearly orchestrated by someone or some faction seeking to incite a pirate conflict through incomplete information. Dark currents stirred within by him. As he continued to inspect the contents, he found additional fur pieces, but these bore handwritten inscriptions rather than imprints. Astonishingly, they contained potion recipes for advancing from rank 9 to rank 5 within the legal pathway. Elated, Malvin quickly secured them. With the treasures within the stone box now fully revealed, he instructed Coke to gather the scattered remains of the coffin and place them back in the grave pit. After setting the remnants ablaze, he ordered the original gravestone to be reburied, restoring the earth and directing Coke to acquire grass to cover the site. As dawn broke, Malvin awoke first and roused Coke, speaking gravely. "I previously promised you that should you meet my expectations, I would grant you an opportunity for growth. I intend to fulfill that promise now, but before we proceed, you must undergo a test. If you succeed, I shall honor my word. Are you prepared?" Chapter 48. Koki's true courage. At this moment, Koki's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions: astonishment, exhilaration, and rage. "My lord, please speak. I fear nothing. My life has long been ensnared in hell, and my reluctance to perish stems from my thirst for vengeance. At last, I have awaited this opportunity for retribution. Thank you, my lord. Hold your gratitude for now. Do you know that to become extraordinary, one must consume the elixir? I possess 2 doses, one for sailors and one for assassins. The sailor's potion serves my purpose, so I can only offer you the assassin's brew. Upon ingestion, this potion will bestow upon your body remarkable agility, grant you night vision, and impart the skills of assassination. You could leap from great heights and emerge unscathed. My lord, I am willing. This elixir is precisely what I require. My enemy is immensely strong, and I am now crippled. Without agility, I cannot hope to slay him. I am prepared to become an assassin. Thank you, my lord." Observing the grave urgency on the gravekeeper's face, Marvin produced a jelly-like substance, as blue as ice, and laid it before Koki. "Wait, I have yet to finish my words. This assassin's potion was recently extracted from that lanky pirate. Should you consume it, there is a significant risk you may lose control and transform into a monster. Do you still wish to proceed?" "I am willing. Excellent. I see your determination. Even if fortune favors you and you do not immediately lose control, you will frequently hear sinister whispers that will tempt and entrap you. These murmurs may drive you to madness, render you cold-blooded, and instill an unshakable restlessness, possibly leading to your transformation into a monster. Do you still wish to proceed? At that moment, Koki's mind was consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance and strength. He could no longer absorb any further warnings. Gritting his teeth, he reiterated, I am willing. Very well, I accept your choice, but I must inform you that this potion. Marvin's voice trailed off as Koki suddenly seized the ice-blue substance from his hand and swallowed it. After gulping down the remnants of his saliva, he continued, It will transform you into a woman. In that instant, Koki felt an overwhelming chill, a coldness that threatened to freeze him to the core. The icy elixir, rather than descending into his stomach, melted midway in his esophagus, as if he had swallowed a shard of ice. The biting cold swiftly radiated from his throat, pervading his torso and limbs. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, clarity returned to his mind. He became acutely aware of the sounds around him, heightened sensitivity enveloping him. His mind brimmed with newfound knowledge of assassination techniques. His body felt astonishingly light. He yearned to scream, to weep. Yet he understood that such displays of weakness would not be tolerated by Lord Winston, and he could not bear to disappoint him. My lord, I have succeeded. I have not lost control, nor have I transformed into a monster. At this moment, Marvin felt nothing but exasperation. Koki, you truly are courageous. Oh, my lord, I am still not enough. With a bashful scratch of his head, Koki felt overwhelmed by the unexpected praise, his heart fluttering with apprehension. Am I truly praising you? Regardless. Now that you have ingested it, there is no turning back. Perhaps I shall permit you to advance to sequence 8 at most. I had not finished my warning. And yet you have consumed the assassin's brew. Do you regret it now? I do not regret it. Even if I become a woman, I still. Though Koki professed his lack of regret, his heart had already made a decisive choice, yet it was too late for remorse. Well, whether your regret is genuine or feigned, it is of no consequence now. Listen carefully. I am a pirate of the sea, and I possess a ghost ship anchored at the Maple Leaf Dock of Blue Mountain Island. The 2 extraordinary tomb raiders who came today have been dispatched by us, but their companions will undoubtedly send others to investigate. While this remains uncertain, they will not set sail in the immediate future. What is it? If that is the case, I wish to seek vengeance first. Otherwise, the anguish within me will never cease. I beg your forgiveness for my selfishness. Seeking vengeance is an excellent way to harness the potion's power. Indeed, I understand your sentiments. Proceed as you wish. However, let us agree that once you uncover your enemy's information, you must not act recklessly. You require my consent before undertaking any assassination. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy. Remember, your life is no longer your own. You are now my subordinate. Do you understand? Tears welled in Koki's eyes. He was genuinely touched by Lord Winston's compassion. Not only had he been granted the opportunity to grow stronger, but his life was also valued, a sentiment he had not felt since the death of his wife and children. He resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to serving his lord. Marvin observed the emotionally charged man before him, perplexed by Koki's fervor. Had he known that Koki would eventually devote himself entirely to him, he might have been driven to slay the man on the spot. Next, Marvin instructed Koki on meditation techniques and how to effectively combat the influences of the maddening whispers, imparting esoteric knowledge. Upon the captain's return, Alba could not resist approaching to report. Captain, I have procured the auxiliary materials for the hunter you requested, and the advertisement for the divination booth has been posted. We should rendezvous swiftly. Having instructed him to explore the extraordinary gathering in the city for auxiliary materials, he was surprised that Alba had managed to accomplish this in a single night. Well done, first mate. Since the auxiliary materials are gathered, summon Reed and the others. Alba exited to call in Reed and his companions, who entered to find the captain adding extraordinary materials and the Azure elixir to an iron pot. They stood momentarily in astonishment, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Marvin first prepared the sailor's potion, which resembled the pale blue sea. He smiled at Reed, saying, "This is for you, come forth." Reed inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and accepted the vial from the captain's hand. He gazed intently at the liquid within before taking another deep breath, raising the cup, and downing it in one swift motion. The blue liquid slid over his tongue into his esophagus, its brackish taste reminiscent of seawater. As the salty liquid flowed into his stomach, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth radiating from within, swiftly enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Chapter 49. Promotion. Reed felt invigorated. His body and soul roared with vitality, and he could not help but cry out in exhilaration. Ah! His exuberant shout piqued the curiosity of numerous crew members, who rushed to the captain's quarters to observe. The feeling of consuming the potion is splendid, isn't it, Reed? Indeed, the potency of the potion is remarkable. I feel absolutely marvelous. Thank you, Captain. Malvin nodded slightly, turning to the two other sailors. Here, we have a potion for a sailor and one for a hunter. You may choose at your discretion. The two sailors, Schneider and Hal, were typically quite reserved. Thus, upon learning about the extraordinary individuals, they hesitated to attempt becoming one themselves. But now, under Malvin's insistence, they had to consume the potion. However, having Reed as a successful example of potion consumption bolstered their confidence. Hal, who was taller and younger, spoke up. Captain, what are the differences between these two potions? Malvin chuckled. Oh, there is a significant distinction. Drinking the sailor's potion will greatly enhance your physical strength, manifesting illusory scales upon your body, allowing you to remain steady at sea. Conversely, the hunter's potion will render your body exceedingly agile, imparting combat skills and extensive knowledge of trap setting for hunting. After Malvin's explanation, Hal and Schneider exchanged glances, and Schneider encouraged, You're younger. You should choose first. Hal bit his lip and softly said, I'll choose the hunter's potion. I am often ridiculed and bullied by the crew due to my frail constitution. If I consume the hunter's potion, I can devise traps to play pranks on them and turn the tables. Malvin approved, stating, That's the spirit. The rivalry among the crew will indeed enhance their ability to assimilate the potion's power. The hunter's potion was easily concocted, and soon a slightly reddish potion was prepared. Come now, Hal. This time, Hal shed his shyness, emulating Reed. He took a deep breath and drank the hunter's potion. The potion dissolved instantly, merging with his body before it could even reach his stomach. He felt light and agile, and a flood of knowledge surged into his mind. Moments later, Hal opened his eyes, bounced a few times on the spot, and joyfully exclaimed, I am extraordinary now. Thank you, Captain. Seeing his colleagues thriving, Schneider felt emboldened and eagerly wished to consume the sailor's potion. Malvin did not keep him waiting. After Schneider consumed the Azure sailor's potion, he too became extraordinary. The trio of sailors successfully ascended to extraordinary status, much to Malvin's delight, for the acquisition of power was indeed a favorable development. Upon becoming extraordinary, the first thing you must learn is meditation. The first mate will instruct you shortly, and it is essential for you to practice meditation diligently. Additionally, you must engage in behaviors that correspond with the potion's designation to avert any loss of control. Remember, aligning your daily actions with the potion's name will help you maintain control. Malvin's emphatic words resonated within the minds of those present, and they replied in unison. Understood. We shall always heed the captain's teachings. When he awoke again, he found it was already afternoon. Pushing open the captain's door, Reed rushed in. Captain, you're awake. Would you like to eat? I've instructed the chef to be ready to serve as soon as you awaken. Malvin nodded. And soon Reed presented a sumptuous lunch. Aromatic pan-fried fish accompanied by a rich vegetable soup, a medium-rare steak, and a glass of South Welsh beer. Observing his crew's attentive service, Malvin felt a sense of pride. Where's the first mate? Oh, he wished to attend an extraordinary gathering in town today, so he left right after lunch. Departing so early, does he intend to wander elsewhere? Perhaps. The first mate has been aboard for so long. Now that you are here, Captain, he surely desires some leisure. Listening to Reed, Malvin's mind conjured images understood by men. He had to assume the role of leadership ever since Adrian's demise. Alba had become the second in command aboard the ship. Without Alba, the responsibilities would fall to him. The previously postponed promotion of a bosun should also be addressed, not only to alleviate Alba's burdens, but also to provide a role model for the other crew members. In this regard, Reed was an excellent candidate. He was the first crew member he had encountered upon his arrival and had shown unwavering respect and loyalty. Such a subordinate was deserving of promotion. Reed, how do you feel about becoming the bosun? What? Reed's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, you're not jesting, are you? Why would I joke about such a matter? I genuinely believe you are quite capable, hence my proposal. If you are unwilling, I shall appoint another. No, Captain. I am suitable, quite suitable indeed. Thank you, Captain. I shall perform diligently, and ensure I do not disappoint you." The display of loyalty from his subordinate was heartwarming, and Malvin smiled slightly. "Very well, go summon the others. I have an announcement to make." Reed dutifully complied. There were fewer than 10 crew members remaining aboard, and a quick glance revealed that Alba had taken 2 subordinates with him. Currently, the extraordinary individuals constituted the majority aboard the ship, and with Alba as the first mate engaged in the pursuit of the Sequence 8 formula and extraordinary materials, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Thus, Malvin decided to reinstate the position of bosun, temporarily appointing Reed to the role. "You must obey your superiors, both aboard the ship and on land. Should anyone dare to challenge authority, regardless of who is right or wrong, the first to be dealt with will be the transgressor. Do you understand?" Understood. These men merely feared authority, so Malvin knew he must rise swiftly through the ranks. The stronger he became, the less he would fear insubordination from those beneath him. Chapter 50. Alge is being followed. The summer nights in Biome are truly enchanting, cool, and refreshing, while the days are unbearably hot. The crimson moon, though waning, still casts its silvery glow upon the earth. Malvin, accompanied by Hal and Schneider, heads to meet Alge at the divination hut of Pame along the Olive Tree Avenue. As they approach the entrance, Malvin halts, turning to Hal. "Scout the area nearby and set some traps. Should I find myself in peril, we must have an escape route." Obeying the captain's orders without further ado, Hal nods to Schneider before vanishing into the night. Malvin knocks on the door, and shortly after, it swings open to reveal an elderly woman with her head wrapped in black gauze, smiling softly. "Dear guest, welcome to Pame's divination hut. How may I assist you today?" "Good evening, Madam Pame. I seek the captain." Pame, a local native who earns a meager living through her divination, recognizes Alge as her regular patron, receiving monthly stipends from him. "Ah, a friend of the captain. Please come in." Malvin enters, leaving Schneider outside. Pame's hut consists of 3 rooms, but only the first is open for business, while Alge waits in the innermost chamber. Upon entering, Pame discreetly withdraws. Alge sits at Pame's usual divination spot and acknowledges Malvin with a nod. "Good evening, Captain Malvin." "Good evening, Alge." Despite enduring scorn and ridicule from his peers due to the ghost ship incident, and even eliciting deep disappointment from Bishop Gogol, who has threatened to penalize him, Alge has managed to endure. The families of the 3 fallen sailors particularly heap disdain and insults upon him. Yet, he perseveres, having learned the art of pretense from Malvin. Albeit lacking the opportunity for commendable deeds, his strength has notably improved. Potions are exorbitantly expensive. The higher the rank, the pricier the materials, and the formulas grow increasingly elusive. One of Alge's motivations for meeting Malvin is to ascertain whether the promised blood of the ghost shark has arrived. Additionally, he has dispatched the ashes that Malvin requested to be delivered to Alba at Maple Ferry. Should Malvin's promises hold true, he would soon ascend to rank 7, effortlessly acquiring the formula for rank 6. Years spent languishing in the Storm Church have left him weary of being belittled. Having tasted the bitterness of the lower echelons, he yearns to seize power and ascend the social ladder. Why should Xilingus, from a similar background, enjoy the freedom of a pirate general? If he can, so can I. Alge mused. The blood of the ghost shark has been sent to Prize Harbor. Remember to collect it in the coming days. How is the investigation into Xilingus's whereabouts faring? Malvin's inquiry interrupts Alge's reverie, drawing him back to the present. Thank you. Xilingus has no plans to dock soon, but he intends to secretly land at Prize Harbor next month and then travel by rail to Beckland. Next month? That gives us ample time. I merely need to complete the potion and achieve my promotion by the beginning of the month to pursue Xilingus. Oh, it seems the mission in Beckland is of great significance. Have you clarified the exact date of landing? Alge glances at Malvin and perceives the latter's look of certainty, causing a lump to form in his throat. Does his master possess foresight? Ah, the terror of an omniscient presence. Meanwhile, far away in Tingen, the fool Klein unexpectedly sneezes, muttering, "Can one catch a cold in summer?" The preliminary timing is set for mid-next month, but the specific date requires further investigation. Excellent work. We must prepare thoroughly. A surprise may await us. Surprise? I hope it's not a shock, Alge silently muses, unaware of Alge's thoughts. Malvin reflects on the similarities between Alge and Klein. Alge, like Klein, is cautious, often contemplating escape routes and safety first, preferring to strategize before acting. Hence, the curly-haired baboons have dubbed him the reverse political commissioner. Had he been an extraordinary being through the hunter-esque path, he would undoubtedly have thrived. Regrettably, as a sailor, the influence of potions renders him timid at critical moments, while his demeanor is often reckless. His impulsive approach during the hunt for the ghostly Avenger ship was a classic case of potion-induced folly. Conversely, during his confrontation with Malvin, he faltered, unable to stand firm, leading to his defeat. Xilingus, emerging from the same roots, has swiftly risen to the rank of pirate general within mere years, while Alge remains ensnared in the Storm Church, enduring humiliation. This is his cowardice. Alge lacks the audacity to stake everything at pivotal moments, relegating him to the role of a political commissioner rather than a general. In contrast, Klein, though cowardly at times, cannot abide the indifference of the powerful towards the lives and welfare of the common folk. In critical moments, he dares to confront injustice, having thwarted the deification ceremony of King George III and bravely repelled him on during the siege of Source Castle, ultimately securing victory. Such a person possesses both courage and empathy, embodying true wisdom and bravery, deserving of admiration. As Malvin opens the door, he finds Hal, visibly anxious, awaiting him. What has transpired? Captain, while I was scouting the area, I noticed a figure behaving suspiciously, as if following someone. Alge, trailing behind Malvin, instantly perks up. What did the individual look like? Any distinguishing features in their attire? Hal glances at Alge before shifting his gaze back to Malvin. Upon receiving the captain's nod of approval, he replies, "The night is too dark to discern their face or clothing. But I am certain the person is a left-handed individual." A left-handed person? Are you certain? After Hal's response, Alge grimaces, turning to Malvin. "I believe I know who it is." "Ah, it seems the person tracking you is quite familiar to you. The individual is my colleague, a rank 8 fury of the people named Aaron Hill. He is one of the relatives of those who perished during our pursuit of the ghostly Avenger, blaming me for his brother's death. He has been concocting accusations against me, attempting to have me expelled from the church. Oh, what a reckless fellow. It would not be prudent for you to handle this. Allow us to take care of it." Alge glances at Malvin, subtly nodding in agreement. Malvin inquires further, confirming that this man possesses no extraordinary items, potentially only carrying a revolver, which alleviates his concerns. "Hal, you proceed first. We will follow shortly. Once we reach the traps you've set, ensnare him first. Schneider and I will finish him off. Can you manage this?" Hal is taken aback at the prospect of having to slay an extraordinary individual on his very first day as one himself. "As you command, Captain." After Hal relays the location of the traps, he departs the hut as silently as he arrived. After a quarter of an hour, estimating Hal is in position, Malvin and Alge exit the divination hut. The two exchange few words, simply donning hoods to obscure their faces, swiftly making their way under the moonlit sky. Schneider follows closely behind, comprehending that the captain aims to rendezvous with Hal, though puzzled as to why this official from the Divine Church accompanies them. Chapter 51. Where have the traits gone? After departing from the gas street lamp, the surroundings grew increasingly dim, with the crimson moonlight barely illuminating the rough outlines of human figures. As a hunter, Hal found solace in the depths of the somber night, his mind becoming ever more tranquil. The hunter's greatest skill lies in blending seamlessly with the environment. The terrain and various flora, in his eyes, serve as advantageous conditions for laying traps and ensnaring prey. With careful observation, he could conjure numerous strategies for trap construction within his mind. Of course, once the traps were set, he had to contemplate how to capture his desired quarry. Any misstep or accidental capture would signify a hunter's failure. Following the captain's guidance, Hal dedicated considerable thought to unearthing the potent essence of the elixirs from the famed hunters. Hence, tonight he set only a few traps, striving for their effectiveness, and concealed himself early, awaiting the arrival of his prey. Before long, Hal discerned the sound of footsteps. He estimated 3 individuals, presumably the captain and his companions. Approximately 50 meters behind them walked another figure, whom he recognized as the left-handed man he had encountered previously. Hal felt his heart race and his breath grow heavy. Yet he swiftly regulated his breathing, returning to a steady rhythm within moments. Step by step, 40 steps. This distance was sufficient for Hal to spring his trap. Though these traps were not intended for the captain's group, he needed to bide his time. Marvin and the others moved swiftly, yet they remained vigilant, ensuring that the follower kept pace. If they noticed he had fallen behind, they would need to devise an alternate plan. Fortunately, the man appeared intrigued by Alge's clandestine meeting with the enigmatic figure, maintaining a consistent distance behind them. As Marvin navigated the night, He recalled Hal's instructions regarding the trap markers. Upon spotting one, caution was paramount to avoid inadvertently triggering a trap and jeopardizing their ambush. The Reaper, possessing slightly enhanced vision in the dark, noted Hal's markings, an image resembling a ship drawn on the dirt path. "You too, follow my lead without question, just walk." Marvin's voice was low, barely audible to Alge and Schneider, who were close enough to catch his words. After traversing nearly 200 meters, they heard commotion behind them, followed by a thunderous shout. Shameless thieves dare to attack the enforcers. The shout, spoken in Ruen, was indecipherable to Marvin and the others, but Alge understood perfectly. He urged, "Do not alert more people. We must finish this swiftly." Without hesitation, Alge moved to engage, but Marvin restrained him. "Stay out of this. Hurry, we will handle it," Marvin insisted. Grateful, Alge cast a quick glance at Marvin before swiftly disappearing into the shadows. Having come to meet Alge, he had left the Dawn Sword behind, carrying only the Firestarter ring. The fortune-telling watch provided enough spiritual enhancement for him to unleash 4 or 5 fireballs, coupled with Schneider and Hal's prowess to eliminate their foe. In the pitch-black night, a burly man found his legs ensnared in a pit, struggling against the barrage of flying debris. The roads were nearly devoid of trees, save for some low shrubs, yet nearby stood numerous shantytowns. When darkness fell, these shantytowns transformed into a black hole, lacking any public lighting and poorly maintained pathways, resulting in a treacherous landscape. Hal exploited the ease of excavation in these dirt roads, digging a pit over a meter deep. Though the pit's diameter was small, barely accommodating a person, its depth ensured that escape would require considerable effort. He filled the pit with sharp wooden spikes, ensuring that any unfortunate soul who fell in would be impaled. Setting a trap in a dirt road is no simple task, given the unpredictability of foot traffic, which could easily expose one's intentions. Yet Hal cleverly designed the pit to be manually triggered. Merely walking would pose no threat, but any enemy crossing would surely fall into his trap. At that moment, Iron Hill was filled with regret for having pursued too deeply. But it was too late. He found himself trapped, with both legs ensnared. He endured the agony of the spikes piercing his feet while dodging the onslaught of bricks and stones hurled from either side. In the darkness, his revolver proved useless, as he could not see the shadows of his assailants. Ultimately, he discarded the revolver, using his hands to shield himself from the incoming projectiles. Ian's anguished screams echoed through the night, an unsettling symphony of pain. Hal continued to bombard him with bricks, while Marvin and Schneider launched their own projectiles from different angles. The cacophony of stones raining down upon Ian was relentless, exacerbating his torment. The obscured nature of the battle left Ian feeling stifled amidst the chaos. He could only scream in fury. The wrath of the enraged populace was powerful. Ian retaliated by smashing or shattering the bricks hurled at him, aided by the illusionary scales on his body that rendered him immune to most fatal physical attacks. Though he could withstand these assaults, the bruising was inevitable, and soon the enforcer's head swelled grotesquely. As the moment drew near, Marvin signaled for 2 consecutive fireballs to strike the enforcer. The flames erupted upon impact, inflicting devastating damage, as the illusionary scales offered little protection against fire. The cascading fireballs illuminated the night, and Ian's spirit faltered, consumed by fear. "Do not kill me. I surrender. Just deliver a letter to the Storm Church, and my family will pay a ransom. I swear by the Lord of Storms. I will not go back on my word." Marvin disregarded Ian's pleas, continuing to unleash fireballs that exploded upon contact, amplifying the destruction. Time seemed to stretch as Ian's visage and scalp became charred remnants of their former selves. Soon, his cries faded into silence. Marvin sighed inwardly, acknowledging the resilience of the enraged populace. It took nearly 5 minutes of relentless assault to bring him to the brink of death. Determined not to afford the enemy any reprieve, Marvin withdrew a revolver, aiming for Ian's eye. With a resounding crack, the bullet found its mark, penetrating his eye socket. Moments later, Ian's skull erupted with an audible crunch. The darkness cloaked Marvin's precision, hinting at the fortune-telling watch's influence. Just as he savored his fortunate shot, a sudden stone struck him on the head. Dazed, Marvin felt the world blur before his eyes, a flurry of stars dancing across his vision. This misfortune is too severe, he thought, relinquishing further fire. It was time for Hal to address the aftermath. After expending 5 fireballs to nearly extinguish their foe, the task had proven arduous. Marvin hastily removed the Firestarter ring, wary of provoking a retaliatory strike. Meanwhile, Hal was consumed by exhilaration. His first battle as an extraordinary individual had culminated in the defeat of a Sequence 8 entity, a crowning moment in his life. Schneider, too, remained vigilant, stepping forward to fire 2 rounds into the corpse, ensuring the enemy was indeed dead. With the threat neutralized, they now faced a new dilemma. What would the captain decide next? Retrieve his corpse, and then proceed to cleanse the surroundings of any traces. Remember, do not leave behind any clues that could lead back to us. Hal and Schneider accepted the command and departed, while Malvin remained fixated on Aaron's lifeless body, awaiting the emergence of its intrinsic characteristics. However, after a considerable wait, no such traits manifested. Damn it, where are my characteristics? In a fit of frustration, Malvin decisively extinguished Aaron's spirit with his bare hands. Upon turning the body, he discovered a metallic button had fallen onto it. A sealing artifact? Chapter 52. The Fury button. Upon the demise of mid-tier extraordinary beings, their traits are swiftly extracted. A select few, in the throes of death or extreme emotional turmoil, may find their unique characteristics merging with certain possessions, giving rise to a sealed object. Notable examples include the Sword of Dawn, the Pyromancer's Ring, and the Blood-Red Shackles. Although Malvin had not witnessed such phenomena before, today he bore witness to the formation of a metallic button as a sealed object. The primary distinction between sealed items and magical artifacts lies in the spontaneous nature of the former, which often carries uncontrollable negative effects. As Malvin grasped the metallic button, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a profound sense of anger. Was this the button's malevolent influence? Clenching the button in his left hand and balling his right fist, he contemplated striking something to test for the effect of a fury strike. However, he soon discovered an unsettling dissonance between his hands, as if his left hand were the dominant force while his right served merely as an auxiliary. After several attempts, he confirmed his suspicion. Remarkably, this sealed object imposed a negative effect that compelled a left-handed orientation. When he finally struck with his left fist, he successfully unleashed the Fury Strike. The potency of this ability was nearly limitless, rendering the sealed object incredibly formidable. Yet, maintaining a state of anger proved quite exhausting. Whether the button possessed the abilities of illusory scales or the capacity for underwater breathing remained to be seen. For now, he decided to name it the Fury button. The cumbersome negative effects necessitated a solution, and with no other recourse, he opened a metal cigarette case, conjured a minor wall of spirit within, and sealed it once more, effectively isolating the adverse effects. Upon receiving the pocket watch, Hal could not suppress his joy. "Thank you, Captain. Do not mention it. This is merely a temporary loan. You must return it once this period has passed," Malvin replied. "Understood, Captain," Hal acknowledged gratefully, aware that he still owed Malvin 400 pounds for potion materials since becoming an extraordinary being. The watch's anti-divination trait alone rendered it a remarkable artifact. Malvin proceeded to elaborate on the watch's extraordinary effects and drawbacks while instructing Schneider to remain close to Hal for the time being, primarily for safety. The upcoming hunt for Iron Hill would largely rely on Hal and Malvin's efforts, but Schneider's presence, with his anti-divination trait, was equally vital. After being reminded by Alge, Malvin realized he possessed an innate anti-divination trait himself, prompting him to voluntarily allow Hal to assume the role. This action would not only earn Alge's gratitude, but also afford him the opportunity to wield a sealed object, achieving multiple objectives in one stroke, a true stroke of luck. "No worries, I've dealt with a Punisher. Make sure everyone stays put for the next few days to avoid alerting the Punisher." Alge nodded in agreement, and Malvin entrusted him with INS body, instructing him to reduce it to ashes and scatter them into the sea. The following day, Malvin awoke to find Reed attentively prepared his washing water and toiletries. After freshening up, Reed served breakfast, a delightful spread of bacon, ham, bread, and a soft-boiled egg paired with milk. Malvin patted Reed on the shoulder in appreciation before making his way to the deck. On the deck, several crew members had gathered, most of whom were already extraordinary beings. Among them were 3 newcomers, former members of the Red Skull pirate crew, whose relatively minor sins had allowed Alge to absorb them into the fold. The trio huddled together, enviously observing the veteran crew members flaunting their extraordinary abilities throughout the day, secretly pondering how they might earn the captain's trust and be granted potions to achieve extraordinary status. Unaware of the crew's musings, Malvin had more pressing matters to attend to. "Alge, come here for a moment." The first mate, Alge, paused his training of the newly initiated extraordinary beings, and hastily approached the captain. Malvin extracted the metallic button from his pocket and handed it to Ulge. With the captain assigning a task, Ulge accepted the button without hesitation. The moment it touched his hand, a surge of inexplicable anger coursed through him. Just then, Malvin called Reed over. "Reed, you and the other sailors must accompany the first mate into the water. Should he falter, you must rescue him. Do not allow him to drown." Ulge, brimming with rage, shouted at Malvin, seemingly ready to challenge the captain. This outburst sent ripples of astonishment throughout the ship. Was the first mate truly confronting the captain? Taken aback by Ulge's roar, Malvin found himself amused rather than angered. "My apologies, Ulge. I neglected to mention that one of the negative effects of this sealed object is to induce a perpetual state of anger. Simply relinquish the button, and you will regain control of your emotions." Upon hearing Malvin's explanation, Ulge tossed the button onto the deck. The instant it left his grasp, his fury dissipated, replaced by a serene composure. "Wow, this sealed object is remarkable. How exhilarating it would be to experience that fury." Chapter 53. The testing report of the sealed object. The crew was abuzz with conversation. Alba glanced down at the metal button, then raised his gaze to Malvin, the captain. "Well, never mind, it was my oversight. Let us proceed with the testing and not delay our important business." With that, Alba picked up the metal button and walked straight to the ship's railing. After Reed and the others had plunged into the water, he leaped in as well. Reed and the other exceptional sailors were poised in the sea, awaiting Alba's emergence. However, after some time, he had yet to resurface. As the leader of the ghost ship, Alba was no novice in the water. While he might not rival the extraordinary sailors, he was certainly more adept than the average person. The fact that he had not surfaced after diving in with the metal button indicated something was amiss. Reed was the first to dive down to investigate. To his shock, he found that Alba was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it, has the first mate sunk to the bottom? Quickly, dive down and rescue him." After calling out to the others, Reed plunged beneath the surface, followed closely by several sailors. They soon found themselves over 10 meters deep. As they scanned their surroundings, Reed spotted Alba moving underwater. The first mate was remarkably resilient, managing to push himself towards the shore despite being submerged. Reed and his companions hurried over and grasped Alba, helping him rise to the surface. Once they broke through the water, Alba gasped for fresh air. Those waiting at the ship's railing, including Malvin, breathed a collective sigh of relief. "It seems your swimming skills are lacking, first mate," one remarked. "Indeed, it appears the first mate was boasting when it comes to swimming. We sailors are superior, wouldn't you agree, first mate?" Reed's smug expression irked Alba, who, unable to contain his frustration, swung a punch. With a resounding splash, Reed vanished from sight. The reaction left not only Alba bewildered, but also the surrounding sailors. "What the hell? Is the first mate really that strong?" one exclaimed. "You all are acting strangely today, creating trouble for me. Hurry and rescue Reed. He must have been knocked out." "Alba, stop flailing your fists. That metal button is called the rage button. Wielding it makes each attack akin to a sailor's furious blow." After hearing Malvin's explanation, Alba panicked, shouting, "Why aren't you all acting quickly? Are you waiting to die?" Two sailors immediately dove in, while the remaining two hoisted Alba back onto the ship. Shortly after, the two divers resurfaced with Reed. The crew aboard the ship fell silent, impressed by the extraordinary power of the sealed object. They were eager to try out the rage button and its capabilities. Experienced sailors approached Reed to offer a massage, but Malvin intervened, parting the crowd to directly apply pressure to Reed's acupoint. "Huh, sailor, you've been knocked out by the first mate's punch. We had no choice but to fish you out." Reed hesitated for a moment, but then the realization dawned on him. Finding Alba, he bellowed, "Alba, you country bumpkin, are you trying to kill your captain?" Alba had set the rage button aside and was now reflecting on his actions. "It's all right, Reed. This isn't the first mate's fault. It's my oversight for not clarifying things with him, causing you to suffer. However, our testing of the sealed object is not yet complete, so the first mate's task remains unfinished. Let us all assist him in completing it." With the task incomplete, Alba voiced no objections. He picked up the rage button, his face a mask of fury, and shouted at Malvin, "Captain, what more testing do you require?" Seeing Alba's angry demeanor, Malvin felt an urge to strike him. "This is the negative effect of the sealed object. We cannot blame the first mate. The testing is quite simple. You will hold the rage button, turn around, channel your spirit to see if you can activate the illusion scales, and then allow someone to attack you from behind. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Activating the illusion scales with spirit is feasible, but why the need for an attack? Captain, are you doing this on purpose? Alba, not foolish, quickly deduced the captain's intentions. It was an indirect way of allowing Reed to vent his frustrations. All right, I will heed the captain's orders. Alba complied, turning around and successfully activating the illusion scales. He remained silent, awaiting the impending attack. Malvin gestured to Reed, indicating he should proceed with the testing. Reed understood the captain's intent, but shook his head, murmuring, "My head still aches. Perhaps someone else should conduct the test." This was a golden opportunity to strike the first mate openly, yet he chose to let Schneider take his turn instead. Schneider and Reed, along with Hal, shared a close bond, and Malvin had chosen Schneider to spare Reed's pride. Gratitude shone in Reed's eyes as he nodded at Schneider. With a clenched fist, Schneider delivered a powerful blow to the back of Alba. As a strength-based sailor and warrior, Schneider's punch was formidable, delivering a fierce impact to Alba. "Wow, what an impressive sealed object. It's astonishing," exclaimed one sailor. "Good job, first mate. The captain is incredible." These words drew collective glares from the crew at the speaker. Good heavens, such blatant flattery. How can we continue like this? Wow, the captain is so handsome. I agree. The captain is the handsomest. Long live the captain. The overt competition in the workplace was glaring yet oddly gratifying, a testament to the efforts invested in enhancing their abilities. In crucial moments, they rallied behind him, cheering him on. "Damn, am I so easily swayed?" "Malvin, you must stand firm. Do not be easily swayed by their sugary compliments. Let them shower you with even more praise. Yes, to earn more flattery. No, praise. Malvin, you must strive harder." Cough, cough. I sense everyone's enthusiasm. Let us summarize the extraordinary capabilities and negative effects of this sealed object. I will start. The holder of this object remains in a constant state of rage. Furthermore, it prevents the holder from floating in water or breathing, and it grants the holder's attacks the effect of rage strike. And, additionally, this sealed object can activate the illusion scales, protecting the bearer from significant physical harm. Excellent summary, everyone. However, this sealed object has another negative effect. First mate, would you care to elaborate? Upon hearing this, Alba chuckled good-naturedly. While possessing it, one unconsciously alters their preference for hand usage. In other words, a right-handed individual becomes left-handed, while left-handers remain oblivious. Indeed, the first mate's assessment is quite accurate. The owner of this sealed object is effectively transformed into a left-handed individual. At this point, Malvin surveyed the crew and continued, "Most of us are extraordinary beings. It is natural that we occasionally clash. Any issues must be addressed promptly. We must not harbor grievances that could lead to resentment among our comrades. That is why I instructed Schneider to deliver a punch to the first mate. This punch sufficiently addresses the first mate's oversight, and surely, Reed's anger has subsided." "What are you saying, Captain? There are no hard feelings between me and the first mate. We are good brothers, aren't we, first mate?" "Yes, indeed. Our camaraderie has always been strong. Previously, I hesitated to unleash my frustrations on you, as you were not an extraordinary being. But now that you are, I secretly struck you while we practiced combat techniques this morning. Haha. What a cunning first mate he is. No wonder he often wore a stern expression while training me. It appears he is harboring a grudge." The sailors silently seethed with indignation, vowing to seize an opportunity to give the first mate a sound thrashing. Consequently, many of them banded together to engage in combat practice, with Reed unwilling to be left behind, dragging Hal along to join in the training. Meanwhile, Alba wore a smug expression, relishing the thought that as soon as he ascended to rank 8, dealing with this bunch would be a trivial matter. Chapter 54. Fishing. After spending a few days aboard the ship, Malvin departed from Maple Leaf Ferry and stealthily made his way to the Second Independence Cemetery. Upon arriving at the long-forgotten cabin, he discovered Coke hiding in a corner, watching him intently. "Lord Winston, you have arrived," Coke exclaimed. "Ah, Coke, how have you been these past few days? It appears you have a commendable grasp of potions, as you seem to be in remarkably good health," Malvin responded. Coke had undergone a tremendous transformation. Malvin recalled that their first encounter had revealed a man aged beyond his years, almost like a frail old man. Yet, in just a few days, he seemed rejuvenated. Was it the relentless drinking and a spirit dulled by despair that had aged him so dramatically? "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I have been venturing out at night to gather intelligence. Strangely, the more I do so, the more adept I feel in wielding the power of potions," Coke replied. "Indeed, If you feel that this approach allows you to command the power of potions swiftly, then continue to pursue that advantageous path, Malvin encouraged. Seeing Lord Winston's approval of his endeavors brought Coke great joy, and he bashfully rubbed the back of his head. My lord, the city has been rather tumultuous of late. The avenging church's enforcers seem to be on a mad hunt for murderers, though I have no idea whom they seek. I have been cooped up here, nearly suffocating with boredom, and have resorted to practicing assassination techniques in the cemetery at night. Practicing assassination techniques in a cemetery? That certainly surpasses dancing on graves in terms of audacity. I must commend you, Coke. By the way, how goes your reconnaissance on your adversary? My lord, I have visited his estate twice, but the guards are exceedingly vigilant, making it difficult to gather information. I could only glean details from the periphery. Any noteworthy intelligence? So far, I have discovered that the beast is hosting military personnel from Ruen, who seem to be orchestrating something significant. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain further details. The arrival of military personnel from Ruen was alarming. Byam was the most vital colony of Ruen in the Suanya Sea, and a demigod was stationed there. The military personnel, who typically resided within their ranks, had chosen to stay at an estate, leading to the suspicion that the ostensible estate owner was merely a pawn or peripheral member, using the estate as a base for their operations. Military personnel? Could they be from the intelligence division? Tell me more about your adversary. I find myself intrigued. Certainly. My lord, that beast goes by the name Juan Yodel, claiming to be from the Beckland region of Ruen. He arrived in Byam 2 years ago to engage in the spice trade, while my plantation specializes in various spices such as pepper, cumin, and cardamom. Through introductions, he sought me out, and initially, our transactions went smoothly. He made a concerted effort to befriend me, disregarding the prices I quoted and promptly paying for my goods. Thus, we became good friends. Lacking connections in Byam, we agreed that I would deliver the spices to the designated locations to complete our transactions. However, a significant event transpired last June when my shipments bound for Beckland were repeatedly raided by pirates. After losing my own spices, I was forced to borrow from others to fulfill orders, yet each shipment was met with the same fate. I sought assistance from the Byam government and anyone I could turn to, but to no avail. The beast revealed his true colors, brandishing our contract and coercing me to fulfill it, or else he threatened to seize my plantation as compensation for breach of contract. I pleaded with him, but he remained unmoved. My anguish kept me awake at night, forcing me to resort to alcohol to numb my suffering. Taking advantage of my absence, he came to my home, threatening to take my plantation if I did not pay the breach of contract within 3 days. My wife implored him for more time, only for him to violently assault her before departing. Days later, he returned, accompanied by officials from the governor's office and the police, who unceremoniously threw our belongings out of the estate. In despair, we were compelled to find a small place to stay. Yet, that beast showed no signs of relenting. He continued to harass us relentlessly. It was during this time that he crippled my leg, ultimately committing the heinous act of violating my wife before my son and me. I was left utterly devastated, powerless to avenge my family's tragedy. Subsequently, my wife and son met a horrific fate before my eyes, and my anger and hatred reached a boiling point. My spirit was crushed, yet the desire for vengeance kept me alive. I am grateful to have encountered you, my lord. Your compassion has been my salvation. As Coke recounted his past, he spoke with an unsettling calmness, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Given the heavy guard at his estate, do not rush into recklessness. Keep a watchful eye on him. Once he finds himself in Ruen, that will be your moment for revenge. However, before that, you must ascertain the nature of his extraordinary sequence and abilities. The pursuit of revenge must be approached with utmost caution. You are correct, my lord. That beast once claimed to be a lawyer, but I know little of extraordinary abilities. I only know that he possesses immense strength. He crushed my leg with a single blow. Malvin pondered the information gathered from Coke's narrative and quietly stated, "This intelligence is crucial. Juan Yodel is likely an extraordinary individual of the legal pathway, probably a Sequence 8 barbarian. Given that over a year has passed, it is highly probable he has ascended beyond Sequence 8, perhaps to a mid-sequence extraordinary being." Coke's expression changed dramatically as he struggled to comprehend how Lord Winston could determine the beast's sequence level. He was solely concerned with the possibility of eliminating him. Trembling as he asked, "My lord, what does mid-sequence entail?" Malvin sighed. "A mid-sequence is at least sequence 7, and it could even be sequence 6 or 5. How can that be? How can he advance so swiftly?" Is the path of the extraordinary truly so effortless? I find it difficult to progress even to sequence 9. Yet that beast has ascended multiple levels in a single year. Observing Coke's despondent state, Malvin could only sigh in response. From Coke's account, it was evident that one had acted like a barbarian while seizing Coke's estate in Byam. With the ability to perform as such, referencing the general, it was entirely possible to ascend from sequence 8 to sequence 5 in just over a year. This situation was indeed precarious. Malvin had no desire to wade through such murky waters. He had yet to reach sequence 7, so how could he dare to hunt down a mid-sequence powerhouse? However, given that one was associated with the military, obtaining formulas and materials would likely not be simple. After all, the legal pathway was predominantly controlled by the Ruen royalty, making it unlikely for formulas to be easily distributed unless one had made a significant contribution. According to the original storyline, there were no significant events in Byam prior to the frenzied hunt for the hunter, German. If there had been any developments, Azure would have undoubtedly shared them at the tarot meeting. A sequence 5 individual would typically belong to the mid to upper echelons of any organization. Ascending to sequence 5 required not only materials, but also a corresponding ritual. Peripheral individuals would never be granted such substantial rewards. Based on this analysis, Malvin was confident that one had not yet reached sequence 5, at most being sequence 6. The core of the extraordinary ability of a sequence 6 lawyer was corruption, and such extraordinary beings were seldom endowed with forthright capabilities, often serving in auxiliary roles. Should one indeed be at sequence 6, he could be hunted. Once I ascend to sequence 7, I will pursue Juan. Yet, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to test this fellow. Enough with the despondency. I have a task for you. Upon hearing Malvin's words, Koji swiftly wiped his eyes, drying his tears, and a resolute light once again radiated from his gaze. Please, do continue, he urged. Seek out a trustworthy acquaintance, preferably an extraordinary individual, to assist you in relaying a message to Juan. At the Shangshuyi bar, there are intentions to sell the formula for the corrupted baron. Malvin happens to possess the formula for the lawyer's sequence from 9 to 5, and that Juan is an extraordinary being within the legal realm. Should he become aware that someone is peddling the formula, regardless of whether he belongs to sequence 6 or 7, he will undoubtedly be intrigued by the seller. If he is of sequence 7, he will certainly wish to acquire the sequence 6 formula. If he is of sequence 6, he will surely be interested in someone possessing such a formula. Those in possession of a sequence 6 formula are likely to know the sequence 5 formula or possess clues leading to it. Just as an individual may only part with their possessions when they are in surplus or utterly desperate, one would not relinquish what they cannot afford to lose or when alternative routes exist. This is human nature, a truth understood by all. It is a surefire scheme, ensuring that one will take the bait. The reason Malvin chooses to relay this solely to Juan is to prevent the message from spreading too widely, thus evading the scrutiny of official extraordinary beings. Why disclose this news regarding the corrupted baron? It is, of course, a baiting strategy. Only when the fish has taken the bait does the opportunity for vengeance arise. Chapter 55. Hooked as dawn broke, the world outside glimmered with beauty. Juan Yodel awoke from his slumber, freeing himself from the cocoon of his delicate, fair body, and sat up, stretching languidly. Upon opening his door, the refreshing sea breeze, imbued with a hint of salt, invigorated his spirit. After a brief morning routine, he made his way to the dining hall, where his devoted servant, Waka, had prepared his customary breakfast: crispy bacon, toast, milk, and a perfectly boiled egg. During the meal, the butler, Tilly, stood by the table, briefing him on the day's agenda and upcoming plans, which primarily revolved around his social engagements. Although Tilly's words bore little novelty, Juan nodded in agreement before turning to Waka. Are there any special arrangements or unforeseen events today? Mr. Yodel, there are no special events scheduled. However, I received a letter this morning from Mr. Marion, which is marked for your eyes only, Waka replied, presenting a neatly sealed note. Marion Toskar was an esteemed business partner and friend in Byam, both being extraordinary individuals. While one operated on the periphery of the Ruen military, Marion served as an agent for Vesak in the region. Their relationship thrived on mutual support and the sharing of extraordinary skills, devoid of political entanglements. Since their acquaintance, their camaraderie had flourished, free from ulterior motives. The letter's contents hinted that Marion had come across valuable information at an extraordinary gathering. Greetings, Mr. Yodel. Recently, I learned from a wild extraordinary that someone at the Scented Leaf Tavern intends to sell the formula for the corrupted Baron. I wonder if you might be interested? If so, please contact old Quinn there. He will facilitate the connection with the seller. This transaction is said to be highly confidential, and failing to comply with the seller's stipulations will lead to cancellation. The mention of the corrupted Baron formula ignited a spark of excitement within Ruen. Having ascended to Sequence 6 through an allegiance to the Sea King Nastor, he had acquired the corrupted Baron formula with great effort. The daunting task of gathering the necessary materials for his promotion weighed heavily on him. The Sequence 5 formula and its components remained a source of anxiety, as access through the Bureau of Military Intelligence or the Sea King was fraught with difficulty. As a scion of an extraordinary lineage, Ruen was well versed in the art of disguise from his ancestors' tomes. Yet, the family's knowledge had dwindled over the years, leaving only two formulas, those of the barbarian and the lawyer. The Sequence 7 formula had been procured after agreeing to an assignment from the Bureau of Military Intelligence. To amass the funds for the Sequence 7 potion and to embody the barbarian, he had allied with the Bureau's network, resorting to underhanded tactics to seize the spices of the indigenous merchant, Kochi. In his relentless pursuit, he sought to eradicate Kochi and his family. Yet the merchant's tenacity thwarted his attempts time and again. Though Ruen appeared prosperous, he was, in truth, deeply in debt, lacking a natural acumen for business. He would have driven the plantation to ruin were it not for his extraordinary abilities. The urgency for the Sequence 5 formula stemmed from the fact that once he ascended to Sequence 5, he would possess the credentials to negotiate with the Bureau of Military Intelligence and the Sea King Nastor. Should he reveal his vulnerabilities to the Bureau, he could always pursue piracy on the high seas, avoiding the constraints of power. Upon learning of the sale of the corrupted Baron formula, Ruen immediately deduced that the seller might possess information regarding the chaotic mentor's formula or hold the Sequence 5 formula. Even if the seller lacked such information, Ruen felt compelled to uncover the individual's background. If they were a target of official pursuit, he would not hesitate to capture them for personal gain. Resolute, Ruen discreetly folded the note and set it aside, proceeding with his usual activities. 2 nights later, cloaked in a hooded robe under the cover of darkness, he made his way to the Scented Leaf Tavern. Upon arrival, he adeptly acquired a painted mask from the bartender and ascended to the second floor, where he found old Quinn. Ruen presented a note of inquiry. Please inform me of the seller's requirements or relevant information regarding the corrupted Baron. Old Quinn scrutinized the note, then gazed thoughtfully at the painted mask before breaking into a sly smile. Cursing the greedy old man inwardly, Ruen handed Quinn 10 pounds. With the money in hand, Quinn's smile widened. The seller insists that you prove your credentials as a Sequence 7 extraordinary before any negotiation. Without proof, there can be no sale. How does one prove this? Ruen inquired. That will be for you to demonstrate. Upon passing the requisite test, you will receive a direct line for negotiation, Quinn replied, producing a sealed letterbox from his dark pouch, raising it slightly. This box contains the test. Ruen reached for the letterbox, but Quinn deftly withdrew it. This box comes at a cost. You may choose to forego the test, but be advised, this is a unique transaction. The fee is 100 pounds, which will be deducted from the sale once completed. Should you fail the test, the fee is non-refundable. Quinn's slow, deliberate manner and unflinching demeanor were irksome, yet few dared to disrespect him and buy him, given his connections to the Blood General. Ruen, after a moment of silence, resignedly retrieved the banknotes from his pocket. Watching Quinn meticulously examine the anti-counterfeiting features of the notes, Ruen felt his blood pressure rise. Once Quinn had completed his inspection, he handed over the letterbox. Inside, you will find the test. After you complete it, return it to me, and I will forward it to the seller. Once confirmed, I will provide you with a direct contact for further negotiations. As Ruen exited the room, Quinn couldn't help but grin. This assignment was immensely profitable, earning him a substantial commission merely for acting as an intermediary. If he could secure a few more such dealings, he could amass a significant retirement fund. Finding a secluded corner, Ruen carefully checked for prying eyes before cautiously opening the letterbox. Inside lay a letter detailing the test. It was straightforward, a fragmentary Sequence 7 bribery potion formula and a detailed description of the corresponding extraordinary abilities. As the corrupted Baron, Ruen found the task trivial. He effortlessly identified the primary ingredient, the weeping infant flower, along with the auxiliary materials, 4 drops of enchantment oil and 5 drops of black mandrake juice. With these, he completed the bribery potion formula, which could fetch between 800 to 1,000 pounds, although he would never part with his proprietary formulas willingly. Next, The detailed account of the bribery abilities was even simpler to compose. There were 4 categories of bribery: 1. Enchantment, 2. Diminution, 3. Connection, and 4. Hubris. It is only natural for a wild exceptionalist to exercise caution, a sentiment that one fully comprehends. However, he finds himself beset by a sense of apprehension. Yet, the thought of obtaining the formula for the chaotic mentor from this enigmatic seller fortifies his resolve. Old Quinn meandered through the dimly lit corridor on the 2nd floor of the Cedar Leaf Tavern, clutching a letterbox, and after considerable time, he finally rapped upon a door at the corridor's end. The door swung open to reveal another masked individual who had successfully completed the required trial. The masked figure impassively accepted the letterbox and the 80 pounds in cash that Old Quinn offered. A grin spread across Old Quinn's face as he brandished the golden pounds. How could one possibly labor for such wealth? Emperor Roselle once proclaimed that individuals would go to great lengths for money, even risking the news for a mere 100% profit. Old Quinn remained unperturbed by the interruption, for in his advancing years, the tangible currency in his grasp held more value than any temptation. After the door closed, the masked man seated on the sofa removed his disguise, revealing himself to be Coke. A peculiar smile adorned his face as he awaited the arrival of that beast. He would never forget that handwriting. Lord Winston truly excelled, having not only lured the beast but also several other catches, resulting in a significant profit this time. More importantly, the prize he desired had already been ensnared. The forthcoming steps must be executed with utmost precision. One must proceed with caution and ensure not to disappoint Lord Winston. Chapter 56. The Witch Appears. Malvin found himself lost in thought within the morgue of the church hospital. The cemetery had become increasingly perilous in recent days, prompting him to return to the hospital to continue his volunteer work. He had dispatched Kosi to the Chinkapin Leaf Bar, both to stabilize any potential pursuers from the official extraordinary realm and to allow Kosi to lay low. Kosi had already become an extraordinary being, and his abilities were commendable. It was imperative to protect him and ensure he did not meet an untimely demise. Spending most of his time in the church hospital, Malvin often found himself in solitude, as the morgue was seldom a social hub. Thus, out of sheer boredom, he began to practice the spirit dance. This dance was a requisite skill among members of the spirit sect, yet Malvin had not performed it since his arrival in this world, not from embarrassment, but rather due to his lack of dancing prowess. In his previous life, he had dedicated several years to his medical career, rarely socializing, which rendered dancing a vulnerability. The dance required a connection with the natural environment and the object of one's supplication, complemented by a simple altar arrangement and the appropriate titles, achieving the intricate effects of ritual magic. Malvin's endeavor to dance was more a means of passing time. Fortunately, he was alone. Were there others present? His awkwardness might have caused him to cringe. However, after attempting the dance, he noticed a significant change in his state. He discovered that during the dance, his spirit seemed to subtly connect to an unknown realm, one imbued with formidable spiritual pressure, where he glimpsed a structure resembling an inverted pyramid. Was this a hideout of a high-ranking entity on the path of death, perhaps a manufactured reaper? Yet, after repeating the dance a couple more times, he could no longer access that mysterious place. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? It seemed unlikely, but where was that place? And how could he reconnect with it? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, but he chose to dismiss them. Continuing to practice the spirit dance was, at the very least, a way to occupy his time. Eventually, night fell, and after a casual dinner at a nearby restaurant, Malvin adeptly made his way to the Chinkapin Leaf Bar. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor and knocking on the innermost door, he found Kosi brimming with excitement. "Lord Winston, we've caught that beast," Kosi exclaimed. "Indeed, now that he has taken the bait, we possess the leverage to manage him. Let us not rush. Patience is key," Malvin advised. "Understood. I will ensure nothing goes awry," Kosi replied, regaining his composure as Malvin reminded him of the importance of calmness. "Later, I am attending a gathering. Care to join? It could be a chance to broaden your horizons." "Of course, Lord Winston. From now on, simply call me Winston," Malvin stated. "Very well, Winston, sir." With a light chuckle, Kosi locked the door behind them and followed Malvin toward the designated gathering room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, Malvin and Kosi naturally separated to find corners in which to sit. Even if one could not procure materials at the extraordinary gathering, valuable information could be gleaned, serving to expend any excess energy. As the appointed time arrived, attendees trickled into the gathering room, with Skull being the last to enter, deftly closing the door behind him. Clad in a robe and mask as per his usual attire, Malvin found himself surrounded by the influx of participants. A figure brushed past him, a woman in a light robe, revealing glimpses of red high heels and delicate ankles, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that stirred the imagination. Malvin raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her. She possessed a medium stature, her figure obscured by the robe, though the brief glimpse of her slender calves suggested elegance. The mask she wore was uniquely artistic, depicting a hand-painted visage with indistinct features, save for her vividly painted, luscious lips. The woman, sensing Malvin's gaze, paid him no mind and sat down, her silence intriguing him. He mused that she must have recently arrived in Biome, as he had never encountered such an individual at previous gatherings. After surveying the room, Skull took the initiative to speak. Another day of gathering has commenced. Our regular participants are familiar with the protocol. Newcomers may share their needs or items for sale by writing them on a note and handing them to me, and I will announce them to the group. Should any trading arise, feel free to interrupt me. As Skull finished, an old acquaintance, Quinn, stepped forward with a stack of notes. Skull accepted them and began to read aloud, requesting 15 grams of pale peony pollen, 10 grams of wraith dust, and a formula for the fighter's potion. After reading, he nodded, recognizing it as a list from a longtime friend. Those with the requested items could propose trades on the spot. At that moment, the woman beside Malvin spoke. I have pale peony pollen, 50 pounds. Her voice was clear and melodious, her body subtly leaning to reveal her allure. Upon hearing that his material was available, Malvin pondered briefly before responding in a hushed tone, deal. He retrieved 10 5-pound notes and handed them to her. She produced a small glass vial from a concealed pocket, filled with a gray-black powder, weighing approximately 20 to 30 grams. Realizing he had given too much, Malvin contemplated mentioning it, but the woman seemed unconcerned, so he remained silent. He considered what she might need in the future and resolved to offer her a discount if he had it. Skull continued to announce the requests, including scattered formulas that Malvin recognized, yet he refrained from speaking up, mindful of previous lessons learned to avoid unnecessary trouble. Perhaps next time, he could send Kosi to sell here. As the gathering neared its conclusion, Malvin noted that Skull had yet to read the woman's request. Curious, he glanced at her, and the fragrance around her grew more intoxicating. She requested a sequence 9 potion formula capable of divination, with a preference for subsequent formulas. Additionally, she sought scales from shadow lizards and the entire blood of abyssal squid. Upon hearing this, Malvin's interest peaked. These were indeed his specialties. Nevertheless, he decided to remain discreet for the time being. The scales and blood were familiar materials, yet he struggled to recall their respective pathways. After much contemplation, he chose not to speak, and when Skull concluded without any responses, he shook his head at the woman beside Malvin. Realizing it was her request, Malvin recalled her earlier generosity and gently offered, I possess the formulas for the seer at sequences 9 and 8. Would you be interested? Certainly. What is the price? She asked. Normally, these 2 formulas would cost 700 pounds, but since you provided more pollen than I required, I'll let them go for 600 pounds, provided you do not sell them at this gathering. Agreed. Thank you. Malvin rose to retrieve the already transcribed formulas for the seer and the scholar, confirming their details before handing them to her. She examined the notes before producing a coin from her pocket, nonchalantly tossing it in the air and catching it multiple times. She nodded, confirming its authenticity. Thank you. Malvin returned her nod, recognizing the coin as a magical item from the divination pathway. Her actions drew the attention of several attendees, while Malvin mused that following her might lead to promising opportunities for disguise. With their transaction complete, Skull announced the gathering's conclusion. Following the gathering, Skull instructed the attendees to depart in an orderly fashion, with the masked woman being the first to exit, while Marvin was asked to leave much later in the sequence. Upon leaving the Scented Leaf Tavern, he casually hailed a cab and directed it towards the second cemetery. As he sat in the carriage, a sudden realization struck Marvin. The materials the woman sought that evening were those associated with the witch's pathway. The emergence of the witch raises the unsettling question of whom she might bring calamity upon. Chapter 57. The Sleepless Night. At this moment, Malvin's heart brimmed with a fervent curiosity. After all, the witch had long been an object of his admiration, and it was a lament that he had yet to behold her visage. Regrets are, after all, merely regrets. Though he had missed this encounter, there would surely be another chance. Presently, Kosh resided at the Arbor Leaf Tavern, while Malvin sought refuge in a small cottage at the cemetery each night. By day, he could either perform in the graveyard or volunteer at the church hospital. After much tossing and turning, Malvin finally succumbed to slumber, only to be abruptly roused by a resounding bang. Thunderous roars echoed through the night, an unusual occurrence for a clear sky, suggesting the presence of extraordinary beings unleashing their powers in a frenzy. A demigod traversing the seafarers was surely embroiled in a fierce battle. Regrettably, Malvin's low standing in the hierarchy rendered him too timid to venture out. The clamor seemed to emanate from the northern waters of Blue Mountain Island. If that were the case, the ocean would undoubtedly be tumultuous, yet the cemetery, being landlocked, afforded him no vantage point to observe the unfolding drama. Resigning himself to patience, he resolved to await the revelations of the morrow. Just as he settled back down, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the stillness. How could one find peace in such chaos? Swiftly, Malvin donned his array of extraordinary items and cautiously ventured outside. The graveyard lay in silence, with the gunfire originating from the northeast, near Olive Tree Avenue. He discerned the direction and proceeded with utmost stealth. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he stumbled upon the site of a fierce skirmish. The altercation unfolded in a narrow alley, where houses of varying heights lined both sides. From a distance, it became evident that the terrain exerted little influence over the combatants, who exhibited remarkable agility regardless of their respective positions. The confrontation was intense, yet the number of participants was scant. 5 individuals engaged in a tumultuous clash, 4 against 1. The quartet appeared to be at a disadvantage, with 3 of them wounded and their movements somewhat impaired. Nevertheless, their injuries seemed manageable, indicating they could sustain the fight for some time longer. The melee resembled a mid-tier brawl, with combatants unable to escape the physical realm-s injuries. Even with diverse extraordinary abilities, they were vulnerable to the relentless assault of a pack. Observing the heated exchange of gunfire, Malvin was reminded of how seldom he had utilized firearms since his arrival in this realm. Most often, he relied on extraordinary weaponry in battle. Was this a reflection of his preference for hand-to-hand combat, subconsciously leading him to eschew firearms? Perhaps it was also due to his lack of the peculiar ring. His marksmanship was rather poor, yet with the ring, he hardly needed to aim. Merely following his instincts yielded a striking success rate of nearly 90%. And with focused effort, a perfect score. However, sans the ring, his accuracy plummeted to a mere 40%. The ring's adverse effects, particularly its tendency to induce social anxiety, were manageable, but the visions it conjured were decidedly unwelcome. With newfound options, he had chosen to avoid the ring, for without its enhancement, his marksmanship was inadequate for effective combat. Consequently, his preferred choice remained an artifact like the Dawn Sword. As Malvin's thoughts meandered, the gunfight began to draw to a close. Of the 4, 2 remained to recuperate, while the third pursued their adversary. Observing the 2 injured individuals, who now lay on the ground in poor condition, stirred something within him. Uncertain of their identities, he feared that intervening might invite unnecessary complications. Yet the opportunity for involvement beckoned tantalizingly, and after a moment of indecision, he resolved to approach cautiously. When he neared the fray, less than 500 meters away, he could hear the groans of the wounded and snippets of conversation. They spoke what seemed to be the Rune language, causing Malvin to hesitate. This appeared to be an official Rune capture operation, and his presence might be ill-advised. Suddenly, he halted, his instincts screaming warnings of impending danger. Instinctively, he turned to retreat, only to perceive a deluge of threads converging upon him. Cursed witch! Malvin swiftly unleashed a fireball scroll, the explosive flames igniting the threads, allowing him a moment to leap from his previous position. Yet the threads persisted, compelling him to cast another fireball. With every ounce of strength, he propelled himself forward, desperate to escape the scene. The enhancement from the Dawn Sword was significant. He vaulted 3 times, each jump nearly 3 meters high. Upon reaching the rooftop of a building adjacent to the alley, he dashed away. After a considerable distance, Malvin was drenched in sweat, his breath nearly spent, his lungs feeling as though they were filled with lead. He was forced to breathe through his mouth, which offered slight relief. Ignoring the perspiration, he sprinted toward the graveyard. Upon arrival, he refrained from entering the small cottage, opting instead to stealthily navigate the cemetery, concealing himself among the underbrush to listen intently for any signs of pursuit. Upon determining that no one followed, he exhaled in relief, feeling utterly drained yet refusing to relax. wary of unseen hunters lurking in the shadows, their mocking smiles haunting his thoughts. After a thorough inspection of the cemetery, he finally felt secure enough to lower his guard. However, he could not afford to rest just yet. He cautiously sought out a low entrance he had learned about from Kosh, a cellar once used by his wife for vegetable storage. Malvin had previously arranged for Kosh to create an opening within the graveyard for emergencies, and today it was finally put to use. With utmost caution, Malvin entered the cellar, hurriedly blocking the entrance before curling up in a corner, shrouded in darkness, too fearful to close his eyes. The mere thought of awakening to a dozen mocking faces sent shivers down his spine. Time passed unmeasured. The thunder had ceased, and Malvin's stamina gradually returned as his mind settled. He stretched, surveying the cellar, which spanned a mere 3 to 4 square meters and lay approximately 1 meter underground. The air within was pungent and sour, fortunate for Malvin, as an extraordinary being from the path of death. His enhanced olfactory senses spared him from collapse that would likely afflict an ordinary person within an hour. Kosh's ability to endure here for half a day was indeed commendable. After a couple of hours in the cellar, Malvin surmised that dawn was approaching. He carefully pushed aside the debris sealing the entrance, peering out to listen for any disturbances. After a prolonged wait and hearing nothing amiss, he emerged from the cellar, surveying the graveyard with a sense of relief. However, just as he approached the small cottage, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Someone was inside. Chapter 58. Allies and Enemies. Malvin's breath quickened as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, finding no ambush lurking nearby. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his great sword before his chest and began to retreat slowly. After taking only 2 steps back, a woman's voice echoed from within the room. "Aren't you coming in? I've been waiting for you for half the night." The voice was bright and melodious, striking a chord of familiarity within him. It suddenly dawned on Malvin that this was the sorceress he had encountered the previous night at the Fragrant Tree Leaf Tavern. "We bear no grudge. Why do you pursue me?" he inquired. "Huh, you truly lack manliness. A woman as exquisite as I graces your humble abode, and yet you appear as though you've encountered a foe," she retorted with a teasing lilt. Just as her words faded, the door of the wooden cabin swung open, revealing her charming visage adorned with a faint smile, her petite head playfully leaning against the doorframe. The delicate fabric of her robe accentuated her breathtaking beauty and allure. Malvin's breath caught in his throat, though he quickly regained his composure, executing a swift backflip, landing on 1 foot before springing upright. The distance between them widened by at least 5 meters, yet he felt it insufficient for safety and leaped backward once more. This time, however, his movement was thwarted. Invisible threads surged towards him, striking at an opportune moment when he was airborne, unable to alter his trajectory. Desperate, Malvin unleashed a radiant burst of light from his great sword, Dawnstorm. The ethereal threads shattered into dust, leaving the sorceress momentarily taken aback by the formidable power of his weapon. "You don't seem like an extraordinary being of rank 8. How do you possess such a potent artifact?" she mused, failing to recognize him. Indeed, under the guise of a mask and with a voice altered, she merely assumed him to be an unwitting, extraordinary individual drawn to the scene. But why was she waiting for him? If he were a worthless, extraordinary being, what motive would she have to invest her time in such a futile endeavor? Last night, he had sought to seize an opportunity, and she had been present, perhaps intending to eliminate him first. Yet, why pursue him relentlessly, lingering here for half the night? Malvin's mind struggled to process the situation, the recent exertion of Dawnstorm having depleted his spiritual energy significantly. He longed to massage his temples and rest, alleviating the fatigue caused by his dwindling energy. However, he understood he must maintain a faade of composure before the sorceress. This was no ordinary artifact but a sealed item, its adverse effects mitigated by the demigods within their organization. Upon hearing Malvin's words, the sorceress's eyes twinkled with understanding. Swiftly grasping the underlying intimidation, she shot him a sidelong glance, her delicate hand covering her mouth as she stifled a yawn. "Oh, you filthy man, your dwelling reeks. And yet you lack any semblance of charm. It's truly unappealing." With a light step, she departed from the wooden cabin, gliding past Malvin with an air of grace. Is she leaving just like that? Malvin was taken aback, nearly shocked into a nosebleed. Good heavens, is the sorceress truly this enchanting? He mused. Yet, he swiftly redirected his thoughts. Who could have imagined that such a radiant beauty had once been of rank 7, just like him? In those days, he had possessed a robust physique, pronounced muscles, and a strong build. Stop. No more thoughts like that. It's utterly revolting. Malvin's mind churned, his stomach roiling in response. I must remain steadfast in my orientation and resolutely avoid any peculiar inclinations. After a considerable effort, Malvin managed to regain his composure, though the strain left him without an appetite throughout the day. The cemetery was unusually quiet today. No one came to bury the dead or pay respects to the departed. As night fell, he reveled in the rare respite, yet his heart brimmed with resentment. The sorceress was infuriating, robbing him of all interest and motivation, even for grand endeavors. Malvin, you cannot wallow any longer. Rise above this. Do you wish to become a discarded and neglected wretch? After a prolonged session of self-encouragement, Malvin lifted his spirits and began to perform a spiritual dance in the center of the cemetery. The undulating stairs and eerie whispers beckoned him. Was someone calling out to him? Though reluctant, he found himself unable to resist the deep-seated yearning within. He did not know how to suppress this craving, allowing his body to drift forward uncontrollably. Time became an enigma as he floated toward a familiar visage. A bronze-skinned face adorned with a distinctive mark beneath the right ear, ASCII-AGS. As the figure emerged from the depths of shadow, the immense wings and serpentine body loomed before him, casting an imposing presence. Malvin yearned to flee, yet an insatiable desire compelled him closer, as if a mere touch would fulfill his longing. No. Malvin jolted awake, realizing he was paralyzed, rendered as pliable as clay. His heart thudded like a drum, veins bulging ominously. He breathed mechanically, blood seeping from his ears, nose, and mouth. The hair on his exposed arms and legs had grown long, dense, and pale. Panic surged within him. He could not continue this cursed dance. While others danced to enhance their abilities, his was a desperate gamble for survival. Damn it, I cannot move, and my body is shifting toward an irreversible fate. What should I do? Do not fear. Meditate and find tranquility within, a clear, soothing voice urged. Reminiscent of a mother's gentle whisper, Malvin found himself entranced, slipping into a state of serene meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a serene and radiant profile, nearly overwhelming him. Gulp. The sound of Malvin swallowing echoed in the silence. The woman's side profile resembled a haunting beauty, ethereal and cold. You've awakened. I intended to engage you in conversation, but upon witnessing your dance, I hesitated to interrupt. However, when I noticed you on the brink of losing control, I employed a magical artifact to soothe your spirit and bring you calm. Thank you. I shall forever remember your kindness, Malvin replied earnestly. Oh, very well. What do you desire? Heh, you are rather gullible, aren't you? I was merely deceiving you. Is that so? I typically distrust others. But when you prevented my demise at a critical moment and offered solace, I found myself compelled to trust you. If you value my magical artifact, you could have easily slain me during my crisis and taken it for yourself. Her radiant visage lit up with delight, her expressions imbued with a playful charm that drew one in irresistibly. It seems your mind remains intact. I had expected you to succumb to my allure and become my pawn. Her words pierced through his stupor like a sharp dagger, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. She is a sorceress. Malvin, be vigilant. He bit down on his tongue, the pain snapping him back to clarity. What do you truly want? I seek your assistance, or that of your organization. My organization? How do you know of it? Her tinkling laughter rang out again. Are you truly that Navi, or merely pretending to be? I wish I were feigning ignorance, but I genuinely do not know what you have discerned. Do you know that I am a member of the spirit cult, or can you see through my affiliation with the Tarot Society? What am I pretending? I am merely perplexed by your words. I have scarcely revealed anything about my organization, so how could you possibly know? You may not have explicitly stated it, yet you are indeed a gravedigger. Furthermore, only demigods of the apprentice or reaper paths possess the ability to seal the great sword in your possession. The demigods of the apprentice path are exceedingly rare in this world, whereas those of the reaper path are comparatively numerous, with the majority residing within the spirit cult, while the Church of the True Gods has hardly any. Taking all of this into account, it is abundantly clear that you are a member of the spirit cult. Observing your enchanting visage, Marwyn appeared to nod in agreement, yet inwardly he chuckled, for this line of reasoning is fundamentally flawed. The Sword of Dawn has never been sealed. It merely behaves obediently in his grasp. However, he must not dismantle his own persona or divulge his secrets. Clap, clap. Marwyn lightly applauded, acknowledging the reasoning. Indeed, I am a member of the spirit cult. Huh. You have lied to me, and I have reciprocated in kind. In truth, your great sword is not sealed. During your meditation, I inspected your great sword, which has already divulged your secrets to me. Clearly, you are no ordinary individual. Chapter 59. The enigmatic woman. Alas, that brazen fellow. The great sword has betrayed me. How absurd. No matter how animated the great sword may be, it cannot possess the omniscience of a human. Otherwise, it would cease to be a sealed object. She is attempting to deceive me. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend, Ruen retorted, his gaze furtively scanning his surroundings. Where have all my wondrous items vanished? Are you searching for your sealed objects? They are quite safe. I have already taken care of them for you. I misjudged you. Ruen conceded reluctantly. Very well, if you wish to take them, then let it be so. We shall consider ourselves even. Although he spoke lightly, his heart ached at the thought of losing such treasures. Your demeanor suggests you are not as generous as you claim. Until when do you intend to toy with me? Speak plainly. What do you truly desire? I have already conveyed my demands to you. Why do you still inquire? When did you ever tell me? You want me to have your organization assist you once, she replied. How will they assist? When will they assist? The details of how and when shall be revealed in due time. Do you have a messenger? No. As you know, I am merely a sequenceate. You are not being forthright, yet I can comprehend your predicament. Those of weak power who possess treasures beyond their means invite their own misfortune, as Roselle once said. I wholeheartedly agree with his sentiment. Alas, that omnipresent Huang de Sure, what a nuisance he is. Look at how the innocent suffer due to their precious possessions. You are not a witch. Who are you? My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you or your organization must aid me when the time comes. As her voice faded, the charming silhouette dissipated like mist, leaving Ruen gazing forlornly at the empty graveyard. After a moment of bewilderment, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the small wooden cabin, eager to inquire about his treasures, hoping that the woman would not covet them. Fortunately, upon entering the cabin, he found his great sword, earth elemental puppet, and fire starter ring neatly arranged. They were all there. Overwhelmed with joy at their recovery, Ruen felt elated. These were items he had risked his life to obtain, and losing them would have been devastating. This woman is insufferable for mocking him. But who is she? She cannot be a witch, yet she can manipulate the threads of one. Could she be an extraordinary individual capable of controlling others? Perhaps she is an extraordinary member of the Go family, or a shepherd. Such intelligent shepherds are rare, though not non-existent. The elder from Silver City possesses quite a keen intellect. If she is from the Go family, is she seeking assistance from General Ko? It will take him 2 to 3 years to ascend to divinity. Why does she not emulate the goddess and invest directly in him? How did this woman discern my affiliation with the Tarot Society? I do not possess the same enigmatic aura as General Ko. Could she possibly be an extraordinary being of the monster path? It makes no sense, my head aches, to regard my sealed items with disdain. She must be at least a demigod, yet she still requires assistance from my organization. Is she hunting other high-ranking powers or exploring treasures left behind by them? Oh, the trouble of it all. I am weary of such powerful figures who make one guess incessantly. Am I Conan? Forget it. I shall push these thoughts aside and focus on playing my part. Once my strength increases, I shall no longer be at the mercy of others. The following day, Ruen awoke early. After finishing his meditation, he enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Today, there was business at the graveyard. The corpse delivered was that of a deceased male head of a common family. Ruen skillfully handled the body and assisted with the burial, after which the grieving widow and her child departed. Observing the lingering spirit, he gently spoke, "Their lives must continue, as must yours. Come now, it is time to move on." After dispelling the spirit, Ruen felt a wave of relief wash over him. As noon approached, he closed the graveyard gates and set out for lunch, planning to volunteer at the church hospital in the afternoon. Just as he secured the gates, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept over him, prompting him to activate his spiritual sight. A gigantic Labrador head obscured the sky, causing cold sweat to bead upon Ruen's brow. The canine was back. Where could he hide? The dog, upon seeing Ruen, joyfully greeted him. And this time the space was vast, devoid of any obstructions. Thus, it displayed the exuberance of a long-lost pet, extending its bright red tongue to lick its master. Though it had only a head, its size was immense, and such a sight was utterly terrifying. "Calm down, my dear Labrador," Ruen urged, reaching out to pat its enormous tongue, fearful that its excitement might inadvertently lead to his demise. The Labrador obediently ceased its affection and dropped a letter into Marwen's hands before barking at him and extending its tongue once more, wishing to lick him once more before departing. However, anticipating this, Marwen waved it away firmly. Once the dog had left, Marwen felt a sense of relief, wondering what news Ask had brought him. Upon opening the letter, the words struck him like a plunge into an icy abyss. It has not been long since we parted, yet I find myself already missing you. What a chilling message. How did she know about my messenger? Has she recognized me? Marwen felt an urge to discard the letter, but curiosity compelled him to read on. Though I am reluctant to reveal that we have known each other for quite some time, I feel it is imperative to be honest with you. We are acquainted, and we were once quite good friends. Well, perhaps friends is a stretch, but I find myself in a predicament and urgently require your assistance. However, you have just been reborn and are in greater need of help than I. I shall arrange for someone to aid you, and I hope you will remember my assistance today. By the way, there is a gift for you at 99 Goldfish Street. Byam Dock District. Be sure to collect it. Yours, an old friend. Marwen could hardly contain his frustration. These powerful figures truly toy with one's emotions, making investments while cloaking themselves in anonymity, leaving one feeling utterly perplexed. Who are you truly? Chapter 60. The gift with the backing of a powerful patron. Malvin felt an invigorating sense of anticipation as he made his way to the Dock District after a satisfying lunch. He arrived at number 99, Goldfish Street, where a modest courtyard nestled among the predominantly fishing community gave no indication of being a residence for any prominent figures or high-ranking extraordinary beings. This place likely served as a covert hideout for extraordinary individuals, typically stocked with valuables or spare clothing. However, since it was designated as a gift from his benefactor, it might very well hold a treasure of extraordinary properties or a formulaic manuscript. Finding a secluded corner, Malvin retrieved the Sword of Dawn and the Firestarter ring from the box, keeping the Earth Golem close at hand. He leapt into the courtyard, which was eerily tranquil. After a careful survey of the area, he found nothing amiss and proceeded towards the house. As he opened the creaking door, he furrowed his brow, questioning whether the sound was too loud. Would it alert anyone inside and thus raise alarm? Consequently, he executed a swift backflip, concealing himself in a corner, patiently observing his surroundings. After a prolonged wait with no sign of life, his courage returned, and he cautiously entered the house. Inside, the furnishings were intact, with minimal dust present. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the dwelling comprised 4 empty rooms. Is this truly the gift meant for me? Just an empty courtyard? He pondered. Surely a gift should come with a deed. Without anything, how can it be considered a gift? This benefactor certainly knows how to toy with one's expectations. With a sigh of resignation, he sat on a chair, scanning the space once more and identifying that this particular room appeared to be a bedroom. Approaching the large bed, he pressed down on the mattress and lifted it to knock against the bed's frame. Satisfied that it was sound, he explored the other rooms. Eventually, he noticed something peculiar in the living room: water stains on the floor. Testing the stains with his finger, he found the water cold. In this weather, how could the indoor water be frozen? Something was amiss. After thoroughly searching the living room and confirming no other anomalies, he scrutinized the floor near the stains and discerned a section that was distinctly uneven. Carefully, he pried it up with the tip of his sword, revealing a pull ring. This hinted at an underground chamber. As he tugged on the ring, a loud bang resonated. In his excitement, he had exerted too much force and snapped the ring. Thankfully, it was merely a broken ring, leaving the cover still usable. Using his sword, he cautiously lifted the cover, unveiling a hidden pit beneath the living room floor. Malvin extended his hand towards the opening to test the airflow, discovering that the underground space was devoid of wind. The air was stagnant. Retrieving a candle stub from the room, he ignited it and affixed it to the tip of his sword, activating his necromancer's sight. This extraordinary ability allowed him to perceive the presence of any undead entities and their vulnerabilities. Initially, he found no undead blocking the descending staircase. Step by step, he descended the stairs, holding his sword aloft to illuminate his path. The dim light allowed him to discern his surroundings, and after surveying the area, he chose a direction and moved cautiously. As he progressed, he felt a faint breeze, indicating that the underground passage was indeed connected to the outside. Following the flow of air, he ventured deeper. As he adapted to the narrow confines of the tunnel, he began to notice faint murals adorning the walls. However, the candle's light was insufficient for a detailed examination, and considering the potential dangers ahead, he decided to forego a closer look and continued his exploration. After a considerable distance, he reached a dead end, which revealed no peculiarities or notable artifacts. What lay before him was an altar, dominated by a colossal statue of a sea serpent. Its body was a striking bluish-green, with two enormous, malevolent red eyes and menacingly sharp fangs. Before the statue, a massive pit was filled with white bones. A chill coursed through him as he realized the area was rife with vengeful spirits. He wondered if any malevolent entities lingered here. If so, he would need to tread carefully. After retreating to a safe distance, he extinguished the candle atop his sword and pressed his palms against his eyes. His pupils shifted from pale to colorless as he activated his necromancer's sight once more. Under this vision, he beheld a multitude of vengeful spirits congregating around the altar, their presence exuding an intense yearning for the living. A rough estimate indicated nearly 100 undead beings. Strangely, despite their fervent gaze upon him, they did not advance. Upon closer inspection, Malvin noticed a particularly striking figure among the spirits, a tall entity adorned in armor-like attire. This being exhibited in overwhelming zeal upon Malvin's arrival. Its eyes glowing with a sinister red light, and its form appeared to be mutating, with its armor radiating a golden hue. This fervor resembled that of the creature he had encountered earlier, given the intensity of its fixation on the living and the peculiar aura surrounding it. Malvin concluded that this entity was indeed a malevolent spirit, though its true rank remained uncertain. At this moment, he finally grasped the essence of his benefactor's gift. The powerful patron had ensnared these vengeful spirits and malevolent entities around the altar, leaving him the task of purifying them and incinerating their remains. Once he interred their ashes, he would have fulfilled his role, and he anticipated that this endeavor would enable him to fully assimilate the magical elixir within him. Without hesitation, Malvin summoned forth the Sword of Dawn, which radiated a brilliant golden light, coalescing into a tempest. With a decisive swing, he unleashed the dawn storm towards the altar. With a resounding crash, the altar collapsed, and countless spirits were purified by the storm of dawn. Their anguished wails echoed through the dark cavern as they were torn asunder. Oblivious to his own suffering, Malvin felt the essence within him depleting as he unleashed the storm, a sharp pain piercing his forehead. Yet, he soon discerned that the magical elixir within him was rapidly digesting the abundant vengeful spirits he had purified. As the elixir processed, his essence began to recover, and the pain in his forehead gradually subsided. Once the storm of dawn dissipated, Malvin's eyes, enhanced by his necromancer's sight, once again surveyed the altar area. The throngs of undead had nearly vanished, yet the previously fervent malevolent spirit had disappeared. Had it fled, or had it perished? Chapter 61. The legacy of the malevolent spirit. The altar was ensnared with prohibitions, preventing the vengeful spirits and malevolent entities from escaping. In the mysterious realm, malevolent spirits were generally bound to their birthplace, unable to depart unless they absorbed extraordinary traits of this path or encountered the gatekeeper of the body collection pathway at sequence 5. The spirit that had previously displayed such fervor upon his arrival vanished after being attacked, yet he was certain that it had not perished. Had it been purified, the digestion of the potion within him would have accelerated considerably. Since his traversal, Malvin had yet to encounter a malevolent spirit, resulting in a sluggish digestion of his potions. Show yourself, or I shall unleash the dawnstorm once more. You know you cannot evade it. Come forth. The echoes faded, yet the spirit did not appear. Malvin clenched his teeth, the golden glow of his great sword coalescing once more. I shall count to 3. If you do not emerge, do not blame me. 1, 2. Wait, do not slay me. I shall cooperate. The spirit surprisingly spoke in Versac, revealing itself from the pit. At that moment, the spirit appeared half-formed, its ethereal figure even more tenuous, evidently harmed significantly by Malvin's earlier dawnstorm. Why have you become a malevolent spirit here? What transpired before my arrival? The half-formed spirit bowed slightly, resembling a large shrimp, struggling to gaze at Malvin. Its physical disintegration had severely impaired its spiritual essence. Should Malvin depart, it would gradually dissipate within days. Unless a gatekeeper arrived to escort it away, providing ample living souls or corresponding extraordinary traits, it would not recover swiftly. Nor could it advance further. I am Ivan Tavsky, a Versac, and I have existed here for 30 years. I was once an extraordinary warrior. Subsequently, I fled here to escape the Storm Church's pursuit, resulting in my prolonged confinement and eventual demise. As a priest of the sea god in life, I was granted the deity's grace, allowing me to exist as a malevolent spirit to this day. The other spirits and vengeful souls are remnants of those who perished while exploring this place over the years. After my death, my traits fused with my sword, becoming a sealed object. Later, adventurers came to seize my sword, and since I could not leave, I was forced to let them depart. When you entered here, I knew my destruction was inevitable. I simply could not restrain my instincts. Upon hearing the spirit's account, Malvin's mouth formed an O shape. No wonder the spirit had exhibited such fervor. It was not directed at him, but rather at the great sword. What transpired here before my arrival? Before you came, a strikingly beautiful woman entered this place. After surveying it, she smiled and remarked, "What a splendid gift! It should satisfy him." As soon as she spoke, she waved her hand, and we were all bound together. No matter how we struggled, we could not break free from her bindings. At that moment, I knew my demise was imminent. Did the woman exhibit any other peculiarities, such as interrogating you or uttering anything else within the cavern? The half-formed spirit fell into contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, it finally responded. There was nothing else unusual. She merely smiled while observing the murals and remarked, "Kavichua, that foolish serpent, has indulged for so many years and must now pay the price." The name Kavichua sounded familiar. Ah, he recalled. This was an extraordinary being of Sequence 3 within the Sailor Pathway. Its end was indeed nigh. The traits of the deceased would be claimed by the Overlord, even the followers becoming his. Truly a tragic fate. Its traits stemmed from the Queen of Calamity's relics, and its ability to maintain its sanity was due to the hidden influence of the Queen of Calamity in these waters. Moreover, the Queen of Calamity had left behind the traits of the High Priest of Calamity, reserved for the Counter-Revolutionary Commissioner. So many plotlines came flooding back. Alas, he could not recall the locations of those relics. Had he done so, he could have sought his fortune and encountered the Queen of Calamity. Never mind. If it is meant to be, we shall meet eventually. As for the woman who offered herself as a gift, it is evident from her words that she was aware of the Queen of Calamity's arrangements and contingencies. Why she came to worship Yam and sought me remains a mystery. By the way, this malevolent spirit is an extraordinary warrior. It must possess recipes. Share the warrior pathway's recipes with me, and I shall grant you a painless death. Observing the spirit's pitiful and shattered form, Malvin felt a twinge of sympathy. However, the countless bones within the pit hardened his heart like iron. What legacy do you wish to convey? Speak, and I shall decide whether to assist you. My hometown is Tukamushi. My residence is at 99-1 Jasmine Street, North Forest District. Tukamushi. There is no one left at home. Only a servant who has remained behind. After all these years, I wonder if he still lives. You wish for me to ascertain whether your old servant has passed? That request is not too arduous. I can oblige, and I shall visit when I have the opportunity. No, it is not that. When I was young, both my parents were alive, and I was betrothed to Victoria, the daughter of the city mayor. However, my parents were assassinated, and our family fell into ruin, leaving our betrothal unfulfilled. Yet, in our hearts, both Leah and I have always cherished one another. Unfortunately, reality forced us apart, and I consequently left my hometown. If you have the chance to visit Victoria, please inform her of my demise and convey that my feelings of longing and love for her have never changed. What a cliché detail, no matter how humanity evolves. Such stories perpetually repeat themselves. Oh, why can there not be a touch of innovation? I can promise you that. Now you want to share the recipe with me. Thank you, kind sir. However, my current condition is dire, and I fear I cannot be of much assistance. I shall do my best to convey what I can. Curse it, this spirit is grievously injured, yet continues to chatter incessantly. Do you not realize that villains often perish from their verbosity? Fighter recipe: 1 bear paw of the mighty fur bear, 1 brain of the silverback panther, 1 stalk of iron pattern predatory grass, 5 drops of monster face damar extract, 20 grams of mighty fur bear's blood, and 15 milliliters of adult honey badger saliva. Wait a moment, let me jot that down. The main ingredient for the fighter is the mighty fur bear's paw. After glancing at the great sword in Malvin's hand, the spirit's gaze was filled with reluctance. This sword was the legacy and symbol of their family, one it could no longer wield. I can no longer continue. Quickly note down the weapon's Master S recipe. Iron arm, 1 complete pair of the diamond mantis pincers. The spirit's voice faded into incomprehensibility. In a moment of clarity, Malvin decisively swung the great sword, and after the purifying aura enveloped the spirit, It dissipated like smoke. A potion recipe in exchange for a legacy. You have not suffered a loss. Chapter 62. A letter to Fran. Malvin gazed upon the sunken pit and the entirely collapsed altar before him. Recalling the tasks he needed to undertake, he withdrew a scroll from his pocket, its surface covered in earth. A flicker of yellow light illuminated the scene. As the bones within the pit were promptly buried, not far from the altar, he discovered another skeleton, likely that of Ivan Tavsky. Very well, I shall grant you a proper burial. However, before proceeding with the cremation, Malvin meticulously searched the remains. He found little of value on Ivan's corpse, aside from a silver family crest. After all, decades had passed, and any paper remnants had mostly decayed. This crest, hidden beneath the skeleton, had eluded the person who previously took the Sword of Dawn. Through this emblem, Malvin could ascertain that the Ivan family had a long-standing presence in Takamu City. Yet, all of this belonged to a bygone era. Time, like a flowing river, washes away the heroes of the world. In any realm where history exists, countless remarkable individuals leave their marks for posterity to reflect upon with awe and admiration. After tidying up Ivan's remains, a flaming scroll concluded his life as narrative. Malvin wrapped Ivan's ashes in his outer robe and ascended into the dwelling. He set the ashes aside and, with a determined spirit, severed a leg from a table, using it along with a candle stub to fashion a torch. Descending once more into the pit, the torch's light allowed him to finally discern the murals adorning the cave walls. There were 5 murals in total, their linear designs lacking in aesthetic appeal, and the compositions appeared quite rigid. These elements suggested that the devotees of the sea god were predominantly unsophisticated natives, devoid of even a competent artist among them. It was also possible that these were crafted by early adherents, thus reflecting a lesser skill level. Given the state of the altar within the cave, it had evidently been abandoned for quite some time, with Ivan's long-unnoticed transformation into a malevolent spirit serving as indirect evidence of this. The first mural depicted a small azure sea serpent hatching from a clutch of serpent eggs, joyfully growing after its emergence. The second mural illustrated the young sea serpent discovering an elven ruin and undergoing trials within it. Following this, it encountered a radiant woman, who guided it to consume a substance resembling a blue jellyfish. The third mural showcased the dramatic transformation of the serpent after ingestion. It expanded from a mere 2-meter length into a monstrous creature exceeding 10 meters. The fourth mural portrayed the colossal sea serpent calming the waters and rescuing fishermen. The fifth mural depicted followers expressing gratitude for the sea god's gifts through a live sacrifice to appease their deity. From the scenes portrayed in these murals, it was evident that the followers of Kavitwa had developed to a considerable extent, yet they remained far from an orthodox ecclesiastical structure. Alas, history cannot entertain hypotheticals, and thus the primitive, regressive deities like Kavitwa were inevitably cast aside by time. The advent of the revered KL was a stroke of fortune and redemption for its followers. Standing before the grave with the Sword of Dawn in hand, Malvin sighed. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his mind, accompanied by a sound akin to the shattering of glass. It felt as though something within him was merging with his spirit, eliciting a sense of euphoria. Malvin immediately recognized this as a unique experience resulting from the complete assimilation of his potion. This extraordinary sensation lingered for what felt like minutes, or perhaps hours, rendering time inconsequential as his body and spirit transcended to new heights. However, he ultimately suppressed his impulses. He still lacked one last ingredient, the dust of a vengeful spirit, for his summoner's potion. Regrettably, he had been too preoccupied with purifying the wraiths earlier to remember this crucial detail. Even if a vengeful spirit were present, it had likely been entirely purified by the dawn's tempest. What a pity! Missing out on such an opportunity was disheartening. His good spirits were dampened by self-reproach. Rubbing his head, he resolved to attend the extraordinary gathering and seek assistance. But from whom? Friend had been away for several days. This would be the perfect opportunity to write her a letter, inquiring if she could aid in locating the spirit dust. Resolutely, Malvin began to write. Miss Galak, as I pen these words, I feel as though I am in your presence. Though we parted just a few days ago, it feels as if years have passed. Moreover, there exists a generational gap between us. Malvin, you are not acting quite right. Rewrite this. In a flurry, Malvin crumpled the initial draft and set it aside, then picked up his quill once more. Dear Miss Galak, as I write to you, I feel as though you are right here with me. I bear good news. My potion has been fully digested. However, I have yet to gather the extraordinary materials for my elevation. Currently, I am in need of 10 grams of vengeful spirit dust, and I wonder if you might assist me in locating it. Should you find it, please send it to me at your earliest convenience, as I will be residing in Byam for the foreseeable future, and your uncle's messenger could easily deliver it. If it cannot be found, I shall continue my search at a leisurely pace. Your friend, Winston. Upon completing the letter, Malvin meticulously reviewed it twice, satisfied that it contained no errors. He folded the paper into the shape of a small frog and crafted an envelope, labeling it for Mr. Frank to deliver to Miss Fran Gallag. Once everything was prepared, he set the ritual in motion, invoking the messenger of Frank in the language of giants. I, in my name, summon the ethereal spirit wandering the spirit realm, a benevolent creature at the behest of Frank Gallag's messenger. In an instant, the air within the room grew dense, and the candle flames flickered to a pale hue. A bird-like being, no larger than a fist, suddenly manifested within the cabin. Upon seeing this avian creature, a chill ran down Malvin's spine, as he realized he harbored an instinctual fear of such beings. This creature was not a bird in the conventional sense. It merely bore avian characteristics. Its singular eye was situated upon its forehead, and its feathers were a chaotic mix of colors, lacking any standout hue, rendering it quite peculiar. Its beak was disproportionately large, taking up 2/3 of its face, and when it opened its mouth, it revealed a set of sharp fangs. In short, it was undeniably a creature of the spirit realm. The moment the avian entity laid eyes on Malvin, it froze, and he was reminded of Frank's parting words. His messenger enjoyed songs. Alas, he lamented, he could not sing. And even if he could, he was only versed in the Chinese language. He had never learned songs in Vuzac, Hermetic, or even the language of giants. What to do? How he wished for a network to provide him with a crash course in mystic songs. He felt an urgent need for assistance. As Malvin grew increasingly anxious, the avian creature suddenly plummeted to the ground, crawling toward Malvin's feet and extending its crimson tongue to lick his shoes. Goodness, this licking bird is quite something, he thought. Enough of that. Please deliver this letter to me post-haste. With that, Malvin tossed the letter onto the table, and the creature, spreading its wings, took to the air, nodding in acknowledgement before departing. Once the messenger vanished from the room, normalcy resumed, and Malvin wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 63. Keeping a diary upon encountering Mrs. Wolfe, Malvin inquired but found nothing of significance. He sighed in resignation and took his leave. Returning to the vessel, the Azure Avenger, he was met by First Mate Alba and Bosun Reed, who entered the captain's quarters to report on their duties. In truth, there was little of importance to convey over the past few days. They were simply adept at navigating office politics, ensuring they frequently presented themselves before their superior. After a casual exchange, Malvin dismissed Reed. "Captain, do you have something to discuss with me?" Reed asked. "Yes. Wait a moment," Malvin replied, as he took out paper and pen to jot down the formula for the fighter's potion, which he then handed to the first mate. "Here, this is your formula." Alba took the paper with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain. I am overjoyed. However, What troubles you?" Malvin inquired. "You know, Captain, I am but a poor pirate. I cannot afford the payment for this potion's recipe, nor the extraordinary materials required. What should I do?" "Forget about the materials. You'll need to find a way to procure them yourself." Since joining the ship, Alba had managed to save some gold pounds, amassing nearly 1,000 pounds after a victorious skirmish with the Punisher squad, but it wouldn't suffice for both the materials and the formula. Thus, he lamented his financial plight before Malvin. "Thank you, Captain. I shall work diligently to manage the ship's affairs, ensuring your peace of mind. I will do my utmost. Thank you, Captain." With a beaming smile, Alba exited, and the crew understood that the first mate had received a considerable favor from the captain, hence his elation. Reed observed the jubilant Alba with a hint of envy, noting that such blatant flattery towards the captain was rare from the first mate. It seemed his own attempts to curry favor with Malvin had fallen short. He realized he must become the captain's first choice in times of need to demonstrate his worth aboard the ship. One day, he would ensure that all crew members recognized the significance of earning the captain's approval as the ultimate value and reward. "Oh, the captain hasn't dined on board in quite some time. Tonight, I must ensure the chef excels. I should also inquire about the captain's tastes and preferences. Who should I ask? The first mate and the former first mate have been with the captain the longest. I truly dislike approaching that fellow. But to win the captain's favor, I must set aside my prejudices and reservations and ask him directly. Meanwhile, Malvin was unaware that Bosun Reed had initiated the competitive atmosphere among the crew. At that moment, he was engrossed in the task of editing his writings. Tomorrow marked the day of the tarot meeting, and he had yet to submit Huang Dashu's diary. He had forgotten to mention it during his last meeting with Alji. Lacking other options, he resolved to compose it on the spot. Reflecting on Huang Dashu's writings, Malvin found his thoughts drifting to the intriguing sensation of the witch's pleasure needles. Naturally, this became the focal point of his diary entry. April 1st, the Church of Steam and the God of Craftsmen held a grand celebration on the day of divine birth. During the festivities, I encountered the captain of the Mechanical Heart Squad, who, like me, was an evaluator of Sequence 7. His name was Stedel Boric, and he readily permitted me to call him Stedel. It is said that men who have shared a deeply painful bout of drinking often forge a bond akin to brotherhood. Thus, on that day, we indulged in 5 liters of Golden Sun beer, to the point where we lost all sense of our surroundings. After several trips to the restroom, our camaraderie deepened in an extraordinary manner. Though our minds were nearly in a stupor, the closeness between us intensified. In a state of half-drunkenness, I broached my most pressing concern, which is, they are simply marvelous. You cannot fathom how magnificent they are. Stedel spoke with a clarity that belied his inebriation, his expression genuinely reflecting his inner thoughts. Through him, I learned that witches were not always women. Initially, they were mere assassins, but upon reaching Sequence 7, the potion forcibly altered their gender, transforming them into what they had become. As the she they evolved into, they inevitably faced a crisis of gender identity, resulting in distortion and suffering in their daily lives. It is said that this distortion and suffering can propel them to higher sequences. Having grasped the witch's ascension path, I became particularly curious about whether these witches were aware from the outset that they would transform into her. If they had known, I was intrigued by their thoughts and feelings. This sparked my desire to write a thesis titled The Genesis of Witches, how they reconciled with their transformation. However, as a master of discernment, my curiosity about the so-called pleasurable witches lingered. What could be so pleasurable that it left Stedel reminiscing throughout the night? This was purely academic inquiry, devoid of ulterior motives. Indeed, I am just a humble scholar. Upon reaching this point in my writing, I could not suppress a grin. Ah, Huang, forgive me. I do not intend to tarnish your reputation. It is all in jest. After a moment of laughter, Malvin regained his composure and retrieved a wooden box from his drawer, within which lay the extraordinary characteristics of the medium. Now that the potions of the gravedigger and the body collector had been fully assimilated, I could proceed with the medium's characteristics. Although I lacked the vengeful spirit dust for the time being, I could still utilize this characteristic in advance. The extraordinary characteristics, while less convenient than magical items, had the advantage of lacking negative effects during use, thus presenting both benefits and drawbacks. Perhaps tomorrow someone would arrive for a burial. I could then attempt to commune with the spirits. As Malvin contemplated this, he glanced at the sky, realizing it was still early enough to head into town for dinner. The fare in the city was vastly superior to that of the ship's cook. Thus, Malvin preferred to dine ashore unless absolutely necessary to consume the ship's provisions. Having gathered his belongings, he bid farewell to Alba and Reed, which caused Reed to grow anxious. "Captain, where are you headed?" "I'm going into town for some errands." "Do you need something?" I don't need anything. I was just about to have dinner." "Why are you still going out?" Upon hearing Reed's words, Malvin's expression shifted. "Forget dinner. I truly must leave. Goodbye." With that, Malvin hurried away, anxious that Reed would insist he stay for dinner. Reed watched the captain's retreating figure, feeling a sense of misplaced trust. Yet what could he say? He could only gaze at the pale crescent moon hanging between the sea and sky, sighing in solitude. "What's wrong? Why do you seem so dejected all of a sudden?" "Mind your own business. It's infuriating." Alba observed Reed's despondent demeanor and couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. What on earth was happening? Chapter 64. Clues of the Psychological Alchemy Society. On a clear Monday morning, Malvin waited in vain for the arrival of the corpse delivery, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, this was not of great consequence, as it spared him from the dubious culinary creations of the ship's chef. After a restful afternoon, Malvin departed from the cemetery and checked into a room at the Azure Inn. He indulged in a refreshing bath before leisurely savoring tea ativa while perusing the notes of the astrologer, Old Mars. As the clock struck 3, a deep crimson aura enveloped him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Death. Good afternoon, Miss Justice." Miss Justice, how dare you steal my lines? Well, praise be to Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool Klein waved dismissively, stating, "This signifies that we are traversing a fruitful path. Should any of you be unable to attend future gatherings, you may inform me through prayer. Simply alter give me a good dream to fit your needs. As you wish. Your will is my command." Klein nodded. "I have also discovered a page of a diary. Very well, ponder what requests you may have." With that, Klein silently prayed that Mr. Death would refrain from inquiring about matters unknown to him. At this moment, I have no questions. I wish to accumulate my contributions. Splendid. As a powerful individual, I appreciate such members. Proceed as you wish. Mr. Death's erudition was evident as he showed no desire to question Mr. Fool. Had it been Klein, he would have bombarded Mr. Fool with inquiries, but that was not feasible. As Miss Justice and Mr. Death manifested 2 diaries, Klein began to read them with great seriousness. The first diary, conjured by Miss Justice, detailed the Emperor's initial foray into the realm of the knowledgeable, revealing the superficiality of the steam god church. It also chronicled his acquaintance with Sharatu and a series of trivial disputes, wherein the Emperor lamented the charlatanism of the diviner, vowing to strike down any diviner he encountered henceforth. Klein found the Emperor's whimsical demeanor highly entertaining, before shifting his attention to the diary manifested by Malvin. A rather uncharitable thought crossed his mind, but upon encountering the peculiarities surrounding the witch's path, he quickly abandoned his dismissive attitude. Reflecting on his encounters with extraordinary assassins over the past week, he realized that the root cause of his failure to track them down was the night watchman's failure to anticipate the witch's transformation at sequence 7. This revelation allowed him to piece together previous clues, recognizing that the lack of information had significantly increased the chances of the enemy's escape. After the meeting, he contemplated how to report the witch's intelligence to the captain. Concluding the diary, he finally grasped the Emperor's character. "Apologies for my intense focus. Please, continue." During Mr. Fool's reading, Audrey had instinctively observed him, only to be jolted back to reality by the gray mist obscuring her view. Realizing she had been influenced by the potion, she quickly redirected her attention to conceal her peeping behavior, silently reminding herself not to disrespect Mr. Fool. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's words, Audrey felt somewhat reassured. Grateful for his magnanimity, she quickly interjected, "Not at all. It is our honor, is it not, Mr. Death? Indeed, we can wait, haha. Please, carry on. I wish to inquire where I might discover clues related to the Psychological Alchemy Society." Audrey's potion digestion was proceeding smoothly, inevitably leading her thoughts to subsequent formulas, as she aimed to prepare in advance for her audience's potion digestion. Upon hearing Miss Justice's inquiry, Klein immediately assumed his role, directing an inquisitive gaze towards Mr. Death. Malvin observed the 2 attendees and pinched his temples. "Well, I happen to possess some knowledge regarding the clues of the Psychological Alchemy Society. However, beautiful miss, how is your audience's potion digestion progressing? Patience and caution are paramount on the extraordinary path." While Mr. Death's question was direct, his concern for her was unmistakable. "My potion digestion is going quite well. I have not heard the maddening whispers or felt agitated for quite some time." After speaking, Audrey stealthily glanced at Mr. Fool, noting that this enigmatic figure did not voice any objections, affirming that her current portrayal was indeed correct and productive. "Indeed, this indicates that your portrayal is on the right track, and your progress in digestion is commendable. Thank you for your affirmation. I wish to inquire when I might complete the digestion of the audience's potion and how to ascertain that the potion within me has been fully digested." Malvin regarded Audrey, envisioning her expression of eager anticipation. Yet, he decided to yield this opportunity to Mr. Fool, as he too faced his own challenges. This answer may be better sought from Mr. Fool. He possesses greater authority on the matter. "Ah, Mr. Death, ever the sagacious one, consistently bolstering my authority. Is he truly just a low-sequence extraordinary? Why does it feel as though he gazes down upon me, mocking me? With the aid of the role-playing method at low sequences, it is feasible to achieve complete digestion in as little as a month or even half a year. As for the signs of complete digestion, they are quite elusive, requiring personal introspection without the need for external guidance." "Wow, how wonderful. A month. Thank you, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice's joy was palpable upon receiving the authoritative answer. Malvin, watching the excited Audrey, inwardly scoffed, "Silly girl, did you not hear that Mr. Fool emphasized half a year?" In her delight, Audrey noticed that both Mr. Fool and Mr. Death expressed a shared sense of regret as they observed her excitement. What could they possibly lament? However, caught up in her emotions, she momentarily forgot her previous inquiries and, unable to contain her excitement, continued, "Mr. Fool, are you considering adding more members?" Klein paused, momentarily taken aback by her question. After a thoughtful silence, he replied, "In our initial experiments, we did not consider many factors. However, for our better development, we must weigh additional considerations. Secrecy is the cornerstone of our organization." Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, Malvin immediately grasped Klein's predicament. In his previous life as an ordinary man, his spiritual capacity could only accommodate 2 individuals. Now, having ascended to Sequence 9, his spiritual reserves had expanded, yet he could only realistically support 1 additional member. Unlimited growth was not feasible. Understanding this, Malvin refrained from elaborating further. Recognizing that this was Klein's domain, and new members were undoubtedly to be selected judiciously, eschewing idle candidates, Audrey quickly understood the requirements for adding new members from Mr. Fool's words, responding with insight. "So, it entails processes of evaluation, recommendation, and assessment, correct?" "Yes, your understanding is accurate. As a secret organization, the selection of members is crucial. We must avoid drawing the attention of the Church of the True God, as this would be detrimental to our growth. Your will is my command." After addressing Mr. Fool, Audrey turned to Malvin. "Mr. Death, you are aware of the clues related to the Psychological Alchemy Society. Could you share them with me? I wish to engage with them early, ensuring that I do not raise their suspicions and laying a solid foundation for acquiring future formulas." Upon hearing Miss Justice's request, both Mr. Fool and Malvin gained a newfound appreciation for the young lady. It was indeed a case of parting ways for 3 days. Klein was also touched by her determination, recalling that he still lacked the formula for the clown potion, feeling anxious yet unable to procure it at this moment. "Indeed, Miss Justice, your considerations are remarkably thorough. I can provide you with 2 clues. Chapter 65. The Cunning Fool. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, the fool Klein could not help but bestow upon her the moniker of Miss Cashability in his mind. Wealth indeed affords one the luxury of caprice. It eases the path of transcending mortality and even makes the consumption of potions exceedingly convenient. Each clue is worth 200 pounds, with rewards continuing to accumulate," she stated. "Not a problem. I currently owe you 2,000 pounds. Please proceed." 2,000 pounds. When will I ever manage to save such a sum? Klein mused bitterly, filled with envy for Mr. Death's financial prowess. Amidst his envy, he contemplated how to procure a sum from Miss Justice, for in the extraordinary realm, money is paramount. One cannot progress without it. "Dear lady, before we continue, I must caution you that the Psychological Alchemy Society is exceedingly wary of outsiders. Should you approach them recklessly, they will perceive you as a threat. They will undoubtedly dispatch agents to hypnotize you and extract secrets of the Tarot Society, which is something neither the fool nor I can accept. Thus, I urge you to consider your actions carefully." After hearing Malvin's words and recognizing that even the mysterious and powerful fool disapproved, Audrey reluctantly decided to halt her plans to engage with the Psychological Alchemy Society. "But what of my subsequent formulas? Am I to remain at Sequence 9 indefinitely?" The young girl was rather impatient. "Rest assured, I shall pay extra attention to your subsequent formulas. I will not delay your ascension." "Is that true?" "Thank you, Mr. Death. However, I still wish to learn about the clues concerning the Psychological Alchemy Society. I assure you, without the explicit permission of the fool and yourself, I will not approach them." Malvin glanced at Klein, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "Very well. You must adhere strictly to the fool's guidance and never act independently. I promise." "The fool can bear witness." "Bear witness? How on earth can I do that?" "Once again, I must emphasize that our mission is shrouded in secrecy. To ensure that you do not act impulsively, I shall add a safeguard to the clues. There is a Sequence 7 psychologist in Tingen City, rumored to be residing in a mental institution while processing potions." Klein's heart raced at this revelation. Mr. Death's intelligence was formidable. How did he know about a Sequence 7 psychologist in Tingen City? The members of the Psychological Alchemy Society were lurking in Tingen, presenting him a perfect opportunity to earn merit. If he obtained the formulas during the investigation, he could sell them to Miss Justice and profit handsomely. Audrey, upon hearing Mr. Death's clues, nearly revealed her thoughts, but quickly recalled the importance of discretion during gatherings and stifled her words. "Ah, Tingen, what is the second clue?" "The second clue pertains to a furniture merchant in Beakland, who is also a leader within the Psychological Alchemy Society. Furthermore, the The society has numerous followers among the nobility and B-clan, indicating their preference for recruiting members from aristocratic circles. Upon absorbing this information, Audrey felt a chill run down her spine. The Psychological Alchemy Society was indeed cultivating many adherents among the B-clan nobility. This was not advantageous for her. If she inadvertently exposed herself, she could be in grave danger. If her actions led to the disclosure of the Tarot Society's secrets, she shuddered to think of the consequences that the fool would impose. This is terrifying. Audrey, you must exercise utmost caution, even in your daily masquerades. As I have not fully disclosed these two clues, the reward shall temporarily remain at £600. That is unnecessary, Mr. Death. Your clues have provided me with significant assistance, and I have gleaned much information from them. Let us adhere to our original agreement of accumulating £2,000. And when circumstances permit, you shall furnish me with detailed clues. Seeing Miss Justice's unwavering resolve, Malvin could only acquiesce. Very well. Just remember to remind me when the time comes. Indeed, I shall remember. By the way, I would like to inquire if you possess any apothecary formulas. A friend of mine is eager to become an apothecary. I do recall an apothecary formula, but it is intricately tied to numerous plot lines in the original work. If I were to share it with you, what would become of the fool? I apologize, dear lady, but I do not have it at the moment. However, I will keep an eye out for you. Thank you, Mr. Death. Once the fool confirmed there were no issues among the members, he spoke. Let us share what has transpired in our respective lives. The fool initiated the conversation, but refrained from disclosing his own experiences. Having endured not only the extraordinary first battle, but also the tribulations of capturing the assassin Triss over the past week, Audrey had little to share as well. Having spent most of her time as an observer, digesting potions, with little else to recount apart from the occasional mishap caused by the golden retriever, Susie. Alas, the Tarot Society cannot do without me. I shall recount an experience I had the day before yesterday concerning the blood sacrifice of an evil god. With this, Mr. Death commenced his lesson, prompting the fool and Miss Justice to focus intently on him. Malvin meticulously recounted his exploration of the site at 99 Goldfish Street in the Byam district, sharing the 5 murals he had encountered within the blood sacrifice cavern of the sea god, Kavichua. He concluded with the tragic tale of the lovesick, malevolent spirit. Klein reflected on the significant threat posed by such places of evil deities and felt fortunate that the consumption of high-sequence traits had not led to catastrophe. He also felt a pang of pity for the ignorant souls who had been sacrificed. Audrey, on the other hand, condemned Ivan for his complicity, wielding his power to assist the evil god in malevolence, ultimately becoming a malevolent spirit himself. Thankfully, Mr. Death had purified him, yet buried him, which painted Mr. Death as a soft-hearted knight of justice in her eyes. Audrey raised her hand. Mr. Death, could you enlighten me on the various evil organizations? I have limited knowledge of the outside world, as I mostly remain at home. Certainly, but this knowledge is quite extensive, so I will focus on the key points. That is perfectly fine. How shall we determine the reward? One must commend Miss Justice for her straightforwardness. She had never been ambiguous regarding monetary matters. Let us say £500. Agreed, accumulating to £500. As Klein observed the two members discussing finances so casually, he felt utterly bewildered. Did they not regard the pounds as actual currency? Let us begin with the Aurora Society. This organization is exceedingly malevolent, with members scattered across both continents. Though those in the northern continent are somewhat more active, members of this organization are unafraid of sacrifice, notorious for their bloody deeds, and they venerate the true creator. Klein and Audrey were immediately captivated by the fool's words. I prefer to refer to him as the fallen creator. Chapter 66. The Jests of Mr. Death, the fallen creator? Audrey softly echoed the phrase, her mind racing with associations. She pondered how Mr. Fool had previously incurred the wrath of that malevolent deity. However, the enemies of Mr. Fool were undoubtedly the adversaries of our Tarot Society as well, necessitating vigilance regarding information pertaining to the Aurora Society. Malvin was aware that Klein had encountered the true creator several times during his involvement in various cases, and he had developed a deep-seated animosity towards him and his followers, which likely led to his indiscreet remarks here. Mr. Fool's designation of him as the fallen creator was not unfounded. There were documented instances indicating a significant likelihood of his followers losing control. This wicked deity perpetually entices his disciples, who subsequently become increasingly fanatical. At the end of the War of the Four Emperors, The fallen creator was sealed away by the 7 gods, unable to walk among us henceforth. Members of the Aurora Society frequently orchestrate vile events with the intent of facilitating the return of the fallen creator to our realm. Rumor has it that such an event is imminent in the city of Tingen, although the specifics of those involved remain unclear. Upon hearing the mention of Tingen, Klein nearly rose from his seat, but ultimately restrained himself. How had Mr. Death acquired this information? Was his source credible? Should he promptly report this to the captain? If this news were fabricated, how would he justify its consequences? A cascade of questions steadied Klein's nerves as he turned to Mr. Death, noticing that this member seemed oblivious to the need to elaborate further. Mr. Death, how did you come by this information? What dangers might arise from the offspring of the malevolent deity's return? Malvin glanced at Audrey, observing that she had entirely exited her passive role as an audience member, her curiosity about the offspring of the malevolent deity evident. A sidelong glance at Mr. Fool revealed him to be as taciturn as ever, leaving Malvin uncertain whether he was genuinely composed or merely ignorant of the implications surrounding the return of the malevolent deity's progeny. With Miss Justice posing a question, Malvin resolved to provide a more thorough description to enlighten both members, despite only possessing a general understanding himself. The source of this information cannot be disclosed, but I assure you of its authenticity. The nature of the offspring's emergence varies according to the deity's essence. Offspring born of a true, God-level malevolent deity possess an angelic status upon birth, wielding powers comparable to those of angels. Conversely, the progeny of an angelic-level malevolent deity are likely to be demigods, and it is confirmed that the fallen creator possesses true God status. Both Mr. Fool and Miss Justice were taken aback by the prospect of even half-god-level offspring. Such malevolent progeny were undeniably terrifying. Coupled with the fallen creator's frenzied nature, it was probable that his offspring would lack reason. The devastation wrought by a mad angel would be unfathomable. What shall we do, Mr. Fool? Audrey implored. I too wish to know what actions to take, but I am merely at sequence 9. The only course available to me is to report to the church. Indeed, under these circumstances, it would be prudent to report to the churches of the Night and Storm, among others. They will address the situation appropriately. I hope this time the church will take notice and salvage the fate of the Tingen Night Watch. Mr. Fool, as an ancient entity awakening from slumber, found himself at a disadvantage against the schemes of old foes. Thus, reporting to the church was indeed the most effective means of resolution. I too shall contribute to Tingen. I shall go to the church to make a report. However, for safety's sake, it would be best to refrain from acting directly. Employing an intermediary would be wiser. But whom shall I choose? None of those around me seems suitable. Alas, Audrey, at such a critical juncture, you possess no capable allies. And Susie is certainly not an option. Once this gathering concludes, I shall consult Glint regarding any reliable individuals he might recommend. Oh, continuing with the Aurora Society. This organization boasts 22 divine emissaries. These emissaries range from Sequence 5 to Sequence 7, each responsible for a specific region. In Beckland, there resides a Sequence 5 emissary known by the codename Mr. A. He has also organized an extraordinary gathering in Beckland, attracting numerous wild, extraordinary individuals and facilitating extensive exchanges of extraordinary materials. Miss Justice, should you venture into Beckland, you might wish to attend this gathering, as it could yield many rare extraordinary materials. However, be cautious in safeguarding your identity. If Mr. A were to encounter you, he would likely attempt to entice you into joining their organization. Why would I be compelled to join their organization? Not only Audrey was intrigued, but Mr. Fool Klein too found himself captivated by the inquiry. They are quite particular about the appearance of their members, he continued. Indeed, they have a penchant for recruiting those of striking beauty. Almost revealing too much, Klein noted that Audrey, upon hearing Mr. Death's words, was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Mr. Death was complimenting her appearance. As the most beautiful gem of Beckland, she naturally held confidence in her looks. Yet it was her first experience of such praise amidst an extraordinary gathering. Mr. Death, how vexing. Audrey, do not let pride consume you. Reflect on how Mr. Death came to know of your beauty. Immediately, Klein's suspicions flared. Did Mr. Death know Miss Justice in reality? Oh, thank you, Mr. Death, for your compliment. But how did you come to know of my appearance? Malvin, upon uttering this statement, recognized his error. Merely a jest. After all, women are fond of beauty. And as a gentleman, one must understand the art of subtly complimenting the young ladies within social circles. Ah, I see, Audrey mused. Mr. Death was merely engaging in social niceties. Though the misunderstanding was clarified, it left an uncomfortable sensation, while she recognized her beauty. The implication that it was a mere hollow compliment was disheartening. Klein could not help but mentally lament the myriad social subtleties. Clearly, Mr. Death was adept in the realm of social interactions, and he had learned a valuable lesson. What had once been a congenial gathering was abruptly stifled by an ill-timed jest, creating an air of awkwardness. Ahem, I shall continue. In addition to the Aurora Society, there exists another malevolent organization that shares the same reverence for the fallen creator, the Iron Blood Cross Society. The majority of its members are derived from the Hunter pathway and are said to originate from the angelic family, the Medici. Their philosophy is that extraordinary abilities should not be concealed, but rather made known to the masses, allowing extraordinary beings to dominate and subjugate ordinary people. A truly deranged notion. The oppression of ordinary individuals by these extraordinary beings would lead to greater harm and societal stratification, further undermining stability. Those who worship the true creator must possess intellect akin to that of a baboon. Audrey remained ensnared in her prior discontent, paying little heed to the Iron Blood Cross Society's ideology. Beyond these two malevolent organizations, I shall now discuss the Witch Cult and the Cognizant Society, both of which venerate the primordial witch. The upper echelons of these organizations are predominantly female, as most of their extraordinary members follow the pathway of witchcraft. Can Miss Justice surmise why the leadership is comprised mainly of women? Chapter 67. The answer. Klein instinctively recalled the answer to Mr. Death's inquiry. Having recently perused the Emperor's diary, which clearly documented the transformation of witches into extraordinary beings at Sequence 7. Audrey, captivated by Mr. Death's question, pondered for a moment before shaking her head in confusion. Indeed, this was due to the mandatory transformation that witches undergo at Sequence 7, where male extraordinary beings become female, while females retain their form but gain enhanced femininity. How fascinating. What would happen if an animal consumed the potion of a witch at Sequence 7? Klein mused. You are quite the curious one. Unlike Mr. Fool, I have indeed contemplated this issue, Mr. Death replied. The essence of the witch's Sequence 7 potion is to convert the masculine into the feminine. Should a male animal partake of this potion, it would undoubtedly transform into a female. Furthermore, its allure would extend beyond its own kind and other animals, even captivating humans. How extraordinary. The potion is truly wondrous and enigmatic. I eagerly anticipate witnessing an animal that has consumed the witch's Sequence 7 potion. Klein's mind was instantly flooded with images of various enchanting female half-beasts, alluring bunny girls, and cat women. Ahem, the witch's pathway often brings calamity, posing significant dangers to ordinary humans, which is why they are deemed quite malevolent. One must exercise caution when encountering strikingly charming women in daily life, lest one finds oneself. Heh. Audrey, being young and innocent, failed to grasp any deeper implications from Mr. Death's words. Klein, the fool, quickly understood, unable to suppress his internal monologue regarding Mr. Death's sudden levity, which seemed uncharacteristic. Was it possible that he had encountered some fortunate event in his reality? Let us refrain from extraneous topics. I apologize, please forgive my indiscretion. What did Mr. Death just say? Wasn't he warning us to be cautious of witches? Why then did Mr. Fool appear agitated? Audrey pondered. Am I too young and uninformed to comprehend Mr. Death's words? Feeling frustrated, Audrey resolved to enhance her learning, lest she remain bewildered by Mr. Death's esoteric discussions in the future. Beyond the witch cult, there exists the Knowledge Society, an insidious organization under the control of the witch hierarchy. This organization comprises not only witches, but also a small number of extraordinary beings from the apprentice pathway. They stem from certain angelic families that emerged during the War of the Four Emperors and are particularly zealous in their pursuit of the Abraham family. This marked the third time Mr. Death had mentioned the Abraham family. What manner of lineage were they? Whose ancestor was reputed to be the foremost individual beneath the true God? Their history must be quite captivating. One must request Mr. Death to elaborate in the future. Aside from the aforementioned four malevolent organizations, another notorious entity is the Moors Ascetic Society. This organization can trace its origins back to the late Third Epoch. Founded by several individuals who had encountered the second blasphemous tablet, they espoused a belief in a concept of numbers, referred to as the hidden sage. Their ideology posits that all things are numerical, leading them to interpret the world primarily through numbers. Initially, the organization was relatively benign. However, upon the awakening of their belief, its members began to descend into depravity. Awakened? Can a concept truly come to life? Audrey mused, retreating from her role as an observer, finding the mystical world to be utterly bizarre, where even concepts could animate. What else was possible? Indeed, the hidden sage has awakened. He has begun to seduce extraordinary beings of this pathway, driving them into madness. Previously, I shared at a gathering my experience of an incident on an island where we were ultimately overwhelmed by a deluge of knowledge from the hidden sage, leading to cerebral overload and physical harm. The most perilous aspect of the hidden sage is that extraordinary beings of the seer pathway can also hear his temptations. Whether they worship the true God or other entities, they inevitably fall victim to his influence. Even Roselle, the daughter of the great emperor, experienced his malignancy. However, Bernadette was shielded from considerable harm due to her powerful father. The emperor's daughter, the leader of the Dawn of Elements, is named Bernadette, and she possesses hidden knowledge. I wonder if she still lives. If so, she must be over 100 years old. One can only speculate whether this elderly lady has found a suitor. Klein pondered, quickly realizing that extraordinary beings at higher sequences need not necessarily marry. He had yet to fully acclimate to this extraordinary world. According to Mr. Death, I must also pay close attention to old Neil. Yes, I shall inform the captain of old Neil's abnormalities immediately after the gathering. There is no harm in showing concern for one's colleagues. If old Neil has indeed been tainted by the hidden sage, the sooner we protect him, the better chance we have of saving him. Wow, is Emperor Roselle also an extraordinary being? While I hold immense respect for him, I was unaware that he possessed such abilities. Indeed, the Emperor is a formidable force at a high sequence. He excels in invention and literary creation. However, he has ventured further along the extraordinary path, and it is said that he had already achieved angelic status during his lifetime. Many of his subsequent actions remain inscrutable, thus leading to a lamentable conclusion to his story. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly grasped a critical realization. The Emperor's later madness was likely the result of contamination. According to Mr. Death, he had already ascended to angelic status and yet could still be tainted. How chaotic this extraordinary world was. Even at the pinnacle of power, safety was not guaranteed, heightening his concerns for his own future. Audrey, too, was stirred by Mr. Death's words, enveloped in feelings of sorrow and nostalgia for the Emperor. Ahem. Having concluded the discussion on the Moors Ascetic Society, let us turn to the Rose School of the Southern Continent. The Rose School initially worshipped the bound god, but later, the bound god was taken captive. From that point on, the school split, with the hedonistic faction becoming the more malevolent, represented chiefly by the blood general Seigneur from the seas. The temperate faction, in turn, faced persecution and slaughter at the hands of the hedonists. It seems the Rose School possesses formidable strength, as it has produced pirate generals. All this knowledge is immensely valuable, albeit not immediately applicable. It may come in handy in the future. If divine-level beings can be captured, what caliber of individual could the captors be? Perhaps a true god? Marvin rubbed his temples, yearning to uncover the answer that eluded his memory. I apologize, dear lady. I, too, seek to know. There is no need for apologies. I should be the one apologizing for my inability to temper my curiosity. Please, continue. Now, let us discuss the demonic pathway. Most extraordinary beings of this pathway are cold-blooded, devoid of humanity, and are often criminals. This pathway is also known as the criminal pathway. Its origins trace back to the ancient demonic lord, Faradi, also referred to as the Cosmic Shadow. It is said that this ancient god still exists today. The organization that worships him is known as the Blood Cult, a loose alliance formed from the adulation of demons, comprising three primary demon families, Nos, Androlade, and Belial. Due to the Cosmic Shadow's discrete nature, the three demon families also maintain a low profile, with only a handful of their members scattered across the world. Chapter 68. The Fool's Imagination. According to the information I have gathered, there are numerous extraordinary individuals among pirates who possess demonic pathways. Moreover, there is a member of the Belial family lurking in Beckland. If a series of murders were to occur there, it is highly probable that a member of the demonic family would be involved. Mr. Death spoke eloquently, while Klein's thoughts wandered. The information he had accessed at the Church of the Night was considerably more concise than what Mr. Death had explained. Old Neil had mentioned that the brevity of the information he encountered was primarily due to his low rank, while the captain had access to more detailed reports. The materials provided by Mr. Death primarily stopped at the 5th sequence, with few exceeding that level, which evidently aligned with the reading privileges of a captain in the Church of the Just God. In light of these comparisons, Klein suddenly entertained a peculiar notion. Could Mr. Death be affiliated with the Church of the Just God? Although the corpse collector belonged to the extraordinary pathways controlled by the Southern Continent's spiritual church, the Church of the Night also had practitioners of this pathway. His knowledge was remarkably comprehensive, despite his low rank. He possessed core esoteric knowledge such as the art of disguise and the conservation of extraordinary traits. Furthermore, he was well acquainted with Ruen and Beckland. Could he possibly be a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Beckland Cathedral? With this line of thought, many matters became clearer. Aside from the difficulty of explaining his current presence at sea, if he were indeed a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Church of the Night, how had he managed to draw me into the mist? Additionally, the circumstances surrounding my crossing over remained shrouded in mystery. Had the Church of the Night orchestrated a scheme against me? How could they have known when I crossed over? Wait. I crossed over into the body of a follower of the Night. The Moretti family were all adherents of the Night. Was the goddess of the Night controlling me? This thought sent a shiver down Klein's spine, and he nearly severed the link between Mr. Death and the mist, but he restrained himself. Upon entering the mist, Mr. Death not only treated me with great respect, but also selflessly shared numerous esoteric insights. If he had ulterior motives, he had first shown benevolence, refraining from causing me any harm. Overall, this was clearly an investment in me. Was it the directive of the goddess of the Night? Perhaps a deity of such caliber found it inappropriate to engage directly with me, thus sending a lower-ranking descendant of the Church's higher echelons to interface with me? The more Klein pondered, the more apprehensive he became, yet he also felt as though he were suspecting a neighbor of theft. Could everything truly be as he imagined? If Mr. Death were indeed an agent of the Church of the Night, what of Miss Justice? Could she also be an operative of someone? After a moment's reflection, Klein dismissed his hypothesis. Miss Justice had been a novice in the extraordinary world when she entered the mist. Her daily demeanor indicated she was a simple girl without much guile. If she were a covert agent, it could only mean that the situation was extraordinarily intricate, and he had lost fairly. With this realization, Klein felt a sense of unease. If his suspicions were true and the goddess of the Night had been watching over him, investing in him, then it could be concluded that the mist must hold great significance for her. However, aside from himself, no one had ascended to this realm in several epochs, making him the most unique. Any individual or force wishing to utilize the mist would have to go through him. Hence, anyone wanting to invest in him would be at his mercy, placing him in an inherently advantageous position. Thus, he could indulge in the benefits before discussing any further matters. However, if Mr. Death were indeed a descendant of the Church of the Night, then the source of his information regarding the descent of the offspring of the Tinjin evil god would be difficult to ascertain. If he were truly a member of the Church of the Night, they would undoubtedly have known this information long before. The Church had made no arrangements concerning Tinjin, indicating that he was not, as Klein had suspected, affiliated with them. Were all his prior speculations mistaken? Impossible. He had clearly sensed the Church of the Night's machinations concerning him. He must remain vigilant against them, not allowing a temporary absence of malice to lull him into complacency. Having worked through these thoughts, Klein regained his confidence. He looked at the two members and calmly declared that this gathering would come to an end. Amidst their praises, Klein severed the connection with both members, rubbing his temples to relieve the fatigue stemming from his spiritual depletion. He picked up pen and paper to meticulously summarize the knowledge shared by Mr. Death during the meeting. Subsequently, he began to organize the pressing matters requiring his attention. 1. The situation regarding old Neil must be prioritized. He needed to conduct a divination here before deciding whether to report to the captain. 2. The matter of the offspring of the evil god in Tinjin required further investigation. Based on Mr. Death's assertions, the authenticity of this matter was beyond question. He needed to perform another divination to ascertain the truth. If it were genuine, it would surely unfold soon, and they must locate the vessel of that evil god's offspring as swiftly as possible. 3. The affairs of the Sequence 7 leader of the Psychological Alchemy Society must also be addressed imminently. Regardless of the outcome, it would be a significant accomplishment for him, laying a solid foundation for his advancement to the Joker. 4. Investigations into the Hornachi's mountains must continue. He should find a time to visit the school and consult Professor Quinton for relevant materials. 5. Personal training was essential as an oracle. He lacked adequate means to confront adversaries and needed to enhance his training. After enumerating these crucial tasks, Klein first conducted a divination to determine whether old Neil had been tainted by the hidden sage. The result was affirmative. He then divined the impending arrival of the Tinjin evil god's offspring, and again the result was positive. Stunned, Klein realized how remarkably accurate Mr. Death's intelligence was. Moving forward, he would need to approach Mr. Death with greater caution. Regardless of whether he was an agent of someone or an investor, he must accept the other's goodwill, for it was his own weakness that rendered him vulnerable. He wished to uncover the truth behind his crossing over and hoped to grow safely until the day he could discern the truth. As Klein infused his spirit deeply, he glimpsed a beleaguered youth praying before a crystal ball. Regrettably, he could not comprehend the boy's words, leaving him uncertain of the boy's intentions. He decided not to draw the boy into the mist until he understood the content of the boy's prayer. Returning to reality, Klein felt considerably weighed down. He donned formal attire and a hat, heading toward the Blackthorn Security Company, in the luxurious villa of the Hall family in Beckland's Queens District. Audrey mused that Mr. Death's jest had crossed a line. When the opportunity arose, she would personally confront him, allowing him to witness the beauty of Beckland's most exquisite gem. Yes, she would compel him to sincerely praise her. After sharing her thoughts, she chuckled, realizing she had become an onlooker, competing like a child. Tomorrow, it seemed that Greeland would host a literary salon, and she would take the chance to inquire if he had suitable personnel to recommend to her. She needed to report the matter of the Tinjin evil god's offspring to the church. Action was imperative. Having stepped into the extraordinary realm as a practitioner, she had come to fully comprehend the world's brutality and madness through Mr. Death's teachings. She could no longer afford to live carefree like a child. Audrey, you must grow swiftly. Only then can you better protect your family and friends. Even if you cannot shield more people, you must strive to make the world a slightly better place. Go for it. Chapter 69. The first experience of spirit communication. Marvin awakened from a deep crimson haze. Observing the distance his body had traversed autonomously amidst the gray mist, a flicker of trepidation crossed his countenance. Well, as long as it does not harm my body and the reasons remain elusive, I shall set aside those concerns. My goal is to grow stronger, to perpetually enhance my strength. Although I did not encounter any funeral bearers today, my preparatory role must continue. Perhaps I should venture elsewhere. I might discover a worthy target for my performance. With this thought, Marvin departed from the inn, intending to visit Pame's divination parlor. Pame's establishment, while not booming, frequently welcomed patrons seeking guidance, prompting Marvin to try his luck there. Before heading to Pame's, he decided to stop by a clothing store that offered a variety of garments. Since he was to portray a medium, he could no longer present himself as a mere native. He aimed to learn from Miss Deli, beginning with his attire, as it would not only convey professionalism but also serve as a psychological affirmation for himself, a dual advantage. He found a shop named Floral Elegance on Cedar Avenue, run by a woman in her 40s. Upon seeing the tall, fair Marvin, the shopkeeper's excitement was palpable, her face alight with a warm smile. "Noble sir, how may I assist you?" Marvin, wishing to exude an austere, dominant aura befitting a stoic male deity, found himself compelled to don a friendly smile. For he was to act as a job-seeking medium. "Good day, madam. I seek to purchase a wizard's robe. As a newcomer to this profession, a fitting and respectable outfit often garners the trust and favor of potential employers. Oh dear, the moment I laid eyes on you, I thought you quite noble and elegant. You hardly resemble a charlatan. What led you to consider this line of work?" The shopkeeper's words struck a nerve, momentarily undermining Marvin's confidence before he could even begin his act. Remaining calm, he replied, "Madam, life does not always inquire why one makes certain choices. It simply asks if one wishes to survive." The indigenous shopkeeper, upon hearing Marvin's words, conjured an elaborate narrative of a once affluent nobleman forced into a humble vocation due to unforeseen circumstances. Her gaze towards Marvin now held a hint of pity. "Come, dear sir, here are robes that suit your stature, along with some accessories and cosmetics available at a discount. Allow me to elaborate." Despite the shopkeeper's heartfelt insistence, the entire ensemble still cost Marvin £5, 7 shillings, and 10 pence. Upon leaving the hat shop, he found himself questioning whether the shopkeeper had feigned warmth to exploit his bashfulness and extract exorbitant payment. These garments should not have cost so much. Yet he felt compelled to acquiesce to the shopkeeper's relentless enthusiasm. The shopkeeper, with an ulterior motive, inquired if he wished to remain and engage in a deeper conversation. but he hastily departed, eliciting a more boisterous laughter from her. He hopped into a carriage, heading straight to Olive Tree Avenue, where he discovered Pam's parlor was already in operation. Marvin did not enter immediately. He lingered at the entrance until the last customer departed before stepping inside. Pam recognized him instantly and greeted him with a beaming smile. "Sir, it has been a while. Are you here to meet Mr. Wilson tonight?" He did not inform me. "Not quite. I have come to seek your advice on a few matters." Pam maintained her cheerful demeanor, gesturing for him to take a seat in the divination room. "Please, have a seat. What inquiries do you wish to make?" Observing the earnest expression on old Pam's face, it was clear she mistook him for a customer seeking a reading. "I do not require you to read for me. Rather, I wish to learn some techniques of divination and attire." If Marvin were to ascend to the rank of a level 7 medium, he would not need specialized clothing or makeup. He could directly perform the extraordinary art of spirit communication. However, for the sake of his role, perfection was imperative. This was precisely why Marvin sought Pam's expertise. Nothing could rival the wealth of experience held by a seasoned practitioner in the field. While he could consult the Fool Klein, doing so would inadvertently diminish Mr. Death's stature, making Marvin feel it unnecessary to bow to a fool in this matter. Pam, initially believing Marvin sought a reading, now perceived his intentions as an attempt to siphon her business acumen, and her expression shifted. "Sir, you are friends with Mr. Wilson, and I should respect you. However, your inquiry is rather inappropriate. I have operated here for many years, with a solid reputation and many clients. It is rather presumptuous of you to inquire about my divination techniques." Marvin chuckled softly, producing a 5-pound note from his pocket and placing it before Pam. "This is my tuition fee. Do you have any objections?" Old Pam regarded Marvin and then the banknote on the table. She seized the money, a smile returning to her face. "Very well, I can certainly accommodate you." Thus, Old Pam elucidated the intricate steps of divination and spirit communication, imparting valuable insights on how to enhance one's appearance as well. For enthusiasts of the occult, both divination and spirit communication were branches of mysticism, each necessitating contact with the spirit realm, albeit with differing emphases. Divination primarily involved receiving information and answers from the spirit world, while mediumship focused on uncovering insights from specific spirits and the subconscious. Ordinary diviners, lacking potions, often sought items or food imbued with spiritual essence to enhance the accuracy of their readings. Of course, there were also charlatans who relied on eloquence and props to deceive clients. That was a different matter entirely. Old Pam, having accepted the payment, promptly agreed to Marvin's request, eager to ensure customer satisfaction. Following the knowledge he had previously acquired, Marvin had Old Pam apply makeup and don the wizard's robe. He then dimmed the lights in the room, placing 3 candles on the table and lighting them in succession. After igniting the incense typically used to welcome guests, Marvin and Pam settled into their respective seats. Seizing an opportune moment while Old Pam was distracted, Marvin grasped the essence of a medium within his palm, infusing it with spirit. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in a sinister green glow. "What is happening?" Old Pam gasped, startled. "Nothing to worry about. This is merely a device I designed to enhance the ambience." "Quite effective, wouldn't you say?" "Indeed, it is rather eerie." "Very well, I shall begin shortly. You must relax and not resist my verbal guidance. Simply follow my lead and immerse yourself in the experience." "I understand. Please proceed." Marvin chuckled softly. "Miss Pam, we are about to commence. Do you perceive a scent? It is sweet, imbued with tranquility and serenity." "What fragrance could evoke tranquility?" "Nonsense. Wait, I truly do smell it." Old Pam's words trailed off as she succumbed to a profound silence. Noticing that Old Pam had entered a trance, Marvin felt a surge of excitement. The characteristics of a medium proved effective in a confined space, particularly as the incense contained deep sleep flowers and night-scented herbs, further deepening Old Pam's immersion. Empowered by the essence of a medium, she naturally relinquished her spiritual barriers. At that moment, Marvin could easily exploit his elevated status to disrupt Old Pam's spiritual essence, potentially leaving her with severe mental afflictions upon awakening. Marvin could not possibly undertake such a task. His primary objective this time was to experience the process of mediumship and engage in a preliminary attempt at it. After all, he had not yet ascended to the status of a medium and had not acquired the requisite esoteric knowledge. Relying solely on Professor Parmest's techniques was evidently insufficient. Mere theoretical understanding was inadequate. Practical application was also necessary. Therefore, Malvin had to proceed with utmost caution to avoid inadvertently causing harm to Professor Parm. Utilizing the attributes of a medium, Malvin effortlessly perceived the mental and etheric bodies of the elderly woman through his clairvoyance. Without the assistance of mediumistic traits, his vision would have been limited to simple hues, such as black and white or red and black, rendering him incapable of distinguishing the various colors of the human body. Consequently, he would have been unable to assess the health of the target's different parts through clairvoyance. However, with the advantage of being a medium, he could easily observe the elderly woman's body manifesting different colors in various segments. Moreover, he did not need to draw upon the powers of other deities during rituals as other extraordinary individuals might do. Malvin casually glanced at Professor Parm's mental body before turning to the seemingly slumbering woman. "Greetings, Ms. Parm. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Winston Brown." Chapter 70. Toxic Chicken Soup. "Now you may open your eyes and gaze upon me." Old Parm obeyed and opened her murky eyes, looking at Malvin adorned in vivid colors, particularly the striking blue eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes. "I see you. Very well. I wish to converse with you. You see, the human mind is vast, harboring countless secrets. Look, that expanse of ocean. Yes, there exists a sea. What we can perceive are merely the islands above the water's surface. Yet beneath the waves lies a far greater portion of these islands. You are the spirit of the body. You not only comprehend the islands that rise above the sea, but also the portions concealed beneath the waves, grasping the entirety of the ocean. Every existence must leave a trace. While the memories of the island's surface may be erased, the depths and the vast sea surely retain their remnants." Malvin continued to coax her, the dim atmosphere around them morphing in harmony with his will. Old Parm's subconscious ocean gradually unfolded, awaiting her exploration and discovery. Following Malvin's guidance, Old Parm began to observe the tumultuous sea, eventually speaking calmly. "I see my son and my former husband. They appear youthful, and I too was young then." Malvin followed her gaze, witnessing a young man and a slender boy, both wearing smiles. "Ah, were you happy living together at that time?" "Not at all. We toiled daily for survival, yet could scarcely afford to raise our son. The meager wages we earned left us no room to take a day off, fall ill, or even arrive late. Tardiness would incur penalties we could not bear." Old Parm's voice choked, tears flowing freely, evoking a pang of sorrow in Malvin. "Let us not dwell on those unhappy memories. Instead, why not reflect on joyful moments, such as the scene of your wedding to your husband?" Old Parm's tears ceased flowing under Malvin's guidance, yet her vacant gaze did not radiate joy. "When we wed, it was at the behest of the factory owner. On that day, I was summoned to his office, where a young man sat crouched. He was tall and slender, with deep brown skin and a smile that revealed white teeth. Upon hearing the door, he glanced at me, then quickly lowered his head, occasionally stealing glances but never daring to meet my eyes. The factory owner ushered me into the office and, after appraising me, declared loudly, 'I believe you two are well suited to form a family. Thus I have brought you together to meet.' He then inquired about my thoughts on him, to which I lowered my head, too timid to respond, gripping the hem of my trousers tightly. The factory owner turned to him, who merely muttered a low in agreement without lifting his gaze. Thus, we were wed. The residence provided was a mere 10 square meters in the workers' dormitory, containing all our possessions, yet it still felt empty upon our arrival. On our wedding night, we sat facing each other, unsure of what to say. Eventually, he took the initiative to speak, asserting his determination to work hard so that I might live in a larger house, acquire many possessions, and eventually bear several children. He spoke solely of his aspirations, never daring to touch me or broach the subject of intimacy, and so our first night as a married couple passed in silence. As Old Parm recounted these memories, her eyes sparkled with light, as if she were lamenting her past confusion and regrets to her earnest husband. Her ethereal voice drifted like the wind and waves. As the tumult subsided, the once turbulent sea returned to tranquility. Old Parm's vision of Malvin faded, and she gradually found calmness. The fragrant aroma returning to her nostrils, colors returning to their normal hues. She opened her eyes, which she had not realized were closed, to find the vibrant blue candles and the robed medium, Mr. Brown, before her. "What has happened to me? I feel as though I have been dreaming. But why have I shed so many tears? I wonder how my husband and child have fared in the afterlife all these years. Ah, they must be well, for they are together. No matter the challenges they face, they will overcome them. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Your words have brought me much solace." For so many years, I have felt guilt towards them, and I have mourned my inability to accompany them. Madame Parm, there is no need for guilt. Life is fraught with disappointments, yet we can always discover reasons to continue living, even in our darkest moments. We can reflect on how valiantly we have lived and the happiness and comfort we have experienced. It is through these comforts that we find the courage to persist. If we live without acquiring anything, what distinction is there between living and dying? Life is fleeting, while eternal rest is everlasting, even if you join them decades later. In death, you will have all the time needed to accompany them. Thus, let us strive to live fully, for we still seek the beauty that makes life worth living. Mr. Brown, your words are imbued with wisdom and encouragement. Thank you for your guidance. I feel much improved. No need for thanks. Individuals like myself often indulge in toxic platitudes, occasionally seeking to share the burden with others merely for our own amusement. Malvin retracted his medium persona and nodded at old Parm. We shall conclude for today. I will return tomorrow. Very well, Mr. Brown. In the photograph lay a slender man and a dark-skinned boy, her husband and son. Old Parm traced the image with her rough fingers, tears streaming down her cheeks. Palma, do you know? Today I encountered a remarkable gentleman. Although he is handsomer and stronger than you, he possesses a kind heart. Not only did he help me recall many fond memories of our time together, but he also offered me comfort, soothing my soul. I no longer fear dreaming of you. I shall soon join you and our son. Do not rush. Wait for me, and remember, from time to time, the corners of her wrinkled eyes would stretch into a knowing smile. Chapter 71. The Emergence of Justice on Tuesday morning. Malvin opened the door to the captain's quarters, only to discover Reed already waiting by the side, holding a breakfast tray. Captain, you are awake. Please, have your breakfast. I had the chef prepare it early. Malvin glanced at the plate in Reed's hands and sighed. Reed, could you do me a favor? Captain, just give me your orders. There's no need to say favor. Well, fine. Perhaps I was being inconsiderate. Please send the chef to Byam and instruct him to visit a restaurant to learn some cooking techniques. Captain, are you dissatisfied with Eason's culinary skills? I thought you were quite pleased with his cooking before. That was before I traversed realms. Since my arrival here, have I ever praised that fellow's cooking? Malvin refrained from expressing these thoughts to the first mate and shot Reed a glare. Am I not allowed to have evolving tastes? After spending so long eating in Byam, I've realized my previous standards were far too low. Can you handle this task? Yes, I can definitely manage it. I assure you I will see to it that Eason heads to Byam to learn. Seeing his subordinate so agreeable, Malvin felt a sense of relief. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do it well. Don't let me down. Rest assured, Captain, I will do my utmost not to disappoint you. I'll take my leave now. As Reed hurried away, Malvin smiled, though his expression soured again at the sight of the breakfast on the table. That Reed. Leaving Maple Leaf Dock, Malvin boarded a cab headed for the Fragrant Leaf Tavern. He decided to seize the opportunity to inform his acquaintance before seeking out Coke to discuss how to deal with his adversary. In the Beckland Queen's District, at the estate of Viscount Grelint, the beaming Viscount warmly welcomed Audrey Hall at the door. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Grelint leaned closer to Audrey, speaking in a hushed tone while, and was distracted. Audrey, you've finally arrived. I have someone I wish to introduce to you, a remarkable individual. Grelint's demeanor and expressions indicated that his joy was sincere, suggesting he had strong confidence in the person he was about to introduce. I wonder which extraordinary individual he refers to. Grelint believes she can lead us into the extraordinary realm, but I am already extraordinary myself. I hope this encounter with her will not disappoint me. Having made up her mind, Audrey curtsied to Viscount Grelint and entered the drawing room with her friend, smiling. The golden retriever, Susie, ambled about the familiar territory, this time filled with curiosity unlike her previous visits. Once seated, Grelint continuously initiated conversations, leveraging Audrey's skills and beauty, fostering a lively atmosphere among the guests. As Audrey observed Grelint's profile, she sensed his desire to showcase her. He wishes for me to be his trophy, she mused, as if seeing her friend for the first time. Although Audrey discerned her friend's intentions, she chose not to rebuff him, not wishing to embarrass him in front of others. Thus, the guests gathered to compliment Miss Hall's beauty while also praising the handsome Viscount Grelint. Grelint basked in the accolades, deriving immense satisfaction, while Audrey felt fatigued, noting that such gatherings could be quite exhausting. Susie lay bored to the side, growing weary of this charade filled with insincerity. Yet, she could not voice these sentiments, lest she alarm the false smiles around her and inadvertently place her owner in a difficult position, a scenario she wished to avoid. However, with increased observation, Susie gradually mastered the nuances of human speech, consciously attempting to learn how to communicate like a human. She resolved that once she perfected her speaking abilities, she would surprise Audrey with a single utterance. Finally, as her facial muscles began to ache, Audrey sensed it was time to signal the end of the socializing. As guests began to bid their farewells, after calming her eager maid, Ruen quickly took Audrey by the arm and led her toward his study, forgetting the golden retriever trailing behind them. "Come with me. That extraordinary lady is waiting for us in the study." Curious about the extraordinary individual, Audrey did not resist her friend's pull, and together they hastily exited the drawing room. "My apologies, Miss Voles, for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce you to Miss Audrey Hall of House Hall. Audrey, this is Miss Voles. She is a best-selling author and also an extraordinary individual." Audrey assessed the best-selling author before her, a woman clad in a pale yellow ruffled dress, standing about 5 feet 5 inches tall. Her slightly curled brown hair framed her pale blue eyes, which appeared somewhat flustered upon meeting Audrey's gaze. Her eyes hinted at sensitivity. The yellowing of her fingers suggested a history of smoking, a habit often adopted by writers in search of inspiration. The tips of her fingers bore calluses, indicative of someone accustomed to holding a pen for extended periods. Audrey surmised from the author's evasive gaze and sensitivity that her meeting with Ruen was not a coincidence. She likely sought to connect with Audrey through her friend, possibly for some ulterior motive tied to her identity or that of her family. "Good morning, Miss Voles. I thoroughly enjoyed your novel, Storm Estate. It has been on my bedside table for quite some time." Audrey silently added to herself that she had long lost interest in it, but had not finished reading, hence its continued presence. "Greetings, Miss Audrey. I have heard much about Beclan's most dazzling gem from Viscount Ruen, and upon meeting you, I believe I have gathered ample inspiration for the protagonist of my next novel." Ah, she truly seeks something from me. Otherwise, her flattery would not be so blatant. Sighing, Audrey reflected that being an observer could be quite tiresome, as it was often filled with deception. "You flatter me. I particularly admired the cleverness and composure of Lady Cece in your novel." Audrey smiled gently, maintaining her gaze on the author, hoping to glean more information from her expressions. "Now let us get to the point. Miss Voles, would you mind demonstrating your abilities before us?" Miss Voles rose and exited the study, with Ruen following to lock the door behind them, excitement radiating from him as he turned to Audrey. "Behold, true extraordinary abilities." Just as Ruen finished speaking, Miss Voles suddenly appeared within the study. Audrey, witnessing such a remarkable display of wall-passing ability for the first time, was utterly astonished. "Wow, what an impressive skill. Miss Voles, could you share which path of extraordinary individuals you belong to?" Chapter 72. Each there Tuesday. Miss Audrey appeared to be less surprised than she claimed. Perhaps she had encountered similar abilities before, or perhaps she was not an ordinary person, but rather an extraordinary being. Otherwise, she would not have inquired about my connection to extraordinary individuals. "Apologies, dear miss, but this matter requires discretion. I have come to seek your assistance, and in return, I shall grant you access to the true circle of extraordinary beings, offering you certain formulas and corresponding materials." Upon hearing such a promise, Ruen eagerly asked, "What is it?" Forsyth, gathering her emotions, replied in a hushed tone, "A friend of mine is deeply ensnared in prison, awaiting trial. I hope to enlist your family's influence to help rescue her." After listening to Forsyth's plea, Audrey fell into contemplation. "I was just about to seek help from others to report to the church, and now someone has come to me. Yet, wouldn't her extraordinary abilities make saving someone a simple task? Why seek us out? Isn't your ability better suited for rescue?" Forsyth, with a wry smile, shook her head. "My abilities allow me to traverse alone. She cannot. I can only enter the prison to converse with her occasionally, and that is all." Audrey, having observed Forsyth's demeanor and expressions, determined that she was not lying. "I believe I understand now. What was your friend arrested for?" Forsyth's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. "She is highly respected, commanding genuine obedience from others, yet her methods can be somewhat extreme when persuading certain rogues." Audrey sensed a slight discord in the writer's narrative. Yet as she was in need of assistance, she was not overly concerned about the integrity of Forsyth and her friend. As long as they were not malevolent extraordinary beings, she could accept them. "Very well, I shall endeavor to assist your friend. However, upon her rescue, I have a task I would like you to undertake for me." Forsyth, Invigorated yet cautious after hearing Audrey's words, inquired, "What task? Let us not rush. We shall discuss it once your friend is free," Audrey replied with a warm smile, as if sharing a light-hearted jest in a social setting. Klein knocked on Captain Dunn's door. Upon receiving permission to enter the captain's office, he discovered Captain Dunn rubbing his temples. "Captain, are you all right?" he asked with concern. "Nothing much, just that matters have been piling up recently, compounded by old Neil's situation. I suddenly recalled my early days in the squad when old Neil was already a support member. So many years have passed, and we have jointly quelled numerous extraordinary events. Who would have thought he would succumb to the corruption of the evil god? Captain, do not be disheartened. Old Neil's condition is not critical. As long as the church sends someone to handle it properly, he should be fine. However, regarding that progeny of the evil god, we must expedite our search. If something truly transpires, the consequences for everyone in Tingen would be dire. We cannot afford to relax. Klein, though you have not been in the squad for long, you have experienced quite a bit. Whether it pertains to old Neil or the progeny of the evil god, we trust you. But can you truly not reveal your source of information? You know, the church will arrive soon. If you cannot provide a detailed source of information, I fear the church may find it difficult to trust you, which would put us in a predicament. I apologize, Captain, but my source is solely my divination. I lack concrete evidence." Dunn intended to say more, but with a bang, Leonard burst into the captain's office, exclaiming, "We have discovered traces of the Aurora Society members." When Malvin arrived at the Cedar Leaf Bar, it was yet to open. He proceeded directly to the second floor and knocked on Kachi's door. Kachi was delighted to see Malvin. "Mr. Winston, how shall we ensnare that beast this week? How many answers do you have so far?" He had yet to decide. If he acted independently, it would only provoke Mr. Winston's disdain. "My apologies, Mr. Winston. I was mistaken. Currently, I have received 3 entirely correct answers, while the others are mostly incorrect. That beast is quite eager. He has been inquiring at the Cedar Leaf Bar for several consecutive days. But old Quinn has repeatedly sent him away. Then contact the other 2 parties and inform them to meet at the designated location for the transaction of formulas. Remember, do not engage in direct contact. Set the price at £2,500. We will take £2,000, and the surplus shall go to old Quinn. The formula for sequence 6 is rare and sought after. Regardless of the faction, they will be intrigued, so we must leverage the strength of the Blood Sovereign. Otherwise, we shall be unable to withstand the pursuit of formidable powers." "Understood." Kachi, sensible and capable of restraining his desire for vengeance, pleased Malvin greatly. As for ensnaring Juan, that would require patience. We must first earn his trust before taking action against him. However, we must be cautious not to leak any information. Today, we can leave him a message to tease him. Tease him? How do we do that? When angling for a big catch, one must avoid pulling the rod the moment the fish bites. Instead, one should tire the fish out, exhausting its patience, before seizing the opportunity. Kachi felt a bit confused. He wanted to ask what if the fish did not bite, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Even if they failed to eliminate the beast this time, he could still seek revenge once he ascended in rank. He was confident that under Mr. Winston's guidance, he would grow stronger. "Whatever you decide, Mr. Winston, I shall carry it out." "Very well. First, let him linger around by him for a few days. Before his patience runs out, we shall inform him that the transaction is ready. If he does not bite, we will simply tell him we possess the formula for sequence 5, which is sure to entice him." Kachi nodded, then picked up a pen and paper, handing it to Malvin to write a letter, as one was familiar with his handwriting. Malvin's hopes for ascending to the rank of a diviner mostly rested with Fran. He did not plan to hunt Juan until he achieved sequence 7. After all, the stronger he became, the more confidence he would have. Once he set a trap for the hunt, he must ensure a decisive strike. Therefore, he intended to bring several of his subordinates along. If a one-on-one confrontation was not feasible, then a group assault would suffice. Extraordinary beings of sequence 5 and below were still human, and a group attack was the safest hunting strategy. However, since one was connected to the biomilitary, it was best to avoid a group confrontation, which was why he wished to wait until he achieved sequence 7 before taking action. Days had passed, and he wondered if the chubby girl had managed to procure the vengeful spirit powder for him. Chapter 73. Fran's letter, gratitude to Brother Tauyuza for the generous donation. In the following 2 days, Malvin and Coke relentlessly issued orders, sending Juan Yodel on a relentless journey from east to west and from north to south. After 2 exhausting days, Malvin commanded Coke to deliver a communication letter to Juan. The words of the letter unmistakably conveyed one Yodel's fury, yet he still clung to the hope of the transaction. Malvin and Coke naturally reveled in such an outcome. The formula of Sequence 5 was a rare treasure, and though the price of £8,000 was considerably inflated, it nonetheless fell within the realm of reasonable trade. Presently, even if he pooled all his assets, Malvin could barely muster £8,000, which posed a significant dilemma. With the formula tantalizingly close, he was loath to miss the opportunity, yet his finances were insufficient. The Sequence 5 formula was considered highly strategic among various organizations, and those willing to sell it were invariably powerful entities or organizations. For an extraordinary being of auxiliary abilities like himself to seize it by force was nearly impossible and could easily backfire. If he attempted to ambush the seller through military intelligence 9, he feared that it might provoke them and cause the deal to evaporate. Moreover, Coke had been watching him closely. If he were to jeopardize his subordinates' trust for the sake of convenience, it would likely be a grave miscalculation. He had resolved that regardless of whether he could advance to Sequence 7, he would hunt one over the weekend. As long as one did not bring anyone to ambush him, he would set a trap with the sailors aboard his ship. In the extraordinary world, apart from necessary precautions, cooperation was essential. Mid-sequence powerhouses were always in high demand. Coke managed to procure £2,000 from Old Quinn, successfully selling one of the two formulas. While he abandoned the other due to its exorbitant price, Coke departed without further ado. Later, Malvin visited Old Quinn, producing a letter from his pocket to be delivered to Skull. This letter contained information regarding Admiral Hurricane, hinting at the latter's impending landing in Plitz during mid-August. Though the precise timing required further investigation, Old Quinn, having just earned a few £100s, was in high spirits. After all this time, the letter had finally arrived, and he couldn't help but wonder aloud whether Malvin had been eliminated by Xylanges. It seemed he had not only survived, but thrived. Even if you had died, I would still be here, he mused, dismissing the need for idle conversation with an old man. Malvin said little and turned away, stepping outside into the refreshing night breeze. His spirits lifted. He hopped into a cab and headed straight for Maple Leaf Dock. Having scarcely played the role of a demander and rarely visiting the cemetery these past 2 days, however, he made it a point to visit the divination booth daily, performing some mediumistic work whenever customers arrived. Thanks to Payne's successful experiences, Malvin's proficiency in divination had significantly improved. Several clients he had attended to reported a notable uplift in their mental states post-session, to which Malvin graciously accepted their feedback with a smile. He now resembled someone eagerly anticipating a successful elevation, keen to observe the progress of potion digestion. If the results were promising, he would continue his work at Payne's divination booth. If not, he would need to contemplate a new direction. Of course, he had already grasped a crucial secret for pursuing new avenues. Associating with entities above his own sequence would considerably accelerate potion digestion. This was also why Malvin had been reluctant to hasten his hunt for Ruen, yet he could not afford to delay indefinitely. On one hand, the plans to hunt Xylanges remained uncertain. If Xylanges decided to land unexpectedly, it could throw him into disarray. On the other hand, Coke possessed comprehensive abilities, and Malvin held him in high regard. He earnestly wished for Coke's genuine loyalty, necessitating a decision that would satisfy him. Just as he contemplated resting, he sensed a chill. Activating his spiritual sight, he discovered a small bird affectionately nuzzling his shoulder. Elated, Malvin gently stroked the little creature, receiving a letter and a small vial from its beak. Without needing to examine its contents, he knew it contained the much-needed vengeful spirit dust. Ignoring the messenger bird's playful nudging, he promptly opened the letter. Hello, Winston. It feels as though I am speaking to you in person. You insufferable scoundrel, pretending to be polite and calling me Miss Gallagher. If you continue this way, I will be quite upset. No, I am already angry. However, I am quite vengeful. The next time we meet, you must treat me to 10 lavish meals, or I shall never forgive you. Humph. I am determined not to relent until I have my fill. Upon reading this, Malvin couldn't help but smile. The plump girl was not merely making empty threats. She truly possessed the means to back up her words. As he pondered this, a series of delightful images flooded his mind, of the charming girl and her joyous expressions upon encountering delectable food, all of which brought him immense pleasure. Malvin reined in his thoughts and continued reading the letter. When I saw your request, I immediately rose and headed to the family treasury. Unfortunately, I could not find the vengeful spirit dust there, so I promptly sought out Uncle Frank. Upon informing him of my need for the dust, he guessed immediately who required it and did not refuse me. He suggested that he knew where to find ancient vengeful spirits and even planned to take me hunting. Thus, we ventured to an ancient castle where we successfully located a vengeful spirit and easily acquired the dust. I have brought back a substantial amount for you. You can sell what you do not need, considering it as payment for the next meal you owe me. I am feeling somewhat fatigued from this outing, so I shall refrain from writing more. We shall speak next time. Remember our agreement, or I shall not let you off the hook. Thinking of you, friend. P.S. That paper frog is quite difficult to fold. I have attempted several times without success. Once I master it, I shall fold one for you. Upon reaching the end of the letter, Malvin felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He pinched his temples and vigorously shook his head, then seated himself at the table to retrieve paper and pen. Chapter 74. The Medium. Dear Fran, I wholeheartedly accept your accusations and am willing to comply with your demands for compensation. In my endeavor to repay you, I shall diligently save money, ensuring that you shall never suffer from poverty because of me. You have always appeared to me with a smile, and I hope you continue to walk through life with that same joy. I wonder how your recovery is progressing. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. Do not fear burdening me, for I am more than willing to assist you, as we are indeed friends. Although expressing my gratitude may seem pretentious, I must nonetheless convey my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. Thank you, Fran, my dear friend. Now, I shall conclude my letter here, for I need to prepare a potion. Advancement is of utmost importance to me. My life is not entirely within my control. I must continuously strive to grow stronger if I am to seize my destiny. I share this not to evoke worry in you, but merely to confide in you, as friends ought to be honest and supportive of one another. Your friend, Winston. After completing the letter, Marvin felt a twinge of discomfort. Previously, in an effort to be cautious, he had introduced himself to Fran using a false name, making it challenging to reveal his true identity now. He decided to let the misunderstanding persist for the time being, hoping that one day he might stand before Fran, unashamed, and confess his secrets and struggles. Once the letter was prepared, Marvin folded it into the shape of a paper frog and entrusted it to a messenger bird to deliver it to Fran. Opening the captain's cabin window, he gazed out at the dark sea, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Having been here for a month, he finally felt an unbreakable bond forming with this world. The previous sense of alienation was slowly dissipating, replaced by the indelible marks left by vibrant lives entwined with his own. Perhaps this is what one might call a bond, an attachment that is both cherished and inextricable. He retrieved a box containing the essence of a medium and extracted a piece of jelly-like substance glowing with a sinister green hue. Then, from his drawer, he gathered the pollen of the pale peony, pure water, autumn crocus essence, and a vial of vengeful spirit dust that Fran had recently sent him. Marvin found a large glass cup and a sizable flask of pure water from his shelf, distilled during his leisure hours. He poured in 100 milliliters of pure water, followed by the autumn crocus essence. The pale peony pollen and the vengeful spirit dust were set aside for the moment, as he needed to weigh them first. Fortunately, his cabin was equipped with a miniature scale, making it easy to measure out 15 grams of pale peony pollen and 10 grams of vengeful spirit dust. Once these auxiliary ingredients were added, the liquid in the glass transformed into a ghastly white hue. Without hesitation, he introduced the green essence. The moment the essence mingled with the solution, it shifted into a swirling blend of white and green, thick and chilling. Marvin regarded the concoction with a mixture of hesitation and resolve. He had lost count of how many times he had been reborn. At worst, he would die again. After all, this potion was merely of sequence 7. What was there to fear? With that thought, he raised the glass and consumed the liquid in one swift motion. As the potion slid down his throat, an immediate chill enveloped his body, a rapid, penetrating cold that rendered him numb. Just as his entire being succumbed to this frigid sensation, his mind suddenly awakened with clarity. Vivid colors, red, blue, green, flashed before his eyes, and his eyelids fluttered in response to the vibrant stimuli. His spiritual essence ascended, soaring to a distant, icy realm encased in layers of deathly energy, where a colossal coffin emerged from the thick miasma. The bronze coffin bore intricate totems of immortal birds and a myriad of characters that, upon a mere glance, could induce dizziness. His consciousness recognized this place as the depths of the underworld, founded by the progenitor of the immortal birds. In that moment, he heard an eerie, insistent whisper, echoing relentlessly in his ears. You are the king of the undead, the lord of the underworld. Grelgary. These whispers coiled around his spirit like a great serpent, leaving him gasping for breath. He struggled against the onslaught, striving to maintain his thoughts and reconnect with his body while repeating to himself, I am Marvin Constantine. I am Marvin. Time seemed to stretch, the moments dragging interminably. His murmurs grew louder, each syllable acting as a counterweight. The more he repeated his name, the more substantial his spirit became, eventually enabling him to withstand the oppressive whispers. To his astonishment, he felt his spirit begin to descend, its pace quickening. As he descended, he could clearly see his physical form below, his face contorting grotesquely, his mouth twisting into an uneven grimace. In a fervent effort, he chanted louder, finally managing to reintegrate his spirit into his body. Upon doing so, he realized that his body felt like a rapidly aging, malfunctioning machine, beyond his control, ensnared in a nightmarish limbo. This sensation drove him to madness. He fervently projected his will. I am Marvin Constantine. I am the master of this body. Only I can govern it. After an indeterminate duration, the sensation of decay dissipated, and he regained flawless control over his form. Marvin exhaled with relief, reaching up to touch his mouth, relieved to find the distortion had vanished, restoring his visage to normalcy. Thus, he had finally become a medium of Sequence 7. After a period of introspective meditation to consolidate his newfound spiritual energy, he began to catalog the abilities conferred by his ascension. Foremost among these was the capacity to communicate with spirits and undead beings at any time and place, even reaching out to the living without reliance on external forces. Additionally, he now possessed an array of ritualistic magic related to spirits, allowing him to effectively command souls or corpses without the need for elaborate ceremonies. His mind brimmed with knowledge on crafting soothing fragrances and pure essences to bring tranquility to spirits. This elevation brought not only an enhancement of his abilities, but also a significant increase in his spiritual essence. Now, his essence was threefold what it had been previously, enabling him to unleash the Dawnstorm 3 to 4 times, conjure 4 to 5 fireballs from the Firestarter ring, and invoke the Blood Chains 6 times. With the aid of extraordinary items, his essence could be further augmented by an additional 20 to 30%. Moreover, his ascension had elevated his capabilities of Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 considerably, though he would need to metabolize the potion at an accelerated rate. Henceforth, he must adhere strictly to the prior guidelines of his role, ensuring that spirits find rest while upholding the principle of equality in the face of death. Now that he had successfully ascended, Marvin's spirits soared. After tidying his workspace, he stored the pale peony pollen and vengeful spirit dust in his drawer. The pollen would serve little purpose for now, but he intended to keep the vengeful spirit dust for future trade with the merchant. Fourth, having successfully ascended, Marvin closed his eyes to savor the moment, only to open them again upon sensing the potion's effects beginning to take hold. This indicated that his previous preparations had borne fruit. He was on the right path and intended to continue working at Pame's divination cottage. With all his endeavors poised for smooth execution, Marvin felt a surge of ambition. He resolved to meditate thoroughly before experimenting with his newfound extraordinary abilities, determined to forego sleep for the night. Chapter 75. Preparations before the hunt. Early the next morning, Malvin arrived on deck, accompanied by a natural spirit, which exhibited a profound fear of him. The spirit executed his commands with utmost diligence, such as controlling the seawater to cleanse the deck. In no time, the entire deck gleamed anew under the spirit's ministrations, an extraordinary occurrence that piqued the curiosity of the crew, who gathered around in hushed whispers, speculating on how the captain accomplished such feats. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Malvin gazed out at the horizon, relishing the mixed looks of awe and trepidation from the crew. Alba and Reed had already been summoned by the crew, and they observed Malvin standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Unsure of what the captain was contemplating, they dared not interrupt, merely mimicking his stance as they peered into the distance. After a prolonged silence, Reed could no longer contain himself. Captain, what captivating scenery are you observing? All I see is endless water. Alba chuckled in response. You, a rank 9 natural, simply cannot see what we rank 8 individuals can. Alba had always enjoyed good fortune. Just days after acquiring the formula, he had gathered the materials needed for his promotion and had successfully ascended to the rank of fighter 2 days prior. Reed fell silent at this, But he could not concede defeat before the captain, retorting, "And what of your rank 8? Your strength pales in comparison to mine." Reed was referring to his state when equipped with the rage button, where even the combined strength of Alba and Malvin would not match his own. Alba was about to retort further when Malvin, with a serene demeanor, interjected, "What does rank 8 signify? I am now a rank 7, and thus what I perceive. You both cannot." Alba and Reed exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging that the captain had indeed outdone them this time. The assembled crew felt a twinge of irritation. What had begun as a pleasant morning was now marred by the juvenile antics of these few, leaving them feeling as if they had ingested something foul. They finally grasped the source of the unusual happenings on deck. It was the captain's recent promotion, which explained his newfound arrogance as he stood proudly on deck. Those familiar with Malvin reflected on how he had previously been cold and ruthless, rarely displaying any warmth toward his crew. However, after their maritime defeat of the Punisher squad, he seemed transformed, exhibiting more expressions and a markedly different attitude toward his subordinates. Could this change be attributed to the potion? The captain often spoke of unearthing the power inherent in the names of potions, and perhaps the more power he extracted, the more his character evolved. While the crew's thoughts diverged, they spoke in unison, congratulating the captain on his ascension to rank 7, exclaiming how impressive it was that he had advanced so swiftly, urging themselves to strive harder. Malvin reveled in their admiration, clearing his throat and waving his hand dismissively. "Do not envy me. You must strive to extract the power from your own potion names. Only then can you ascend as rapidly as I have. Otherwise, you will inevitably fall behind as others surpass you." Alba felt a pang of annoyance at the captain's display, yet he discerned some valuable insight in Malvin's words. He was on the verge of grasping something significant, though he could not articulate it, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Reed looked at Malvin with envious admiration, recognizing the captain's extraordinary prowess. Moreover, the captain's decision to promote him had garnered scrutiny from several crew members, fueling his determination to keep pace with Malvin and prove that the captain had not erred in his judgment. With the captain now at rank 7, Reed felt discontented as a rank 9. He resolved to master the power of potions quickly. The captain had advised them to delve into the essence of their potion names. And as a sailor, he knew he must immerse himself in his duties to fully harness the power of his sailor's potion. "Yes, I must strive harder. I can do this," Reed affirmed to himself. While most of the extraordinary crew pondered Malvin's words, several ordinary sailors cast resentful glances at him. Why is the captain still lingering in Biome without setting sail? Without sailing, how can we accumulate merit? When will we attain extraordinary status? It is quite vexing. Malvin clapped Alba and Reed on the shoulders, instructing them to manage the ship's affairs as he prepared to depart. Before leaving, he called upon Hal, the hunter, to accompany him to survey the hunting grounds where one would be confronted and to set a few traps along the way. For this hunt, Malvin intended to partner with Coke, enlisting Alba, Schneider, and Hal for peripheral support. This arrangement was primarily to prevent any leaks regarding the hunt. He himself had the ability to counter divination, and the only other means of doing so lay with the lucky pocket watch. Furthermore, due to the blood feud between Coke and Juan, it was prudent to have Coke as the main attacker, relying on his various seals. Malvin felt confident in his ability to eliminate an auxiliary extraordinary being. While he was already sufficiently prepared, he opted to assign Alba and the others to maintain vigilance on the periphery for added security. This was a benefit of having influence, as well as an opportunity to train his subordinates. Malvin and Hal soon reached the vicinity of the hills outside Biome, a favored gathering spot for the middle class and affluent residents. This location boasted the only coastal cliff on Blue Mountain Island, where one could gaze out over the Sunia Sea. In the future, Mr. Fool would host a battle against the Rose School here, and Malvin chose this battlefield partly as a tribute. Selecting such a site also served to reassure one Yodel, as clandestine dealings necessitate a private environment. Yet an open area can foster greater peace of mind. The location would reveal any ambushes at a glance, but to successfully hunt, one must strike unexpectedly. Thus, Malvin brought Hal along, for a professional hunter could better identify suitable areas for traps. Malvin explained the target and the opponent's abilities to Hal, who listened intently. Hal then began to pace the area, jotting down notes on his paper as he went. By midday, Hal had determined an ideal ambush location for Malvin. This site was relatively concealed, surrounded by mountains that created a shadowy basin. From this vantage point, unless viewed from above, it would be nearly impossible to discern the situation below. Even if a battle erupted, as long as it did not produce a cacophony, it would likely go unnoticed. Additionally, the area around this ambush point was well suited for placing personnel to serve as external scouts. After considering Hal's explanations, Malvin felt satisfied with the choice of ambush site. Once they decided on the location, Malvin inquired about the possibility of setting traps there. Hal expressed that it would be quite challenging due to the lack of privacy and the necessity for silence, meaning they would have to rely on close combat to subdue their enemies. Moreover, the rocky terrain made it difficult to dig pits for traps without raising suspicions, so he advised against setting any. Malvin nodded and activated his spirit vision, scanning the cliff platform beneath the gaze of death. Regrettably, he found no natural spirits or vengeful souls present. As a mere medium, he could not command various spirits to fight for him and could only rely on the existing spirits in the area, of which there were none. Malvin ultimately set aside any further thoughts of precaution, concluding the preliminary reconnaissance of the terrain. Chapter 76. Klein's turmoil. He intended to concoct a few focused potions akin to Amanda's Pure Dew, which would prove immensely beneficial for his role as a medium. Malvin had scoured herb shops and pharmacies for a considerable time before finally gathering the requisite materials. He then boarded a carriage bound for Pame's divination hut. Upon arrival, he discovered Algie awaiting his presence. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Listening to Algie's account, Malvin was struck with realization. That fateful night had witnessed the clash between the Sea King and the demigod sea monster, which had nearly cost him his life as he ventured out to join the fray. Moreover, he had encountered the enigmatic woman, suspected to be a witch, yet fortuitously. She had gifted him something that allowed him to fully process the magical potion. I recall that night. It seemed the official organization from Ruen was pursuing an extraordinary individual. Do you have any knowledge of that matter? That remains unclear. It appeared to involve military personnel. Prior to that evening, I had been under investigation regarding the death of Ain. Hill. Oh, I hope that investigation has not caused you any distress. Those involved on my side have conducted counter-divination. No, not at all. It was precisely because no leads emerged from the divination that I was scrutinized, ultimately dismissed due to insufficient evidence. We are currently preoccupied with the pursuit of that uncontrollable demigod sea monster. By the way, I have been promoted to navigator. Thank you, Captain. The Vice Commissioner's expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Malvin nodded, affirming, as long as you remain loyal to my lord, you shall not be disappointed. Indeed, I have been diligently preparing and will seize any opportunity that arises. I have been closely monitoring Admiral Hurricane's affairs and will ensure you are not let down. Rest assured. One more thing. Please assist me in gathering Roselle's notes. This is of utmost importance. The more you collect, the more merit you will accumulate before my lord. Do you understand? Upon hearing of such an uncomplicated opportunity for merit accumulation, a smile instantly graced Algie's face. I comprehend. I shall gather diligently. Rest assured. I currently possess 2 pages, which I shall bring to you shortly. Very well. Algie's eyes darted as he tentatively inquired. Are you playing a role here? Yes. I have just been promoted to Sequence 7. Algie's prior sense of self-satisfaction evaporated in that instant. He had considered himself somewhat gifted. Achieving Sequence 8 within a year and completing the digestion of the magical potion in less than 10 days. He was astonished that Malvin had managed to accomplish the same in mere months, now standing at the same sequence. The significance of the role-playing technique became evident. The organization backing Captain Malvin was extraordinarily formidable, and he resolved to approach him with greater diligence in the future. Thus, he proclaimed earnestly, Captain, I shall take my leave for now. I will strive to gather more of Roselle's notes and will deliver what I have on hand shortly. Malvin suddenly noted that Algie's demeanor had grown markedly serious. However, his mind was preoccupied with the impending hunting operation, so he brushed it aside, merely nodding in response. These details were all present in the original text, and Malvin casually glanced through them before stowing them in his pocket, intending to show them to Klein during the tarot meeting. The task of concocting the potions, particularly Amanda's Pure Dew, was quite straightforward. However, the preparation of the Spirit Eye fragrance required considerable time. Consequently, Malvin initially only brewed a single vial of Amanda's Pure Dew. Once completed, he commenced his work for the day. Tingen Blackthorn Security Company. As for the matter you mentioned regarding the arrival of the progeny of the malevolent deity, it exceeds my capabilities to handle. I shall notify the church and request the dispatch of a saint. Your forthcoming tasks will primarily involve maintaining the daily operations of Tinjin City and actively seeking out the vessel for the progeny of the malevolent deity. Upon discovery, do not provoke the vessel. It is advisable to await the arrival of the church's saint to manage the situation. Dunsmith led the response, affirming, Your Grace, we shall adhere to your directives. We kindly request the church to expedite the arrival of a saint. We are all apprehensive that should the progeny of the malevolent deity arrive, the casualties would be unimaginable, and it would also impose a significant burden on the goddess and the Church of the Night. His Grace nodded at Dunn and then turned to Klein, stating, Klein Moretti, your performance has been commendable. You exhibit diligence in your duties and loyalty to your colleagues. However, divination is not infallible. Do not become overly reliant on it, understood? Klein held the envoy of the church in high regard. Thus he took his admonition to heart. Upon hearing that divination was not omnipotent, a flicker of enlightenment passed through his mind. Reflecting on the various experiences he had encountered recently, he finally refined his own guidelines as a diviner. A sense of nostalgia enveloped him, and his mind and spirit abruptly entered a peculiar state. Leaning slightly back, he attempted to exhale, only to be startled by an ethereal shattering sound that resonated in his ears. He was astonished to discover that something within him seemed to dissolve, merging with his very essence. This was an indescribable and unique sensation. Klein half closed his eyes, quietly savoring the experience. Without external prompting, he recognized this as the manifestation of the complete digestion of the diviner's potion. Momentarily taken aback, he marveled at how rapid this transition was. He had only been a diviner for a month, and yet he had fully processed the potion. All eyes turned toward Klein, and Dunsmith tentatively called out, Klein, are you all right? His Grace, not contemplating further, waved his hand, stating, All right, everyone, return to your respective duties. Each of you bears a heavy burden. Take care. Klein exited the captain's office alongside his colleagues, yet his mind was engrossed in deliberation on how to inform the captain of the completion of his potion digestion. Should he report directly to his Grace while he was in Tinjin, or should he wait? With significant events looming over Tinjin, he pondered the necessity of enhancing his abilities for self-preservation. If he delayed a few days, he might coincide with the arrival of the progeny of the malevolent deity, rendering him helpless to assist. No, he could not remain passive. With his enhanced strength came an augmented capacity for self-defense. Yet, how should he convey this to his Grace? Tomorrow, he would venture to Tinjin Psychiatric Hospital to apprehend the psychologist from the Psychological Alchemy Society, and the captain would accompany him. Perhaps he could broach the subject with the captain en route before seeking his Grace's counsel. Chapter 77. Individual actions as Sunday dawned, around 5 a.m. Malvin and his companions met Koki at the cliff outside Byam City. Prior to their departure, he had performed a divination, and as a skilled medium, his spiritual energy was abundant, allowing for accurate foresight. The results of the divination revealed no abnormalities, which eased Malvin's mind. It was the first time Koki met the group. He was aware that they were subordinates of Mr. Winston and displayed a humble demeanor as he greeted everyone. Greetings, I am Koki Prada, a local native and now a servant of Lord Winston. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in hunting down that beast, Juan. I shall forever remember your kindness, he expressed earnestly. Alba and the others had already been briefed by Malvin about the situation and understood that the captain had withheld Koki's true name for confidentiality. However, witnessing Koki's humility evoked a sense of admiration among them. Koki, I am Alba, the first mate aboard the ship. There is no need for such formalities. We are all under the captain's command, and his affairs are our own. You need only extend your gratitude to the captain. We will be working together in the future. So please, no need to be overly polite. Alba's words touched Koki, yet his stubborn nature prevented him from engaging in further discourse at that moment, and he merely nodded vigorously. All right, everyone, take your positions. Remember to apply face paint and don your masks before the hunt begins. It is imperative that your true identities remain concealed. Once you engage, be prepared for potential repercussions from future divinations. Understood? Understood, Captain. Rest assured, we will take our positions. They replied as they dispersed. Malvin walked alongside Koki toward the ambush point. Malvin retrieved the Firestarter ring and the strange ring, placing them before Koki. These are enchanted items. You should wear the ring first. It will greatly enhance your focus and perception. However, be warned, you may witness visions that are best left unseen. Do not worry. As long as you remove the ring in time, you shall remain unharmed. Do you understand? This was Koki's first encounter with magical artifacts, and curiosity compelled him to accept the ring without hesitation, slipping it onto his left pinky. The moment he donned the ring, he abruptly flipped upside down, executing an exaggerated split in midair before his head spun twice on the ground. Thud. Unprepared for such a spectacle, Koki fell awkwardly, his hair and face covered in dirt, prompting hearty laughter from Malvin and the three individuals lying in ambush nearby. "Let me enjoy this for a moment longer." Malvin chuckled as he observed Winston's uncharacteristic display of mirth. Once Koki managed to regain his composure, Malvin adjusted his appearance and calmly explained, "This is one of the ring's negative effects. Anyone who wears it will involuntarily perform odd movements every half hour. However, your agility as an assassin should help you manage this with ease, provided you are mentally prepared. I refrained from warning you beforehand to allow you to experience it firsthand, which will serve as a lasting lesson. Always remember the potential downsides of enchanted items during our operations, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage." After absorbing Malvin's explanation, Koki nodded, cautiously rising to brush off the dirt from his clothes, while he absently caressed the strange ring for a moment. Observing Koki's gullibility, Malvin stifled a smirk, thinking, "I did not inform you to witness your embarrassment. The effects of this ring are quite evident. I have already gained control over my surroundings since donning it." Malvin then clarified the functionalities and drawbacks of the Firestarter ring before solemnly handing it to Koki. Having embraced the concept of enchanted artifacts, Koki marveled at their peculiar power, feeling increasingly reassured about the day's hunt. Subsequently, Malvin presented Koki with the Lucky Pocket Watch, meticulously detailing its properties and negative effects, particularly emphasizing its counter-divination capabilities. The reason Malvin entrusted so many magical items to Koki was that he required him to remain hidden and deliver decisive strikes from the shadows, while he himself engaged one directly, drawing the adversary's attention. As the primary attacker, Koki could, if necessary, personally eliminate their foe. The weight of such precious enchanted items left Koki in awe, deepening his respect for Lord Winston. Meanwhile, Malvin donned the Sword of Dawn at his waist, reserving the blood shackles for the final moment, while also carrying the Sun Dagger. After extensive exploration and divination, he had begun to grasp the Sun Dagger's functions and drawbacks. By channeling spiritual energy, it could activate a radiant aura, invigorating allies within a certain radius, dispelling foul or dark effects, creating holy water to purify undead beings, and summoning divine light to cleanse or eliminate specters, inflicting harm upon non-undead entities. However, if worn for over 12 hours, it must be removed or risk the wearer being compelled to sing praises to the sun. After 24 hours, they would become a devotee, and beyond 48 hours, a fervent believer, potentially desiring self-immolation in reverence. Though he had the earth golem on his person, Malvin deemed it unnecessary for today's engagement. It merely served as a precaution. Koki, feeling lighthearted, thought that his earlier blunder might have lightened the mood for everyone, as these peculiar movements would not cause him any harm. Suddenly, a signal was relayed from Hal, causing Malvin and Koki to tense up. The moment had finally arrived. In the upscale CAF of the Queen's District, a girl named Hiu Dealcha, standing at a mere 1.5 meters, sat alongside the fashionably dressed fourth wall in a cozy booth. As they observed the leisurely pedestrians outside, Hiu couldn't help but sigh. "Fourth, why do you think the stride of people in the Queen's District feels so different from those in the Eastern District? In the East, people rush about as if fearing they might miss out on a free bed at the church, while here, most travel by horse-drawn carriage, many of which are their own. Hiu, you are no longer a child. You should understand that life is inherently unequal. Moreover, Miss Hall's connections played a significant role in her ability to rescue you from prison. Otherwise, you would have faced imprisonment." Upon hearing her friend's remarks, Hiu scratched her messy blonde hair and murmured, "Why did Miss Hall summon us here? The prices are exorbitant. A cup of coffee costs 8 sols. What on earth is that coffee made of? Gold? Enough worrying. Let us not become the subject of ridicule." "Look, someone over there has already noticed us," Fourth replied. Gesturing discreetly, Hiu turned to see 2 elegantly dressed women casting glances in their direction, prompting her to shyly close her mouth. As the clock approached 8, Fourth remarked, "Miss Hall should be arriving soon." No sooner had she spoken than the CAF door swung open, revealing a girl adorned in a sea-green dress with golden trim. Her long, golden hair cascaded gracefully, and her emerald eyes sparkled with brilliance. Judging by her poise alone, it was evident that she hailed from a distinguished noble lineage. Forrest extended his hand to assist his friend, Hugh, and together they rose to greet Miss Hall. I apologize, ladies, for the delay. I encountered an unforeseen circumstance as I departed. No trouble at all, they replied. We had little to occupy our time, so the wait was inconsequential. It is indeed an honor to receive an invitation to meet the esteemed Miss Hall. Audrey observed the palpable excitement on the faces of the two ladies before her. Without the need for telepathy, she could ascertain their sincerity. You must be Miss Hugh, correct? I am Audrey Hall. Pleased to meet you, Miss Hall. I am Hugh Durcha, an underground arbiter from the East District. After their handshake, they each took their seats, and Audrey summoned a server to order a cup of Gold Blue Mountain coffee. Hugh and Forrest exchanged glances and lowered their heads, for this very coffee was what Hugh had just disparaged as being worth £1 due to its golden essence. When I met Hugh's gaze, I felt an overwhelming sense of respect, an instinctive reverence towards her, as Miss Forrest had mentioned that Hugh was indeed an extraordinary individual. She claimed to be an underground arbiter of the East District. I recalled a path known as the Arbiter's Path and wondered if it was the same. Perhaps I would consult Mr. Death during the tarot meeting for clarification. I invited you both here because, upon promising to assist Miss Hugh, I had mentioned to Miss Forrest that I required your help with a certain commission. Hugh turned to her friend, and Forrest nodded immediately, acknowledging the matter at hand. We are aware of this, but may I ask what you wish us to do, Miss Hall? Audrey regarded the two before her, noting their unremarkable attire, which hinted at their financial struggles. Otherwise, Hugh would not have so candidly identified herself as an underground arbiter. However, their commitment to promises was evident. They had readily agreed to assist me without hesitation, irrespective of the nature of my request. Such impulsiveness could be unwise, yet they were fortunate to have encountered me. My commission is straightforward, yet it must remain confidential. Are you capable of ensuring this? Chapter 78. The fierce battle with the corrupted Baron Kochi first removed the peculiar ring from his finger and then put it back on, experiencing yet another moment of social death, though this time, no one paid him any heed. His actions were merely a precaution to avoid the sudden onset of the ring's adverse effects within the next half hour, which could jeopardize their hunting operation. Malvin took a deep breath, fastening the crimson shackles before securing the sun dagger to his belt, while the rage button hung around his neck. Finally, he donned his mask. Malvin nodded to Kochi, who was also masked, and the latter promptly leaped back to the previously chosen hiding spot. Malvin proceeded outward from the hunting point, intending to meet one Yodel, who had been restless with excitement since last night and awoke early that morning. However, adhering to his routine, he had breakfast at the manor before heading straight to the agreed-upon location. Per the other party's request, one Yodel had come alone, without any aids. The meeting was arranged in a picturesque spot outside the city of Byam, a location popular for its shade and scenic views during the summer afternoons. While the morning crowds were noticeably smaller, the area still saw its share of visitors. The influx of tourists led to a congregation of local natives working in the service industry, primarily assisting with the transportation of goods, parking carriages, and providing feed for horses. Due to the competitive nature of their work, the locals arrived early to secure favorable positions. By the time one Yodel arrived at the meeting site, he found a considerable number of locals gathered, chatting and laughing in various accents, some absorbed in their breakfasts, while others argued over stall arrangements. Paying little mind to the commotion, one had dressed accordingly before his departure, wearing a round-collared robe typical of the locals and sporting a broad-brimmed felt hat. His face bore no mask, only smeared with black paint, accentuating his features with dark eyeliner and lipstick. In such a guise, no one would suspect him to be the former nobleman from the Spice Manor, Ruen. When Juan spotted a tall figure clad in a brown jacket with painted features entering his line of sight, a smile broke across his face. This was the appointed guide. He approached and inquired, "Greetings, I am Juan. Are you the captain?" During their correspondence, both parties used code names, and seeing Juan affirm his identity, Hal remained silent, merely producing a piece of paper and a pen, offering them to Juan. "Please sign your name." Not fully grasping the intent behind Hal's request, Juan complied. After signing his name, he returned the paper, subtly employing his charm to influence the interaction. "Place it on the ground, face up," Hal coldly instructed, adding that the captain had emphasized the need for vigilance in the presence of lawyers, urging avoidance of any direct or indirect contact. From his pocket, Hal produced a letter previously exchanged between the captain and Juan, scrutinizing the signature on the ground for comparison. Such meticulousness revealed their caution. While Hal remained preoccupied with verifying the handwriting, Juan discreetly observed him. The man was tall and slender, his voice seemingly altered, and the thick paint obscured his features, showcasing an admirable level of vigilance. The organization's members exhibited such caution, suggesting their ambitions were grand. The greater their aspirations, the more they relied on their own. For a lawyer's rank 6 bore significant value within any organization. With this thought, Juan felt considerably more relaxed, adopting an optimistic outlook toward the day's dealings. Once Hal confirmed the signature, he led Juan toward the ambush point. Upon noticing Hal nodding to Malvin, Juan realized he was finally to meet the leader of this organization. "Hello, I am Juan. Are you the captain?" "I am the captain. Please, this way," Malvin beckoned. They still had some distance to cover to reach the selected ambush site, allowing Juan to feel more at ease. What peculiar artifacts did he carry? The long sword at his waist shimmered with an extraordinary aura, distinguishing it from ordinary blades. Cautious and capable, it was evident that the members of this organization were quite adept. However, Juan pondered what they might demand of him. Upon reaching their destination, Malvin's demeanor softened slightly as he spoke. "Mr. Juan, let us discuss the matter of our cooperation." Hearing Malvin initiate a conversation about collaboration filled Juan with quiet joy, prompting a smile. "I wonder what I can do for you, and how shall I receive the formula of the chaotic mentor? What if I find the formula to be incorrect?" Before long, the tall man's hoarse voice broke the silence. "I can provide you with a list of primary materials for you to verify their authenticity. How does that sound?" Such straightforwardness revealed the organization's sincerity. "Very well. You are indeed forthright. Please proceed." One of the main ingredients in the chaotic mentor's formula is the curly apes. But as he began to divulge the information, his voice suddenly dropped. Juan instinctively leaned forward to catch every word, only to hear two distinct sounds: thud, thud. He felt a sudden numbness in his right arm and left leg, followed by a chilling sensation piercing through his chest. Realizing he had fallen into an ambush, Juan turned sharply, spotting a paper figure impaled on Malvin's steel claw, a diviner's paper doll substitute. With a swift motion, Juan hit the ground, seizing a stone to hurl at Malvin. Lawyer's bribe, debilitate. However, just as the stone was cast, he felt an unseen force restraining him. In a panic, he struggled, but his right arm and left leg were rendered powerless. He had been struck by a poisoned dart. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the explosion of a fireball. Juan's form stumbled, and a paper figure was reduced to ash. Boom! A second fireball struck, obliterating yet another paper figure. Malvin refrained from further direct assaults on Juan, focusing instead on controlling him with the abyssal shackles, while Kochi took on the offensive role. Juan, still reeling from the ambush, found himself quickly restrained once more, yet he noted that his attempt to debilitate had succeeded. The shackles, initially capable of holding him for 3 seconds, could now only manage 2. With the sounds of chaos echoing around him, Juan seethed with frustration. Where was this hidden adversary? He had no target upon which to impose his bribes. With no other option, he concentrated on releasing his bribes: charm, arrogance, distortion, corruption, directed solely at Malvin. The combination of arrogance and corruption began to alter Malvin's psyche, causing the abyssal shackles to falter in their grasp of the descending Juan. Chapter 79. The return of the eerie form. At this moment, Malvin finally realized that he had been corroded by his opponent's abilities. He drew the solar dagger from his waist, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to emanate a radiant halo of sunlight that spread over a 3-meter radius around him. A warmth enveloped his spirit, invigorating him as he resumed his search for Juan. Without the restraints of the abyssal shackles, Juan moved with greater agility. Seizing the opportunity, he fished a silver talisman from his pocket, infused it with spiritual energy, and recited the ancient hermetic incantation for a storm, hurling it directly at Malvin. A burst of purple electric sparks erupted as a torrent of electric serpents surged forth, targeting Malvin with ferocity. At the first utterance of the hermetic incantation, Malvin activated his rage button, manifesting his illusory scales. However, he still let out a pained scream as the electric charge coursed through him. Coke, witnessing Mr. Winston fall victim to the enemy's talisman, felt a surge of urgency. He emerged from the shadows, drawing a trident dagger and charging towards Juan. The hidden foe's presence drew Juan's attention, and upon seeing Coke, an inexplicable impulse surged within him. He felt restless without attacking his adversary. Piu. 2 cards flew toward Coke. The agile assassin Coke, despite his disability, moved with remarkable dexterity. With a series of nimble leaps, he closed the distance to Juan. thrusting his dagger forward, piercing a paper effigy. As Juan landed, he produced another card, this time employing a bribe to weaken. Coke narrowly dodged the card's assault, flicking his wrist as he released a fireball. Seeing the fireball approach, Juan remained unfazed, twisting its trajectory to strike Malvin instead. Already paralyzed from the electric talisman, Malvin was caught off guard, unable to activate his illusory scales in time as the fireball struck him directly. A howl of agony escaped his lips. Malvin's chest was seared. The fabric of his shirt charred black, and his skin bubbled and blistered in a grotesque display. After unleashing the fireball, Coke felt an evident depletion of spiritual energy. Overwhelmed with guilt upon witnessing Mr. Winston's suffering, his expression hardened with resolve. He vowed not to let the beast one escape, even at the cost of his life. Juan, feeling a sense of relief after redirecting the fireball, noted that the leader's combat prowess was less formidable than anticipated. However, this agile foe proved to be a more challenging adversary. As the paralysis began to wane, Malvin's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Assessing his injuries, he found the fireball's damage substantial, while the electric charge had been less severe, though he had underestimated both himself and his opponent. In a moment of clarity, he instructed, "Do not rush, take turns." He tossed the solar dagger to Coke, then leapt forward, aiming to stab Juan. A flicker of fear crossed Juan's mind. He had not expected that 2 heavy strikes would fail to subdue the leader. The electric talisman was his trump card, and he had never encountered an opponent capable of withstanding it since becoming an extraordinary being. With his confidence waning and his arsenal nearly depleted, Juan recognized that the agile foe was fiercely determined to buy time for his leader's escape. Coke, despite being injured by 2 poison darts, fought valiantly, trading blows with Juan. As Malvin and Coke continued their assault, Juan's extraordinary abilities began to wane. With his paper effigies exhausted, only 2 sleep talismans remained. Resolutely, Juan prepared to act. Once again conjuring a paper effigy before retrieving a silver sleep talisman, infusing it with energy, and casting it at Malvin. With a dark crimson explosion, a tranquil, suffocating force radiated from Malvin, rendering him immobile as expected. Just then, Coke, having summoned a halo of sunlight using the residual energy from the solar dagger, felt a jolt of clarity. As he prepared to leap toward Juan, a dark crimson explosion erupted before him, enveloping him in an uncontrollable slumber. Witnessing both formidable foes succumb to sleep, Juan felt an urge to howl in triumph. Yet, aware that the organization had others lurking nearby, he refrained from making any reckless moves. He needed to find a quiet path to escape and vowed to seek vengeance the next time they met. Before departing, he approached Malvin, determined to unveil the true face of the organization's leader. As he pulled off the mask, he was met with a pair of pitch-black eye sockets devoid of pupils, a crooked mouth, and an expression of rage. "Foolish human, how dare you mar my precious form? How shall I punish you?" The eerie figure spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, moving with an unsettling slowness, yet exuding a formidable spiritual pressure. With a creaking sound, Juan instinctively reacted in fear, questioning what kind of monster this leader truly was. In a sudden motion, Malvin struck Juan, sending him crashing against the rocks, blood spilling from his mouth. Although Juan was a Sequence 6 extraordinary being, his physical enhancements paled in comparison to those of warriors and sailors, lacking the terrifying recovery abilities of a prisoner alchemist. Fortunately, the bribe to weaken had mitigated the blow, leaving Juan in a state of near death. Heart heavy with despair, he could not fathom how this monstrous figure could remain alert even under the sleep talisman's effects. Who are you?" he stammered. "Lowly ant, do you presume to inquire about my name? Had it not been for the need to allow him to play his role, I would have crushed you without hesitation." Malvin replied coldly before delivering a swift kick that rendered Juan unconscious. "Yodel," he muttered, surveying his surroundings with a chuckle. After a moment, he restored his expression to a neutral state, closing his eyes before quickly opening them again, regaining his composure. Malvin was astonished to find everything around him unchanged. He tested his limbs, discovering no abnormalities, and upon checking Juan, he found him merely unconscious. Disregarding Juan, Malvin approached Coke, retrieving the solar dagger from him. As the dagger radiated light, it dispersed the tranquil force, awakening Coke, who was startled to see Malvin before him. "Mr. Winston, weren't you asleep? Did that beast one escape?" Malvin ignored his question, commanding, "Summon those individuals." Coke scanned the area, noticing one lying incapacitated on the ground, and felt relief wash over him. Murmur. Chapter 80. The patchwork of the mind, the incessant murmurs served as a signal for retreat, and soon after, Alba, Schneider, and Hell arrived at the scene. Upon surveying the area, they were taken aback. It had indeed been a fierce battle, leaving both the captain and Koki severely injured. "Captain, how are you holding up?" Hell trembled as he spoke. "Fool, if the captain were gravely wounded, he would not appear so composed. We should leave at once." Alba concurred with Schneider. "Captain, let us hasten our departure." Marvin surveyed the surroundings. "Let's South clean this place up before we leave." The others nodded in agreement and began searching for any remaining traces, striving to erase every sign of their presence, ensuring that nothing conspicuous remained. Meanwhile, Marvin stood amidst the chaos, murmuring to himself. This was the second time such an occurrence had transpired. He awoke to find the turmoil concluded and victory attained, a most peculiar scenario. The first time, there had been no third-party evidence left, yet this time, a survivor remained. Before long, the group had completed their cleanup, and Marvin gestured for them to head towards the cliff. Upon reaching its edge, they did not hesitate and leaped down. Marvin, however, had sustained injuries from a fireball attack, causing him to grimace as he immersed himself in the sea. Yet, in an effort to maintain his facade before his crew, he stifled any cries of pain. Reed, noticing the captain's severe condition, was taken aback. "Captain, what has happened to you? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Fetch the medical kit at once." Marvin raised a hand to halt Reed. "First, chief mate, strip that lawyer of his clothing. Do not allow him to perish. I will interrogate him once I am bandaged." Alba nodded, granting Marvin the reassurance to attend to his wounds. Koki, feeling a weight lifted from his heart now that the crucial matter was resolved, was helped to a bed on the ship, only to faint as his head lolled to one side. After a half hour, the crew managed to bandage Marvin's wounds. He then utilized a healing scroll left by old Mars. Stabilizing his condition, all that was required now was rest. Koki's injuries were not severe, merely superficial. Some ointment would suffice, and his fainting was merely due to exhaustion. Marvin instructed Reed to bring Juan before him. He was eager to interrogate the man. When Juan was brought in, bound and still sporting his injuries, Alba had only administered some painkillers and opiates to alleviate his discomfort. In his current state, he resembled a man intoxicated, his mind clouded. Through his spiritual sight, Marvin observed that Juan's vitality was rapidly waning. Without hesitation, he initiated a summoning. Foregoing the use of Amanda's pure dew and the essence of spiritual eye fragrances as a demonstration of his intent. Previously, he had refrained from damaging the spiritual bodies of ordinary individuals, but Juan, being a rogue, warranted no such gentleness. He would confront him directly. After dismissing Reed, Marvin fixed his gaze upon Juan. "Juan Yodel, look into my eyes." Marvin's voice was devoid of warmth, his eyes transforming into inky blackness as his extraordinary abilities activated. The captain's quarters became enveloped in a chilling, spectral atmosphere, and in a moment of disorientation, Juan perceived the imposing figure before him, compelling him to prostrate himself in fear. "Juan Yodel, do you hear my words?" With another forceful impact, Juan's faltering psyche was struck anew, compounded by the opiates coursing through him, rendering his eyes increasingly vacant. His mental, ethereal, and spiritual forms were ensnared by the sudden, frigid voice. He beheld the towering man before him, as if he were gazing upon the ruler of the underworld. "I am your master. You shall heed my commands." "Yes, master, I am your obedient servant. Please, command me." Juan replied, and with his words, his mental island and the surrounding subconscious ocean gradually unfolded before Marvin. "Show me the scene after you cast the slumbering spell during the latter part of the battle on the cliff." "Yes, my master, please observe." When Marvin beheld the twisted visage of Juan in a moment of rage, his heart nearly faltered as he uttered, "Were it not to leave you an opportunity for deception, I would have crushed you just now." Marvin's mental turmoil reverberated through Juan's mindscape, causing the waters surrounding his mental island to churn violently. "Ah, noble master, I am in such agony. I am terrified." Awakened by Juan's terrified cries, Marvin pinched the bridge of his nose, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly several times to stabilize his mind. Who was that strange Marvin? Who am I? Am I truly the legendary patchwork creature of the mind? Is he asked, the old friend that the mysterious woman referred to as Constantine? No wonder I have felt my body move each time I convene in the gray mist. It was him taking over. Wait, when my spiritual essence departs my body, does he assume control? If he does, then when I sleep, does he also take over? Would that mean I could never truly rest? Would I not eventually perish from exhaustion? What must I do? Calm down, calm down. His continued absence suggests he lacks sufficient power or is currently restricted. The premise of his inadequacy lies in my steadily improving strength. Could it be inferred that as I grow stronger, I can suppress him? No, he actively aids in enhancing my strength. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned assisting my masquerade. Does this imply that as my extraordinary sequence ascends, so too does his strength? Damn it, I wish to halt my advancement. But for how long can I suppress him this way? Marvin found himself in a quandary, wishing he could simply cease to exist. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the power and resources he had painstakingly accumulated, especially with the fool now having arrived. The apocalypse loomed, and if he did not align himself with the fool now, he would be left with nothing. Surely there must be a way to suppress him, otherwise, he would not continue to be reborn. The fool was his only chance for a turnaround. I must closely follow the fool's lead. Only then can I preserve my life and all that I hold dear. Chapter 81. New equipment for social death. Malvin finally attained a stable mindset, his thoughts calming, which in turn restored tranquility to Juan's inner sanctum. Juan fell silent, serene as a statue. What is your mission in Biome? What recent plans have the military undertaken? My primary task is to gather intelligence on various pirate crews and relay pertinent information to the military. Recently, they have initiated a scheme to incite infighting among the pirates. Elaborate on how to provoke pirate discord. The military has somehow allied with the witch cult and dispatched a witch to Biome to disseminate rumors of treasures in the sea. However, that rogue witch has since vanished, and everyone is searching for her. Oh, this treasure in the sea is a new revelation to me. How does it connect with the map I previously discovered in the graveyard? I have been hiding within the confines of Biome, playing a role, and have scarcely engaged in the information exchanges among pirates. I failed to monitor such a significant occurrence. It is said that the witch, a demigod, acquired clues to a treasure belonging to the Solomon family and discovered a piece of a hide map, which she fragmented and distributed among the pirates in Biome. This treasure is rumored to contain vast wealth in gold and jewels, and more importantly, it conceals the key of death. The key of death? Isn't that the giant's key? How has it transformed into the key of death? Indeed, master, it is said that the demigod of death perished in the wrathful sea, and all his attributes were buried together. To access this treasure, one requires the key, and now the key of death has resurfaced, driving many pirates into a frenzy as they seek the treasure map. The treasure of death supposedly requires a key, but that doesn't seem right. It shouldn't need a key. The treasure only requires. What does it require? I can't seem to recall. Never mind. I shall remember when the time comes. Moreover, there is another inconsistency. Azure informed me 2 days ago that Sea King Yankotman was engaged in a fierce battle with a rogue creature in the waters off Blue Mountain Island. Why does the military claim it was a witch battling the Sea King? Thus, it can be concluded that both parties are referring to the same conflict. And that rogue creature is indeed the witch? This rogue creature is linked to the events on Teeny Island. Surely, it cannot be that this rogue creature is the reason for Onya's turmoil on Teeny Island. If that is the case, she has indeed become my foe. On the night of the demigod's battle, that enigmatic woman appeared before me, commanding a witch. Can it be posited that she is a high-ranking member of the witch cult, sent to Biome in search of that demigod witch? The attributes of a demigod are a rare commodity in the extraordinary realm. No organization would willingly allow such attributes to dissipate. Yet another question arises. Why would a high-ranking member of the witch cult possess a low-tier witch? Oh, she mentioned being in a predicament and in need of rescue. But surely, a witch of her caliber lacks the ability to possess. Perhaps only a high-ranking witch could? Regardless, at this juncture, I must learn to remain composed and address matters with equanimity. Is there any secret about yourself that others are unaware of? I have a preference for mature women, especially those who are married. I find them even more enticing. I enjoy overpowering them. Ah, you scoundrel. You truly know how to indulge. His extraordinary abilities include creating paper avatars, transforming paper into soldiers, underwater breathing apparatus, and anti-divination traits. Negative effects do not accumulate when reused within a day. I must admit, this is quite a useful item, albeit the negative effects are rather striking. This evidently is yet another artifact for social demise. Am I forever destined for social death? Furthermore, the social death effects do not accumulate, meaning repeated use will be calculated separately. This miraculous item must be carried. It is a lifeline in critical moments. Let social death come if it must. Having exhausted my inquiries, Malvin intended to conclude the ants but suddenly recalled he had yet to inquire about this fellow's finances. What is your current financial status? My financial situation is dire. The estate I possess is mortgaged to the bank. The spice plantation has descended into chaos, and I lack the knowledge of cultivation. Leaving it to the plantation overseer, it has now fallen into losses. Under Corgi's management, the plantation was profitable. How has it turned to loss in just over a year under this fellow's stewardship? It seems he possesses neither the talent for business nor for managing a plantation. It is no wonder his family has fallen into decline. Let us try something else. I shall plant a psychological suggestion and, upon his awakening, have him pray to the name of the Phoenix, to observe his reaction. I cannot shake the feeling that this name is peculiar. I am certain I am a stitched creature, and thus the likelihood I hear murmurs is largely due to Constantine. The progenitor of the Phoenix is deceased, as is the god of death. How can Constantine be connected to the progenitor of the Phoenix? Once you awaken, you must perform a task for me. Are you capable? Yes, I can, esteemed master. Very well. Once you awaken, remember to chant this name. You are the king of the undying, lord of the underworld, in ancient Hermetic. Yes, master. Now, in 3 seconds, we shall depart this place. I begin to count down. 3, 2, 1, awaken. As Malvin's words fell, one Yodel's eyes suddenly sprang open. In that fleeting instant, the bewilderment in his gaze vanished, but the overwhelming fear clung to him. What have you done to me? I have yet to have you perform the task I commanded. Why not commence? Juan Yodel appeared to finally grasp the situation. Terror etched across his face. Please, spare me. I offer all my possessions to you. Just let me go. Begin the task, or I shall end you. As Juan gazed at the cold and imposing Malvin, tears spilled from his eyes, yet he still opened his trembling lips. You are the king of the undying. A frenzied scream reverberated in Malvin's ears, his head swelling, veins protruding, and his pale cheeks contorted as a result. Stop, cease this. Chapter 82. The terror of Grigia. Malvin nearly howled these words, while Juan had already lost all hope of survival. As soon as his incantation concluded, he began to age, his life extinguished with the first utterance of the revered name. Not only that, but the hair on his body seemed to undergo a second maturation. The fine hairs lengthened and thickened, taking on the rudimentary form of feathers, only held back from fully unfurling due to the impending end of his life. Malvin was on the brink of madness. Blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, his scalp tightening, and his mouth twisting into a grotesque shape. With a loud bang, the door to the captain's quarters was flung open. Reed beheld the frenzied Malvin and saw Juan, kneeling beside him, his head drooping, his hair nearly all turned white. Reed was horrified and rushed to embrace Malvin tightly, shouting, Captain Malvin, what has happened? Someone, come quickly. Captain Malvin. Captain. At this moment, Malvin's face distorted, his pupils gradually fading, darkness threatening to consume his gaze, while the blood tears from his eyes multiplied. Other crew members, hearing the commotion, rushed in, all calling for the captain. Malvin's pupils reappeared, the blood tears ceased, the bulging veins on his forehead subsided, and his scalp relaxed. Reed and the others observed Malvin fall into silence, his eyes blinking slowly, returning to their familiar gray hue, and the distortion of his mouth returned to normal. Alba whispered to Reed, we should place the captain on the bed. Reed complied, and after a brief examination, they found the captain's breathing steady and no further abnormalities. Soon, they realized Malvin had succumbed to a deep slumber. Reed glanced at the others and instructed Hal, you stay here for now. We must go out and bring that scoundrel with us. He is the one responsible for the captain's plight. Alba stepped forward and seized Juan, but was taken aback by Juan's ghastly appearance. What in the world is this? The sailors finally discerned the horrific visage of the deceased Juan, his expression contorted, mouth twisted, eyes wide open, and hair transformed to white, resembling feathers. Summoning his courage, Alba cautiously kicked Juan, discovering he had no reaction. He then bent down to check for breath and pulse, confirming that the lawyer was utterly lifeless. Lifeless. The crew was at a loss, initially intending to drag Juan onto the deck for a proper reckoning, but with his demise, they were left without a plan. Let us move him outside for now, and we can deal with it once the captain awakens. Alba concurred with Reed's suggestion and lifted Juan's corpse toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck, Alba discarded Juan's body into a corner and stepped away. The sailors began to speculate about the bizarre circumstances surrounding the lawyer's death when a voice called out, What? Juan is dead. The crew parted to make way for Coke, who limped over. He knelt beside Juan's body, inspecting it closely, then suddenly collapsed onto the deck, weeping silently before bursting into sobs. After a considerable time, he managed to compose himself and spoke to the crew. This beast first schemed to seize my inheritance. Then before my eyes and my children's, he violated my wife, and even sought to poison my family. It was only because I had drunk too much that I escaped the tainted broth. Upon awakening, I found my wife and children in a pitiful state. I had wished to kill him 100 times over, yet lacked the means. Now, I possess the power to exact my vengeance. I must thank Lord Winston for delivering justice. My nemesis has finally met his end. Coke's words resonated with palpable anguish, igniting fury among the pirates. This scoundrel died too soon. He should have faced your wrath, Coke. Indeed, he was fortunate. We, who dance upon the edge of blades, excel at inflicting torment. Alas, he never experienced the terror of wishing for death. Do not grieve, Coke. Your enemy is dead. You should rejoice. Coke wiped his tears and declared, "Thank you all. I feel much better. From now on, I hope to coexist harmoniously with everyone." Albo waved his hand reassuringly. "Rest easy, Coke. The captain often praises you, calling you a fine fellow. We shall all get along well." "Yes, thank you, first mate. Thank you, everyone." Reed, noticing Coke's mobility was hindered, approached and helped him up. "Given the circumstances, you must come to terms with this. Let us head to the storeroom for some rest." The pirates, seeing no entertainment left, dispersed to the storeroom or sought other amusements. Only a few ordinary crew members harbored a glimmer of hope. At last, we have set sail. The day of becoming extraordinary is fast approaching. When Malvin awoke again, the sky had turned dark. He rubbed his temples, realizing he had been overly reckless. Such a perilous experiment required thorough consideration before execution. He had underestimated the formidable power of the primordial phoenix, nearly succumbing to its overwhelming force. This hunt for Juan had been his most imprudent endeavor since his arrival in this realm. Perhaps, having gained some influence, he had gradually relaxed his vigilance. Proceeding blindly without fully investigating Juan's situation, he vowed to remember this lesson for future actions. Never act without absolute certainty. Although this venture had nearly gone awry, it had also unveiled a secret within himself, marking a bittersweet gain amidst the loss. Rising from the bed, he approached the window and opened it. A pink crescent moon ascended gracefully at the horizon, and a refreshing sea breeze greeted him. "Reed? Ah, Captain, you're awake. Wonderful. We were just discussing whether to prepare dinner for you. Everyone is dining in the mess. Please join us, Captain. The chef has been following your instructions, learning for several days at the Biome restaurant. We can discuss dinner later. What of Juan? Oh, regarding that, he is dead. The first mate disposed of his body on the deck, and we are uncertain how to proceed." "Dead? He is truly dead. One had invoked the name of the primordial phoenix, and I merely sought to intervene upon seeing signs of his loss of control, yet that incantation left me utterly unmoored. It is now evident that once someone utters the name of the primordial phoenix, it influences me, while the incanter risks losing control or facing a grim fate. Based on the original narrative, confronting an eldritch entity typically leads to loss of control rather than immediate death. Why did the primordial phoenix claim a life so swiftly? Is it because it is an ancient god of death, or was one inherently fragile, unable to withstand the entity's might? I am perplexed. It gives me a headache. Does Coke know he is dead? Malvin sighed inwardly at Reed's words. Coke harbored such intense hatred, yet could repeatedly suppress his vengeful thoughts in Malvin's presence. Malvin felt a pang of guilt for preventing him from avenging himself. For Coke, Malvin was the only true man aboard the ship. He resolved to inquire whether Coke desired to keep one's head. If he wanted it, he would grant it. If not, he would incinerate it and scatter the ashes at sea. Reed promptly nodded to fulfill this task, and Malvin exited the captain's quarters. Having faced an eldritch god, Malvin dared not commune with the spirit of Juan. Instead, he activated his death gaze. Malvin swiftly extinguished Juan's wretched spirit, leaving subsequent matters to Reed and the others. After a moment, Albo approached, handing Malvin a dark iron-like object resembling a child's fist. Additionally, Coke declined the suggestion of preserving Juan's head. They opted to incinerate the body and cast the ashes into the sea. This peculiar artifact, devoid of luster, seemed to embody the darkness of the human heart. After dinner, Malvin summoned Coke to the captain's cabin and said to him, "You may keep the lucky pocket watch, and in addition, you can choose another enchanted item to carry with you from either the Sun Dagger or the Wrath Button." Chapter 83. The Concerns of the Demigods. Coke, his eyes ablaze with emotion, was profoundly stirred by Malvin's words. "Captain, this is unacceptable. I cannot accept it. I have yet to prove my worth by your side and have caused you such grievous harm. It is my fault. I have not repaid your kindness and cannot accept such a precious magical artifact. Dear Kochi, I hold great expectations for you. You possess resilience, self-restraint, and a keen intellect. You are an indispensable talent. Hence, I desire your expedited growth. I need your assistance as my confidant to help me navigate broader horizons." Upon hearing Malvin's sentiments, tears welled up once more in Kochi's eyes. "Captain, your kindness surpasses that of my own parents. I pledge my absolute loyalty to you for life. I shall never betray you. Enough, Kochi. There is another vital matter I must discuss with you. This is of utmost importance, and you must keep it confidential. Rest assured, Captain, I vow to safeguard this secret with my life. Indeed, I trust you. Thus, you must exercise caution. The secret pertains to the art of masquerade. Do you know why I brought you along to slay one instead of sending the more formidable Alba or Reed?" Kochi wiped his tears and replied candidly, "I do not know, but I shall follow your orders without question, Captain." Malvin was pleased with his subordinate's attitude and smiled. "This is because the art of masquerade aids in the digestion of potions. You see, the potions we consume are not for excavation but for assimilation." He then elaborated on the art of masquerade and the theoretical framework surrounding the castle of the fool. Kochi, upon absorbing this esoteric knowledge, was taken aback and, after a moment of contemplation, found himself even more devoted to Malvin. Ultimately, Kochi selected the Fury button and departed. Malvin then summoned Alba and Reed, who, though also trusted, did not possess Kochi's unwavering loyalty. Thus, he imparted only the art of masquerade to them. Upon learning of its significance, Alba and Reed were filled with a sense of exhilaration. They finally understood the rapid ascent of their captain and felt a renewed anticipation for their own futures. When informed that a magical item would be allocated for them to carry, both displayed immense interest. They promptly agreed to obey their captain's commands and pledge their loyalty. The two engaged in a game of chance to determine the order of selection. Alba chose the Sun Dagger first, leaving Reed with no choice but to take the Odd Ring. With this combination of output control and life-preserving artifacts, Malvin's combat prowess ascended to new heights. On the following Monday, Malvin convened a crew meeting to announce Kochi's appointment as the ship's second officer. Alongside Alba and Reed, each would wield a magical item, a perk designed for mid-level officers. This new policy ignited envy and admiration among the sailors towards the three mid-level officers, though only Reed lamented Malvin's perceived unfairness. While Kochi and Alba received powerful artifacts, he had been relegated to a seemingly useless ring, which occasionally became the subject of the crew's mockery. Yet, he privately mused that despite its unassuming appearance, the ring significantly enhanced his cognitive abilities. Upon donning it, he discovered shortcomings in his prior thoughts and experienced a marked improvement in his marksmanship. Overall, the benefits of the ring far outweighed any negatives. Upon learning of his promotion, Kochi was overjoyed, repeatedly assuring that he would nurture harmonious relations among his colleagues and diligently follow the captain's orders, striving to fulfill the tasks assigned to him. After imparting his final instructions, Malvin directed Alba to commence the daily training with the crew. Given that the ghost ship could navigate autonomously, their daily regimen consisted of combat training and the honing of piratical skills. As a newcomer, Kochi was particularly intrigued by these maritime training subjects and eagerly participated, though his injuries currently prohibited him from full engagement. In the North District of Beckland, at St. Samuel's Church, Anthony Stevenson, with a clean-shaven face and deep-set eyes, regarded the serious-looking Ace Snake and the relaxed Hormick Hayton. He pinched his nose and cleared his throat. "Have you both received the report letter?" "Indeed, I am somewhat perplexed. Could this be a prank?" Ace Snake inquired cautiously. "It is unlikely to be a hoax. Our night watchman in Tingen has already reported the information. It appears the source is a newly inducted diviner who glimpsed the scene during a reading, subsequently leading them to relevant clues. The only issue now is that the vessel of the spawn of the Dark God has yet to be located." With a nonchalant demeanor, Hormick Hayton stroked his short beard and replied, "We must take this situation seriously. I propose that the three of us take some potent sealing artifacts and make a trip to Tingen to resolve this matter swiftly." "I concur. Let us depart at once." Ace Snake affirmed. "Not so fast. We have a more pressing matter to discuss. Where did you find your report letters?" "We discovered ours within the donation box at the church. What about yours?" "Likewise. It must be the same for the steam church." Hormick nodded. This is the aspect that intrigues me. The informant is both bold and somewhat cautious. The letters were composed of cut-out newspaper letters. After conducting a divination, we discovered that the one who delivered the report was a child of about 8 or 9 from the East District. This child merely stated he was given a soul and followed the instructions. We then found another child of the same age, who recounted that a peer had instructed her to deliver the report letter. After tracking down 3 such children, we learned that the original employer was also a girl, described as being of modest height and likely of similar age. Small in stature, donning a robe and mask. It seems this girl was also an employee. Anthony produced a paper from his inner pocket and handed it to Hormick. This is the image of the girl we obtained through ritual. It reveals little. The depicted girl was of average height, wearing an ordinary robe and mask, which rendered it impossible to identify the initial informant. Tingen, being the site of the incident, could be understood to have a diviner who glimpsed similar imagery. However, it was perplexing that individuals from Beckland had also received this information. This prompted reflection on whether some external force was aiding them or if there were ulterior motives at play. Regardless of their intentions, let us first address the matter of the dark goddess spawn before contemplating anything else. Even if there are conspiracies at play, with the 3 of us demigods present, what do we have to fear from ambushes? Snake, do not be hasty. If there is indeed a conspiracy, we may find ourselves in peril. What if our presence was the target from the outset? Snake scratched his head, his expression turning grave. Are you suggesting this is a trap? That is merely my concern. Thus, when we venture to Tingen, I propose that Anthony lead the way openly while we remain concealed, observing the situation. Should it indeed be a trap, we can counterattack. If not, we shall resolve the issue promptly. Both Anthony and Ace agreed with Hormick's strategy, nodding in unison. The 3 demigods then conferred further on the sealing artifacts and the composition of their retinue before dispersing to prepare. Chapter 84. Audrey's questions and observations. As the deep crimson haze dissipated, the 3 members took their seats. Klein, enveloped in a dense gray-white mist, sat at the head of the table, observing the still indistinct figures of Justice and Death as they occupied their customary places. Oh, Miss Justice appears to be in an unstable emotional state, worry, unease, and confusion. Having activated his spiritual sight early on, Klein swiftly discerned the anomaly of the sole female member of the Tarot Club. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Death. Good afternoon, Miss Justice. Mr. Fool, I have found 2 pages of a diary. Excellent. Are your contributions still accumulating? Indeed, Mr. Fool. Very well. Upon concluding his remarks, Klein discreetly cast a glance at Mr. Death, apprehensive that this member might later propose an unfeasible request. Oh, I almost forgot about the diary. Remember the importance of priorities, Audrey. We must focus on the matter at hand. Mr. Fool, I have found 1 page of a diary. I apologize for the scant content this time. Not a problem. Last time, Miss Justice, you provided a diary with content on both sides. Your previous debts have been settled, so there is no need for concern. At that moment, Klein felt a significant uplift in his spirits. He had more information to extract. Soon, he held 3 pages of the diary and began his pleasurable reading. The first pages he encountered were from Malvin, obtained from Azure. Naturally, they detailed the Emperor's adolescent aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, chronicling his discovery of a mysterious island and his initiation into becoming an omniscient being. Audrey's page, acquired from Furs, revealed the Emperor's realization that the world lacked oil. Consequently, he resorted to inventing alternative commodities alongside various nonsensical endeavors, ultimately leaving behind a cryptic mention of a mysterious organization, which provoked Klein's sardonic remarks. From Mr. Fool's subtle gestures, it was evident he seemed perturbed about something. It remained unclear what details from the Emperor's diary had caused such a lapse in composure. Ah, Audrey, please refrain from endangering yourself further by covertly observing Mr. Fool. Incurring his wrath could yield serious consequences. Meanwhile, Mr. Death appeared less than pleased. Previously, during their meeting, he had exhibited a cheerful demeanor, his tone ascending, indicating a positive attitude. Today, however, when he greeted Klein, his tone was subdued, bordering on dismissive. Coupled with his languid posture, this was notably atypical of him. It left one wondering what unfortunate events Mr. Death had experienced. Sighing, Klein reflected on his own troubles. Susie had surprisingly spoken, plunging him into a state of profound anxiety. He had envisioned a scenario where Miss Justice led her assistant, the large dog Susie, in solving various major cases. Yet, The reality was that the large dog would now accompany Assistant Audrey in the investigations, which was somewhat difficult to accept. Miss Justice, do you have any inquiries? Klein could not resist asking after once again observing the astral form of Miss Justice. Audrey hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I have a question. How should I interact with an extraordinary pet that possesses a commendable intelligence and can articulate speech? No, I mean, what can a pet endowed with extraordinary abilities do for its owner? What benefits does it offer? To put it simply, what is its utility? Upon hearing Miss Justice's question, Klein was momentarily taken aback. Did her pet truly begin to speak after consuming a potion? This revelation seemed to have impacted her significantly, rendering her speech somewhat disjointed. In his view, this matter was not particularly alarming. It ought to be considered a positive development. Yet, broaching the subject was delicate, especially since Mr. Death was more erudite than he. Should he err in his response, it could engender doubt among the two members. Thus, he decided to await Mr. Death's perspective. After listening to Audrey, Malvin chuckled heartily. Miss Justice must be utterly startled by this development, I presume? Audrey nodded in affirmation, candidly admitting. The moment I discovered it could speak, I felt as though my understanding of the world had been completely upended. However, I have not noticed any adverse effects from the potion. You both possess far more knowledge than I, so I wish to seek your validation. Is this phenomenon beneficial or detrimental? Upon hearing Mr. Death's words, Klein concluded that this was likely a good thing. Thus, he chuckled softly and replied, It is of no consequence. An animal that has consumed a potion can no longer be classified merely as an animal. They should be regarded as sentient beings. If humans can speak, it is hardly remarkable that they can as well. You need only approach it with a calm demeanor. Mr. Fool is entirely correct. Your pet should be considered your assistant. After all, who truly regards a pet with suspicion? This could yield unexpected advantages. Should you ever fall victim to someone else's hypnosis, a vigilant pet by your side would be quick to notice any anomalies. Even in the face of extraordinary combat, no one would suspect an extraordinary animal, thus greatly enhancing your chances of victory. Furthermore, when you wish to glean specific information, you could dispatch your pet to gather it. Who would pay heed to an extraordinary pet? That is quite reasonable. Mr. Death has thoroughly considered the matter. Klein mused. Father and the nobles frequently engage in discussions about various political affairs. If I wish to know more, I could simply send Susie to eavesdrop, and she would surely acquire the information swiftly and accurately. Moreover, now that she can speak, she can relay everything verbatim. How splendid. Indeed, next, I must diligently teach Susie vocabulary and pronunciation techniques. But what tone should I instruct her to adopt? A common tone, or the aristocratic inflection of Beakland? I wonder if she would mimic my commands when encountering other dogs. Enough with these peculiar thoughts, Audrey. Oh, thank you both for your guidance. I feel considerably better now. Seeing that Miss Justice's concerns had been addressed, Klein spoke up. You may now converse with one another. As Audrey felt her spirits lift, she recalled her encounter the previous day with Furs and Miss Hugh. She raised her hand to speak. I wish to inquire about the path of the Arbiter, and whether the extraordinary beings along that path possess the ability to pass through walls. Upon hearing Audrey's inquiry, Klein immediately fell silent, focusing intently on Mr. Death. Malvin, understanding that Audrey had encountered Hugh and Furs, recognized this as a natural progression in the narrative. Yes, it should be at a level comparable to the previously shared abilities of the audience pathway, approximately 200 pounds, accumulating to 2,700 pounds. Klein felt a surge of joy upon hearing the exchange between the two members, another opportunity for unearned benefits. Indeed, the Arbiter pathway is primarily controlled by the royal family and military of the Ruen Kingdom. This pathway predominantly hinges on legal abilities. Sequence 9. Arbiter. This sequence possesses individuals endowed with persuasive charisma, ample authority, and exceptional combat abilities for handling unforeseen circumstances. Sequence 8. Sheriff. This sequence's individuals boast remarkable memories, capable of retaining various character information. They also possess extraordinary perception, exhibiting heightened sensitivity to malevolence and filth, along with a mystical understanding of territorial concepts. The more familiar a sheriff is with a location, the better they perform there. Sequence 7. Interrogator. This sequence is characterized by formidable weapon proficiency and enhanced physical prowess. They possess the extraordinary abilities of whip of pain and mental piercing. Sequence 6. Judge. This sequence grants the ability to establish rules within a designated area, should anyone violate these rules. they will face constraints or penalties. Extraordinary abilities have significantly increased, encompassing powers such as exile, prohibition, death, and imprisonment. The Sequence 5 Punishment Knight greatly enhances the physical attributes of its extraordinary practitioners, enabling them to inflict guaranteed strikes upon those who transgress the rules, while simultaneously receiving a boost from the power of the rules themselves. After a period of silent contemplation, both Audrey and Klein exhaled in unison. Such formidable abilities indeed raise the question, will the extraordinary practitioners of the apprentice path be members of the Abraham family? Chapter 85. The Tragic Abrahams. The Abraham family is indeed a fascinating lineage, and I would be delighted to share its intricacies with you, once I have conveyed my thoughts. I trust you will form your own opinions. I am deeply grateful to you, Mr. Death, for your vast knowledge, which has left me in awe. I feel that the insights gained from our recent tarot meetings have proven more beneficial than what I have learned in the past decade. Upon receiving Audrey's compliments, Malvin could not suppress a flicker of joy within him. Yet, Audrey spoke the truth. The noble young women of the STEAM age primarily focused on fashion and the art of embodying elegance and aristocratic etiquette. Most literary works of this era are saturated with such themes, with scant attention given to the natural sciences or general education. This is not to belittle Audrey. For Miss Justice, in the original text, is one of the rare nobles who genuinely cares for the lower classes, demonstrating compassion and kindness. This quality was pivotal during the divine conflict between the Black and War factions, driving Audrey to betray her own class and actively engage in the rescue of the underprivileged, even taking up arms for Ruen. Her involvement was a manifestation of her ideals and a prudent measure to prevent further sacrifices among the common folk. Had Audrey become an idealist, perhaps a day would come when the world might truly achieve harmony. You are exceedingly generous, Mr. Death. The gold pounds I have offered you scarcely reflect the value of your knowledge. I have long felt a sense of indebtedness and have yearned for an opportunity to repay you. Hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein felt his face flush, as he perceived her remarks as veiled accusations of his reliance on Mr. Death's extraordinary wisdom. Alas, my abilities do not permit such indulgence. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Death and Miss Justice. Oh, Miss Justice, you are far too courteous. This matter is inconsequential for me. After all, we are members of the Tarot Society, and we ought to assist one another within our ranks. Should I encounter difficulties in the future, I shall not hesitate to seek your aid. You must not refuse. Indeed, Mr. Death is correct. He aids me now, and in time, I may ascend to a higher rank through the audience path, thereby assisting him in return. Press on, Audrey, and strive to become a formidable member of the Tarot Society, aiding more of our comrades. Yes, I understand, Mr. Death. Should you face challenges in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Indeed, I shall. Realizing that he was a patchwork of psychological influences, Malvin resolved to cultivate Miss Justice, for her swift advancement would enable her to assist him sooner. The Abraham family was a once mighty angelic lineage during the Quaternary, particularly revered, with its progenitor hailed as the foremost being beneath the true God. However, following the War of Four Emperors, the progenitor of the Abraham family mysteriously vanished, leading to an appalling bloodline curse that plagued the family for a millennium. This curse precipitated the swift decline of the Abrahams, as their mid to high-ranking extraordinary members perished, ultimately leading to the gradual extinction of their lower-tier extraordinary individuals. Devoid of strength, the Abrahams became prey for other extraordinary beings and organizations, facing relentless pursuit. Consequently, they were compelled to scatter across the globe, primarily organized by family units. Communication was rare, except in the case of significant events, at which point the family elders would convene to prevent total annihilation. In the aftermath, the Abraham family's Council of Elders, reflecting on their plight, instituted a new system aimed at nurturing extraordinary individuals from outside their bloodline. Emulating the apprenticeship model of the life school, the Abrahams took on the role of mentors, imparting extraordinary knowledge and providing potion formulas and materials. They aspired to restore their family's former glory, yet their efforts bore unintended consequences. As the external extraordinary beings grew in strength, they began to resent the Abrahams' commands, yearning for greater power and higher status. This discontent culminated in a rebellion several years prior that nearly led to the extinction of the Abraham family. In collusion with the Aurora Society, The external extraordinary beings launched a surprise attack on the Abraham family headquarters, seizing several high-tier sealed artifacts and a vast quantity of extraordinary materials. What a convoluted family history. But why did the family members not seek refuge with the Church of the True God? Would that not ensure the preservation of their lineage? Audrey's inquiry was astute, a question Malvin had overlooked during his previous readings. After reflecting for a moment, he sighed. Alas, their affiliation with the angelic lineage has been their undoing. They have clung to the honor of their heritage. Upon hearing Mr. Death's analysis, Klein nodded, feeling compelled to contribute, yet mindful not to diminish the enigmatic aura of the fool. This posed a considerable challenge. Knock, knock. Malvin and Audrey turned towards the fool, with Audrey's face alight with expectation, while Malvin found himself puzzled by Klein's intentions, sensing no opportunity for grandiosity in this moment. The Church of the True God or any other extraordinary organization would only seek to fracture and dismantle a once mighty angelic family. They would never allow them to remain united. Audrey gazed at the fool, her understanding wavering, unsure of his intent, as the audience state began to wane. Malvin, however, grasped the implication instantly, interjecting. The purpose of the Church of the True God is to proclaim the glory of the true deity, encouraging more followers to embrace their divine being. Should the Abraham family ally with them, the Church's existing clergy would become wary of this bloodline-linked family. After all, they possess no lack of formulas or materials, and their numbers are substantial. If left unchecked, the Church of the True God could very well become the Church of the Abrahams. In such a scenario, the followers of the deity would fall under the control of the Abrahams, a situation that could prove catastrophic. Furthermore, despite the numerous tribulations endured by the Abraham family, their angelic heritage still held value, rendering their unique characteristics and materials highly coveted by other sects, likely leading to further conflict. The great Emperor Roselle once remarked, "It is a transgression for the weak to covet treasures beyond their means." The Church of the True God would either reject their allegiance or cleanse the Abrahams, retaining only their unique traits and materials for their own use. This way, they would not have to fear the Abrahams usurping power or contend with rival sections. The Church of the True God must consider these factors. Thus, the moment the Abrahams sought refuge with the Church marked the beginning of their demise. Naturally, the Church would be cautious of external perceptions and typically operated under the veil of secrecy. Upon absorbing Mr. Death's insights, Audrey gasped in shock, realizing how starkly pragmatic the world was, rife with cold calculations and the relentless pursuit of gain. Klein, too, was taken aback, recognizing that he had underestimated the complexities of the situation, having only considered the superficial aspects of the Abrahams' potential usurpation without contemplating the ensuing disputes and internal power struggles. Chapter 86. The reckless young lady Audrey. As for the revelations regarding the Abraham family, that shall suffice. Miss Justice, do you have anything else to share? Audrey scrutinized Mr. Fool and Mr. Death, perceiving a subtle relaxation in their demeanor. Did they dismiss my intentions as the whims of a mere child? I am no longer a 17-year-old girl, but a Sequence 9 spectator. Their outdated perceptions of me are unjust. Thus, I shall recount my prior endeavors. Indeed, I have an experience to share. Yesterday, I encountered two young ladies. One is an arbitrator and the other an apprentice, both seasoned extraordinary individuals, at least far more experienced than I. I had the opportunity to assist them, which facilitated our acquaintance. Before aiding them, I stipulated a requirement. After my assistance, they would be obliged to help me fulfill a commission. Upon hearing this, Marvin and Klein immediately grasped the gravity of Miss Justice's actions. Surely, she must have accomplished something significant to warrant such solemnity. I instructed them to deliver reports to the 3 major churches, specifically requesting that they enlist several children for this task, ensuring each child maintained a singular line of communication while also adopting disguises. By now, the 3 churches should have received the reports, and perhaps the high-ranking extraordinary beings of the churches are already aboard a steam train heading to Tingen. However, after sharing this, I did not receive the anticipated praise. Instead, I was met with silence from both Mr. Death and Mr. Fool. What is the matter? Have I erred? Marvin could not restrain himself and pressed. You submitted reports to all 3 churches? Indeed, Tingen is the territory of Ruen, and it is only fitting that all 3 legitimate churches be informed. Thus, all 3 were notified. Mr. Fool Klein could no longer contain himself. Miss Justice, if you submitted to all 3, it may likely provoke adverse effects. Adverse effects? What do you mean? At this moment, Audrey instinctively withdrew from her spectator role, feeling a twinge of grievance. Miss Justice, you must feel somewhat aggrieved. That is natural, for anyone who performs a good deed hopes for positive feedback. However, your approach was overly comprehensive, inadvertently arousing suspicion among others. Mr. Death's perspective resonated with my own, revealing a shared understanding. His insight into my emotional state was so precise that I began to question who the true spectator was. Why suspicion? Isn't it the duty of the legitimate churches to extinguish the plots of heretics? Indeed, it is their responsibility. However, the matter of the offspring of the malevolent deities was initially brought to our attention by the Tarot Society. You trust in my information, but the legitimate churches have yet to receive it. If one day they all receive a dubious report simultaneously, they will first question its authenticity. They may suspect it to be a trap. If it is indeed a conspiracy against them from the Aurora Society, how should they respond? Such inquiries are the appropriate reactions of a church's upper echelons. They will not recklessly charge at perceived evil like impetuous youth. They will even question the source of the information, endeavoring to ascertain whether it is benevolent or malicious. Upon hearing Mr. Death's analysis, a chill ran through Audrey. She realized the recklessness of her actions. This could even implicate the two ladies she had just met. If they were to become entangled in the pursuit of official extraordinary beings due to her impulsiveness, how would she face them? Yes, I was too rash. I thank Mr. Fool and Mr. Death for their analysis and guidance. I shall certainly be more cautious in the future. With those words, regret filled Audrey's heart, and she felt profound disappointment in herself. You are still too young, Audrey. Such recklessness is unbecoming. How ironic it is that, despite becoming a spectator, I cannot suppress my desire for attention. Miss Justice, do not lose heart. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as you learn from this experience and amend your ways, you will progress. Emperor Roselle once stated that one accumulates wisdom for future successes through the lessons learned from errors. Marvin's words were comforting, while Klein internally scoffed, wondering if there was anything the old sage had not previously mentioned. Audrey, listen to Mr. Death. You still have much to learn. Remember this lesson and refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Thank you, Mr. Death. I will certainly remember this lesson. Observing Audrey's despondency, Marvin contemplated sharing his own experience from the Hunt of Wand, as this failure was among his most profound and could serve as a cautionary tale for Miss Justice. Ahem. Allow me to recount my encounter while hunting a Sequence 6 corrupted Baron yesterday. Klein and Audrey immediately perked up. A Sequence 6 powerhouse? Is Mr. Death truly that formidable? First, let me outline our preparations. However, I could not capture the lawyer. Indeed, during the battle, he possessed an extraordinary item crafted from a family heirloom, paired with the peculiar abilities of the lawyer pathway, rendering him exceedingly difficult to defeat. The two of us, being combat-oriented extraordinary beings, failed to successfully encircle him and inadvertently allowed him to escape. Ah, he escaped. What then? Were you able to capture him afterward? Audrey's thoughts were consumed with extraordinary combat and the pursuit of that lawyer. Do not worry. I had positioned personnel on the periphery. The escaped individual was apprehended by them, and ultimately, I executed him. Marvin, ever cautious, refrained from revealing too much, especially not mentioning that someone had assisted him in the hunt. There was no need for such candor. Was Mr. Death's apparent lack of vigor during this gathering a result of his caution? Did Mr. Death truly make an error that required hunting him? Klein furrowed his brow, sensing that Miss Justice seemed unable to grasp the crux of the matter. Mr. Death shared his misstep to comfort you and to impart a lesson. Sighing, Marvin recounted the crimes committed by Juan to the two members. Afterward, he turned to Klein. I wish to materialize some imagery of the battle. May I? Klein hesitated, as this was an untested endeavor, uncertain if his spirit could sustain it. You may attempt it. I hope it will not be too lengthy. Thank you for your benevolence. Chapter 87. The enigmatic power of currency. Malvin conjured 3 vivid scenes in succession. 2 of them were dynamic and fleeting, lasting but a couple of seconds, while the third was a still image. These manifestations showcased the extraordinary abilities of the Seer Sequence 7, the magician, namely the paper puppet substitute and the paper transforming soldier. Additionally, this remarkable artifact possessed 2 other extraordinary powers, the air straw and reverse divination. The negative effects of this wondrous item were relatively mild, merely restricting the control of one's facial expressions for a fixed duration. Upon hearing Mr. Death's introduction, Audrey immediately expressed her awe at the peculiarities of the magical item, her heart brimming with a fervent desire to possess such a treasure. This artifact encompassed certain extraordinary abilities of both the magician and the jester, prompting the fool Klein to glance at Mr. Death with a sense of intrigue. Why did he repeatedly emphasize information related to the seer sequence in my presence? Could my prior conjectures have been accurate? Currently, there was no tangible evidence. Perhaps further observation was prudent. Yet, thanks to Mr. Death, I now held an unwavering confidence in the seer sequence. It appeared that Mr. Death had a peculiar connection to the seer's magical items. Would there be future opportunities to encounter items from the Faceless Man or the Master of Secrets? Given that Miss Justice had already reported to the 3 major churches, it was likely that representatives would descend upon us shortly. Consequently, I should seize the opportunity to inform my captain about my completed potion and subsequently request materials for an upgrade. I yearned to possess a fine magical item, as I currently felt no different from an ordinary person. Listening to Audrey, Klein felt a pang of envy. He too wished for such an item, yet his abilities did not permit it. Malvin pondered for a moment, realizing that his current magical items were barely sufficient for his needs, leaving no surplus for sale. However, he did possess 2 traits, one from the assassin, the one-eyed Anderson, and the other from the corrupted Baron, Ruen. His destination was Olavi Island, home to an adventurer's mutual aid society. He recalled that there was a craftsman there, whom he could commission to create magical items. The magical items crafted from the assassin's traits would undoubtedly enhance agility, making them quite suitable for Audrey. As for the corrupted Baroness creation, it remained uncertain whether she would find it desirable. Nevertheless, at present, Audrey had little need for magical items. Her family belonged to an exceptionally significant faction within the Church of the Night, ensuring that the extraordinary powers employed by the Church and their family were more than adequate to keep her safe from peril. Yet, the thoughts of a wealthy young lady differed from those of an ordinary individual, coupled with her natural curiosity towards the unfamiliar. While I may not have an abundance of magical items at hand, I would still share a truth with you. For mid to low sequence extraordinary individuals, in addition to their innate powers, a revolver serves as a prudent safeguard. Of course, should you wish to procure a magical item, I shall not decline. I still possess 2 traits, one from the assassin and another from the corrupted Baron, both of which can be transformed into magical items by a craftsman. Upon hearing Malvin's explanation, Audrey grasped Mr. Death's intent, yet she remained eager to acquire one or perhaps several magical items. What distinctions lay between these 2 traits? And what abilities would the resulting magical items possess? I apologize, dear lady, but the effects of the created magical items depend on the craftsmanship of the artisan. However, the craftsman will tailor the creation to the employer's requests, be it rings, earrings, or pocket watches, common items that serve to obscure the unique nature of the magical item. Furthermore, the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon the crafted items will not exceed those of the respective potion's capabilities. For instance, items created from the assassin's trait would likely enhance physical agility and night vision, potentially even imparting certain assassination techniques. In contrast, the range of extraordinary abilities from the corrupted Baroness trait would be considerably broader, given that it stems from a sequence 6 trait. Audrey nodded her dainty head, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. I would like to inquire about the prices for the magical items derived from these 2 traits. Initially, Malvin intended to sell just one item to Audrey, but he was taken aback by her willingness to purchase both. Well, the price of magical items generally comprises 2 components, the cost of the trait and the craftsman's fee. The assassin trait is priced at £400, with an additional processing fee of approximately £150 to £200. The corrupted Baron trait is priced at £4,500, with the craftsman's fee ranging from £600 to £1,000, the exact amount requiring negotiation with the artisan. Upon hearing Mr. Death's quotation, Klein could not help but be astonished. These magical items were indeed exorbitantly priced. Even the cheapest item at £550 could procure a house in Tingen. Truly, one could go broke from the cost of potions. Audrey, however, quickly calculated that for a maximum of £6,100, she could possess 2 splendid magical items. The thought alone seemed quite reasonable, and she waved her hand excitedly in the air. I can buy them both. Mr. Death, please arrange for the craftsman to create them. How shall we conduct the transaction? The fool Klein was astounded by the lavishness of Miss Justice. Such wealth allowed for reckless abandon. Malvin felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, The abilities of the corrupted Baron were particularly suited to a brawler like himself. However, having already made a promise, he felt it unwise to retract his word. Very well, I shall agree to your request. If the items produced align with my needs, I may exchange one of my current possessions with you. Finding a craftsman is no easy feat. I must first reach my destination before contacting one. I will inform you of the completion timeline separately. Malvin then turned to the fool Klein. At that time, I would like to request your assistance in relaying messages for us, if that is acceptable. I still owe you for your diary's merits. Would it not be convenient to assist you? Certainly. I appreciate your kindness. By the way, I still owe you 2,700 pounds. Should we settle that upon completion? Malvin regarded the fool, uncertain of when the dark god might ascend. If the ascension occurred, he could offer suggestions for the fool to explore sacrificial rituals, which would simplify matters. Moreover, my messenger could assist in facilitating the transaction. However, I am currently unaware of the incantation to summon the Labrador. In truth, I could attempt to summon it privately. It is likely that the dog responds to the name Constantine, rather than my current name. Very well, I shall accumulate my resources for now. I have been at sea without docking, rendering communication impossible. Understood, Mr. Death. As Klein observed the two members concluding their negotiations, he felt his spiritual reserves dwindling and interjected. Let us conclude this gathering. Your will shall be honored. Chapter 88. Deep bonds of friendship. If they are pursued by the divine church, my sins would be considerable. Yes. They are coming to my house today to collect the entrusted funds I provided. Yes, I shall write them a letter. Once Audrey finished penning her note, she rose and opened the door, addressing her golden retriever, Susie. The golden retriever glanced up at her, then gracefully stood and trotted over, wagging its tail. Unlike usual, it did not wag its tail in affection or bark excitedly to greet her. It merely looked up at her. For a moment, the two shared a silent gaze, until Susie finally broke the quiet. Audrey, do you need something? This unusual interaction felt both disheartening and awkward for Audrey. I sense something amiss in your demeanor, Audrey. No. Wait. Oh, woof. I'm just a dog. I cannot articulate such complexities. Oh dear, how embarrassing to be psychoanalyzed by a dog. Audrey, you must perk up. Do not let Susie outshine you, lest Mr. Fool and Mr. Death mock you, saying you are outdone by a mere dog. After a moment of self-encouragement, Audrey bent down, cradling Susie's head, and whispered, I need you to do me a favor. You must exit through the dog hole in the garden and meet my two friends outside the estate. Deliver them my letter and the entrusted funds. Can you manage that? Susie seemed to relish the atmosphere, extending her tongue as if to lick Audrey's face, then hesitated, deciding against the act. Woof, no problem. I shall fulfill your request diligently. Hearing this, Audrey gently touched her forehead to Susie's, then ruffled her fur, saying, Susie, you are truly my wonderful helper. Thank you. Woof, I'm off. As Audrey watched the agile golden retriever depart, her heart swelled with emotion. The wonders of magic are truly astonishing. I have become a confidant to Susie. The simply adorned fourth and the equally unembellished who stood outside the Hall estate, gazing at the grand manor with envy. How much do you suppose Earl Hall earns in a year to afford such an expansive estate? I know, but I still indulge in fantasies. Am I not entitled to dream? You may imagine, and even fantasize that both of Hall's sons are captivated by you, regardless of whom you choose. You could reside in this opulent manor, and even Miss Audrey would have to call you sister-in-law. Are you satisfied with that? Who? You should consider writing novels. A bona fide author, am outdone by your imagination. Indeed, it is a splendid premise, a destitute maiden fervently pursued by wealthy brothers, while the domineering, conservative earl disapproves of his son's choices. He simultaneously suppresses his sons and throws £1,000,000 check at the impoverished maiden, coldly stating, Leave my sons. This check is yours. What do you think? Who? Will it create a sensation? She glanced down to see her friend staring in astonishment at a golden retriever wagging its tail and panting. Fourth nudged her friend, who instinctively adjusted her squire's attire, pondering aloud, Are you the messenger sent by Miss Audrey? Oh goddess, why am I so earnestly questioning a dog? Fourth smirked slightly, chuckling. Perhaps it is a remarkable creature? The golden retriever, Susie, promptly sat down, closing her mouth, presenting her belly to the two extraordinary individuals. Nestled within her long, dense fur was a small leather pouch, who glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then stepped closer to the golden retriever and bent down to untie the pouch. Fourth observed curiously, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Crocodile leather, and it bears the stylish design of Mr. Sidis. Goodness, Miss Hall is using such a pouch for transactions. So it must be quite expensive? Who raised the leather pouch? Fourth pressed her lips together, nodding seriously, contemplating, at least worth £100. Whose movement slowed dramatically as she cautiously unzipped the pouch, retrieving the letter and cash as though cradling an antique vase. After reading, she casually handed the letter to Fourth. Fourth read it intently, pondering for a moment. Is it that grave? Where shall we hide? Who unconsciously pouted, thinking for a while before responding, perhaps I should leave. I have been the one handling the delivery since yesterday, while you merely monitored the messenger without appearing at any church venues. You are quite forgetful. Have you forgotten your promise to escort Miss Audrey and Viscount Glent to the extraordinary gathering? Fourth scratched her head. Oh, right. I was so engrossed in considering the letter that I overlooked this matter. I must take them the day after tomorrow. After contemplating for a moment, Fourth finally nodded in agreement. Standing just over 5 feet tall, who nodded and stood on her tiptoes, embracing her friend's shoulders. Do remember to secure the doors and windows during the full moon, and do not overindulge in drink. No one will care for you while I am away. The scene of their heartfelt farewell stirred Susie's emotions. She looked up at the sun, worried that Audrey might be waiting too long, and barked once to remind them of the time. The dog's bark startled them awake. Fourth sheepishly stuck her tongue out and murmured to Susie, apologies. We were too absorbed in our conversation. Who produced paper and pen from her night's attire, as Fourth's dress had no pockets. Do you not think this golden retriever seems to understand our words? Report you? For what? Who scratched her unruly hair again, gazing at her friend with a smile. To report that the sons of the Hall family harbor ulterior motives, and that you wish to become the lady of the Hall estate. Upon hearing her friend's jest, Fourth's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Angrily, she lunged at her friend, playfully digging her fingers into her armpits. How dare you say such things? I shall seal your mouth, and we shall see if you dare to speak again. The laughter of the two sisters echoed in the evening breeze, drifting far away. Chapter 89. Signs on the deserted island. How is it? Has the letter arrived? They managed to do it well. Yes, I have long wished to attend the extraordinary gathering. And thankfully, Miss Forsyth was thoughtful. After Audrey whispered this, she turned to Susie. What do you think of them as an audience? The golden retriever pondered for a moment, then hesitantly remarked, the short lady carries an air of authority. She is diligent in her tasks, and I found myself instinctively wanting to obey her, not daring to defy her. Indeed, that is because she is the arbitrator. The extraordinary individuals in this pathway often possess such gravitas, which is not surprising. What about Forsyth? The tall lady seems rather lackadaisical. She appears indifferent to everything. Her only likely pastime is sitting quietly, much like myself. Moreover, she seems to indulge in daydreams. Indeed, daydreams about what? Audrey exclaimed in surprise, noting Susie's swift advancement in skill, as it had adeptly piqued her curiosity. She dreams of you calling her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? What does that mean? What? Calling her sister-in-law? Audrey initially intended to chastise Forsyth for her fanciful delusions, but hesitated. Alfred was not in Beckland and could not possibly know Miss Forsyth, while Hubert had always been active in the social circles of Beckland. Could it be that she and Hubert were acquainted and held mutual affections? The ghostly ship, the Blue Avenger, sailed across the vast ocean as the sun neared the horizon. Malvin waved to the first mate, Reed. Captain, is there something you need? Reed trotted over. How far are we from Olavi Island? We've been sailing all day and still haven't arrived. The first mate has discovered an uninhabited isle. Shall we dock there tonight? Very well, but after we moor. Let someone go ashore to ensure safety before allowing the crew to disembark. Understood, Captain. As night descended, the ghost ship finally anchored in a sheltered cove. Alba dispatched several sailors to scout the island while Reed gathered the crew to prepare for disembarkation. Kachi, standing beside Malvin, spoke up. Captain, your name is Malvin, isn't it? I've been hesitant to ask you for days. Yes, my true name is Malvin Constantine. However, my family is considered taboo within the Church of the True God. So I usually tell outsiders that my name is Winston Brown. You may continue to call me Mr. Winston. Later, I will instruct the crew to address me as Captain Winston in front of others. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Kachi felt a sense of relief and nodded. I will inform the first mate to make the necessary arrangements. Good. By the way, once we disembark and confirm the island's safety, you may accompany Hal to the island to find some beasts for the performance. Your act needs to be expedited. Lower-tier performances are quite simple. Thank you, Captain. I will hurry. Reed had already arranged for Chef Eisen to bring food and cooking utensils ashore to prepare dinner on the beach. With nothing else to occupy him, Malvin sat on the deck in meditation. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching and opened his eyes. He stood and approached the ship's railing, seeing a crew member rush onto the beach. "Captain, we found some signs on the island. It seems like someone has lived here, but the traces appear to belong to natives. The first mate sent me to inform you. Should we continue our exploration? If there are natives on the island, it is prudent to investigate thoroughly. Continue the search, and Hal should take a few more people to meet with the first mate." Upon receiving the orders, Hal quickly selected 2 familiar crew members, both extraordinary, as Alba had previously taken 2 ordinary men. With the 2 groups combined, there were now 6 extraordinary individuals. Malvin handed the incendiary ring to Hal. "Alba has the sun dagger. This magical item should suffice for most emergencies and dangers." After explaining the negative effects and extraordinary abilities, he sent Hal and the others on their way. Thus, only Malvin, Reed, Kachi, and the ordinary Chef Eisen remained aboard. Reed jumped onto the sand and drew 2 revolvers from his belt, standing guard on the beach. Meanwhile, Eisen appeared somewhat anxious. Reed glared at him. "Get to work. If there is danger, I will be the first to shield you. Besides, the captain is watching, so what are you afraid of?" Hearing the first mate's words and catching sight of the captain's vague silhouette in the night, Eisen felt considerably calmer. As he resumed his tasks, Reed scoffed and continued to watch the dark island. Kachi, noticing Malvin's silent and stern demeanor, ventured cautiously. "Why didn't you let me go earlier? My vision performs better in the dark. Your intentions are good, but you are still injured. Moreover, if even Alba and the others cannot handle the danger, what use would you be?" The captain made a valid point, yet Kachi still wished to express himself. "Mr. Winston, you know that I am new on board and not quite familiar with everyone. If there were an opportunity to deepen my relationships with the crew, I understand your sentiment, but I must ensure that those around me are trustworthy in the face of true peril." In the dim light, Kachi's face flushed with excitement. The captain evidently trusted him more than the first mate or the sailors. "Oh, I see. Thank you. Wait a moment. It seems they have expended considerable energy on the island. What is the situation?" Alba wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted after gulping down a bowl of water from another crew member. "It seems all the natives on this island have vanished. We scoured the entire island and found not a single survivor, but we did discover several decaying corpses in other areas. Is it possible to glean any clues from those corpses?" Chapter 90. Olavi Island. There were not many traces left. Perhaps I am not a collector of corpses. If it were the captain, he might discern something. I suspect the natives on this island have likely been abducted, as there are many places that require slaves. Alba's words reminded Marwin that the slave trade did indeed exist in this era. However, how many natives could there be on this deserted island? The abduction would amount to little more than a trifling sum. Never mind. It seems there are still unpurified, vengeful souls lingering due to the corpses on the island. Tomorrow, I shall conduct ants while simultaneously burying their remains. A twofold benefit. How delightful. Everyone naturally complied, while Kosi sought out Alba before dinner. He informed him of Marwin's decision, and the first mate nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that arrangements would be made. That evening, the sailors held a bonfire party on the beach. Some crew members, inebriated, danced around the fire. These dances were wild and crude, yet they garnered unanimous acclaim from the crew, prompting even more sailors to join in, reveling until the late hours of the night. The following day dawned clear and bright. Marwin, accompanied by Kosi and Hal, ventured to the site where they had discovered the remains of the natives the previous night. Due to the sweltering heat, the corpses had largely decomposed and bloated, with some areas already revealing exposed bones. Kosi attempted to approach, but Marwin halted him, instructing him and Hal to remain as guards while he examined the site alone. It was evident that the fatal injuries on these corpses resulted from physical trauma. There was hardly any trace of supernatural abilities. Marwin activated his death sight, and beneath his pure white, colorless pupils, he perceived a number of helpless, wandering, vengeful souls. Closing his death sight, he selected one of the souls and, his pupils turning a deep black, interrogated the spirit in a cold, unfeeling tone. "What has befallen you?" The disoriented spirit trembled under Marwin's profound spiritual pressure, communicating in fragmented native tongue. "Alas, I cannot understand." Reluctantly, Marwin shifted his approach to divination. "What has happened to the natives here?" After repeating the question 7 times, scenes began to materialize in Marwin's mind. In these visions, He saw ferocious pirates wielding swords and knives, coercing the natives to gather together. Those who resisted were brutally slain or violated. The elderly and children were mercilessly exterminated, while adult men and women were herded into the ships holed for captivity and transport. Among the pirates, the leader had a dark, sunken complexion and indistinct features, his most notable trait being a glimmering gold tooth, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. With this, the dream faded, and Marwen awoke from his divination. He rubbed his temples, murmuring to himself that this pirate leader felt strangely familiar. Who could he be? After conversing with several more spirits, the accounts were largely similar. Marwen ceased his attempts to wield his great sword to eradicate these souls, and instructed Hal to bring the collected firewood to incinerate the remains. Once the remains were fully cremated, Marwen and his companions erected a simple grave for the souls. After tidying up, Marwen sensed the effects of the magical potion beginning to take hold. Subsequently, he decided to explore the remnants of the natives on the island, while Hal and Kosi ventured into the dense forest for hunting. By noon, after the pirates had enjoyed a sumptuous barbecue feast, they set sail towards Olavi Island. Following a day and night of navigation, the Blue Avenger finally docked at Olavi Island's harbor on Wednesday afternoon. Reed, along with several crew members, remained aboard the ship, while Alba, Marwen, Kosi, Hal, and Schneider strolled along the streets of Olavi, once an uninhabited island teeming with various wild, extraordinary creatures. Olavi was transformed into a penal colony after the Ruen military cleared the extraordinary fauna. Over time, as further eastern colonies were established, Olavi, positioned along trade routes and rich in resources, began to attract an increasing number of settlers, gradually evolving into a thriving hub, rivaling Byam. Due to its proximity to the Rostov Islands, Olavi boasted relatively better security compared to other islands in the Suanya Sea further east, as it belonged to a safer shipping lane with a stronger official presence. Beyond this point, the order relied solely on brute force. Marwen recalled that Little K had made significant gains here, and the gatherings of extraordinary individuals were on par with those in Byam, albeit with considerably lower prices for extraordinary materials and a wider variety of resources. It seemed that the island's proximity to various sources of extraordinary materials was the reason for this, Marwen pondered. The five of them split into three groups, Marwen in one, Alba and Schneider in another, and Kosi and Hal in the last. This division was primarily to facilitate the exchange of formulas in their possession. Marwen currently held the formulas for Lawyer 9-5, Seeker 9-5, and Sailor 9-7, among others from different paths, while he planned to reserve the diviner's formula for later, as he needed to assign a diviner among his subordinates and procure a craftsman for the creation of wondrous items. His subordinates also needed to acquire extraordinary materials and formulas, so dividing into three groups would ease the burden of presenting too many formulas at once. This time, he intended to offer the formulas for Lawyer, Seeker, and Sailor, only selling the sequence 9-8. Although this would yield less profit, it would be a steady endeavor, avoiding unwanted attention. The most renowned establishment in Olavi was undoubtedly the Sweet Lemon Bar. It served as the headquarters for adventurers and the largest association for extraordinary individuals. The three groups easily found the Sweet Lemon Bar. Marwen entered first, ordering a signature sweet lemon cocktail. Alba and Schneider entered next, ignoring Marwen as they ordered 2 beers for themselves. The bartender enthusiastically recommended the sweet lemon cocktail, but was deterred by a raised fist from Alba. Kosi and Hal were the last to arrive, sitting in a corner. When the bartender approached them, they listened to him boast about the cocktail recipes learned from the bar's owner and Trier before flatly rejecting his enthusiastic suggestions, stubbornly opting for juice instead. Once they had consumed enough cocktails, Marwen summoned the bartender. "Is your owner here? I have matters to discuss with him." The bartender gestured towards a tall man in a white shirt seated not far behind Marwen. Turning to look, Marwen spotted a similarly aged man sitting at a central table in the bar. He exuded a more vibrant and charismatic aura, though in terms of attractiveness, he paled in comparison to Marwen himself. His blue eyes were partially concealed beneath his eyelids, and he held a cigarette between his lips, leisurely sipping a cup of coffee. As a bar owner, drinking coffee seemed incongruous with his role. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Winston Brown, an adventurer. I have come here to meet the famous Built Brand." Chapter 91. Sweet Lemon Bar. Built White Brand flicked the cigarette from his fingers into the ashtray and lifted his gaze to Marwen, revealing a broad grin that showcased his pearly whites. The purpose of his coffee was primarily to invigorate his spirits, having stayed up far too late the previous night. Furthermore, I am intrigued to hear your thoughts on the sweet lemon. I was taken aback when you ordered it upon entering, and I seek the perspective of a fellow patron on this libation. Truth be told, I have only heard whispers of its excellence, and my curiosity compelled me to sample it. Overall, it is quite agreeable, though my experience with spirits is rather limited, Marvin replied. As a physician, one mustn't indulge indiscriminately, for excessive drinking can compromise the precision of one's hands. Even now, I find it challenging to adapt to a world where alcohol is merely a beverage. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Brown. Let us ascend to the second floor. This is not the venue for our transactions. Alba, Coke, and the others rose in unison. Alba, with a directness that brooked no argument, inquired, I too have come to negotiate. Might Mr. Whitebrand accommodate my desires? Let us include ourselves in the dealings, Coke murmured. Bilt Whitebrand waved his left hand, welcoming them warmly. The trio followed him up the staircase, only to be halted at the top by a few robust men clad in local indigenous attire. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Whitebrand? What do you intend? Alba demanded gruffly. It is merely a precautionary measure. I must ask you to temporarily relinquish your weapons to my guards, Bilt replied. That is unacceptable. The magical items we possess are of considerable value. Should they be lost while in your custody, what then? I assure you on my honor, should anything go missing, I shall compensate you. Bilt spoke with a fervor that was both earnest and forthright. Apologies, but my magical items are secrets I wish to keep. Thus, let us conduct our transactions separately. It seems Mr. Whitebrand bears the brunt of the burden. Very well, if that is your preference. But I trust you will not object to my guards accompanying me during our dealings, Bilt replied. After a moment's contemplation, Marvin nodded in agreement and turned to Alba and Coke. I shall proceed with the trade first, if that is agreeable. Indeed, was Alba's succinct response. Marvin had deliberated with them prior. He was to trade for the lawyer's formulas, procure materials from the diviner, the audience, and the pharmacist, and create 2 magical items. Alba sought the sailor's formula, the weapon master's formula, and a primary material, the heart of the swift sea lion, along with supplementary materials such as the gallbladder of the swift sea lion and the essence of golden seaweed. Coke aimed to acquire the formula of the voyager, seeking materials for the provocateur and the instigator. Among the 3 groups, Marvin had the highest likelihood of success, followed by Alba, while Coke's chances appeared the most tenuous, leaving uncertainty about whether they could meet their goals. Upon entering a spacious room on the second floor, Bilt casually settled behind a grand table, his eyes fixed on Marvin. What do you wish to trade? I wish to sell 2 formulas from the lawyer's path, sequences 9 and 8, and the materials I seek are listed on this paper, in addition to crafting 2 magical items. Bilt was taken aback by the significance of the transaction Marvin proposed. Are you interested in joining an organization? Within this fellowship, adventurers can support one another and procure extraordinary materials at reduced prices. Furthermore, in times of peril, you will receive aid from fellow members. Marvin understood the implications of such an organization and nodded in agreement. Bilt beamed with delight, declaring, It is evident you are a formidable, extraordinary being. Thus, welcome, my brother Winston. Marvin calmly extended his hand to shake Bilt's, then inquired, Shall we proceed with the trade? Indeed, but first, Sotos. Please retrieve the hammer of justice and prepare the materials according to this list. Sotos, a man of South Continent descent with deep brown skin, nodded and exited. Marvin's 3 formulas required 5 or 6 materials each, resulting in a significant quantity. Sotos meticulously confirmed the completeness of the materials. The total cost amounted to approximately £300, with the 2 lawyer formulas requiring authentication. After the handover, Sotos produced a golden, pocket-sized hammer from his inner pocket and presented it to Bilt. This hammer, measuring merely 10 centimeters, featured a matching golden handle and appeared to be a single, seamless casting. The hammerhead was pointed at one end and flat at the other. With a simple geometric design, its upper portion a perfect triangular pyramid and the lower a complete cylinder. Upon grasping the hammer, Bilt's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. He held the pointed end above each of the lawyer's formulas, hovering an inch above while uttering in Hermes notarization. A burst of golden light enveloped them. Both formulas remained intact, for any counterfeit would have been incinerated. Once Bilt set the hammer down, he pulled out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped the perspiration from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. The negative effect of this artifact is that the user experiences an overwhelming heat during its utilization. This heat adjusts according to the user's tolerance. The more heat-resistant one is, the higher the temperature, while those less tolerant will experience lower degrees. Marvin glanced at the golden hammer, murmuring to himself that his own temperature might be exceedingly low. The two formulas cost 600 pounds, and the three materials totaled 300 pounds, leaving Marvin 700 pounds short. As for the crafting of the two magical items, the assassin's share could be settled for 150 pounds, while the inquiry regarding the corrupted baron would need to be addressed with a craftsman before finalizing. Marvin extracted 1,000 pounds from his possession and handed it to Bilt. 700 pounds covered the materials, with the remaining 300 pounds serving as a deposit. After confirming the arrangement, Marvin departed, leaving Bilt and Sotos to deliberate. Do you suspect he is acquiring so many Sequence 9 materials to cultivate members for the organization? It is evident. He himself occupies a mid-sequence position. While the specific path is indiscernible, his standing is assuredly in the mid-range. Such an investment for the sake of organization members is substantial. However, have any significant pirate factions or official organizations recently arrived on the island? The audience and diviner are quite rare, yet the pharmacist is a more common presence. This combination does not resemble an official organization. It may well be a pirate crew. After all, pirates earn money easily and can produce magical items of Sequence 6 traits, which is not typical of ordinary pirate crews. Moreover, that longsword he carries is no ordinary magical item. He likely possesses other magical artifacts. This Winston Brown is indeed a formidable individual. We must remain vigilant, gather intelligence, and avoid provoking them. Understood, but we still have 2 more groups awaiting their transactions. I shall summon them forth.